Chapter 39. Stirling Castle and Council Hall. The Countess' chivalric tribute from the window gave Wallace reason to anticipate her company in his visit to Lady Ruthven. And on finding the room vacant, he dispatched Edwin for his mother, that he might not be distressed by the unchecked advances of a woman whom, as the wife of Lord Mar, he was obliged to see, and whose weakness he pitied. As she belonged to a sex for which, in consideration of the felicity once bestowed on him by woman, he felt a peculiar tenderness. Respect the Countess he could not, nor, indeed, could he feel any gratitude for a preference which seemed to him to have no foundations in the only true basis of love, the virtues of the object. For, as she acted against every moral law, against his declared sentiments, it was evident that she placed little value on his esteem. And therefore he despised, while he pitied, a human creature ungovernably yielding herself to the sway of her passions. In the midst of thoughts so little to her advantage, Lady Mar entered the room. Wallace turned to meet her. While she, hastening toward him, and dropping on one knee, exclaimed, "Let me be the first woman in Scotland to acknowledge its king." Wallace put forth both his hands to raise her. And smiling, replied, "Lady Mar, you would do me an honor I can never claim." "How?" cried she, starting up. "What, then, was that cry I heard? Did they not call you, Prince, and Sovereign? Did not my Lord Buchan dash?" Confused, disappointed, overpowered, she left the sentence unfinished, sunk on a seat, and burst into tears. At that moment she saw her anticipated crown fall from her head, and having united the gaining of Wallace with his acquisition of this dignity, all her hopes seemed again the sport of winds. She felt as if Wallace had eluded her power, for it was by the ambition-serving acts of her kinsman that she had meant to bind him to her love, and now all was rejected, and she wept in despair. He gazed at her with amazement. What these emotions and his elevation had to do with each other, he could not guess, but, recollecting her manner of mentioning Lord Buchan's name, he answered, "Lord Buchan I have just seen. He and Lord March came upon the Carse at the time I went thither to meet my gallant countrymen, and these two noblemen, though so lately the friends of Edward, united with the rest in proclaiming me regent." This word dried the tears of Lady March. She saw the shadow of royalty behind it, and summoning artifice, to conceal the joy of her heart, she calmly said, "Do not too severely condemn this weakness, it is not that of vain wishes for your aggrandizement. You are the same to Joanna Mar whether as a monarch or a private man, so long as you possess that supremacy in all excellence which first gained her esteem. It is for Scotland's sake alone that I wish you to be her king. You have taught me to forget all selfish desires, to respect myself," cried she, "and, from this hour I conjure you to wipe from your memory all my folly, all my love dash." With the last word her bosom heaved tumultuously, and she rose in agitation. Wallace now gazed on her with redoubled wonder. She saw it. And hearing a foot in the passage, turned, and grasping his hand, said in a soft and hurried tone, "Forgive, that which is entwined with my heart should cost me some pangs to wrest thence again. Only respect me and I am comforted." Wallace in silence pressed her hand, and the door opened. Lady Ruthven entered. The Countess, whose present aim was to throw the virtue of Wallace off its guard, and to take that by sap, which she found resisted open attack, with a penitential air disappeared by another passage. Edwin's gentle mother was followed by the same youth who had brought Helen's packet to Berwick. It was Walter Hay, anxious to be recognized by his benefactor, to whom his recovered health had rendered his person strange. Wallace received him with kindness, and told him to bear his grateful respects to his lady for her care of her charge. Lord Ruthven with others soon entered, and at the appointed hour they attended their chief to the citadel. The council hall was already filled with the lords who had brought their clans to the Scottish standard. On the entrance of Wallace they rose. And Mar coming forward, followed by the heralds and other officers of ceremony, saluted him with the due forms of regent, and led him to the throne. Wallace ascended. But it was only to take thence a packet which had been deposited for him on its cushion, and coming down again, he laid the parchment on the council table. "I can do all things best," said he, "when I am upon a level with my friends." He then broke the seal of the packet. It was from the Prince of Wales, agreeing to Wallace's proposed exchange of prisoners, but denouncing him as the instigator of the rebellion, and threatening him with a future judgment from his incensed king for the mischief he had wrought in the realm of Scotland. The letter was finished with a demand that the town and citadel of Berwick should be surrendered to England, as a gage for the quiet of the borders till Edward should return. Kirkpatrick scoffed at the audacious menace of the young prince. "He should come amongst us, like a man," cried he, "and we would soon show him who it is that works mischief in Scotland. Aye, even on his back, we would write the chastisement due to the offender." "Be not angry with him, my friend," returned Wallace, "these threats are words of course from the son of Edward. Did he not fear both our rights and our arms, he would not so readily accord with our propositions. You see, every Scottish prisoner is to be on the borders by a certain day. And to satisfy that impatient valor, which I, your friend, would never check, but when it loses itself in a furor too nearly resembling that of our enemies, I intend to make your prowess once again the theme of their discourse. You will retake your castles in Annandale. Give me but the means to recover those stout gates of our country," cried Kirkpatrick, "and I will warrant you to keep the keys in my hand till doomsday." Wallace resumed, 3,000 men are at your command. When the prisoners pass each other on the Cheviots, the armistice will terminate. You may then fall back upon Annandale, and that night, light your own fires in Torthrold. Send the expelled garrison into Northumberland, and show this haughty prince that we know how to replenish his depopulated towns. But first I will set my mark on them," cried Kirkpatrick, with one of those laughs which ever prelude some savage proposal. "I can guess it would be no gentle one," returned Wallace. "Why, brave knight, will you ever sully the fair field of your fame with an ensanguined tide?" "It is the fashion of the times," replied Kirkpatrick, roughly, "you only, my victorious general, who, perhaps, had most cause to go with the stream, have chosen a path of your own. But look around. See our burns, which the Southrons made run with Scottish blood, our hillocks, swollen with the cairns of our slain, the highways blocked up with the graves of the murdered. Our lands filled with maimed clansmen, who purchased life of our ruthless tyrants, by the loss of eyes and limbs. And, shall we talk of gentle methods, with the perpetrators of these horrors? Sir William Wallace, you would make women of us." "Shame, shame, Kirkpatrick," resounded from every voice, "you insult the regent." Kirkpatrick stood, proudly frowning, with his left hand on the hilt of his sword. Wallace, by a motion, hushed the tumult, and spoke, "No true chief of Scotland can offer me greater respect, than frankly to trust me with his sentiments. Though we disagree in some points," cried Kirkpatrick, "I am ready to die for him at any time, for I believe a trustier Scot treads not the earth, but I repeat, why, by this mincing mercy, seek to turn our soldiers into women?" "I seek to make them men," replied Wallace, "to be aware that they fight with fellow creatures, with whom they may one day be friends, and not like the furious savages of old Scandinavia, drink the blood of eternal enmity. I would neither have my chieftains set examples of cruelty, nor degrade themselves by imitating the barbarities of our enemies. That Scotland bleeds every pore is true, but let peace be our aim, and we shall heal all her wounds." "Then I am not to cut off the ears of the freebooters in Annandale," cried Kirkpatrick, with a good-humoured smile. "Have it as you will, my general, only you must new christen me to wash the war stain from my hand. The rite of my infancy was performed as became a soldier's son, my fount was my father's helmet and the first pap I sucked lay on the point of his sword." "You have not shamed your nurse," cried Murray. "Nor will I," answered Kirkpatrick, "while the arm that slew Cressingham remains unwithered." While he spoke, Kerr entered to ask permission to introduce a messenger from Earl de Warenne. Wallace gave consent. It was Sir Hugh le Despencer, a near kinsman of the Earl of Hereford, the tumultuary constable of England. He was the envoy who had brought the Prince of Wales' dispatches to Stirling. Wallace was standing when he entered, and so were the chieftains, but at his appearance they sat down. Wallace retained his position. "I come," cried the Southron knight, "from the Lord Warden of Scotland, who, like my prince, too greatly condescends to do otherwise than command, where now he treats. I come to the leader of this rebellion, William Wallace, to receive an answer to the terms granted by the clemency of my master, the son of his liege lord, to this misled kingdom." "Sir Knight," replied Sir William Wallace, "when the Southron lords delegate a messenger to me, who knows how to respect the representative of the nation to which he is sent, and the agents of his own country, I shall give them my reply. You may withdraw." The Southron stood, resolute to remain where he was. "Do you know, proud Scot," cried he, "to whom you dare address this imperious language? I am the nephew of the Lord High Constable of England." "It is a pity," cried Murray, looking coolly up from the table, "that he is not here to take his kinsman into custody." Le Despencer fiercely half drew his sword. "Sir, this insult must be put up with," cried Wallace, interrupting him, and motioning Edwin to lay his hand on the sword. "You have insulted the nation to which you were sent on a peaceful errand. And having thus invited the resentment of every chief here present, you cannot justly complain against their indignation. But in consideration of your youth, and probable ignorance of what becomes the character of an ambassador, I grant you the protection your behavior has forfeited. Sir Alexander Scrimgeour," said he, turning to him, "you will guard Sir Hugh Le Despencer to the Earl de Warenne, and tell that nobleman I am ready to answer any proper messenger." The young Southron, frowning, followed Scrimgeour from the hall, and Wallace, turning to Murray, "My friend," said he, "it is not well to stimulate insolence by repartee. This young man's speech, though an insult to the nation, was directed to me, and by me only it ought to have been answered, and that seriously. The haughty spirit of this man should have been quelled, not incensed. And, had you proceeded one word further, you would have given him an apparently just cause of complaint against you, and of that, my friend, I am most sensibly jealous. It is not policy nor virtue to be rigorous to the extent of justice." "I know," returned Murray, blushing, "that my wits are too many for me, ever throwing me, like Phaeton's horses, into the midst of some fiery mischief. But pardon me now, and I promise to rein them close, when next I see this prancing knight." "Bravo, my Lord Andrew," cried Kirkpatrick, in an affected whisper, "I am not always to be bird alone, under the whip of our regent. You have had a few stripes, and now look a little of my feather." "Like as a swan to a vulture, good Roger," answered Murray. Wallace attended not to this tilting of humour between the chieftains, but engaged himself in close discourse with the elder nobles at the higher end of the hall. In half an hour Scrimgeour returned, and with him Baron Hilton. He brought an apology from de Warenne, for the behaviour of his ambassador, and added his persuasions to the demands of England, that the regent would surrender Berwick, not only as a pledge for the Scots keeping the truce on the borders, but as a proof of his confidence in Prince Edward. Wallace answered, that he had no reason to show extraordinary confidence in one who manifested, by such a requisition, that he had no faith in Scotland. And therefore, neither as a proof of confidence, nor as a gauge of her word, should Scotland, a victorious power, surrender the eastern door of her kingdom in the vanquished. Wallace declared himself ready to dismiss the English prisoners to the frontiers, and to maintain the armistice till they had reached the south side of the Cheviots. "But," added he, "my word must be my bond, for by the honour of Scotland I will give no other." "Then," answered Baron Hilton, with an honest flush passing over his cheek, as if ashamed of what he had next to say, "I am constrained to lay before you the last instructions of the Prince of Wales to Earl de Warenne." He took a royally sealed roll of vellum from his breast, and read aloud. "Thus saith Edward, Prince of Wales, to Earl de Warenne, Lord Warden of Scotland. If that arch-rebel, William Wallace, who now assumeth to himself the rule of all our royal father's hereditary dominions north of the Cheviots, refuseth to give unto us the whole possession of the town and citadel of Berwick upon Tweed, as a pledge of his faith, to keep the armistice on the borders from sea to sea, we command you to tell him, that we shall detain under the ward of our good lieutenant of the Tower in London, the person of William the Lord Douglas, as a close captive, until our prisoners, now in Scotland, arrive safely at Newcastle upon Tyne. This mark of supremacy over a rebellious people we owe as a pledge of their homage to our royal father, and as a tribute of our gratitude to him for having allowed us to treat at all with so undutiful a part of his dominions. Signed, Edward, P. W. Baron, cried Wallace, it would be beneath the dignity of Scotland, to retaliate this act with the like conduct. The exchange of prisoners shall yet be made, and the armistice held sacred on the borders. But, as I hold the door of war open in the interior of the country, before the Earl de Warenne leaves this citadel, and it shall be on the day assigned, please the Almighty Lord of Justice. The Southron usurpers of all our castles on the eastern shore shall be our hostages for the safety of Lord Douglas. And this is my answer, noble Wallace. It is, and you see no more of me till that which I have said is done. Baron Hilton withdrew. And Wallace, turning to his peers, rapidly made dispositions for a sweeping march from frith to frith. And having sent those who were to accompany him to prepare for departure next day at dawn, he retired with the Lords Mar and Bothwell to arrange affairs relative to the prisoners. Chapter 40. The Governor's Apartments. The sun rose on Wallace and his brave legions as they traversed the once romantic glades of Strathmore, but now the scene was changed. The villages were abandoned, and the land lay around in uncultivated wastes. Sheep, without a shepherd, fled wild from the approach of man, and wolves issued, howling, from the cloisters of depopulated monasteries. The army approached Dumlane. But it was without inhabitant, grass grew in the streets, and the birds which roost in the desert dwellings flew scared from the windows as the trumpet of Wallace sounded through the town. Loud echoes repeated the summons from its hollow walls. But no other voice was heard, no human face appeared, for the ravening hand of Cressingham had been there. Wallace sighed as he looked around him. Rather smile, cried Graham, that heaven hath given you the power to say to the tyrants who have done this, here shall your proud waves be stayed. They proceeded over many a hill and plain, and found that the same withering touch of desolation had burned up and overwhelmed the country. Wallace saw that his troops were faint for want of food. Cheering them, he promised that Ormsby should provide them a feast in Perth, and, with reawakened spirits, they took the river Tay at its fords, and were soon before the walls of that well-armed city. But it was governed by a coward, and Ormsby fled to Dundee at the first sight of the Scottish army. His flight might have warranted the garrison to surrender without a blow, but a braver man being his lieutenant. Sharp was the conflict before Wallace could compel that officer to abandon the ramparts and to sue for the very terms he had at first rejected. After the fall of Perth, the young regent made a rapid progress through that part of the country, driving the Southron garrisons out of Scone, and all the embattled towns, expelling them from the castles of Kincane, Elcho, Kinfauns, and Doune. And then proceeding to the marine fortresses, those avenues by which the ships of England had poured its legions on the eastern coast, he compelled Dundee, Cooper, Glamis, Montrose, and Aberdeen, all to acknowledge the power of his arms. He seized most of the English ships in those ports, and manning them with Scots, soon cleared the seas of the vessels which had escaped, taking some, and putting others to flight, and one of the latter was the fugitive Ormsby. This enterprise achieved, Wallace, with a host of prisoners, turned his steps toward the Forth. But ere he left the banks of the Tay and Dee, he detached 3,000 men under the command of Lord Ruthven, giving him a commission to range the country from the Carse of Gowrie to remotest Sutherland. And in all that tract reduce every town and castle which had admitted a Southron garrison. Wallace took leave of Lord Ruthven at Hunting Tower, and that worthy nobleman, when he assumed, with the government of Perth, this extensive command, said, as he grasped the regent's hand, I say not, bravest of Scots. What is my gratitude for thus making me an arm of my country, but deeds will show. He then bade a father's adieu to his son, counseling him to regard Wallace as the light in his path, and, embracing him, they parted. A rapid march, round by Fifeshire, through which victory followed their steps, brought the conqueror and his troops again within sight of the towers of Stirling. It was on the eve of the day on which he had promised Earl de Warenne should see the English prisoners depart for the borders. No doubt of his arriving at the appointed time was entertained by the Scots or by the sovereigns in the castle. The one knew the sacredness of his word, and the other having felt his prowess, would not so far disparage their own as to suppose that any could withstand him by whom they were beaten. De Warenne, as he stood on the battlements of the keep, beheld from afar the long line of Scottish soldiers as they descended the Ochil hills. When he pointed it out to De Valence, that nobleman, who, in proportion as he wished to check the arms of Wallace, had flattered himself that it might happen, against the evidence of his eyesight, contradicted the observation of the veteran earl. "Your sight deceives you," said he, "it is only the sunbeams playing on the cliffs." "Then those cliffs are moving ones," cried De Warenne, "which, I fear, have ground our countrymen on the coast to powder. We shall find Wallace here by sunset, to show us how he has resented the affront our ill-advised prince cast on his jealous honor." "His honor," returned De Valence, "is like that of his countrymen's, an enemy alike to his own interest and to that of others. Had it allowed him to accept the crown of Scotland, and so have fought Edward with the concentrating arm of a king? Or would he even now offer peace to our sovereign, granting his prerogative as liege lord of the country, all might go well, but as the honor you speak of prevents his using these means of ending the contest, destruction must close his career." "And what quarrel," demanded De Warenne, "can you, my Lord de Valence, have against this nice honor of Sir William Wallace, since you allow it secures the final success of our cause?" "His honor and himself are hateful to me," impatiently answered De Valence. "He crosses me in my wishes, public and private, and for the sake of my king and myself, I might almost be tempted. He turned pale as he spoke, and met the penetrating glance of De Warenne. He paused. "Tempted to what?" asked De Warenne. "To a Brutus mode of ridding the state of an enemy." "That might be noble in a Roman citizen," returned De Warenne, "which would be villainous in an English lord, treated as you have been by a generous victor, not the usurper of any country's liberties, but rather a Brutus in defense of his own. Which man of us all, from the general to the meanest follower in our camps, has he injured?" Lord Aymer frowned. "Did he not expose me, threaten me with an ignominious death, on the walls of Stirling? But was it before he saw the Earl of Mar, with his hapless family, brought, with halters on their necks, to be suspended from this very tower? Ah! What a tale has the lovely Countess told me of that direful scene! What he then did was to check the sanguinary Cressingham from embruting his hands in the blood of female and infant innocence. I care not," cried De Valence, "what are or are not the offences of this domineering Wallace, but I hate him. And my respect for his advocates cannot but correspond with that feeling." As he spoke, that he might not be further molested by the arguments of De Warenne, he abruptly turned away, and left the battlements. Pride would not allow the enraged earl to confess his private reasons for this vehement enmity against the Scottish chief. A conference which he had held the preceding evening with Lord Mar, was the cause of this augmented hatred. And, from that moment, the haughty Southron vowed the destruction of Wallace, by open attack, or secret treachery. Ambition, and the base counterfeit of love, those two master passions in untempered minds, were the springs of this antipathy. The instant in which he knew that the young creature whom at a distance he discerned clinging around the Earl of Mar's neck in the streets of Stirling, was the same Lady Helen on whose account Lord Soulis had poured on him such undeserved invectives in Bothwell Castle. Curious to have a nearer view of one whose transcendent beauty he had often heard celebrated by others, he ordered her to be immediately conveyed to his apartments in the citadel. On their first interview he was more struck by her personal charms than he had ever been with any woman's, although few were so noted for gallantry in the English court as himself. He could hardly understand the nature of his feelings while discoursing with her. To all others of her sex he had declared his enamoured wishes with as much ease as vivacity, but when he looked on Helen the admiration her loveliness inspired was checked by an indescribable awe. No word of passion escaped his lips. He sought to win her by a deportment consonant with her own dignity of manner, and obeyed all her wishes, excepting when they pointed to any communication with her parents. He feared the wary eyes of the Earl of March. But nothing of this reverence of Helen was grounded on any principle within the heart of De Valence. His idea of virtue was so erroneous that he believed, by the short assumption of its semblance, he might so steal on the confidence of his victim as to induce her to forget all the world, nay, heaven itself, in his sophistry and blandishments. To facilitate this end he at first designed to precipitate the condemnation of the Earl, that he might be rid of a father's existence, holding, in dread of his censure, the perhaps otherwise yielding heart of his lovely intended mistress. The unprincipled and impure can have no idea what virtue or delicacy are other than vestments of disguise or of ornament, to be thrown off at will. And therefore, to reason with such minds is to talk to the winds, to tell a man who is born blind to decide between two colors. In short, a libertine heart is the same in all ages of the world. De Valence, therefore, seeing the anguish of her fears for her father, and hearing the fervour with which she implored for his life, adopted the plan of granting the Earl reprieves from day to day. And in spite of the remonstrances of Cressingham, he intended, after having worked upon the terrors of Helen, to grant to her her father's release, on condition of her yielding herself to be his. He had even meditated that the accomplishment of this device should have taken place the very night in which Wallace's first appearance before Stirling had called its garrison to arms. Impelled by vengeance against the man who had driven him from Dumbarton and from Ayr, and irritated at being delayed in the moment when his passion was to seize its object, De Valence thought to end all by a coup de main, and rushing out of the gates, was taken prisoner. Such was the situation of things, when Wallace first became master of the place. Now when the whole of the English army were in the same captivity with himself, when he saw the lately proscribed Lord Mar, governor of Stirling, and that the Scottish cause seemed triumphant on every side, De Valence changed his former illicit views on Helen, and bethought him of making her his wife. Ambition, as well as love, impelled him to this resolution, and he foresaw that the vast influence which his marriage with the daughter of Mar must give him in the country, would be a decisive argument with the King of England. To this purpose, not doubting the Scottish's Earl acceptance of such a son-in-law, on the very day that Wallace marched toward the coast, De Valence sent to request an hour's private audience of Lord March. He could not then grant it. But at noon, next day, they met in the governor's apartments. The Southron, without much preface, opened his wishes, and proffered his hand for the Lady Helen. "I'll make her the proudest lady in Great Britain," continued he. "For she shall have a court in my Welsh province, little inferior to that of Edward's queen." "Pomp would have no sway with my daughter," replied the Earl, "it is the princely mind she values, not its pageantry. Whomsoever she prefers the tribute will be paid to the merit of the object, not to his rank, and therefore, Earl, should it be you, the greater will be your pledge of happiness. I shall repeat to her what you have said. And tomorrow deliver her answer." Not deeming it possible that it should be otherwise than favourable, De Valence allowed his imagination to roam over every anticipated delight. He exulted in the pride with which he would show this perfection of northern beauty to the fair of England. How would the simple graces of her seraphic form, which looked more like a being of air than of earth, put to shame the laboured beauties of the court? And then it was not only the artless charms of a wood nymph he would present to the wondering throng, but a being whose majesty of soul proclaimed her high descent and peerless virtues. How did he congratulate himself, in contemplating this unsullied temple of virgin innocence, that he had never, by even the vapour of one impassioned sigh, contaminated her pure ear, or broken the magic spell, which seemed fated to crown him with happiness unknown, with honour unexampled. To be so blessed, so distinguished, so envied, was to him a dream of triumph, that wafted away all remembrance of his late defeat, and he believed, in taking Helen from Scotland, he should bear away a richer prize than any he could leave behind. Full of these anticipations, he attended the governor of Stirling the next day, to hear his daughter's answer. But unwilling to give the Earl that advantage over him which a knowledge of his views in the matter might occasion, he affected a composure he did not feel, and with a lofty air entered the room as if he were come rather to confer than to beg a favour. This deportment did not lessen the satisfaction with which the brave Scot opened his mission. "My lord, I have just seen my daughter. She duly appreciates the honour you would confer on her, she is grateful for all your courtesies whilst she was your prisoner, but beyond that sentiment, her heart, attached to her native land, cannot sympathize with your wishes." De Valence started. He did not expect anything in the shape of a denial. But supposing that perhaps a little of his own art was tried by the father to enhance the value of his daughter's yielding, he threw himself into a chair, and affecting chagrin at a disappointment, which he did not believe was seriously intended, exclaimed with vehemence, "Surely, Lord Mar, this is not meant as a refusal. I cannot receive it as such, for I know Lady Helen's gentleness, I know the sweet tenderness of her nature would plead for me, were she to see me at her feet, and hear me pour forth the most ardent passion that ever burned in a human breast. Oh, my gracious lord, if it be her attachment to Scotland which alone militates against me, I will promise that her time shall be passed between the two countries. Her marriage with me may facilitate that peace with England which must be the wish of us all, and perhaps the Lord Wardenship which de Warenne now holds may be transferred to me. I have reasons for expecting that it will be so. And then she, as a queen in Scotland, and you as her father, may claim every distinction from her fond husband, every indulgence for the Scots, which your patriot heart can dictate. This would be a certain benefit to Scotland. While the ignis fatuus you are now following, however brilliant may be its career during Edward's absence, must on his return be extinguished in disaster and infamy. The silence of the Earl of Mar, who, willing to hear all that was in the mind of De Valence, had let him proceed uninterrupted, encouraged the Southron lord to say more than he had at first intended to reveal. But when he made a pause, and seemed to expect an answer, the Earl spoke. "I am fully sensible of the honor you would bestow upon my daughter and myself by your alliance. But, as I have said before, her heart is too devoted to Scotland to marry any man whose birth does not make it his duty to prefer the liberty of her native land, even before his love for her. That hope to see our country freed from a yoke unjustly laid upon her, that hope which you, not considering our rights, or weighing the power that lies in a just cause, denominate an ignis fatuus, is the only passion I believe that lives in the gentle bosom of my Helen. And therefore, noble Earl, not even your offers can equal the measure of her wishes." At this speech De Valence bit his lip with real disappointment. And starting from his chair now in unaffected disorder, "I am not to be deceived, Lord Mar," cried he, "I am not to be cajoled by the pretended patriotism of your daughter, I know the sex too well to be cheated with these excuses. The ignis fatuus that leads your daughter from my arms, is not the freedom of Scotland, but the handsome rebel who conquers in its name. He is now fortune's minion, but he will fall, Lord Mar, and then what will be the fate of his mad adherents?" "Earl de Valence," replied the veteran, 60 winters have checked the tides of passion in my veins. But the indignation of my soul against any insult offered to my daughter's delicacy, or to the name of the Lord Regent of Scotland is not less powerful in my breast. You are my prisoner, and I pardon what I could so easily avenge. I will even answer you, and say that I do not know of any exclusive affection subsisting between my daughter and Sir William Wallace. But this I am assured of, that were it the case, she would be more ennobled in being the wife of so true a patriot and so virtuous a man, than were she advanced to the bosom of an emperor. And for myself, were he tomorrow hurled by a mysterious providence from his present nobly won elevation, I should glory in my son were he such, and would think him as great on a scaffold as on a throne." "It is well that is your opinion," replied De Valence, stopping in his wrathful strides, and turning on Mar with vengeful irony, "cherish these heroics, for you will assuredly see him so exalted. Then where will be his triumphs over Edward's arms and Pembroke's heart? Where your daughter's patriot husband, you glorious son? Start not, old man, for by all the powers of hell I swear that some eyes which now look proudly on the Southron host, shall close in blood. I announce a fact." "If you do," replied Mar, shuddering at the demoniac fire that lightened from the countenance of De Valence, "it must be by the agency of devils, and their minister, vindictive Earl, will meet the vengeance of the eternal arm." "These dreams," cried De Valence, "cannot terrify me. You are neither a seer, nor I a fool, to be taken by such prophecies. But were you wise enough to embrace the advantage I offer, you might be a prophet of good, greater than he of Ercildown, to your nation, for all that you could promise, I would take care should be fulfilled. But you cast from you your peace and safety, my vengeance shall therefore take its course. I rely not on oracles of heaven or hell, but I have pronounced the doom of my enemies. And though you now see me a prisoner, tremble, haughty Scot, at the resentment which lies in this head and heart. This arm perhaps needs not the armies of Edward to pierce you in your boast. He left the room as he spoke. And Lord Mar, shaking his venerable head as he disappeared, said to himself, impotent rage of passion and of youth, I pity and forgive you. It was not, therefore, so extraordinary that De Valence, when he saw Wallace descending the Ochil hills with the flying banners of new victories, should break into curses of his fortune, and swear inwardly the most determined revenge. Fuel was added to this fire at sunset, when the almost measureless defile of prisoners, marshalled before the ramparts of Stirling, and taking the usual oath to Wallace, met his view. Tomorrow we quit these dishonouring wall, cried he to himself, but ere I leave them, if there be power in gold, or strength in my arm, he shall die. Chapter 41. The State Prison. The Regent's re-entrance into the citadel of Stirling, being on the evening preceding the day he had promised should see the English lords depart for their country, de Warenne. As a mark of respect to a man whom he could not but regard with admiration, went to the Barbican gate to bid him welcome. Wallace appeared, and as the cavalcade of noble Southrons who had lately commanded beyond the Tay, followed him, Murray glanced his eye around, and said with a smile to de Warenne, You see, Sir Earl, how we Scots keep our word. And then he added, You leave Stirling tomorrow, but these remain till Lord Douglas opens their prison doors. I cannot but acquiesce in the justice of your commander's determination, returned de Warenne, and to comfort these gentlemen under their captivity, I can only tell them that if anything can reconcile them to the loss of liberty, it is being the prisoners of Sir William Wallace. After having transferred his captives to the charge of Lord Mar, Wallace went alone to the chamber of Montgomery, to see whether the state of his wounds would allow him to march on the morrow. While he was yet there, an invitation arrived from the Countess of Mar, requesting his presence at an entertainment which, by her husband's consent, she meant to give that night at Snawdoun, to the Southron lords before their departure for England. I fear you dare not expend your strength on this party, inquired Wallace, turning to Montgomery. Certainly not, returned he, but I shall see you amidst your noble friends, at some future period. When the peace your arms must win, is established between the two nations, I shall then revisit Scotland, and openly declare my friendship for Sir William Wallace. As these are your sentiments, replied Wallace, I shall hope that you will unite your influence with that of the brave Earl of Gloucester, to persuade your king to stop this bloodshed. For it is no vain boast to declare, that he may bury Scotland beneath her slaughtered sons, but they never will again consent to acknowledge any right in an usurper. Sanguinary have been the instruments of my sovereign's rule in Scotland, replied Montgomery, but such cruelty is foreign to his gallant heart. And without offending that high-souled patriotism, which would make me revere its possessor, were he the lowliest man in your legions, allow me, noblest of Scots, to plead one word in vindication of him to whom my allegiance is pledged. Had he come hither, conducted by war alone, what would Edward have been worse than any other conqueror? But on the reverse, was not his right to the supremacy of Scotland acknowledged by the princes who contended for the crown? And besides, did not all the great lords swear fealty to England, on the day he nominated their king? Had you not been under these impressions, brave Montgomery, I believe I never should have seen you in arms against Scotland. But I will remove them by a simple answer. All the princes whom you speak of, excepting Bruce of Annandale, did assent to the newly offered claim of Edward on Scotland. But who, amongst them, had any probable chance for the throne, but Bruce or Balliol? Such ready acquiescence was meant to create them one. Bruce, conscious of his inherent rights, rejected the iniquitous demand of Edward. Balliol accorded with it, and was made king. All our chiefs who were base enough to worship the rising sun, and, I may say, condemn the God of truth, swore to the falsehood. Others remained gloomily silent. And the bravest of them retired to the Highlands, where they dwell amongst their mountains, till the cries of Scotland called them again to fight her battles. Thus did Edward establish himself as the liege lord of this kingdom. And whether the oppression which followed were his or his agent's immediate acts, it matters not, for he made them his own by his after-conduct. When remonstrances were sent to London, he neither punished nor reprimanded the delinquents, but marched an armed force into our country, to compel us to be trampled on. It was not an Alexander nor a Charlemagne, coming in his strength to subdue ancient enemies, or to aggrandize his name, by vanquishing nations far remote, with whom he could have no affinity. Terrible as such ambition was, it is innocence to what Edward has done. He came, in the first instance, to Scotland as a friend, the nation committed its dearest interests to his virtue, they put their hands into his and he bound them in shackles. Was this honor? Was this the right of conquest? The cheek of Alexander would have blushed deep as his Tyrian robe, and the face of Charlemagne turned pale as the lilies, at the bare suspicion of being capable of such a deed. No, Lord Montgomery, it is not our conqueror we are opposing, it is a traitor, who, under the mask of friendship, has attempted to usurp our rights, destroy our liberties, and make a desert of our once happy country. This is the true statement of the case, and though I wish not to make a subject outrage his sovereign, yet truth demands of you to say to Edward, that to withdraw his pretensions from this exhausted country is the restitution we may justly claim, is all that we wish. Let him leave us in peace, and we shall no longer make war upon him. But if he persist, which the ambassadors from the Prince of Wales announce, even as Samson drew the temple upon himself, to destroy his enemies, Scotland will discharge itself upon the valleys of England, and there compel them to share the fate in which we may be doomed to perish. I will think of this discourse, returned Montgomery, when I am far distant. And rely on it, noble Wallace, that I will assert the privilege of my birth, and counsel my king as becomes an honest man. Highly would he estimate such counsel, cried Wallace, had he virtue to feel that he who will be just to his sovereign's enemies must be of an honor that will bind him with double fidelity to his king. Such proof give your sovereign. And, if he have one spark of that greatness of mind which you say he possesses, though he may not adopt your advice, he must respect the adviser. As Wallace pressed the hand of his new friend, to leave him to repose, a messenger entered from Lord Mar, to request the regent's presence in his closet. He found him with Lord de Warenne. The latter presented him with another dispatch from the Prince of Wales. It was to say, that news had reached him of Wallace's design to attack the castles garrisoned by England, on the eastern coast. Should this information prove true, he, the prince, declared that, as a punishment for such increasing audacity, he would put Lord Douglas into closer confinement. And while the Southron fleets would inevitably baffle Wallace's attempts, the moment the exchange of prisoners was completed on the borders, an army from England should enter Scotland, and ravage it with fire and sword. When Wallace had heard this dispatch, he smiled and said, "The deed is done, my Lord de Warenne. Both the castles and the fleets are taken, and what punishment must we now expect from this terrible threatener?" "Little from him, or his headlong counsellors," replied de Warenne, "but Thomas Earl of Lancaster, the king's nephew, is come from abroad with a numerous army. He is to conduct the Scottish prisoners to the borders, and then to fall upon Scotland with all his strength, unless you previously surrender, not only Berwick, but Stirling, and the whole of the district between the Forth and the Tweed, into his hands." "My Lord de Warenne," replied Wallace, "you can expect but one return to these absurd demands. I shall accompany you myself to the Scottish borders," and there made my reply. De Warenne, who did indeed look for this answer, replied, "I anticipated that such would be your determination, and I have to regret that the wild counsels which surround my prince precipitate him into conduct which must draw much blood on both sides, before his royal father's presence can regain what he has lost." "Ah, my lord," replied Wallace, "is it to be nothing but war? Have you now a stronghold of any force in all the Highlands? Is not the greater part of the lowlands free? And before this day month, not a rood of land in Scotland is likely to hold a Southron soldier. We conquer, but it is for our own. Why then this unreceding determination to invade us? Not a blade of grass would I disturb on the other side of the Cheviot, if we might have peace. Let Edward yield to that, and though he has pierced us with many wounds, we will yet forgive him." De Warenne shook his head. "I know my king too well to expect pacific measures. He may die with the sword in his hand, but he will never grant an hour's repose to this country till it submits to his scepter." "Then," replied Wallace, "the sword must be the portion of him and his. Ruthless tyrant! If the blood of Abel called for vengeance on his murderer, what must be the vials of wrath which are reserved for thee?" A flush overspread the face of de Warenne at this apostrophe. And forcing a smile, "The strict notion of right," said he, "is very well in declamation, but how would it crop the wings of conquerors, and shorten the warrior's arm, did they measure by this rule?" "How would it, indeed," replied Wallace. "And that they should is most devoutly to be wished. All warfare that is not defensive is criminal, and he who draws his sword to oppress, or merely to aggrandize, is a murderer and a robber. This is the plain truth, Lord de Warenne." "I have never considered it in that light," returned the Earl, "nor shall I turn philosopher now. I revere your principle, Sir William Wallace, but it is too sublime to be mine. Nay, nor would it be politic for one who holds his possessions in England by the right of conquest to question the virtue of the deed. By the sword my ancestors gained their estates, and with the sword I have no objection to extend my territories." Wallace now saw that de Warenne, though a man of honor, was not one of virtue. Though his amiable nature made him gracious in the midst of hostility, and his good dispositions would not allow him to act disgraceful in any concern, yet duty to God seemed a poet's flight to him. Educated in the forms of religion, without knowing its spirit, he despised them. And believing the deity too wise to be affected by mere virtuous shows of any kind, his ignorance of the sublime benevolence, which disdains not to provide food even for the sparrow ere it falls, made him think the Creator of all too great to care about the actions of men. Hence, being without the true principles of good virtue, as virtue, was nonsense to Earl de Warenne. Wallace did not answer his remark, and the conference soon closed. Chapter 42. Chapel in Snawdoun. Though burning with stifled passions, Earl de Valence accepted the invitation of Lady March. He hoped to see Helen, to gain her ear for a few minutes. And, above all, to find some opportunity during the entertainment of taking his meditated revenge on Wallace. The dagger seemed the surest way. For could he render the blow effectual, he should not only destroy the rival of his wishes, but, by ridding his monarch of a powerful foe, deserve every honor at the royal hands. Love and ambition again swelled his breast. And with recovered spirits, and a glow on his countenance, which reawakened hope had planted there, he accompanied de Warenne to the palace. The hall for the feast was arrayed with feudal grandeur. The seats at the table, spread for the knights of both countries, were covered with highly wrought stuffs. While the emblazoned banners and other armorial trophies of the nobles being hung aloft according to the degree of the owner, each knight saw his precedence, and where to take his place. The most costly means, with the royally attired peacock served up in silver and gold dishes, and wine of the rarest quality, sparkled on the board. During the repast, 2 choice minstrels were seated in the gallery above, to sing the friendship of King Alfred of England with Gregory the Great of Caledonia. The squires and other military attendants of the nobles present, were placed at tables in the lower part of the hall, and served with courteous hospitality. Resentful, alike at his captivity and thwarted passion, de Valence had hitherto refused to show himself beyond the ramparts of the citadel. He was therefore surprised, on entering the hall of Snawdoun with de Warenne, to see such regal pomp. And at the command of the woman who had so lately been his prisoner at Dumbarton, and whom, because she resembled an English lady who had rejected him, he had treated with the most rigorous contempt. Forgetting these indignities, in the pride of displaying her present consequence, Lady Mar came forward to receive her illustrious guests. Her dress corresponded with the magnificence of the banquet, a robe of cloth of bodkins enriched, while it displayed the beauties of her person. Her wimple blazed with jewels, and a superb carcanet emitted its various rays from her bosom. 35. De Warenne followed her with his eyes as she moved from him. With an unconscious sigh, he whispered to de Valence, "What a land is this, where all the women are fair, and the men all brave. I wish that it, and all its men and women, were in perdition, returned De Valence, in a fierce tone. Lady Ruthven, entering with the wives and daughters of the neighbouring chieftains, checked the further expression of his wrath, and his eyes sought amongst them, but in vain, for Helen. The chieftains of the Scottish army, with the lords Buchan and March, were assembled around the countess at the moment a shout from the populace without announced the arrival of the regent. His noble figure was now disencumbered of armour. And with no more sumptuous garb than the simple plaid of his country, he appeared effulgent in manly beauty and the glory of his recent deeds. De Valence frowned heavily as he looked on him, and thanked his fortunate stars that Helen was absent from sharing the admiration which seemed to animate every breast. The eyes of Lady Mar at once told the impassioned De Valence, too well read in the like expressions, what were her sentiments toward the young regent. And the blushes and eager civilities of the ladies around displayed how much they were struck with the now fully discerned and unequalled graces of his person. Lady Mar forgot all in him. And, indeed, so much did he seem the idol of every heart, that, from the two venerable lords of Loch Awe and Bothwell to the youngest man in company, all ears hung on his words, all eyes upon his countenance. The entertainment was conducted with every regard to that chivalric courtesy which a noble conqueror always pays to the vanquished. Indeed, from the wit and pleasantry which passed from the opposite sides of the tables, and in which the ever-gay Murray was the leader, it rather appeared a convivial meeting of friends than an assemblage of mortal foes. During the banquet the bards sung legends of the Scottish worthies who had brought honour to their nation in days of old, and as the board was cleared, they struck at once into a full chorus. Wallace caught the sound of his own name, accompanied with epithets of extravagant praise. He rose hastily from his chair, and with his hand motioned them to cease. They obeyed. But Lady Mar remonstrating with him, he smilingly said, it was an ill omen to sing a warrior's actions till he were incapable of performing more, and therefore he begged she would excuse him from hearkening to his. Then let us change their strains to a dance, replied the countess. A hall. A hall, cried Murray, springing from his seat, delighted with the proposal. I have no objection, answered Wallace. And putting the hand she presented to him into that of Lord de Warenne, he added, I am not of a sufficiently gay temperament to grace the change, but this earl may not have the same reason for declining so fair a challenge. Lady Mar coloured with mortification, for she had thought that Wallace would not venture to refuse before so many. But following the impulse of de Warenne's arm, she proceeded to the other end of the hall, where, by Murray's quick arrangement, the younger lords of both countries had already singled out ladies, and were marshalled for the dance. As the hours moved on, the spirits of Wallace subsided from their usual cheering tone into a sadness which he thought might be noticed. And wishing to escape observation, for he could not explain to those gay ones why scenes like these ever made him sorrowful, and whispering to Mar that he would go for an hour to visit Montgomery, he withdrew. Unnoticed by all but his watchful enemy. De Valence, who hovered about his steps, had heard him inquire of Lady Ruthven why Helen was not present. He was within hearing of this whisper also, and, with a satanic joy, the dagger shook in his hand. He knew that Wallace had many a solitary place to pass between Snawdoun and the citadel, and the company being too pleasantly absorbed to mark who entered or disappeared, he took an opportunity, and stole out after him. But for once the impetuous fury of hatred met a temporary disappointment. While De Valence was cowering like a thief under the eaves of the houses, and prowling along the lonely paths to the citadel. While he started at every noise, as if it came to apprehend him for his meditated deed, or rushed forward at the sight of any solitary passenger, whom his eager vengeance almost mistook for Wallace, Wallace himself had taken a different track. As he walked through the illuminated archways, which led from the hall, he perceived a darkened passage. Hoping by that avenue to quit the palace, unobserved, he immediately struck into it. For he was aware, that should he go the usual way, the crowd at the gate would recognize him, and he could not escape their acclamations. He followed the passage for a considerable time, and at last was stopped by a door. It yielded to his hand, and he found himself at the entrance of a large building. He advanced, and passing a high screen of carved oak, by a dim light, which gleamed from waxen tapers on the altar, he perceived it to be the chapel. A happy transition, said he to himself, from the jubilant scene I have now left, from the grievous scenes I have lately shared. Here, gracious God, thought he, may I, unseen by any other eye, pour out my heart to thee. And here, before thy footstool, will I declare thanksgiving for thy mercies, and with my tears wash from my soul the blood I have been compelled to shed. While advancing toward the altar, he was startled by a voice proceeding from the quarter whither he was going, and with low and gently breathed fervor, uttering these words, Defend him, Heavenly Father. Defend him day and night, from the devices of this wicked man, and, above all, during these hours of revelry and confidence, guard his unshielded breast from treachery and death. The voice faltered, and added with greater agitation, Ah, unhappy me, that I should pluck peril on the head of William Wallace. A figure, which had been hidden by the rails of the altar, with these words rose, and stretching forth her clasped hands, exclaimed, But thou, who knowest I had no blame in this, wilt not afflict me by his danger. Thou wilt deliver him, O God, out of the hand of this cruel foe. Wallace was not more astonished at hearing that someone in whom he trusted, was his secret enemy, than at seeing Lady Helen in that place at that hour, and addressing heaven for him. There was something so celestial in the maid, as she stood in her white robes, true emblems of her own innocence, before the divine footstool, that, although her prayers were delivered with a pathos which told they sprung from a heart more than commonly interested in their object, yet every word and look breathed so eloquently the virgin purity of her soul, the hallowed purpose of her petitions. That Wallace, drawn by the sympathy with which kindred virtues ever attract spirit to spirit, did not hesitate to discover himself. He stepped from the shadow which involved him. The pale light of the tapers shone upon his advancing figure. Helen's eyes fell upon him as she turned round. She was transfixed and silent. He moved forward. Lady Helen, said he, in a respectful and even tender voice. At the sound, a fearful rushing of shame seemed to overwhelm her faculties. For she knew not how long he might have been in the church, and that he had not heard her beseech heaven to make him less the object of her thoughts. She sunk on her knees beside the altar, and covered her face with her hands. The action, the confusion might have betrayed her secret to Wallace. But he only thought of her pious invocations for his safety, he only remembered that it was she who had given a holy grave to the only woman he could ever love. And, full of gratitude, as a pilgrim would approach a saint, he drew near to her. Holiest of earthly maids, said he, kneeling down beside her, in this lonely hour, in the sacred presence of almighty purity, receive my soul's thanks for the prayers I have this moment heard you breathe for me. They are more precious to me, Lady Helen, than the generous plaudits of my country. They are a greater reward to me than would have been the crown with which Scotland sought to endow me, for do they not give me what all the world cannot, the protection of heaven? I would pray for it, softly answered Helen, but not venturing to look up. The prayer of meek goodness, we know, availeth much. Continue, then, to offer up that incense for me, added he, and I shall march forth tomorrow with redoubled strength, for I shall think, Holy Maid, that I have yet a Marian to pray for me on earth as well as one in heaven. Lady Helen's heart beat at these words, but it was with no unhallowed emotion. She withdrew her hands from her face and, clasping them, looked up. Marian will indeed echo all my prayers, and he who reads my heart will, I trust, grant them. They are for your life, Sir William Wallace, added she, turning to him with agitation, for it is menaced. I will inquire by whom, answered he, when I have first paid my duty at this altar for guarding it so long. And dare I, daughter of goodness, to ask you to unite the voice of your daughter of goodness, to ask you to unite the voice of your gentle spirit with the secret one of mine? I would beseech heaven for pardon on my own transgressions. I would ask of its mercy to establish the liberty of Scotland. Pray with me, Lady Helen, and the invocations our souls utter will meet the promise of him who said, Where two or three are joined together in prayer, there am I in the midst of them. Helen looked on him with a holy smile, and pressing the crucifix which she held to her lips, bowed her head on it in mute assent. Wallace threw himself prostrate on the steps of the altar. And the fervour of his sighs alone breathed to his companion the deep devotion of his soul. How the time passed he knew not, so was he absorbed in the communion which his spirit held in heaven with the most gracious of beings. But the bell of the palace striking the matin hour, reminded him he was yet on earth, and looking up his eyes met those of Helen. His devotional rosary hung on his arm, he kissed it. "Wear this, holy maid," said he, "in remembrance of this hour." She bowed her fair neck, and he put the consecrated chain over it. "Let it bear witness to a friendship," added he, clasping her hands in his, "which will be cemented by eternal ties in heaven." Helen bent her face upon his hands. He felt the sacred tears of so pure a compact upon them. And while he looked up, as if he thought the spirit of his Marion hovered near, to bless a communion so remote from all infringement of the sentiment he had dedicated forever to her, Helen raised her head, and, with a terrible shriek, throwing her arms around the body of Wallace, he, that moment, felt an assassin's steel in his back, and she fell senseless on his breast. He started on his feet, a dagger fell from his wound to the ground, but the hand which had struck the blow he could nowhere see. To search further was then impossible, for Helen lay on his bosom like dead. Not doubting that she had seen his assailant, and fainted from alarm, he was laying her on the steps of the altar, that he might bring some water from the basin of the chapel to recover her. When he saw that her arm was not only stained with his blood, but streaming with her own. The dagger had gashed it in reaching him. "Execrable villain!" cried he, turning cold at the sight, and instantly comprehending that it was to defend him she had thrown her arms around him, he exclaimed, in a voice of agony, "Are two of the most matchless women the earth ever saw to die for me?" Trembling with alarm, and with renewed grief, for the terrible scene of Ellerslie was now brought in all its horrors before him, he tore off her veil to staunch the blood, but the cut was too wide for his surgery. And, losing every other consideration in fears for her life, he again took her in his arms, and bore her out of the chapel. He hastened through the dark passage, and almost flying along the lighted galleries, entered the hall. The noisy fright of the servants, as he broke through their ranks at the door, alarmed the revellers. And turning round, what was their astonishment to behold the regent, pale and streaming with blood, bearing in his arms a lady apparently lifeless, and covered with the same dreadful hue. Mar instantly recognized his daughter, and rushed toward her with a cry of horror. Wallace sunk, with his breathless load, upon the nearest bench, and, while her head rested on his bosom, ordered surgery to be brought. Lady Mar gazed on the spectacle with a benumbed dismay. None present durst ask a question, till a priest drawing near, unwrapped the arm of Helen, and discovered its deep wound. "Who has done this?" cried her father, to Wallace, with all the anguish of a parent in his countenance. "I know not," replied he, "but I believe, some villain who aimed at my life." "Where is Lord de Valence?" exclaimed Mar, suddenly recollecting his menaces against Wallace. "I am here," replied he, in a composed voice. "Would you have me seek the assassin?" "No, no," cried the Earl, ashamed of his suspicion. "But here has been some foul work, and my daughter is slain." "Oh, not so," cried Murray, who had hurried toward the dreadful group, and knelt at her side. "She will not die, so much excellence cannot die." A stifled groan from Wallace, accompanied by a look, told Murray that he had known the death of similar excellence. With this unanswerable appeal, the young chieftain dropped his head on the other hand of Helen. And, could anyone have seen his face buried as it was in her robes, they would have beheld tears of agony drawn from that every gay heart. The wound was closed by the aid of another surgical priest, who had followed the former into the hall, and Helen sighed convulsively. At this intimation of recovery, the priest made all, excepting those who supported her, stand back. But, as Lady Mar lingered near Wallace, she saw the paleness of his countenance turn to a deadly hue, and his eyes closing, he sunk back on the bench. Her shrieks now resounded through the hall, and, falling into hysterics, she was taken into the gallery, while the more collected Lady Ruthven remained to attend the victims before her. At the instant Wallace fell, de Valence, losing all self-command, caught hold of de Warenne's arm, and whispering, "I thought it was sure, long live King Edward," rushed out of the hall. These words revealed to de Warenne who was the assassin. And though struck to the soul with the turpitude of the deed, he thought the honor of England would not allow him to accuse the perpetrator, and he remained silent. The inanimate form of Wallace was now drawn from under that of Helen. And, in the act, discovered the tapestry seat clotted with blood, and the regent's back bathed in the same vital stream. Having found his wound, the priests laid him on the ground, and were administering their balsams, when Helen opened her eyes. Her mind was too strongly possessed with the horror which had entered it before she became insensible, to lose the consciousness of her fears, and immediately looking around with an aghast countenance, her sight met the outstretched body of Wallace. "Oh! Is it so?" cried she, throwing herself into the bosom of her father. He understood what she meant. "He lives, my child. But he is wounded like yourself. Have courage, revive, for his sake and for mine. Helen! Helen! Dear Helen!" cried Murray, clinging to her hand, "while you live, what that loves you can die." While these acclamations surrounded her couch, Edwin, in speechless apprehension, supported the insensible head of Wallace. And de Warenne, inwardly execrating the perfidy of De Valence, knelt down to assist the good friars in their office. A few minutes longer, and the staunched blood refluxing to the chieftain's heart, he too opened his eyes. And instantly turning on his arm, "What has happened to me? Where is Lady Helen?" demanded he. At his voice, which aroused Helen, who, believing that he was indeed dead, was relapsing into her former state. She could only press her father's hand to her lips, as if he had given the life she so valued, and bursting into a shower of relieving tears, breathed out her rapturous thanks to God. Her low murmurs reached the ears of Wallace. The dimness having left his eyes, and the blood, the extreme loss of which, from his great agitation, had alone caused him to swoon, being stopped by an embalmed bandage, he seemed to feel no impediment from his wound. And rising, hastened to the side of Helen. Lord Mar softly whispered his daughter, "Sir William Wallace is at your feet, my dearest child, look on him, and tell him that you live." "I am well, my father," returned she, in a faltering voice. "And may it indeed please the Almighty to preserve him." "I, too, am alive and well," answered Wallace, "but thanks to God, and to you, blessed lady, that I am so. Had not that lovely arm received the greater part of the dagger, it must have reached my heart." An exclamation of horror at what might have been burst from the lips of Edwin. Helen could have re-echoed it, but she now held her feelings under too severe a rein to allow them so to speak. "Thanks to the protector of the just," cried she, "for your preservation. Who raised my eyes to see the assassin? His cloak was held before his face, and I could not discern it, but I saw a dagger aimed at the back of Sir William Wallace. How I caught it I cannot tell, for I seemed to die on the instant." Lady Mar, having recovered, re-entered the hall just as Wallace had knelt down beside Helen. Maddened with the sight of the man on whom her soul doted, in such a position before her rival, she advanced hastily. And in a voice, which she vainly attempted to render composed and gentle, sternly addressed her daughter-in-law, "Alarmed as I have been by your apparent danger, I cannot but be uneasy at the attendant circumstances. Tell me, therefore, and satisfy this anxious company, how it happened that you should be with the regent, when we supposed you an invalid in your room, and were told he was gone to the citadel." A crimson blush overspread the cheeks of Helen at this question, for it was delivered in a tone which insinuated that something more than accident had occasioned their meeting, but as innocence dictated, she answered, "I was in the chapel at prayers. Sir William Wallace entered with the same design, and at the moment he desired me to mingle mine with his, this assassin appeared and," she repeated, "I saw his dagger raised against our protector, and I saw no more." There was not a heart present that did not give credence to this account, but the polluted one of Lady March. Jealousy almost laid it bare. She smiled incredulously, and turning to the company, "Our noble friends will accept my apology, if in so delicate an investigation, I should beg that my family alone may be present." Wallace perceived the tendency of her words, and not doubting the impression they might make on the minds of men ignorant of the virtues of Lady Helen, he instantly rose. "For once," cried he, "I must counteract a lady's orders. It is my wish, lords, that you will not leave this place till I explain how I came to disturb the devotions of Lady Helen. Wearied with festivities, in which my alienated heart can so little share, I thought to pass an hour with Lord Montgomery in the citadel, and in seeking to avoid the crowded avenues of the palace, I entered the chapel. To my surprise, I found Lady Helen there. I heard her pray for the happiness of Scotland, for the safety of her defenders. And my mind being in a frame to join in such petitions, I apologized for my unintentional intrusion, and begged permission to mingle my devotions with hers. Nay, impressed and privileged by the sacredness of the place, I presumed still further, and before the altar of purity poured forth my gratitude for the duties she had paid to the remains of my murdered wife. It was at this moment that the assassin appeared. I heard Lady Helen scream, I felt her fall on my breast, and at that instant the dagger entered my back. This is the history of our meeting. And the assassin, whomsoever he may be, and how long soever he was in the church, before he sought to perpetrate the deed, were he to speak, and capable of uttering truth, could declare no other. But where is he to be found? Intemperately and suspiciously demanded Lady Mar. If his testimony be necessary to validate mine, returned Wallace, with dignity, I believe the Lady Helen can point to his name. Name him, Helen. Name him, my dear cousin, cried Murray, that I may have some link with thee. Oh! Let me avenge this deed. Tell me his name. And so yield to me all that thou canst now bestow on Andrew Murray. There was something in the tone of Murray's voice that penetrated to the heart of Helen. I cannot name him whom I suspect to any but Sir William Wallace, and I would not do it to him, replied she, were it not to warn him against future danger. I did not see the assassin's face, therefore, how dare I set you to take vengeance on one who perchance may be innocent? I forgive him, my blood, since heaven has spared to Scotland its protector. If he be a Southron, cried Baron Hilton, coming forward, name him, gracious lady, and I will answer for it, that were he the son of a king, he would meet death from our monarch for this unknightly outrage. I thank your zeal, brave chief, replied she, but I would not abandon to certain death even a wicked man. May he repent. I will name him to Sir William Wallace alone. And when he knows his secret enemy, the vigilance of his own honor, I trust, will be his guard. Meanwhile, my father, I would withdraw. Then whispering to him, she was lifted in his arms and Murray's and carried from the hall. As she moved away her eyes met those of Wallace. He arose. But she waved her hand to him, with an expression in her countenance of an adieu so firm, yet so tender, that feeling as if he were parting from a beloved sister, who had just risked her life for him, and whom he might never see again. He uttered not a word to any that were present, but leaning on Edwin, left the hall by an opposite door. Chapter 43. The Carse of Stirling. Daybreak gleamed over the sky before the wondering spectators of the late extraordinary scene had dispersed to their quarters. De Warenne was so well convinced by what had dropped from De Valence, of his having been the assassin, that when they met at sunrise to take horse for the borders, he made him no other salutation than an exclamation of surprise. Not to find him under an arrest for the last night's work. The wily Scot knew better, replied De Valence, than so to expose the reputation of the lady. He knew that she received the wound in his arms, and he durst not seize me, for fear I should proclaim it. He cannot fear that, replied De Warenne, for he has proclaimed it himself. He has told every particular of his meeting with Lady Helen in the chapel, even her sheltering him with her arms. So there is nothing for you to declare but your own infamy. For infamous I must call it, Lord Aymer, and nothing but the respect I owe my country, prevents me pointing the eyes of the indignant Scots to you. Nothing but the stigma your exposure would bring upon the English name, could make me conceal the dead. De Valence laughed at this speech of De Warenne's. Why, my Lord Warden, said he, have you been taking lessons of this doughty Scot, that you talk thus? It was not with such sentiments you overthrew the princes of Wales, and made the kings of Ireland fly before you. You would tell another story were your own interest in question, and I can tell you that any vengeance is not satisfied, I will yet see the brightness of those eyes on which the proud daughter of Mar hangs so fondly, extinguished in death. Maid, or wife, Helen shall be torn from his arms, and if I cannot make her a virgin bride, she shall at least be mine as his widow, for I swear not to be disappointed. Shame, de Valence. I should blush to owe my courage to rivalry, or my perseverance in the field to a licentious passion. You know what you have confessed to me were once your designs on Helen March. Every man according to his nature, returned de Valence. And shrugging his shoulders, he mounted his horse. The cavalcade of Southrons now appeared. They were met on the Carse by the regent, who, not regarding the smart of a closing wound, advanced at the head of 10,000 men to see his prisoners over the borders. By Helen's desire, Lord Mar had informed Wallace what had been the threats of de Valence, and that she suspected him to be the assassin. But this suspicion was put beyond a doubt by the evidence of the dagger, which Edwin had found in the chapel. Its hilt was enamelled with the martlets of de Valence. At sight of it a general indignation filled the Scottish chiefs, and assembling round their regent, with one breath they demanded that the false earl should be detained and punished as became the honour of nations. For so execrable a breach of all laws, human and divine. Wallace replied that he believed the attack to have been instigated by a personal motive, and therefore, as he was the object, not the state of Scotland, he should merely acquaint the earl that his villainy was known. And let the shame of disgrace be his punishment. Ah, observed Lord Bothwell, men who trample on conscience soon get over shame. True, replied Wallace, but I suit my actions to my mind, not to my enemies. And if he cannot feel dishonour, I will not so far disparage myself as to think one so base worthy my resentment. While he was quieting the reawakened indignation of his nobles, whose blood began to boil afresh at sight of the assassin, the Southron lords, conducted by Lord Mar, approached. When that nobleman drew near, Wallace's first inquiry was for Lady Helen. The Earl informed him he had received intelligence of her having slept without fever, and that she was not awake when the messenger came off with his good tidings. That all was likely to be well with her was comfort to Wallace. And, with an unruffled brow, riding up to the squadron of Southrons which was headed by de Warenne and de Valence, he immediately approached the latter, and drawing out the dagger, held it toward him. The next time, Sir Earl, said he, that you draw this dagger, let it be with a more knightly aim than assassination. De Valence, surprised, took it in confusion, and without answer, but his countenance told the state of his mind. He was humbled by the man he hated. And while a sense of the disgrace he had incurred tore his proud soul, he had not dignity enough to acknowledge the generosity of his enemy in again giving him a life which his treachery had so often forfeited. Having taken the dagger, he wreaked the exasperated vengeance of his malice upon the senseless steel, and breaking it asunder, threw the pieces into the air. While turning from Wallace with an affected disdain, he exclaimed to the shivered weapon, "You shall not betray me again." "Nor you betray our honours, Lord de Valence," exclaimed Earl de Warenne. "And therefore, though the nobleness of the William Wallace leaves you at large after this outrage on his person, we will assent our innocence of connivance with the deed. And, as Lord Warden of this realm, I order you under arrest till we pass the Scottish lines." "'Tis well," cried Hilton, "that such is your determination, my lord, else no honest man could have continued in the same company with one who has so tarnished the English name." "No," cried his brother Baron, venerable Blenkinsop, reining up his steed, "I would forfeit house and lands first." De Valence, with an ironical smile, looked toward the squadron, which approached to obey de Warenne, and haughtily answered, "Though it be dishonour to march with me out of Scotland, the proudest of you all will deem it an honour to be allowed to return with me hither. I have an eye on those who stand with cap in hand to rebellion. And for you, Sir William Wallace," added he, turning to him, who was also curbing his impatient charger, "I hold no terms with a rebel. And deem all honour that would rid my sovereign and the earth of such low-born arrogance. Before Wallace could answer he saw de Valence struck from his horse by the Lochaber of Edwin. Indignant at the insult offered to his beloved commander, he had suddenly raised his arm, and aiming a blow with all his strength, the Earl was immediately stunned and precipitated to the ground. At sight of the fall of the Southron chief, the Scottish troops, aware of there being some misunderstanding between their regent and the English lords, uttered a shout. Wallace, to prevent accidents, sent instantly to the lines, to appease the tumult, and throwing himself off his horse, hastened to the prostrate Earl. A fearful pause reigned throughout the Southron ranks. They did not know but that the enraged Scots would now fall on them, and, in spite of their regent, exterminate them on the spot. The troops were running forward when Wallace's messengers arrived and checked them, and himself, calling to Edwin, stopped his further chastisement of the recovering Earl. "Edwin, you have done wrong," cried he. "Give me that weapon which you have sullied by raising it against a prisoner totally in our power." With a vivid blush the noble boy resigned the weapon to his general. Yet, with an unappeased glance on the prostrate de Valence, he exclaimed, "But have you not granted life twice to this prisoner? And has he not, in return, raised his hand against his life and Lady Helen? You pardon him again. And in the moment of your clemency, he insults the Lord Regent of Scotland in the face of both nations. I could not hear this and live without making him feel that you have those about you who will not forgive such crimes." "Edwin," returned Wallace, "had not the Lord Regent power to punish? And if he see right to hold his hand, those who strike for him invade his dignity. I should be unworthy the honor of protecting a brave nation, did I stoop to tread on every reptile that stings me in my path. Leave Lord de Valence to the sentence his commander has pronounced, and as an expiation for your having offended both military and moral law this day, you must remain at Stirling till I return into Scotland." De Valence, hardly awake from the stupor which the blow of the battle-axe had occasioned, for indignation had given to the young warrior the strength of manhood, was raised from the ground. And soon after coming to himself and being made sensible of what had happened, he was taken, foaming with rage and mortification, into the centre of the Southron lines. Alarmed at the confusion he saw at a distance, Lord Montgomery ordered his litter round from the rear to the front, and hearing all that had passed, joined with de Warenne in pleading for the abashed Edwin. "His youth and zeal," cried Montgomery, "are sufficient to excuse the intemperance of the deed." "No," interrupted Edwin, "I have offended and I will expiate. Only, my honoured lord," said he, approaching Wallace, while he checked the emotion which would have flowed from his eyes, "when I am absent, sometimes remember that it was Edwin's love which hurried him to this disgrace." "My dear Edwin," returned Wallace, "there are many impetuous spirits in Scotland who need the lesson I now enforce upon you. And they will be brought to maintain the law of honour when they see that their regent spares not its slightest violation, even when committed by his best beloved friend. Farewell till we meet again." Edwin kissed Wallace's hand in silence, it was not wet with his tears, and drawing his bonnet hastily over his eyes, he retired into the rear of Lord Mar's party. That nobleman soon after took leave of the regent, who, placing himself at the head of his legions, the trumpets blew the signal of march. Edwin, at the sound which a few minutes before he would have greeted with so much joy, felt his grief-swollen heart give way. He sobbed aloud, and striking his heel on the side of his horse, galloped to a distance, to bide from all eyes the violence of his regrets. The trampling of the departing troops rolled over the ground like receding thunder. Edwin at last stole a look toward the plain, he beheld a vast cloud of dust, but no more the squadrons of his friend. Chapter 44. The Cheviots. As Wallace pursued his march along the once fertile and well-peopled valleys of Clydesdale, their present appearance affected him like the sight of a friend whom he had seen depart in all the graces of youth and prosperity, but met again overcome with disease and wretchedness. The pastures of Carstairs on the east of the river, which used at this season to be whitened with sheep, and sending forth the lowings of abundant cattle, and the valleys, which had teemed with reapers rejoicing in the harvest, were now laid waste and silent. The plain presented one wide flat of desolation. Where once was the enamelled meadow, a dreary swamp extended its vapory surface. And the road which a happy peasantry no longer trod, lay choked up with thistles and rank grass. While birds and animals of chase would spring from its thickets, on the lonely traveller, to tell him by their wild astonishment that he was distant from even the haunts of men. The remains of villages were visible. But the blackness of ashes marked the walls of the ruined dwellings. Wallace felt that he was passing through the country in which his Marion had been rifled of her life. And as he moved along, nature all around seemed to have partaken of her death. As he rode over the moors which led toward the district of Crawford-Lammington, those hills amidst which the beloved of his soul first drew breath, he became totally silent. Time rolled back. He was no longer the regent of Scotland, but the fond lover of Marion Braidfoot. His heart beat as it was wont to do in turning his horse down the defile which led direct to Lammington, but the scene was completely changed. The groves in which he had so often wandered with her were gone, they had been cut down for the very purpose of destroying that place, which had once been the abode of beauty and innocence, and of all the tender charities. One shattered tower alone remained of the house of Lammington. The scathing of fire embrowned its sides, and the uprooted garden marked where the ravager had been. While his army marched before him along the heights of Crawford, Wallace slowly moved forward, musing on the scene. In turning the angle of a shattered wall, his horse started. And the next moment he perceived an aged figure, with a beard white as snow, and wrapped in a dark plaid, emerging from the ground. At sight of the apparition, Murray, who accompanied his friend, and had hitherto kept silent, suddenly exclaimed, "I conjure you, honest Scot, ghost or man, give us a subject for conversation. And, as a beginning, pray tell me to whom this ruined tower belonged?" The sight of two warriors in the Scottish garb encouraged the old man, and stepping out on the ground, he drew near to Murray. "Ruined, indeed, sir," replied he. "And its story is very sad. When the sovereigns, who hold Annandale, heard of the brave acts of Sir William Wallace, they sent an army to destroy this castle and domains, which are his, in right of the Lady Marion of Lammington. Sweet creature! I hear they foully murdered her in Lanark." Murray was smitten speechless at this information. For had he suspected there was any private reason with Wallace for his silent lingering about this desolate spot, he would rather have drawn him away than have stopped to ask questions. "And did you know Lady Marion, venerable old man?" inquired Wallace, in a voice so descriptive of what was passing in his heart, that the old man turned toward him, and struck with his noble mien, he pulled off his bonnet and bowing, answered, "Did I know her? She was nursed on these knees. And my wife, who cherished her sweet infancy, is now within yon brae. It is our only home, for the sovereigns burnt us out of the castle, where our young lady left us, when she went to be married to the brave young Wallace. He was as handsome a youth as ever the sun shone upon, and he loved my lady from a boy. I never shall forget the day when she stood on the top of that rock, and let a garland he had made for her fall into the Clyde. Without more ado, never caring because it is the deepest here of any part of the river, he jumps in after it, and I after him, and well I did, for when I caught him by his bonny golden locks, he was insensible. His head had struck against a stone in the plunge, and a great cut was over his forehead. God bless him, a sorry scar it left. But many, I warrant, have the sovereigns now made on his comely countenance. I have never seen him since he grew a man." Gregory, the honest steward of Lammington, was now recognized in this old man's narration. But time and hardship had so altered his appearance, that Wallace could not have otherwise recollected the ruddy face and active figure of his well-remembered companion, in the shaking limbs and pallid visage of the hoary speaker. When he ended, the chief threw himself from his horse. He approached the old man, with one hand he took off his helmet, and with the other putting back the same golden locks, he said, "Was the scar you speak of anything like this?" His face was now close to the eye of Gregory, who in the action, the words, and the mark, immediately recognizing the young playmate of his happiest days, with an almost shriek of joy, threw himself on his neck and wept. Then looking up, with tears rolling over his cheeks, he exclaimed, "O power of mercy, take me to thyself, since my eyes have seen the deliverer of Scotland." "Not so, my venerable friend," returned Wallace. You must make these desolated regions bloom anew. Decorate them, Gregory, as you would do the tomb of your mistress. I give them to you and yours. Marian and I have no posterity. Let her foster brother, if he still live, let him be now the Laird of Lammington. He does live, replied the old man, but the shadow of what he was. In attempting, with a few resolute lads, to defend these domains, he was severely wounded. His companions were slain, and I found him on the other side of my lady's garden left for dead. We fled with him to the woods, and there remained till all about here was laid in ashes. Finding the cruel Southrons had made a general waste, yet fearful of fresh incursions, we and others who had been driven from their homes, dug us subterraneous dwellings, and ever since have lived like fairies in the green hillside. My son and his young wife and babes are now in our cavern, but reduced by sickness and want, for famine is here. Alas, the Southrons, in conquering Scotland, have not gained a kingdom, but made a desert. And there is a God who marks, returned Wallace, I go to reap the harvests of Northumberland. What our enemies have ravished hence in part they shall refund, a few days, and your granaries shall overflow. Meanwhile, I leave you with my friend, said he, pointing to Murray, at the head of 500 men. Tomorrow he may commence the reduction of every English fortress that yet casts a shade on the stream of our native Clyde. For when the sun next rises, the Southrons will have passed the Scottish borders and then the truce expires. Gregory fell at his feet, and begged that he be allowed to bring his nanny to see the husband of her once dear child. Not now, replied Wallace, I could not bear the interview, she shall see me when I return. He then spoke apart to Murray, who cheerfully acquiesced in a commission that promised him not only the glory of being a conqueror, but the private satisfaction, he hoped, of driving the South Ron garrison out of his own paternal castle. To send such news to his noble father at Stirling, would indeed be a wreath of honor to his aged and yet warlike brow. It was then arranged between the young chief and his commander that watchtowers should be thrown up on every conspicuous eminence which skirted the Scottish borders, whence concerted signals of victories, or other information, might be severally interchanged. These preliminaries adjusted, the regent's bugle brought Kerr and Sir John Graham to his side. The appointed number of men was left with Murray. And Wallace, joining his other chieftains, bade his friend and honest servant adieu. He now awakened to a sense of the present scene, and speeded his legions over hills and dale, till they entered on the once luxuriant banks of the Annan, this territory of some of the noblest in Scotland, till Bruce, their chief, deserted them. It lay in more terrific ruin than even the tracks he had left. There reigned the silence of the tomb, there existed the expiring agonies of men left to perish. Recent marks of devastation smoked from the blood-stained earth. And in the midst of a barren waste, a few houseless wretches rushed forward at the sight of the regent, threw themselves before his horse, and begged a morsel of food for their famishing selves and dying infants. Look, cried an almost frantic mother, holding toward him the living skeleton of a child, my husband was slain by the Southrons, who hold Lochmaben castle. My subsistence was carried away, and myself turned forth, to give birth to this child on the rocks. We have fed till this hour on the wild berries, but I die, and my child expires before me. A second group, with shrieks of despair, cried aloud, here are our young ones exposed to equal miseries. Give us bread, Regent of Scotland, or we perish. Wallace turned to his troops, fast for a day, my brave friends, cried he. Lay the provisions you have brought with you before these hapless people. Tomorrow you shall feed largely on South Ron tables. He was instantly obeyed. As his men marched on, they threw their loaded wallets amongst the famishing groups. And, followed by their blessings, descended with augmented speed the ravaged hills of Annandale. Dawn was brightening the dark head of Brunswick, as they advanced toward the Scottish boundary. At a distance, like a wreath of white vapors, lay the English camp, along the southern bank of the Esk. At this sight, Wallace ordered his bugles to sound. They were immediately answered by those of the opposite host. The heralds of both armies advanced, and the sun rising from behind the eastern hills, shone full upon the legions of Scotland, winding down the romantic precipices of Wauchope. 2 hours arranged every preliminary to the exchange of prisoners. And when the clarion of the trumpet announced that each party was to pass over the river to the side of its respective country, Wallace stood in the midst of his chieftains to receive the last adieus of his illustrious captives. When de Warenne approached, the regent took off his helmet. The Southron had already his in his hand. "Farewell, gallant Scot," said he, "if aught could embitter this moment of recovered freedom, it is that I leave a man I so revere, still confident in a finally hopeless cause." "It would not be the less just were it indeed desperate," replied Wallace, "but had not heaven shown on which side it fought, I should not now have the honour of thus bidding the brave de Warenne farewell." The earl passed on, and the other lords, with grateful and respectful looks, paid their obeisance. The litter of Montgomery drew near, the curtains were thrown open. Wallace stretched out his hand to him. "The prayers of sainted innocence are thine. Never more shall her angel spirit behold me here, as you now behold me," returned Montgomery. "I must be a traitor to virtue, before I ever again bear arms against Sir William Wallace." Wallace pressed his hand, and they parted. The escort which guarded de Valence advanced. And the proud earl, seeing where his enemy stood, took off his gauntlet, and throwing it fiercely toward him, exclaimed, "Carry that to your minion Ruthven, and tell him the hand that wore it will yet be tremendously revenged." As the Southron ranks filed off toward Carlisle, those of the returning Scottish prisoners approached their deliverer. Now it was that the full clangor of joy burst from every breast and triumph-breathing instrument in the Scottish legions. Now it was that the echoes rung with loud huzzas of "Long live the valiant Wallace, who brings our nobles out of captivity! Long live our matchless regent!" As these shouts rent the air, the lords Badenoch and Athol drew near. The princely head of the former bent with proud acknowledgment to the mild dignity of Wallace. Badenoch's penetrating eye saw that it was indeed the patriotic guardian of his country to whom he bowed, and not the vain affecter of regal power. At his approach, Wallace alighted from his horse, and received his offered hand and thanks with every grace inherent in his noble nature. "I am happy," returned he, "to have been the instrument of recalling to my country one of the princes of her royal blood." "And while one drop of it exists in Scotland," replied Badenoch, "its possessors must acknowledge the bravest of our defenders in Sir William Wallace." Athol next advanced, but his gloomy countenance contradicted his words when he attempted to utter a similar sense of obligation. Sir John Monteith was eloquent in his thanks. And Sir William Maitland was not less sincere in his gratitude, than Wallace was in joy, at having given liberty to so near a relation of Helen March. The rest of the captive Scots, to the number of several hundred, were ready to kiss the feet of the man who thus restored them to their honours, their country, and their friends. And Wallace bowed his happy head under a shower of blessings which poured on him from 1,000 grateful hearts. In pity to the weary travellers, he ordered tents to be pitched. And for the sake of their distant friends, he dispatched a detachment to the top of Langholm Hill, to send forth a smoke in token to the Clydesdale watch, of the armistice being ended. He had hardly seen it ascend the mountain, when Graham arrived from reconnoitring, and told him that an English army of great strength was approaching by the foot of the more southern hills, to take the reposing Scots by surprise. "They shall find us ready to receive them," was the prompt reply of Wallace, and his actions were ever the companions of his words. Leaving the new-arrived Scots to rest on the banks of the Esk, he put himself at the head of 5,000 men. And dispatching 1,000 more, with Sir John Graham, to pass the Cheviots, and be in ambush to attack the sovereigns when he should give the signal, he marched swiftly forward, and soon fell in with some advanced squadrons of the enemy. Amongst the recesses of those hills, little expecting such a rencounter, they were marching in defile upon the lower ridgy craigs, to avoid the swamps which occupied the broader way. At sight of the Scots, Lord Percy, the Southron commander, ordered a party of his archers to discharge their arrows. The artillery of war being thus opened afresh, Wallace drew his bright sword, and waving it before him, just as the sun set, called aloud to his followers. His inspiring voice echoed from hill to hill. And the higher detachments of the Scots, pouring downward with the resistless impetuosity of their own mountain streams, precipitated their enemies into the valley. While Wallace, with his pikemen, charging the horses in those slippery paths, drove the terrified animals into the morasses, where some sunk at once, and others, plunging, threw their riders, to perish in the swamp. Desperate at the confusion which now ensued, as his archers fell headlong from the rocks, and his cavalry lay drowning before him, Lord Percy called up his infantry. They appeared, but though 10,000 strong, the determined Scots met their first ranks breast to breast, and levelling them with their companions, rushed on the rest with the force of a thunderstorm. It was at this period, that the signal was given from the horn of Wallace, and the division of Graham, meeting the retreating sovereigns as they attempted to form behind the hill, completed their defeat. The slaughter became dreadful, the victory decisive. Sir Ralph Latimer, the second in command, was killed in the first onset, and Lord Percy himself, after fighting as became his brave house, fled, covered with wounds, toward Alnwick. Chapter 45. Lochmaben Castle. This being the seasons of harvest in the northern counties of England, Wallace carried his reapers, not to lay their sickle to the field, but, with their swords, to open themselves a way into the South Ron granaries. The careful victor, meanwhile, provided for the wants of his friends on the other side of the Esk. The plunder of Percy's camp was dispatched to them, which being abundant in all kinds of provisions, was more than sufficient to keep them in ample store till they could reach Stirling. From that point, the released chiefs had promised their regent they would disperse to their separate estates, collect recruits, and reduce the distracted state of the country into some composed order. Wallace had disclosed his wish, and mode of effecting this renovation of public happiness, before he left Stirling. It contained a plan of military organization, by which each youth, able to bear arms, should not only be instructed in the dexterous use of the weapons of war, but in the duties of subordination, and above all, have the nature of the rights for which he was to contend explained to him. They only require to be thoroughly known, to be regarded as inestimable, added he, but while we raise around us the best bulwark of any nation, a brave and well-disciplined people. While we teach them to defend their liberties, let us see that they deserve them. Let them be men, contending for virtuous independence, not savages, fighting for licentious unrestraint. We must have our youth of both sexes, in towns and villages, from the castle to the cot, taught the saving truths of Christianity. From that root will branch all that is needful to make them useful members of the state virtuous and happy. And, while war is in our hands, let us in all things prepare for peace, that the sword may gently bend into the sickle, the dirk to the pruning hook. There was an expansive providence in all this, a concentrating plan of public weal, which few of the nobles had ever even glanced at, as a design conceivable for Scotland. There were many of these warrior chiefs who could not even understand it. Ah! My lords, replied he to their warlike objections, deceive not yourselves with the belief that by the mere force of arms, a nation can render itself great and secure. Industry, temperance, and discipline amongst the people, with moderation and justice in the higher orders, are the only elements of independence. They bring you riches and power, which make it the interest of those who might have been your enemies to court your friendship. The graver council at Stirling had received his plan with enthusiasm. And when, on the day of his parting with the released chiefs on the banks of the Esk, with all the generous modesty of his nature, he submitted his design to them, rather to obtain their approbation as friends, than to enforce it with the authority of a regent. When they saw him, thus coming down from the dictatorship to which his unrivaled talents had raised him, to equal himself still with them, all were struck with admiration, and Lord Badenoch could not but mentally exclaim, "The royal qualities of this man can well afford this expense of humility. Bend as he will, he has only to speak, to show his superiority over all, and to be sovereign again." There was a power in the unostentatious virtues of Wallace, which, declaring themselves rather in their effects than by display, subdued the princely spirit of Badenoch. And, while the proud chief recollected how he had contemned the pretensions of Bruce, and could not brook the elevation of Balliol, how his soul was in arms when, after he had been persuaded to acknowledge the supremacy of Edward, the throne was given to one of his rivals, He wondered at himself to find that his very heart bowed before the gentle and comprehensive wisdom of an untitled regent. Athol alone, of the group, seemed insensible to the benefits his country was deriving from its resistless protector. But he expressed his dissent from the general sentiment with no more visible sign than a cold silence. When the messenger from Wallace arrived on the banks of the Esk with so large a booty, and the news of his complete victory over the gallant Percy, the exultation of the Scottish nobles knew no bounds. On Badenoch opening the regent's dispatches, he found they repeated his wish for his brave coadjutors to proceed to the execution of the plan they had sanctioned with their approbation. They were to march directly for Stirling, and on their way dispense the superabundance of the plunder amongst the perishing inhabitants of the land. He then informed the Earl, that while the guard he had left him with would escort the liberated Scots beyond the Forth, the remainder of the troops should be thus disposed. Lord Andrew Murray was to remain chief in command in Clydesdale. Sir Eustace Maxwell, to give up the wardship of Douglas to Sir John Monteith, and then advance into Annandale, to assist Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, who must now have begun the reduction of the castles in the west of that province. At the close of this account, Wallace added, that himself, with his brave band, were going to traverse the English counties to the Tees mouth. And should heaven bless his arms, he would send the produce round by the Berwick fleet, to replenish the exhausted stores of the Highlands. Next year, continued he, I trust they will have ample harvests of their own. And what Wallace said he hoped to do, he did. The Southron's country was panic-struck at the defeat of Percy. His beaten army, flying in all directions before the conquering legions, gave such dreadful and hyperbolical accounts of their might, and of the giant prowess of their leader, that as soon as ever the Scottish spears were seen rising the summit of any hill, or even gleaming along the horizon, every village was deserted, every cot left without inhabitant. And corn, and cattle, and every kind of property fell into the hands of the Scots. Lord Precky lay immovable with wounds in his castle at Alnwick. 36 in his hopeless state, by intimidating his followers, contradicted the orders he gave, to face the marauding enemy. Several times they attempted to obey, but as often showed their inability. They collected under arms. But the moment their foe appeared, they fled within the castle walls, or buried themselves in deep obscurities amongst the surrounding hills. Not a sheaf in the fields of Northumberland did the Scots leave, to knead into bread for its earl. Not a head of cattle to smoke upon his board. The country was sacked from sea to sea. But far different was its appearance from that of the trampled valleys of Scotland. There, fire had burned up the soil. The hand of violence had levelled the husbandman's cottage, had buried his implements in the ruins, had sacrificed himself on its smoking ashes. There, the fatherless babe wept its unavailing wants, and at its side sat the distracted widow, wringing her hands in speechless misery, for there lay her murdered husband, here, her perishing child. With such sights the heart of Wallace had been pierced, when he passed through the lowland counties of his country, nay, as he scoured the highland districts of the Grampians, even there had he met the foot of barbarian man, and cruel desolation. For thus it was that the Southron garrisons had provisional themselves, by robbing the poor of their bread, and, when they resisted, firing their dwellings, and punishing the refractory with death. But not so the generous enmity of Sir William Wallace. His commission was, not to destroy, but to save. And though he carried his victorious army to feed on the Southron plains, and sent the harvests of England to restore the wasted fields of Scotland, yet he did no more. No fire blasted his path, no innocent blood cried against him from the ground. When the impetuous zeal of his soldiers, flushed with victory, and in the heat of vengeance, would have laid several hamlets in ashes, he seized the brand from the destroying party. And throwing it into an adjoining brook, "Show yourselves worthy the advantages you have gained," cried he, "by the moderation with which you use them. Consider yourselves as the soldiers of the all-powerful God, who alone has conducted you to victory, for, with a few, has he not enabled us to subdue a host. Behave as becomes your high destiny. And debase not yourselves by imitating the hirelings of ambition, who receive, as the wages of their valor, the base privilege to ravage and to murder. I wish you to distinguish between a spirit of reprisal, in what I do, and that of retaliation, which actuates your present violence. What our enemies had robbed us of, as far as they can restore, I take again. Their bread shall feed our famishing country, their wool clothe its nakedness. But blood for blood, unless the murderer could be made to bleed, is a doctrine abhorrent to God and to humanity. What justice is there in destroying the habitations and lives of a set of harmless people, because the like cruelty has been committed by a lawless army of their countrymen, upon our unoffending brethren? Your hearts may make the answer. But if they are hardened against the pleadings of humanity, let prudence show your interest in leaving those men alive, and with their means unimpaired, who will produce other harvests, if need be, to fill our scantier granaries. Thus I reason with you, and I hope many are convinced. But they who are insensible to argument must fear authority, and I declare that every man who inflicts injury on the houses, or on the persons of the quietest peasantry of this land, shall be punished as a traitor to the state. According to the different dispositions of men, this reasoning prevailed. And from the end of September, the time when Wallace first entered Northumberland, to the month of November, when, having scoured the counties of England, even to the gates of York, he returned to Scotland. Not an offence was committed which could occasion his merciful spirit regret. It was on All Saints' Day when he again approached the Esk. And so great was his spoil that his return seemed more like some vast caravan moving the merchandise of half the world, than the march of an army which had so lately passed that river, a famishing, though valorous host. The outposts of Carlaverock soon informed Maxwell the Lord Regent was in sight. At the joyful intelligence a double smoke streamed from every watch hill in Annandale. And Sir Eustace had hardly appeared on the Solway bank, to meet his triumphant chief, when the eager speed of the rough knight of Torthorald brought him there also. Wallace, as his proud charger plunged into the ford, and the heavy wagons groaned after him, was welcomed to the shore by the shouts, not only of the soldiers which had followed Maxwell and Kirkpatrick, but by the people who came in crowds to hail their preserver. The squalid hue of famine had left every face, and each smiling countenance, beaming with health, security, and gratitude, told Wallace more emphatically than 1,000 tongues, the wisdom of the means he had used to regenerate his country. Maxwell had prepared the fortress of Lochmaben, once the residence of Bruce, for the reception of the regent. And thither Wallace was conducted, in prouder triumph than ever followed the chariot wheels of Caesar. Blessings were the clarions that preceded him, and hosts of people, whom he had saved when ready to perish, were voluntary actors in his pageant. When he arrived in sight of the two capacious lochs, which spread like lucid wings on each side of the castle, he turned to Graham. "What pity," said he, "that the rightful owner of his truly regal dwelling does not act as becomes his blood. He might now be entering its gates as king, and Scotland find rest under its lawful monarch. But he prefers being a parasite in the court of a tyrant," replied Sir John, "and from such a school, Scotland would reject its king." "But he has a son," replied Wallace, "a brave and generous son. I am told by Lord Montgomery, who knew him in Guienne, that a nobler spirit does not exist. On his brows, my dear Graham, we must hope one day to see the crown." "Then only as your heir, my Lord Regent," interrupted Maxwell, "for while you live, I can answer for it that no Scot will acknowledge any other ruler." "I will first eat my own sword," cried Kirkpatrick. At this moment the portcullis of the gate was raised, and Maxwell falling back to make way for the regent, Wallace had not time to answer a sentiment, now so familiar to him by hearing it from every grateful heart, that he hardly remarked its tendency, a fact the more easily to be believed from the ambition of such reward never receiving acceptance in his well-principled mind. Ever pressing toward establishing the happiness of his country, he hastened over the splendid repast that was prepared for him. And dispensing with the ceremonials with which the zeal of Maxwell sought to display his respect for the virtues and station of his commander, he retired with Graham to write dispatches, and to apportion shares of the spoil to the necessities of the provinces. In these duties, his wakeful eye was kept open the greatest part of the night. They for whom he labored slept securely. That thought was rest to him. But they closed not their eyes without praying for the sweet repose of their benefactor. And he found it, not in sleep, but in that peace of heart which the world cannot give. Chapter 46. Lammington. Day succeeded day in the execution of these beneficial designs. When fulfilled, the royal halls of Lochmaben did not long detain him who knew no satisfaction but when going about doing good. While he was thus employed, raising with the quickness of magic, by the hands of his soldiers, the lately ruined hamlets into well-built villages, while the grey smoke curled from 1,000 russet cottages which now spotted the sides of the snow-clad hills, while all the lowlands, whithersoever he directed his steps, breathed of comfort and abundance, he felt like the father of a large family, in the midst of a happy and vast home, where every eye turned on him with reverence, every lip with gratitude. He had hardly gone the circuit of these now cheerful valleys, when an embassy from England, which had first touched at Lochmaben, overtook him at the Tower of Lammington. The ambassadors were Edmund, Earl of Arundel, a nobleman who had married the only sister of de Warenne, and Anthony Beck, Bishop of Durham. At the moment their splendid cavalcade, escorted by a party from Sir Eustace Maxwell, entered the gate of Lammington, Wallace was in the hourly expectation of Edwin, and hearing the trampling of horses, he hastened into the courtyard, attended by Gregory's grandchildren. One was in his arms, 2 others held by his plaid, and a third played with the sword he had unbuckled from his side. It was a clear frosty day, and the keenness of the air brightened the complexion of Wallace, while it deepened the roses of his infant companions. The leader of the Scottish escort immediately proclaimed to the ambassadors that this was the regent. At the sight of so uncourtly a scene the haughty prelate of Durham drew back. "This man will not understand his own interest," said he, in a disdainful whisper, to Lord Arundel. "I am inclined to think his estimation of it will be beyond ours." As the Earl made this reply, the officer of Maxwell informed Wallace of the names and errand of the illustrious strangers. At the mention of a South Ron, the elder children ran screaming into the house, leaving the youngest, who continued on the breast of Wallace. The bishop drew near. "We come, Sir William Wallace," cried the prelate, in a tone whose lordly pitch lowered when his surprised eye saw the princely dignity which shone over the countenance of the man whose domestic appearance, when descried at a distance, had excited his contempt. "We come from the King of England, with a message for your private ear. And I hope, gallant chief," joined Lord Arundel, "what we have to impart will give peace to both nations, and establish in honor the most generous as well as the bravest of enemies." Wallace bowed to the Earl's compliment. He knew by his title that he must be the brother of de Warenne, and, resigning the child into the arms of Graham, with a graceful welcome he conducted the South Ron lords into the hall. Lord Arundel, looking around, said, "Are we alone, Sir William?" "Perfectly," he replied, "and I am ready to receive any proposals for peace which the rights of Scotland will allow her to accept." The Earl drew from his bosom a gold casket, and laying it on a table before him, addressed the Regent Sir William Wallace, "I come to you, not with the denunciation of an implacable liege lord, whom a rash vassal has offended, but in the grace of the most generous of monarchs, anxious to convert a brave insurgent into the loyal friend. My lord the king having heard by letters from my brother-in-law, the Earl de Warenne, of the honourable manner with which you treated the English whom the fate of battle threw into your power, his majesty, instead of sending over from Flanders a mighty army to overwhelm this rebellious kingdom, has deputed me, even as an ambassador, to reason with the rashness he is ready to pardon. Also, with this diadem," continued the Earl, drawing a circlet of jewels from the casket, "which my brave sovereign tore from the brows of a Saracen prince, on the ramparts of Acre. He sends the assurance of his regard for the heroic virtues of his enemy. And to these jewels, he will add a more efficient crown, if Sir William Wallace will awake from this trance of false enthusiasm, and acknowledge, as he is in duty bound to do, the supremacy of England over this country." "Speak but the word, noblest of Scots," added the Earl, "and the Bishop of Durham has orders from the generous Edward immediately to anoint you King of Scotland. That done, my royal master will support you in your throne against every man who may dare and dispute your authority." At these words Wallace rose from his seat. "My lord," said he, "since I took up arms for injured Scotland, I have been used to look into the hearts of men. I therefore estimate with every due respect the compliment which this message of your king pays to my virtues. Had he thought that I deserved the confidence of Scotland, he would not have insulted me with offering a price for my allegiance. To be even a crowned vassal of King Edward is far beneath my ambition. Take back the Saracen's diadem. It shall never dishonor the brows of him who has sworn by the cross to maintain the independence of Scotland, or to lay down his life in the struggle." "Weigh well, brave sir," resumed the Earl, "the consequences of this answer. Edward will soon be in England, he will march hither himself, not at the head of such armies as you have discomfited, but with countless legions, and when he falls upon any country in indignation, the places of its cities are known no more. Better for a brave people so to perish," replied Wallace, "than to exist in dishonor. What dishonor, noble Scot, can accrue from acknowledging the supremacy of your liege lord? Or to what can the proudest ambition in Scotland extend beyond that of possessing its throne? I am not such a slave," cried Wallace, "as to prefer what men might call aggrandizement before the higher destiny of preserving to my country its birthright, independence. To be the guardian of her laws, and of the individual right of every man born on Scottish ground, is my ambition. Ill should I perform the one duty, were I to wrong the posterity of Alexander by invading their throne. And horrible would be my treason against the other, could I sell my confiding country for a name and a bauble into the grasp of a usurper." "Brand not with so unjust an epithet the munificent Edward," interrupted Lord Arundel. "Let your own noble nature be a witness of his. Put from you all the prejudice which the ill conduct of his officers have excited, and you must perceive that in accepting his terms you will best repay your country's confidence by giving it peace." "So great would be my damning sin in such an acceptance," cried Wallace, "that I should be abhorred by God and man. You talk of noble minds, Earl. Look into your own, and will it not tell you that in the moment a people bring themselves to put the command of their actions, and with that, their consciences, into the hands of a usurper, and that Edward is one in Scotland our annals and his tyrannies declare, they sell their birthright and become unworthy the name of men. In that deed they abjure the gift with which God had entrusted them, and justly, the angels of his host depart from them. You know the sacred axiom, virtue is better than life. By that we are commanded to preserve the one at the expense of the other, and we are ready to obey. Neither the threats nor the blandishments of Edward have power to shake the resolves of those who draw the sword of the Lord and of Gideon." "Rebellious man," exclaimed Beck, who had listened impatiently, and whose haughty spirit could ill brook such towering language being directed to his sovereign, "since you dare quote scripture to sanction crime, hear my embassage. To meet the possibility of this flagitious obstinacy, I came armed with the thunder of the Church, and the indignation of a justly incensed monarch. Accept his most gracious offers, delivered to you by the Earl of Arundel. Here is the cross, to receive your oath of fealty," cried he, stretching it forth, as if he thought his commands were irresistible, "but beware. Keep it with a truer faith than did the traitor Baliol, or expect the malediction of heaven, the exterminating vengeance of your liege lord." Wallace was not discomposed by this attack from the stormy prelate. "My lord of Durham," replied he with his usual tranquil air, "had your sovereign sent me such proposals as became a just king, and were possible for an honest Scot to admit, he should have found me ready to have treated him with the respect due to his rank and honor. But when he demands the sacrifice of my integrity, when he asks me to sign a deed that would again spread this renovated land with devastation, were I to consider the glozing language of his embassy as grace and nobleness, I should belie my own truth, which tramples alike on his menaces and his pretended claims. And I ask you, priest of heaven, is he a God greater than Jehovah, that I should fear him? And durst thou presume, audacious rebel," exclaimed Beck, "that the light of Israel deign, to shine on a barbarian nation in arms against a hero of the cross? Reprobate that thou art, answer to thine own condemnation. Does not the Church declare the claims of Edward to be just? And who dare gainsay her decrees? The voice of him you pretend to serve. He is no respecter of persons, he raises the poor from the dust, and by his arm the tyrant and his host are plunged into the whelming waves. Bishop, I know in whom I trust. Is the minister greater than his lord, that I should believe the word of a synod against the declared will of God? Neither anathema nor armed thousands shall make me acknowledge the supremacy of Edward. He may conquer the body, but the soul of a patriot he can never subdue. Then, cried Beck, suddenly rising, black with choler, and stretching his crosier over the head of Wallace, as the rod of Moses shed plagues, miseries, and death over the land of Egypt, I invoke the like judgments to fall on this rebellious land. On its blasphemous leader. And thus I leave it my curse. Wallace smiled as the terrific words fell from the lips of this demon in sacred guise. Lord Arundel observed him. You despise this malediction, Sir William Wallace. I thought more piety had dwelt with so much military nobleness. I should not regard the curses of a congregated world, replied Wallace, when my conscience as loudly proclaims that God is on my side. And is he not omniscient, that he should be swayed by the prejudices of men? Does he not read the heart? Is he not master of all causes? And shall I shrink when I know that I hold his commission? Shall I not regard those anathemas even as the artillery with which the adversary would drive me from my post? But did the clouds rain fire, and the earth open beneath me, I would not stir, for I know who planted me here. And as long as he wills me to stand, neither men nor devils can move me hence. Thou art incorrigible, cried Beck. I would say, firm, rejoined Arundel, overawed by the majesty of virtue, could I regard, as he does, the cause he has espoused. But, as it is, noble Wallace, continued he, I must regret your infatuation, and instead of the peace I thought to leave with you, hurl war, never-ending, extirpating war, upon the head of this devoted nation. As he spoke, he threw his lance 37 against the opposite wall, in which it stuck and stood shivering, then taking up the casket, with its splendid contents, he replaced it in his bosom. Beck had turned away in wrath from the table, and advancing with a magisterial step to the door, he threw it open, as if he thought, that longer to breathe the same air with the person he had excommunicated, would infect him with his own curses. On opening the door, a group of Scots, who waited in the antechamber, hastened forward. At the sight of the prelate they raised their bonnets, and hesitated to pass. He stood on the threshold, proudly neglectful of their respect. In the next minute, Wallace appeared with Lord Arundel. Brave knight, said the Earl, the adieus of a man, as sensible of your private worth as he regrets the errors of your public opinion, abide with you. Were Edward sensible to virtue, like his brave subjects, replied the chief, I should not fear that another drop of blood need be shed in Scotland to convince him of his present injustice. Farewell, noble Earl. The generous candour of yourself and of your brother-in-law will ever live in the remembrance of William Wallace. While he yet spoke, a youth broke from the group before them, and rushing toward the regent, threw himself with a cry of joy at his feet. My Edwin, my brother, exclaimed Wallace, and immediately raising him, clasped him in his arms. The throng of Scots who had accompanied their young leader from Stirling, now crowded about the chief, some kneeling and kissing his garments. Others ejaculating, with uplifting hands, their thanks at seeing their protector in safety, and with redoubled glory. You forgive me, my master and friend? Cried Edwin, forgetting, in the happy agitation of his mind, the presence of the English ambassadors. It was only as a master I condemned you, my brother, returned Wallace, every proof of your affection must render you dearer to me. And had it been exerted against an offender not so totally in my power, you would not have met my reprimand. But ever remember that the persons of prisoners are inviolable, for they lie on the bosom of mercy. And who that has honour would take them thence? Lord Arundel, who had lingered to observe this short but animated scene, now ventured to interrupt it. May I ask, noble Wallace, said he, if this interesting youth be the brave young Ruthven, who distinguished himself at Dumbarton, and who, de Warenne told me, incurred a severe though just sentence from you, in consequence of his attack upon one whom, as a soldier, I blush to name. It is the same, replied Wallace, the valor and fidelity of such as he are as sinews to my arms, and bring a more grateful empire to my heart than all the crowns which may be in the power of Edward to bestow. I have often seen the homage of the body, said the Earl, but here I see that of the soul, and were I a king, I should envy Sir William Wallace. This speech is that of a courtier or a traitor. Suddenly exclaimed Beck, turning with a threatening brow on Lord Arundel. Beware, Earl. For what has now been said must be repeated to the royal Edward, and he will judge whether flattery to this proud rebel be consistent with your allegiance. Every word that has been uttered in this conference I will myself deliver to King Edward, replied Lord Arundel. He shall know the man on whom he may be forced by justice to denounce the sentence of rebellion. And when the puissance of his royal arm lays this kingdom at his feet, the virtues of Sir William Wallace may then find the clemency he now contemns. Beck did not condescend to listen to the latter part of this explanation. But proceeding to the courtyard, had mounted his horse before his worthier colleague appeared from the hall. Taking a gracious leave of Sir John Graham, who attended him to the door, the Earl exclaimed, "What miracle is before me? Not the mighty mover only of this wide insurrection is in the bloom of manhood, but all his general that I have seen appear in the very morning of youth. And you conquer our veterans, by long experience, and hairs grown grey in camps and battles. Then by our morning judge what our day may be, replied Graham, and show your monarch that as surely as the night of death will in some hour close upon prince and peasant, this land shall never again be overshadowed by his darkness. Listen not to their bold treasons, cried Beck, and setting spurs to his horse, in no very clerical style he galloped out of the gates. Arundel made some courteous reply to Graham. Then, bowing to the rest of the Scottish officers who stood around, turned his steed, and followed by his escort, pursued the steps of the bishop along the snow-covered banks of the Clyde. Chapter 47. Lammington. When Wallace was left alone with Edwin, the happy youth, after expressing delight that Murray then held his headquarters in Bothwell Castle, took from his bosom 2 packets, one from Lord Mar, the other from the Countess. My dear cousin, said he, has sent you many blessings, but I could not persuade her to register even one on paper while my aunt wrote all this. Almost ever since her own recovery, Helen has confined herself to my uncle's sick chamber, now totally deserted by the fair Countess, who seems to have forgotten all duties in the adulation of the audience hall. Wallace remarked on the indisposition of Mar, and the attention of his daughter, with tenderness. And Edwin, with the unrestrained vivacity of happy friendship, proceeded sportively to describe the regal style which the Countess had affected, and the absurd group with which she had welcomed the Earls Badenoch and Athol to their native country. Indeed, continued he, I cannot guess what vain idea has taken possession of her. But when I went to Snawdoun, to receive her commands for you, I found her seated on a kind of throne, with ladies standing in her presence, and our younger chieftains thronging the gallery, as if she were the regent himself. Helen entered for a moment, but, amazed, started back, never before having witnessed the morning courts of stepmother. But Edwin did not relate to his friend all that had passed in the succeeding conference between him and his gentle cousin. Blushing for her father's wife, Helen would have retired immediately to her own apartments, but Edwin drew her into one of Lady Mar's rooms, and seating her beside him, began to speak of his anticipated meeting with Wallace. He held her hand in his. My dearest cousin, said he, will not this tender hand, which has suffered so much for our brave friend, write him one word of kind remembrance? Our queen here will send him volumes. Then he would hardly have time to attend to one of mine, replied Helen, with a smile. Besides, he requires no new assurance to convince him that Helen Mar can never cease to remember her benefactor with the most grateful thoughts. And is this all I am to say to him, Helen? All, my Edwin. What? Not one word of the life you have led since he quitted Stirling? Shall I not tell him that, when this lovely arm no longer wore the livery of its heroism in his behalf, instead of your appearing at the gay assemblies of the Countess, you remained immured within your oratory? Shall I not tell him that since the sickness of my uncle you have sat days and nights by his couch side, listening to the dispatches from the borders, subscribing, with smiles and tears, to his praises of our matchless regent? Shall I not tell him of the sweet maid who lives here the life of a nun for him? Or, must I entertain him with the pomps and vanities of my most unsaintly aunt? Helen had in vain attempted to stop him, while, with an arch glance at her mantling blushes, he half whispered these insidious questions. Ah, my sweet cousin, there is something more at the bottom of that beating heart than you will allow your faithful Edwin to peep into. Helen's heart did beat violently, both before and after this remark. But conscious, whatever might be there, of the determined purpose of her soul, she turned on him a steady look. Edwin, said she, there is nothing in my heart that you may not see. That it reveres Sir William Wallace beyond all other men, I do not deny. But class not my deep veneration with a sentiment which may be jested on. He has spoken to me the language of friendship, you know what it is to be his friend, and having tasted of heaven, I cannot stoop to earth. What pleasure can I find in pageants, what interest in the admiration of men? Is not his esteem of a value that puts to naught the homages of all else in the world? Do me then justice, my Edwin. Believe me, I am no gloomy, no sighing, recluse. I am happy with my thoughts, and thrice happy at the side of my father's couch. For there I meet the image of the most exemplary of human beings, and there I perform the duties of a child to a parent deserving all my love and honor. Ah, Helen! Helen, cried Edwin, dare I speak the wish of my heart? But you and Sir William Wallace would frown on me, and I may not. Then, never utter it, exclaimed Helen, turning pale, and trembling from head to foot, too well guessing, by the generous glow in his countenance, what would have been that wish. At this instant the door opened, and Lady Mar appeared. Both rose at her entrance. She bowed her head coldly to Helen. To Edwin she graciously extended her hand. Why, my dear nephew, did you not come into the audience hall? Edwin answered, smiling, that as he did not know the governor of Stirling's lady lived in the state of a queen, he hoped he should be excused for mistaking lords and ladies in waiting for company. And for that reason, having retired till he could bid her adieu in a less public scene. Lady Mar, with much stateliness, replied, perhaps it is necessary to remind you, Edwin, that I am more than Lord Mar's wife. I am not only heiress to the sovereignty of the Northern Isles, but, like Badenoch, am of the blood of the Scottish kings. To conceal an irrepressible laugh at this proud folly in a woman, otherwise of shrewd understanding, Edwin turned toward the window, but not before the Countess had observed the ridicule which played on his lips. Vexed, but afraid to reprimand one who might so soon resent it, by speaking of her disparagingly to Wallace, she unburdened the swelling of her anger upon the unoffending Helen. Not doubting that she felt as Edwin did, and fancying that she saw the same expression in her countenance. Lady Helen, cried she, I request an explanation of that look of derision which I now see on your face. I wish to know whether the intoxication of your vanity dare impel you to despise claims which may one day be established to your confusion. This attack surprised Helen, who, absorbed in other meditations, had scarcely heard her mother's words to Edwin. I neither deride you, Lady Mar, nor despise the claims of your kinsman, Badenoch. But since you have condescended to speak to me on the subject, I must, out of respect to yourself, and duty to my father, frankly say, that the assumption of honors not legally in your possession may excite ridicule on him. And even trouble to our cause. Provoked at the just reasoning of this reply and at being misapprehended with regard to the object with whom she hoped to share all the reflected splendors of a throne, Lady Mar answered, rather inconsiderately, your father is an old man, and has outlived every noble emulation. He neither understands my actions, nor shall he control them. Struck dumb by this unexpected declaration, Helen suffered her to proceed. And as to Lord Badenoch giving me the rank to which my birth entitled me, that is a foolish dream, I look to a greater hand. What? Inquired Edwin, with a playful bow, does my highness aunt expect my uncle to die, and that Bruce will come hither to lay the crown of Scotland at her feet? I expect nothing of Bruce, nor of your uncle, returned she, with a haughty rearing of her head, but I look for respect from the daughter of Lord Mar, and from the friend of Sir William Wallace. She rose from her chair, and presenting Edwin with a packet for Wallace, told Helen she might retire to her own room. "To my father's I will, madam," returned she. Lady Mar coloured at this reproof, and, turning to Edwin, more gently said, "You know that the dignity of his situation must be maintained, and while others attend his couch, I must his reputation." "I have often heard that fame is better than life," replied Edwin, still smiling, "and I thank Lady Mar for showing me how differently people may translate the same lesson." "Adieu, dear Helen," said he, touching her mantling cheek with his lips. "Farewell," returned she, "may good angels guard you." The substance of the latter part of this scene Edwin did relate to Wallace. He smiled at the vain follies of the Countess, and broke the seal of her letter. It was in the same style with her conversation, at one moment declaring herself his disinterested friend, in the next, uttering wild professions of never-ending attachment. She deplored the sacrifice which had been made of her, when quite a child, to the doting passion of Lord Mar, and complained of his want of sympathy with any of her feelings. Then picturing the happiness which must result from the reciprocal love of congenial hearts, she ventured to show how truly hers would unite with Wallace's. The conclusion of this strange epistle told him that the devoted gratitude of all her relations of the House of Cummin was ready, at any moment, to relinquish their claims on the crown, to place it on brows so worthy to wear it. The words of this letter were so artfully and so persuasively penned, that had not Edwin described the inebriated vanity of Lady Mar, Wallace might have believed that she was ambitious only for him, and that could she share his heart, his throne would be a secondary object. To establish this deception in his mind, she added, "I live here as at the head of a court, and fools around me think I take pleasure in it, but did they look into my actions, they would see that I serve while I seem to reign. I am working in the hearts of men for your advancement." But whether this were her real motive or not, it was the same to Wallace. He felt that she would always be, were she even free, not merely the last object in his thoughts, but the first in his aversion. Therefore, hastily running over her letter, he recurred to a second perusal of Lord Mar's. In this he found satisfactory details of the success of his dispositions. Lord Loch Awe had possessed himself of the western coast of Scotland, from the Mull of Kintyre, to the furthest mountains of Glenmore. There the victorious Lord Ruthven had met him, having completed the recovery of the Highlands, by a range of conquests from the Spey to the Murray Frith and Inverness shire. Lord Bothwell, also, as his colleague, had brought from the shore of Ross and the hills of Caithness, every Southron banner which had disgraced their embattled towers. Graham was sent for by Wallace to hear these pleasant tidings. "Ah!" cried Edwin, in triumph, "not a spot north of the Forth now remains, that does not acknowledge the supremacy of the Scottish Lion." "Nor south of it either," returned Graham. "From the Mull of Galloway to my gallant father's government on the Tweed, from the Cheviots to the Northern Ocean, all now is our own. The door is locked against England, and Scotland must prove unfaithful to herself before the sovereigns can again set feet on her borders." The more private accounts were not less gratifying to Wallace. For he found that his plans for disciplining and bringing the people into order were everywhere adopted, and that in consequence, alarm and penury had given way to peace and abundance. To witness the success of his comprehensive designs, and to settle a dispute between Lord Ruthven and the Earl of Athol, relative to the government of Perth. Lord Mar strongly urged him, since he had driven the enemy so many 100 miles into their own country, to repair immediately to the scene of controversy. "Go," added the Earl, "through the Lothians, and across the Queen's Ferry, directly into Perthshire. I would not have you come to Stirling, lest it should be supposed that you are influenced in your judgment either by myself or my wife. But I think there cannot be a question that Lord Ruthven's services to the great cause invest him with a claim which his opponent does not possess. Lord Athol has none beyond that of superior rank. But being the near relation of my wife, I believe she is anxious for his elevation. Therefore come not near us, if you would avoid female importunity, and spare me the pain of hearing what I must condemn." Wallace now recollected a passage in Lady Mar's letter which, though not speaking out, insinuated how she expected he would decide. She said, "As your interest is mine, my noble friend, all that belongs to me is yours. My kindred are not withheld in the gift my devoted heart bestows on you. Use them as your own, make them bulwarks around your power, the creatures of your will, the instruments of your benevolence, the defenders of your rights. Well pleased to avoid another rencounter with this lady's love and ambition, Wallace sent off the substance of these dispatches to Murray. And next morning, taking a tender leave of the venerable Gregory and his family, with Edwin and Sir John Graham, he set off for the Frith of Forth. Chapter 48. Loch Awe. It was on the eve of St. Nicholas that the boat which contained Wallace drew near to the coast of Fife. A little of the right towered the tremendous precipice of Kinghorn. Behold, Edwin, said he, the cause of all our woe. From those horrible cliffs fell the best of kings, the good Alexander. My father accompanied him in that fatal ride, and was one of the unhappy group who had the evil hap to find his mangled body among the rocks below. I have heard, observed Graham, that the sage of Ercildown prophesied this dreadful calamity to Scotland. He did prognosticate, replied Wallace, that on the 18th of April, a storm should burst over this land which would lay the country in ruins. Fear seized the farmers, but his prophecy regarded a nobler object than their harvests. The day came, rose unclouded, and continued perfectly serene. Lord March, to whom the seer had presaged the event, at noon reproached him with the unlikeliness of its completion. But even at the moment he was ridiculing the sage, a man on a foaming steed arrived at the gate, with tidings that the king had accidentally fallen from the precipice of Kinghorn, and was killed. This, said the Lord of Ercildown, is the scathing wind and dreadful tempest which shall long blow calamity and trouble on the realm of Scotland. And surely his words have been verified, for still the storm rages around our borders, and will not cease, I fear, till the present dragon of England be laid as low as our noble lion was by that mysterious blast. 38. The like discourse held the friends till they landed at Rosyth Castle, where they lodged for the night. And next morning recommencing their journey at daybreak, they crossed the Lowmans under a wintry sun, and entered Perth in the midst of a snowstorm. The regent's arrival soon spread throughout the province, and the hall of the castle was speedily crowded with chieftains, come to pay their respects to their benefactor. While an army of grateful peasantry from the hills filled the suburbs of the town, begging for one glance only of their beloved lord. To oblige them, Wallace mounted his horse, and between the lords Ruthven and Athol, with his bonnet off, rode from the castle to the populous-covered plain, which lay to the west of the city. He gratified their affectionate eagerness by this condescension, and received in return the sincere homage of 1,000 grateful hearts. The snow-topped Grampians echoed with the proud acclamations of our deliverer, our prince, the champion of Scotland, the glorious William Wallace. And the shores of the Tay resounded with similar rejoicings at sight of him who made the Scottish seamen lords of the northern ocean. Ruthven beheld this eloquence of nature with sympathetic feelings. His just sense of the unequalled merits of the regent had long internally acknowledged him as his sovereign, and he smiled with approbation at every breathing amongst the people which intimated what would at last be their general shout. Wallace had proved himself not only a warrior but a legislator. In the midst of war he had planted the fruits of peace, and now the olive and the vine waved abundant on every hill. Different were the thoughts of the gloomy Athol as he rode by the side of the regent. Could he by a look have blasted those valiant arms, have palsied that youthful head, whose judgment shamed the hoariest temples, gladly would he have made Scotland the sacrifice so that he might never again find himself in the triumphant train of one whom he deemed a boy and an upstart. Thus did he muse, and thus did envy open a way into his soul for those demons to enter which were so soon to possess it with the fellest designs. The issue of Ruthven's claims did not lessen Lord Athol's hatred of the regent. Wallace simply stated the case to him, only changing the situations of the opponents. He supposed Athol to be in the place of Ruthven and then asked the frowning earl if Ruthven had demanded a government which Athol had bravely won and nobly secured, whether he should deem it just to be sentenced to relinquish it into the hands of his rival. By this question he was forced to decide against himself. But while Wallace generously hoped that, by having made him his own judge, he had found an expedient both to soften the pain of disappointment and to lessen the humiliation of defeat. He had only redoubled the hatred of Athol, who thought he had thus been cajoled out of even the privilege of complaint. He, however, affected to be reconciled to the issue of the affair, and, taking a friendly leave of the regent, retired to Blair. And there, amongst the numerous fortresses which owned his power, amongst the stupendous strongholds of nature, the cloud-invested mountains and the labyrinthine winding of his lochs and streams, he determined to pass his days and nights in devising the sure fall of this proud usurper. For so the bitterness of an envy he durst not yet breathe to any impelled him internally to designate the unpretending Wallace. Meanwhile, the unconscious object of this hatred, oppressed by the overwhelming crowds constantly assembling at Perth to do him homage, retired to Hunting Tower, a castle of Lord Ruthven's, at some distance from the town. Secluded from the throng, he there arranged, with the chiefs of several clans, matters of consequence to the internal repose of the country. But receiving applications for similar regulations from the counties further north, he decided on going thither himself. Severe as the weather was at that season, he bade adieu to the warm hospitalities of Hunting Tower, and, accompanied by Graham and his young friend Edwin, with a small but faithful train he commenced a journey which he intended should comprehend the circuit of the Highlands. With the chieftain of almost every castle in his progress he passed a day, and according to the interest which the situation of the surrounding peasantry created in his mind he lengthened his sojourn. Everywhere he was welcomed with enthusiasm, and his glad eye beheld the festivities of Christmas with a delight which recalled past emotions, till they wrung his heart. The last day of the old year he spent with Lord Loch Awe, in Kitchern Castle. And after a bounteous feast, in which lord and vassal joined, sat up the night to hail the coming in of the new season. Wallace had passed that hour, 12 months ago, alone with his Marion. They sat together in the window of the eastern tower of Ellerslie, and while he listened to the cheerful lilts to which their servants were dancing, the hand of his lovely bride was clasped in his. Marion smiled and talked of the happiness which should await them in the year to come. "Ay, my beloved," answered he, "more than thy beauteous self will then fill these happy arms. Thy babe, my wife, will then hand at thy bosom, to bless with a parent's joys thy grateful husband." That time was now come round, and where was Marion, cold in the grave? Where that smiling babe? A murderer's steel had reached it ere it saw the light. Wallace groaned at these recollections, he struck his hand forcibly on his bursting heart, and fled from the room. The noise of the harps, the laughing of the dancers, prevented his emotions from being observed. And rushing far from the joyous tumult, till its sounds died in the breeze, or were only brought to his ear by fitful gusts, he speeded along the margin of the lake, as if he would have flown even from himself. But memory, racking memory, followed him. Throwing himself on a bank, over which the ice hung in pointed masses, he felt not the roughness of the ground, for all within him was disturbed and at war. "Why," cried he, "oh! Why was I selected for this cruel sacrifice? Why was this heart, to whom the acclaim of multitudes could bring no selfish joy, why was it to be bereft of all that ever made it beat with transport? Companion of my days, partner of my soul! My lost, lost Marion! And are thine eyes forever closed on me? Shall I never more clasp that hand which ever thrilled my frame with every sense of rapture? Gone, gone forever, and I am alone." Long and agonizing was the pause which succeeded to this fearful tempest of feeling. In that hour of grief, renewed in all its former violence, he forgot country, friends, and all on earth. The recollection of his fame was mockery to him. For where was she to whom the sound of his praises would have given so much joy? "Ah," said he, "it was indeed happiness to be brightened in those eyes. When the gratitude of our poor retainers met thine ear, how didst thou lay thy soft cheek to mine, and shoot its gentle warmth into my heart?" At that moment he turned his face on the gelid bank. Starting with wild horror, he exclaimed, "Is it now so cold? My Marion, my murdered wife," and, rushing from the spot, he again hastened along the margin of the loch. But there he still heard the distant sound of the pipes from the castle. He could not bear their gay notes, and, darting up the hill which overhung Loch Awe's domain, he ascended, with swift and reckless steps, the rocky sides of Ben Cruachan. Full of distracting thoughts, and impelled by a wild despair, he hurried from steep to steep, and was rapidly descending the western side of the mountain, regardless of the piercing sleet. When his course was suddenly checked by coming with a violent shock against another human being, who, running as hastily through the storm, had driven impetuously against Wallace. But, being the weaker of the two, was struck to the ground. The accident rallied the scattered senses of the chief. He now felt that he was out in the midst of a furious winter tempest, had wandered he knew not whither, and probably had materially injured some poor traveller by his intemperate motion. He raised the fallen man, and asked whether he were hurt. The traveller, perceiving by the kind tone of the inquirer that no harm had been intended, answered, "Not much, only a little lamed, and all the recompense I ask for this unlucky upset is to give me a helping hand to my father's cot, it is just by. I have been out at a neighbour's to dance in the new year with a bonny lass, who, however, may not thank you for my broken shins." As the honest lad went on telling his tale, with a great many particulars dear to his simple wishes, Wallace helped him along, and carefully conducting him through the gathering snow, descended the declivity which led to the shepherd's cottage. When within a few yards of it, Wallace heard the sound of singing, but it was not the gay carolling of mirth, the solemn chant of more serious music mingled with the roaring blast. "I am not too late yet," cried the communicative lad. "I should not have run so fast had I not wanted to get home in time enough to make one in the New Year's hymn." They had now arrived at the little door, and the youth, without the ceremony of knocking, opened the latch. As he did so, he turned and said to his companion, "We have no occasion for bolts, since the brave Lord Wallace has cleared the country of our Southron robbers." He pushed the door as he spoke, and displayed to the eyes of the chief a venerable old man on his knees before a crucifix. Around him knelt a family of young people and an aged dame, all joining in the sacred thanksgiving. The youth, without a word, dropped on his knees near the door, and making a sign to his companion to do the same, Wallace obeyed. And as the anthems rose in succession on the ear, to which the low breathings of the lightly touched harp echoed its heavenly strains, he felt the tumult of his bosom gradually subside. And when the venerable sire laid down the instrument and clasped his hands in prayer, the natural pathos of his invocations, and the grateful devotions with which the young people gave their response, all tended to tranquilize his mind into a holy calm. At the termination of the concluding prayer, how sweet were the emotions of Wallace when he heard these words, uttered with augmented fervour by the aged petitioner. "While we thus thank thee, O gracious God, for the mercies bestowed upon us, we humbly implore thee to hold in thine almighty protection him by whose arm thou hast wrought the deliverance of Scotland. Let our preserver be saved from his sins by the blood of Christ. Let our benefactor be blessed in mind, body, and estate, and all prosper with him that he takes in hand. May the good he has dispensed to his country be returned fourfold into his bosom. And may he live to see a race of his own reaping the harvest of his virtues, and adding fresh honours to the stalwart name of Wallace." Every mouth echoed a fervent amen to this prayer, and Wallace himself inwardly breathed, "And have I not, even now, sinned, all gracious God? In the distraction of this night's remembrance, I mourned, I would not be comforted. But in thy mercy thou hast led me hither to see the happy fruits of my labours, and I am resigned and thankful." The sacred rites over, two girls ran to the other side of the room, and between them brought forward a rough table covered with dishes and bread, while the mother, taking off a large pot, emptied its smoking contents into the different vessels. Meanwhile the young man, introducing the stranger to his father, related the accident of the meeting, and the good old shepherd, bidding him a hearty welcome, desired him to draw near the fire and partake of their New Year's breakfast. "We need the fire, I assure you," cried the lad, "for we are dripping." Wallace now advanced from the shadowed part of the room, where he had knelt, and drawing toward the light, certainly displayed to his host the truth of his son's observation. He had left the castle without his bonnet, and hurrying on regardless of the whelming storm, his hair became saturated with wet, and now streamed in water over his shoulders. The good old wife, seeing the stranger's situation was worse than her son, snatched away the bottle out of which he was swallowing a heavy cordial, and poured it over the exposed head of her guest. Then ordering one of her daughters to rub it dry, she took off his plaid, and wringing it, hung it to the fire. During these various operations, for the whole family seemed eager to show their hospitality, the old man discovered, not so much by the costliness of his garments as by the noble mien and gentle manners of the stranger, that he was some chieftain from the castle. "Your honour," said he, "must pardon the uncourtliness of our ways, but we give you the best we have, and the worthy Lord Loch Awe cannot do more." Wallace gave smiling answers to all their remarks, and offers of service. He partook of their broth, praised the good wife's cakes, and sat discoursing with the family with all the gaiety and frankness of one of themselves. His unreserved manners opened every heart around him, and with confidential freedom the venerable shepherd related his domestic history, dwelling particularly on the projected marriages of his children, which he said, should now take place, since the good Sir William Wallace had brought peace to the land. Wallace gratified the worthy father, he appearing to take an interest in all his narratives, and then allowing the happy spirits of the young people to break in upon these graver discussions, he smiled with them, or looked serious with the garrulous matron, who turned the discourse to tales of other times. He listened with complacency to every legend of witch, fairy, and ghost, and his enlightened remarks sometimes pointed out natural causes for the extraordinary appearances she described. Or, at better, attested and less equivocal accounts of supernatural apparitions. He acknowledged that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in philosophy. Morning dawned before the tranquilized, nay, happy Wallace, happy in the cheerful innocence of the scene, discovered that the night was past. As the grey light gleamed through the wooden shutters he arose. "My friends, I must leave you," said he. "There are those not far off who may be alarmed at my disappearance, for none knew when I walked abroad, and unwittingly I have been charmed all these hours to remain, enjoying the happiness of your circle, forgetful of the anxiety I have perhaps occasioned in my own." The old man declared his intention of seeing him over the hill. Wallace declined giving him that trouble, saying that as it was daylight, and the snow had ceased, he could easily retrace his steps to the castle. "No, no," returned the shepherd. "And besides," said he, "as I hear the good Lord Regent is keeping the new year with our noble Earl, who knows but I may get a glimpse of his noble countenance, and that will be a sight to tell of till I die. God's blessing on his sweet face," cried the old woman, "but I would give all the yarn in my muckle chest to catch one look of his lucky eye. I warrant you, witch nor fairy could never harm me more." "Ah, father," cried the eldest of the girls, blushing, "if you go near enough to him. Do you know, Madgie Grant told me, if I could but get even the least bit of Sir William Wallace's hair, and give it to Donald Cameron to wear in a true lover's know on his breast, no Southron will be able to do him harm as long as he lives." "And do you believe it would protect your lover, my pretty Jeanie?" inquired Wallace, with a sweet smile. "Surely," she replied, "for Madgie is a wise woman, and has the second sight." "Well, then," returned he, "you shall be gratified. For, though I must for once contradict the testimony of a wise woman, and tell you that nothing can render a man absolutely safe but the protection of heaven, yet, if a hair from the head of Sir William Wallace would please you, and a glance from his eye gratify your mother, both shall be satisfied," and lifting up the old woman's shears, which lay on a working stool before him, he cut off a golden lock from the middle of his head and put it into the hand of Jeanie. At this action, which was performed with such noble grace that not one of the family now doubted who had been their guest, the good dame fell on her knees, and Jeanie, with a cry of joy, putting the beautiful lock into her bosom, followed the example, and in a woman all were clinging around him. The old man grasped his hand. "Bravest of men," cried he, "the Lord has indeed blessed this house, since he has honoured it with the presence of the deliverer of Scotland. My prayers, and the benedictions of all good men, friend or foe, must ever follow your footsteps." Tears of pleasure started into the eyes of Wallace. He raised the family one by one from the ground, and putting his purse into the hand of the dame, "There, my kind hostess," said he, let that fill the chests of your daughters on their bridal day. They must receive it as a brother's portion to his sisters, for it is with fraternal affection that William Wallace regards the sons and daughters of Scotland. The happy sobs of the old woman stopped the expressions of her gratitude, but her son, fearing his freedom of the night before might have offended, stood abashed at a distance. Wallace stretched out his hand to him. "My good Archibald," cried he, "do not hold back from one who will always be your friend. I shall send from the castle this day sufficient to fill your bridal coffers also." Archibald now petitioned to be allowed to follow him in his army. "No, my brave youth," replied the chief, "Lord Loch Awe will lead you forth, whenever there is occasion, and, meanwhile, your duty is to imitate the domestic duties of your worthy father. Make the neighboring valley smile with the fruits of your industry, and raise a family to bless you, as you now bless him." Wallace, having wrapped himself in his plaid, now withdrew amidst the benedictions of the whole group. And swiftly recrossing the mountain heights, was soon on the western brow of Ben Cruachan. In 10 minutes afterward he entered the hall of Kilchyn Castle. A few servants only were astir, the rest of the family were still asleep. About an hour after their friend's departure, the Earl and Graham had missed him, but supposing that, whithersoever he was gone, he would soon return, they made no inquiries. And when the tempest began, on Edwin expressing his anxiety to know where he was, one of the servants said he was gone to his chamber. This answer satisfied every one, and they continued to enjoy the festal scene until the Countess of Loch Awe made the signal for repose. Next morning, when the family met at the breakfast board, they were not a little surprised to hear Wallace recount the adventure of the night. And while Loch Awe promised every kindness to the shepherd, and a messenger was dispatched with a purse to Archibald, Edwin learned from the Earl's servant that his reason for supposing the regent was gone to his room arose from the sight of his bonnet in the outer hall. Wallace was glad that such an evidence had prevented his friends being alarmed, and retiring with Lord Loch Awe, with his usual equanimity of mind resumed the graver errand of his tour. The hospitable rites of the season being over, in the course of a few days the Earl accompanied his illustrious guest to make the circuit of Argyllshire. At Castle Urquhart they parted. And Wallace, proceeding with his two friends, performed his legislative visits from sea to sea. Having traversed with perfect satisfaction the whole of the northern part of the kingdom, he returned to Hunting Tower on the very morning that a messenger had reached it from Murray. That vigilant chieftain informed the regent of King Edward's arrival from Flanders, and that he was preparing a large army to march into Scotland. "We must meet him," cried Wallace, "on his own shores. And so let the horrors attending the seat of war full on the country whose king would bring desolation to ours." Chapter 49. Stanmore. The gathering word was dispatched from chief to chief, to call the clans of the Highlands to meet their regent by a certain day in Clydesdale. Wallace himself set forward to summon the strength of the Lowlands. But at Kinclaven Castle, on the coast of Fife, he was surprised with another embassy from Edward, a herald, accompanied by that Sir Hugh le Despencer who had conducted himself so insolently on his first embrassage. On his entering the chamber where the regent sat with the chiefs who had accompanied him from Perthshire, the two English men walked forward, but before the herald could pay the customary respects, le Despencer advanced to Wallace. And to the price of a little mind, elated at being empowered to insult with impunity, he broke forth, "Sir William Wallace, the contumely with which the ambassadors of Prince Edward were treated, is so resented by the King of England, that he invests his own majesty in my person to tell you, that your treasons have filled up their measure. That now, in the plenitude of his continental victories, he descends upon Scotland, to annihilate this rebellious nation, and dash." "Stop, Sir Hugh le Despencer," cried the herald, touching him with his sceptre. "Whatever may be the denunciations with which our sovereign has entrusted you, you must allow me to perform my duty before you declare them. And thus I utter the gracious message with which his majesty has honored my mouth." He then addressed Wallace. And in the king's name, accusing him of rebellion, and of unfair and cruel devastations made in Scotland and in England, promised him pardon for all if he would immediately disband his followers and acknowledge his offense. Wallace motioned with his hand for his friends to keep silence, for he perceived that 2 or 3 of the most violent were ready to break forth in fierce defiance of King Edward, and being obeyed. He calmly replied to the herald, "When we were desolate, your king came to us as a comforter, and he put us in chains. While he was absent, I invaded his country as an open enemy. I rifled your barns, but it was to feed a people whom his robberies had left to perish. I marched through your lands, I made your soldiers fly before me. But what spot in all your shores have I made black with the smoke of ruin? I leave the people of Northumberland to judge between me and your monarch. And that he never shall be mine or Scotland's, with God's blessing on the right, our deeds shall further prove." "Vain and ruinous determination," exclaimed Le Despencer. "King Edward comes against you, with an army that will reach from sea to sea. Wherever the hoofs of his war-horse strike, their grass never grows again. The sword and the fire shall make a desert of this devoted land. And your arrogant head, proud Scot, shall bleed upon the scaffold. He shall first see my fires, and meet my sword in his own fields," returned Wallace. "And if God continues my life, I will keep my Easter in England, in despite of King Edward, and of all who bear armour in his country." As he spoke he rose from his chair, and bowing his head to the herald, the Scottish marshals conducted the ambassadors from his presence. Le Despencer twice attempted to speak, but the marshals would not allow him. They said that the business of the embassy was now over, and should he presume further to insult their regent, the privilege of his official character should not protect him from the wrath of the Scots. Intimidated by the frowning brows and nervous arms of all around, he held his peace, and the doors were shut on him. Wallace foresaw the heavy tempest to Scotland threatened by these repeated embassies. He perceived that Edward, by sending overtures which he knew could not be accepted, by making a show of pacific intentions, meant to throw the blame of the continuation of hostilities upon the Scots. And so overcome the reluctance of his more equitable nobility, to further persecute a people whom he had made suffer so unjustly. The same insidious policy was likewise meant to change the aspect of the Scottish cause in the eyes of Philip of France, who had lately sent congratulations to the regent, on the victory of Cambuskenneth. And by that means deprive him of a powerful ally and zealous negotiator for an honourable peace. To prevent this last injury, Wallace dispatched a quick-sailing vessel with Sir Alexander Ramsay, to inform King Philip of the particulars of Edward's proposals, and of the consequent continued warfare. On the 28th of February, Sir William Wallace joined Lord Andrew Murray, on Bothwell Moor, where he had the happiness of seeing his brave friend again lord of the domains he had so lately lost in the Scottish cause. Wallace did not visit the castle. At such a crisis, he forbore to unnerve his mind, by awakening the griefs which lay slumbering at the bottom of his heart. Halbert came from his convent once more to look upon the face of his beloved master. The meeting cost Wallace many agonizing pangs, but he smiled on his faithful servant. He pressed the venerable form in his manly arms, and promised him news of his life and safety. "May I die," cried the old man, "ere I hear it is otherwise. But youth is no warrant for life, the vigour of those arms cannot always assure themselves of victory, and should you fall, where would be our country?" "With a better than I," returned the chief, "in the arms of God. He will fight for Scotland when Wallace is laid low." Halbert wept. But the trumpet sounded for the field. He blessed his lord, and they parted forever. A strong force from the Highlands joined the troops from Stirling. And Wallace had the satisfaction of seeing before him 30,000 well-appointed men eager for the fight. With all Scotland pressing on his heart, his eye lingered for a moment on the distant towers of Bothwell. But not delaying a moment, he placed himself at the head of his legions, and set forth through a country now budding with all the charms of the cultivation he had spread over it. In the midst of a fine glen of renovated corn fields, he was met by a courier from Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, with information that the Northumbrians, being apprised of King Edward's approach, were assembling in immense bodies. And having crossed the debatable land in the night, had driven Sir Eustace Maxwell, with great loss, into Carlaverock, and though harassed by Kirkpatrick himself, were ravaging the country as far as Dumfries. The letter of the brave knight added, these Southron thieves blow the name of Edward before them, and with its sound have spellbound the courage of every soul I meet. Come then, valiant Wallace, and conjure it down again, else I shall not be surprised if the men of Annandale bind me hand and foot, and deliver me up to Algernon Percy, the leader of this inroad, to purchase mercy to their cowardice. Wallace made no reply to this message, and proclaiming to his men that the enemy were in Dumfriesshire, every foot was put to the speed, and in a short time they arrived on the ridgy summits of the eastern mountains of Clydesdale. His troops halted for rest near the village of Biggar, and it being night, he ascended to the top of the highest crag, and lighted a fire, whose far-streaming light he hoped would send the news of his approach to Annandale. The air being calm and clear, the signal rose in such a long pyramid of flame, that distant shouts of rejoicing were heard breaking the deep silence of the hour. A moment after 100 answering beacons burned along the horizon. Torthrold saw the propitious blaze, he showed it to his terrified followers. "Behold that hill of fire," cried he, and ceased to despair. "Wallace comes," was their response, "and we will do or die." 39. Day broke upon Wallace as he crossed the heights of Drumlorrig, and pouring his thousands over the almost deserted valleys of Annandale, like a torrent he swept the invaders back upon their steps. He took young Percy prisoner, and leaving him shut up in Lochmaben, drove his flying vassals far beyond the borders. Annandale again free, he went into its various quarters, and summoning the people, who now crept from their caves and woods, to shelter under his shield, he reproved them for their cowardice. And showed them, that unless every man possesses a courage equal to his general, he must expect to fall under the yoke of the enemy. "Faith in a leader is good," said he. "But not such a faith as leaves him to act, without yourselves rendering that assistance to your own preservation, which heaven itself commands. When absent from you in person, I left my spirit with you in the brave knights of Carlaverock and Torthrold, and yet you fled. Had I been here, and you done the same, the like must have been the consequence. What think you is in my arm, that I should alone stem your enemies? The expectation is extravagant and false. I am but the head of the battle, you are the aims, if you shrink, I fall, and the cause is ruined. You follow my call to the field, you fight valiantly, and I win the day. Respect then yourselves, and believe that you are the sinews, the nerves, the strength of Sir William Wallace." Some looked manfully up at this exhortation. But most hung their heads in remembered shame, while he continued, "Dishonor not your fathers and your trust in God by relying on any one human arm, or doubting that from heaven. Be confident that while the standard of true liberty is before you, you fight under God's banner. See how I in that faith drove these conquering Northumbrians before me like fright roes. You might, and must do the same, or the sword of Wallace is drawn in vain. Partake my spirit, brethren of Annandale, fight as stoutly over my grave as by my side, or before the year expires you will again be the slaves of Edward." Such language, while it covered the fugitives with confusion of face, awoke emulation in all to efface with honorable deeds the memory of their disgrace. With augmented forces he therefore marched into Cumberland. And having drawn up his array between a river and a high ground, which he covered with archers, he stood prepared to meet the approach of King Edward. But Edward did not appear till late in the next day. And then the Scots descried his legions advancing from the horizon to pitch their vanguard on the plain of Stanmore. Wallace knew that for the first time he was now going to pit his soldiership against that of the greatest general in Christendom. But he did not shrink from measuring him arm to arm and mind to mind, for the assurance of his cause was in both. His present aim was to draw the English toward the Scottish lines, where, at certain distances, he had dug deep pits. And having covered them lightly with twigs and loose grass, left them as traps for the Southron cavalry, for in cavalry, he was told by his spies, would consist the chief strength of Edward's army. The waste in which Wallace had laid the adjoining counties, rendered the provisioning of so large a host difficult. And besides, as it was composed of a mixed multitude from every land on which the King of England had set his invading foot, harmony could not be expected to continue amongst its leaders. Delay was therefore an advantage to the Scottish regent. And observing that his enemy held back, as if he wished to draw him from his position, he determined not to stir, although he might seem to be struck with awe of so great an adversary. To this end he offered him peace, hoping either to obtain what he asked, which he did not deem probable, or, by filling Edward with an idea of his fear, urge him to precipitate himself forward. To avoid the danger of a prolonged sojourn in so barren a country, and to take Wallace, as he might think, in his panic. Instructing his heralds what to say, he sent them on to Roycross, near which the tent of the King of England was pitched. Supposing that his enemy was now at his feet, and ready to beg the terms he had before objected, Edward admitted the ambassadors, and bade them deliver their message. Without further parley the herald spoke. Thus saith Sir William Wallace. Were it not that the kings and nobles of the realm of Scotland have ever asked redress of injuries before they sought revenge, you King of England, an invader of our country, should not now behold orators in your camp, persuading concord. But an army in battle array, advancing to the onset. Our Lord Regent being of the ancient opinion of his renowned predecessors, that the greatest victories are never of such advantage to a conqueror as an honorable and bloodless peace, sends to offer this peace to you at the price of restitution. The lives you have rifled from us you cannot restore, but the noble Lord Douglas, whom you now unjustly detain a prisoner, we demand. And that you retract those claims on our monarchy, which never had existence till ambition begot them on the basest treachery. Grant these just requisitions, and we lay down our arms. But continue to deny them, and our nations is ready to rise to a man, and with heart and hand avenge the injuries we have sustained. You have wasted our lands, burned our towns, and imprisoned our nobility. Without consideration of age or condition, women, children, and feeble old men have unresisting fallen by your sword. And why was all this? Did our confidence in your honor offend you, that you put our chieftains in durance, and deprived our yeomanry of their lives? Did the benedictions with which our prelates hailed you as the arbitrator between our princes, raise your ire, that you burned their churches, and slew them on the altars? These, O King, were thy deeds, and for these William Wallace is in arms. But yield us the peace we ask, withdraw from our quarters, relinquish your unjust pretensions, and we shall once more consider Edward of England as the kinsman of Alexander III, and his subjects the friends and allies of our realm. Not in the least moved by this address, Edward contemptuously answered, intoxicated by a transitory success, your leader is vain enough to suppose that he can discomfort the King of England, as he has done his unworthy officers. By fierce and insolent words. But we are not so weak as to be overthrown by a breath, nor so base as to bear argument from a rebel. I come to claim my own, to assert my supremacy over Scotland. And it shall acknowledge its liege lord, or be left a desert, without a living creature to say, this was a kingdom. Depart, this is my answer to you, your leader shall receive his at the point of my lance. Wallace, who did not expect a more favorable reply, ere his ambassadors returned had marshalled his lines for the onset. Lord Bothwell, with Murray, his valiant son, took the lead on the left wing. Sir Eustace Maxwell and Kirkpatrick commanded on the right. Graham, in whose quick observation and promptitude to bring it to effect, Wallace placed the first confidence, held the reserve behind the woods. And the regent himself, with Edwin and his brave standard-bearer, occupied the centre. Having heard the report of his messengers, he repeated to his troops the lines. He exhorted them to remember that on that day the eyes of all Scotland would be upon them. They were the first of their country who had gone forth to meet the tyrant in a pitched battle, and in proportion to the danger they confronted, would be their meed of glory. But it is not for renown merely that you are called upon to fight this day, said he, your rights, your homes are at stake. You have no hope of security for your lives but in an unswerving determination to keep the field, and let the world see how much more might lies in the arms of a few contending for their country and hereditary liberties, than in hosts which seek for blood and spoil. Slavery and freedom lie before you. Shrink but one backward step, and yourselves are in bondage, your wives become the prey of violence. Be firm, trust him who blesses the righteous cause, and victory will crown your arms. Though affecting to despise his young opponent, Edward was too good a general really to condemn an enemy who had so often proved himself worthy of respect. And therefore, by declaring his determination to put all the Scottish chieftains to death, and to transfer their estates to his conquering officers, he stimulated their avarice, as well as love of fame, and with every passion in arms. They pushed to the combat. Wallace stood unmoved. Not a bow was drawn till the impetuous squadrons, in full charge toward the flanks of the Scots, fell into the pits. Then it was that the Highland archers on the hill launched their arrows. The plunging horses were instantly overwhelmed by others who could not be checked in their career. New showers of darts rained upon them, and, sticking into their flesh, made them rear and roll upon their riders. While others, who were wounded, but had escaped the pits, flew back in rage of pain upon the advancing infantry. A confusion ensued, so perilous, that the king thought it necessary to precipitate himself forward, and in person attack the main body of his adversary, which yet stood inactive. Giving the spur to his charger, he ordered his troops to press on over the struggling heaps before them, and being obeyed, with much difficulty and great loss, he passed the first range of pits, but a second and wider awaited him. And there, seeing his men sink into them by squadrons, he beheld the whole army of Wallace close in upon them. Terrific was now the havoc. The very numbers of the Southrons, and the mixed discipline of their army, proved its bane. In the tumult they hardly understood the orders which were given. And some mistaking them, acted so contrary to the intended movements, that Edward, galloping from one end of the field to the other, appeared like a frantic man, regardless of every personal danger. So that he could but fix others to front the same tempest of death with himself. His officers trembled at every step he took, for fear that some of the secret pits should engulf him. However, the unshrinking courage of their monarch rallied a part of the distracted army, which, with all the force of desperation, he drove against the centre of the Scots. But at this juncture, the reserve under Graham, having turned the royal position, charged him in the rear. And the archers redoubling their discharge of artillery, the Flanderkins, who were in the van of Edward, suddenly giving way with cries of terror, the amazed king found himself obliged to retreat, or run the risk of being taken. He gave a signal, the first of the kind he had ever sounded in his life, and drawing his English troops around him, after much hard fighting, fell back in tolerable order beyond the confines of his camp. The Scots were eager to pursue him, but Wallace checked the motion. "Let us not hunt the lion till he stand at bay," cried he. "He will retire far enough from the Scottish borders, without our leaving this vantage ground to drive him." What Wallace said came to pass. Soon no vestige of a Southron soldier, but the dead which strewed the road, was to be seen from side to side of the wide horizon. The royal camp was immediately seized by the triumphant Scots. And the tent of King Edward, with its costly furniture, was sent to Stirling as a trophy of the victory. Chapter 50. Stirling. Many chieftains from the north had come to Stirling, to be near intelligence from the borders. They were aware that this meeting between Wallace and Edward must be the crisis of their fate. The few who remained in the citadel, of those who had borne the brunt of the opening of this glorious revolution for their country, were full of sanguine expectations. They had seen the prowess of their leader, they had shared the glory of his destiny, and they feared not that Edward would deprive him of one ray. But they who, at their utmost wilds of Highlands, had only heard his fame. Though they had afterwards seen him amongst themselves, transforming the mountain savage into a civilized man and disciplined soldier, though they had felt the effects of his military successes. Yet they doubted how his fortunes might stand the shock of Edward's happy star. The lords whom he had released from the Southron prisons were all of the same apprehensive opinion. For they knew what numbers Edward could bring against the Scottish power, and how hitherto unrivalled was his skill in the field. Now, thought Lord Badenoch, will this brave Scot find the difference between fighting with the officers of a king and a king himself, contending for what he determines shall be a part of his dominions. Full of this idea, and resolving never to fall into the hands of Edward again, for the conduct of Wallace had made the Earl ashamed of his long submission to the usurpation of rights to which he had a claim. He kept a vessel in readiness at the mouth of the Forth, to take him, as soon as the news of the regent's defeat should arrive, far from the sad consequences, to a quiet asylum in France. The meditations of Athol, Buchan, and March, were of a different tendency. It was their design, on the earliest intimation of such intelligence, to set forth, and be the first to throw themselves at the feet of Edward, and acknowledge him their sovereign. Thus, with various projects in their heads, which none but the three last breathed to each other, were several hundred expecting chiefs assembled round the Earl of Mar. When Edwin Ruthven, glowing with all the effulgence of his general's glory, and his own, rushed into the hall, and throwing the royal standard of England on the ground, exclaimed, "There lies the supremacy of King Edward." Every man started to his feet. "You do not mean," cried Athol, "that King Edward has been beaten?" "He has been beaten, and driven off the field," returned Edwin. "These dispatches," added he, laying them on the table before his uncle, "will relate every particular. A hard battle our regent fought, for our enemies were numberless, but 1,000 good angels were his allies, and Edward himself fled. I saw the king, after he had thrice rallied his troops and brought them to the charge, at last turn and fly. It was at that moment I wounded his standard-bearer, and seized this dragon. Thou art worthy of thy general, brave Ruthven," cried Badenoch to Edwin. "James," added he, addressing his eldest son, who had just arrived from France, "what is left to us to show ourselves also of Scottish blood? Heaven has given him all." Lord Mar, who had stood in speechless gratitude, opened the dispatches, and finding a circumstantial narrative of the battle, with accounts of the previous embassies, he read them aloud. Their contents excited a variety of emotions. When the nobles heard that Edward had offered Wallace the crown, when they found that by vanquishing that powerful monarch, he had subdued even the soul of the man who had hitherto held them all in awe. Though in the same breath, they read that their regent had refused royalty, and was now, as a servant of the people, preparing to strengthen their borders, yet the most extravagant suspicions awoke in almost every breast. The eagle flight of his glory, seemed to have raised him so far above their heads, so beyond their power to restrain or to elevate him, that an envy, dark as Erebus, a jealousy which at once annihilated every grateful sentiment, every personal regard, passed like electricity from heart to heart. The eye, turning from one to the other, explained what no lip dared utter. A dead silence reigned, while the demon of hatred was taking possession of almost every beast. And none but the Lords Mar, Badenoch, and Loch Awe escaped the black contagion. When the meeting broke up, Lord Mar placed himself at the head of the officers of the garrison, and with a herald holding the banner of Edward beneath the colours of Scotland, rode forth to proclaim to the country the decisive victory of its regent. Badenoch and Loch Awe left the hall, to hasten with the tidings to Snawdoun. The rest of the chiefs dispersed. But as if actuated by one spirit, they were seen wandering about the outskirts of the town, where they soon drew together in groups, and whispered among themselves these and similar statements: he refused the crown offered to him in the field by the people. He rejected it from Edward, because he would reign uncontrolled. He will now seize it as a conqueror, and we shall have an upstart's foot upon our necks. If we are to be slaves, let us have a tyrant of our own choosing. As the trumpets before Lord Mar blew the loud acclaim of triumph, Athol said to Buchan, "Cousin, that is but the forerunner of what we shall hear to announce the usurpation of this Wallace. And shall we sit tamely by, and have our birthright wrested from us by a man of yesterday? No. If the race of Alexander be not to occupy the throne, let us not hesitate between the monarch of a mighty nation and a low-born tyrant, between him who will at least gild our chains with chivalric honours, and an upstart, whose domination must be as stern as debasing." Murmurings such as these, passing from chief to chief, descended to the minor chieftains, who held lands in fee of those more sovereign lords. Petty interests extinguished gratitude for general benefits. And by secret meetings, at the heads of which were Athol, Buchan, and March, a conspiracy was formed to overset the power of Wallace. They were to invite Edward once more to take possession of the kingdom. And meanwhile, to accomplish this with certainty, each chief was to assume a preeminent zeal for the regent. March was to persuade Wallace to send him to Dunbar as governor of the Lothians, to hold the refractory Soulis in check. And to divide the public cares of Lord Dundaff, who, indeed, found Berwick a sufficient charge for his age and comparative inactivity. Then, cried the false Cospatrick, 40, when I am fixed at Dunbar, Edward may come round from Newcastle to that port, and, by your management, he must march unmolested to Stirling, and seize the usurper on his throne. Such suggestions met with full approval from these dark incendiaries, and as their meetings were usually held at night, they walked forth in the day with cheerful countenances, and joined the general rejoicing. They feared to hint even a word of their intentions to Lord Badenoch. For, on Buchan having expressed some discontent to him, at the homage that was paid to a man so much their inferior, his answer was, had we acted worthy of our birth, Sir William Wallace never could have had the opportunity to rise upon our disgrace. But as it is, we must submit, or bow to treachery instead of virtue. This reply determined them to keep their proceedings secret from him, and also from Lady Mar. For both Lord Buchan and Lord Athol had, at different times, listened to the fond dreams of her love and ambition. They had flattered her with entering into her designs. Athol gloomily affected acquiescence, that he might render himself master of all that was in her mind, and, perhaps, in that of her lover, for he did not doubt that Wallace was as guilty as her wishes would have made him. And Buchan, ever ready to yield to the persuasions of woman, was not likely to refuse, when his fair cousin promised to reward him with all the pleasures of the gayest court in Europe. For, indeed, both lords had conceived, from the evident failing state of her veteran husband, in consequence of the unhealing condition of one of his wounds, that it might not be long before this visionary game would be thrown into her hands. Thus were they situated, when the news of Wallace's decisive victory, distancing all their means to raise him who was now at the pinnacle of power, determined the dubious to become at once his mortal enemies. Lord Badenoch had listened with a different temper to the first breathings of Lady Mar on her favourite subject. He told her, if the nation chose to make their benefactor king, he should not oppose it. Because he thought that none of the blood royal deserved to wear the crown which they had all consented to hold in fee of Edward, yet he would never promote by intrigue an election which must rob his own posterity of their inheritance. But when she gave hints of her becoming one day the wife of Wallace, he turned on her with a frown. Cousin, said he, beware how you allow so guilty an idea to take possession of your heart. It is the parent of dishonor and death. And did I think that Sir William Wallace were capable of sharing your wishes, I would be the first to abandon his standard. But I believe him too virtuous to look on a married woman with the eyes of passion. And that he holds the houses of Mar and Cummin in too high a respect to breathe an illicit sigh in the ear of my kinswoman. Despairing of making the impression she desired on the mind of this severe relative, Lady Mar spoke to him no more on the subject. And Lord Badenoch, ignorant that she had imparted her criminal project to his brother and cousin, believed that his reproof had performed her cure. Thus flattering himself, he made no hesitations to be the first who should go to Snawdoun, to communicate to her the brilliant dispatches of the regent, and to declare the freedom of Scotland to be now almost secured. He and Lord Loch Awe set forth. But they had been some time preceded by Edwin. The moment the countess heard the name of her nephew announced, she made a sign for her ladies to withdraw, and starting forward at his entrance, "Speak," cried she. "Tell me, Edwin, is the regent still a conqueror?" "Where are my mother and Helen," replied he, "to share my tidings?" "Then they are good," exclaimed Lady Mar, with one of her bewitching smiles. "Ah! You sly one, like your chief, you know your power." "And like him I exercise it," replied he, gaily. "Therefore, to keep your ladyship no longer in suspense, here is a letter from the regent himself." He presented it as he spoke, and she, catching it from him, turned round, and pressing it rapturously to her lips, it being the first she had ever received from him, eagerly ran over its brief contents. While reperusing it, for she could not tear her eyes from the beloved characters, Lady Ruthven and Helen entered the room. The former hastened forward, the latter trembled as she moved, for she did not yet know the information which her cousin brought. But the first glance of his face told her all was safe, and as he broke from his mother's embrace, to clasp Helen in his arms, she fell upon his neck, and, with a shower of tears, whispered, "Wallace lives. Is well. As you would wish him," re-whispered he, and with Edward at his feet. "Thank God, thank God." While she spoke, Lady Ruthven exclaimed, "But how is our regent? Speak, Edwin. How is the delight of all hearts?" "Still the Lord of Scotland," answered he, "the invincible dictator of her enemies. The puissant Edward has acknowledged the power of Sir William Wallace, and after being beaten on the plain of Stanmore, is now making the best of his way toward his own capital." Lady Mar again and again pressed the cold letter of Wallace to her burning bosom. "The regent does not mention these matters in his letter to me," said she, casting an exulting glance over the glowing face of Helen. But Helen did not notice it. She was listening to Edwin, who, with joyous animation, related every particular that had befallen Wallace from the time of his rejoining him to that very moment. The Countess heard all with complacency, till he mentioned the issue of the conference with Edward's first ambassadors. "Fool," exclaimed she to herself, "to throw away the golden opportunity, that may never return." Not observing her disturbance, Edwin went on with his narrative, every word of which spread the eloquent countenance of Helen with admiration and joy. Since her heroic heart had wrung from it all selfish wishes with regard to Wallace, she allowed herself to openly rejoice in his success, and to look up unabashed when the resplendent glories of his character were brought before her. None but Edwin made her feel her exclusion from her soul's only home, by dwelling on his gentle virtues, by portraying the exquisite tenderness of his nature, which seemed to enfold the objects of his love in his heart of hearts. When Helen thought on these discourses she would sigh, but it was a sigh of resignation, and she loved to meditate on the words which Edwin had carelessly spoken, that she made herself a nun for Wallace. "And so I will," said she to herself. And that resolution stills every wild emotion. "All is innocence in heaven, Wallace. You will there read my soul, and love me as a sister." In such a frame of mind did she listen to the relation of Edwin. Did her animated eye welcome the entrance of Badenoch and Loch Awe, and their enthusiastic encomiums on the lord of her heart. Then sounded the trumpet, and the herald's voice in the streets proclaimed the victory of the regent. Lady Mar rushed to the window, as if there she would see himself. Lady Ruthven followed, and as the acclamations of the people echoed through the air, Helen pressed the precious cross of Wallace to her bosom and hastily left the room to enjoy the rapture of her thoughts in the blessed retirement of her own oratory. In the course of a few days, after the promulgation of all this happy intelligence, it was announced that the regent was on his return to Stirling. Lady Mar was not so inebriated with her vain hopes as to forget that Helen might traverse the dearest of them, should she again present herself to its object. She therefore hastened to her when the time of his expected arrival drew near. And putting on all the matron, affected to give her the counsel of a mother. As all the noble families around Stirling would assemble to hail the victor's return, the Countess said, she came to advise her, in consideration of what had passed in the chapel before the regent's departure, not to submit herself to the observation of so many eyes. Not suspecting the occult devices which worked in her stepmother's heart, Helen meekly acquiesced, with the reply, "I shall obey." But she inwardly thought, "I, who know the heroism of his soul, need not pageants nor acclamations of the multitude to tell me what he is. He is already too bring for my senses to support, and with his image pressing on my heart, it is mercy to let me shrink from his glorious presence." The "obey" was sufficient for Lady Mar. She had gained her point. For though she did not seriously think, what she had affected to believe, that anything more had passed between Wallace and Helen than what they had openly declared, yet she could not but discern the harmony of their minds. And she feared that frequent intercourse might draw such sympathy to something dearer. She had understanding to perceive his virtues, but they found no answering qualities in her breast. The matchless beauty of his person, the penetrating tenderness of his manner, the splendor of his fame, the magnitude of his power, all united to set her impassioned and ambitious soul in a blaze. Each opposing duty seemed only a vapor through which she could easily pass to the goal of her desire. Hence art of every kind appeared to her to be no more than a means of acquiring the object most valuable to her in life. Education had not given her any principle by which she might have checked the headlong impulse of her now aroused passions. Brought up as a worshipped object, in the little court of her parents, at Kirkwall, in the Orkneys, her father the Earl of Strathern, in Scotland, and her mother being a princess of Norway, whose dowry brought him the sovereignty of those isles. Their daughter never knew any law but her own will, from her doting mother. And on the fearful loss of that mother, in a marine excursion of pleasure, by an accident oversetting the boat she was in, the bereaved daughter fell into such a despair, on her first pang of grief of any kind, that her similarly distracted father, whose little dominions happened then to be menaced by a descent of the Danes, sought a safe and cheering home for his only child, at the interesting age of 17, by sending her oversea to the protecting care of his long affianced friend, the Earl of Mar, and to his lovely countess, then an only 3 years' wife with one infant daughter. Though fond of admiration, the young Joanna of Orkney had held herself at too high a price, to bestow a thought on the crowd of rough sons of the Surge, chiefs of the surrounding isles, who owned her father as lord, who daily adulated her charms with all the costliest trophies from their ocean spoils. She trod past them, and by all the female beauties in her isle, with the step of an undisputed right to receive, and to despise. But when she crossed to the mainland, and found herself by the side of a woman almost as young as herself, and equally beautiful, though of a different mould, soft and retreating, while hers commanded and compelled. And that the husband of that woman, whose tender adoration hovered over her with a perpetual eye. That he, though of comparative veteran years, was handsomer than any man she had ever seen, and fraught with every noble grace to delight the female heart. She felt what she had never done before, that she had met a rival and an object worthy to subdue. What Joanna began in mere excited vanity, jealous pride, and ambition of conquest, ended in a fatal attachment to the husband of her innocent and too confiding protectress. And he, alas! Betrayed, first by her insidious wiles, and then by her overpowering and apparently restrainless demonstrations of devoted love, was so far won from the propriety of his noble heart, as to regard with a grateful admiration, as well as a manly pity, the beautiful victim of a passion he had so unwittingly raised. In the midst of these scenes, too often acted for his peace, though not for his honor and fidelity to his marriage vow, his beloved Isabella, the wife of his bosom, and till then the joy of his life, died in the pangs of a premature confinement, breathing her last sigh in the birth of a daughter. Scarcely was the countess consigned to her bed of earth, and even in the hour after the last duties were paid to her, whose closed tomb seemed to have left unto him his house desolate, when the heart-desperate Joanna rushed into the weeping husband's presence, fearful of being now restrainingly reclaimed by her father, who had, only a short while before, intimated his intention to relieve his friends of a guardianship they had so partially fulfilled, and to send a vessel for his daughter, to bring her back to Kirkwall, there to be united in marriage to the brave native chieftain, whose singular prowess had preserved the island from a Danish yoke. Dreading this event, even while her siren tears mingled with those of the widowed Mar, she wrought on him, by lavish protestations of a devoted love for his 2 infant orphans, Helen, then a child of hardly 2 years, and the poor babe whose existence had just cost its mother her life, also of a never-dying dedication of herself to that mother's memory, and to the tenderest consolations of his own mourning spirit. She wrought upon him to rescue her from her now threatened abhorrent fate, even to give her his vow, to wed her himself. In the weakness of an almost prostrated mind, under the load of conflicting anguish which then lay upon him, for now feeling his own culpable infirmity, in having suffered this dangerously flattering preference of him to have ever showed itself to him, without his having done his positive duty, by sending her home at once to her proper protector, in a sudden self-immolating agony of self-blame, he assented to her heart-wringing supplication, that as soon as propriety would permit, she should become his wife. The Earl of Strathern arrived himself within the week, to condole with his friend, and to take back his daughter. But the scene he met, changed his ultimate purpose. Joanna declared, that were she to be carried away to marry any man save that friend, whose protection, during the last 6 months, had been to her as that of all relatives in one, she should expire on the threshold of Castle Braemar. For she never would cross it alive. And as the melancholy widower, but grateful lover, verified his vow to her, by repeating it to her father, within 4 months from that day, the Earl of Mar rejoined the Lady Joanna at Kirkwall, and brought her away as his bride. But to avoid exciting any invidious remarks, by immediately appearing in Scotland after such prompt nuptials, the new countess, wary in her triumph, easily persuaded her husband to take her for a while to France. Where, assuming a cold and majestic demeanour, which she thought becoming her royal descent, she resided several years. Thus changed, she returned to Scotland. She found the suspicion of any former indiscretion faded from all minds, and passing her time in the stately hospitalities of her lord's castles, conducted herself with a matronly dignity that made him the envy of all the married chieftains in his neighbourhood. Soon after her arrival at Kildrummy on the River Dee, her then most favourite residence, she took the Lady Helen, the supplanted Isabella's firstborn daughter, from her grandfather at Thirlestance, where both children had been left on the departure of their father and his bride for France. Though hardly past the period of absolute childhood, the Lord Soulis at this time offered the young heiress of Mar his hand. The Countess had then no interest in wishing the union. Having not yet any children of her own, to make her jealous for their father's love, she permitted her daughter-in-law to decide as she pleased. A second time he presented himself, and Lady Mar, still indifferent, allowed Helen a second time to refuse him. Years flew over the heads of the ill-joined pair. But while they whitened the raven locks of the Earl, and withered his manly brow, the beauty of his Countess blew into fuller luxuriance. Yet it was her mirror aloe that told her she was fairer than all the ladies around, for none durst invade the serene decorum of her manners, with so light a whisper. Such was her state, when she first heard of the rise of Sir William Wallace, and when she thought that her husband might not only lose his life, but risk the forfeiture of his family honours, by joining him. For her own sake and for her children's, having recently become the mother of twins, she had then determined, if it were necessary, to make the outlawed chief a sacrifice. To this end, she became willing to bribe Soulis' participation, by the hand of Helen. She knew that her daughter-in-law abhorred his character, but love, indifference, or hatred, she now thought of little consequence in a marriage which brought sufficient antidotes in rank and wealth. She had never felt what real love was, and her personal vanity being no longer agitated by the raptures of a frantic rivalry, she now lived tranquilly with Lord March. What then was her astonishment, what the wild distraction of her heart, when she first beheld Sir William Wallace, and found in her breast for him, all which, in the moment of the most unreflecting intoxication, she had ever felt for her lord. With the addition of feelings and sentiments, the existence of which she had never believed, but now knew in all their force. Love for the first time penetrated through every nerve of her body, and possessed her whole mind. Taught a theory of virtue by her husband, she was startled at wishes which militated against his honor, but no principles being grounded in her mind, they soon disappeared before the furious charge of his passions. And after a short struggle she surrendered herself to the lawless power of a guilty and ambitious love. Wishes, hopes, and designs, which 2 years before, she would have shuddered at, as not only sinful but derogatory to female delicacy, she now embraced with ardor, and naught seemed dreadful to her but disappointment. The prolonged life of Lord Mar cost her many tears, for the master passions of her nature, which she had laid asleep on her marriage with the Earl, broke out with redoubled violence at the sight of Wallace. His was the most perfect of manly forms, and she loved, he was great, and her ambition blazed into an unextinguishable flame. These two strong passions, meeting in a breast weakened by the besetting sin of her youth, their rule was absolute, and neither virtue, honor, nor humanity could stand before them. Her husband was abhorred, her infant son forgotten, and nothing but Wallace and a crown could find a place in her thoughts. Chapter 51. Stirling and Snawdoun. The few chieftains who had remained on their estates during the suspense before the battle, from a belief that if the issue proved unfavourable they should be safest amongst their native glens. now came with numerous trains to greet the return of their victorious regent. The ladies brought forth their most splendid apparel, and the houses of Stirling were hung with tapestry to hail with due respect the benefactor of the land. At last the hour arrived when a messenger, whom Lord Mar had sent out for the purpose, returned on full speed with information that the regent was passing the Carron. At these tidings the animated old earl called out his retinue, mounted his coal-black steed, and ordered a sumptuous charger to be caparisoned with housings wrought in gold by the hands of Lady Mar and her ladies. The horse was intended to meet Wallace and to bring him into the city. Edwin led it forward. In the rear of the Earls Mar and Badenoch came all the chieftains of the country, in gallant array. Their ladies, on splendid palfreys, followed the superb car of the Countess of Mar, and, preceding the multitudes of Stirling, left the town a desert. Not a living being seemed now within its walls except the Southron prisoners, who had assembled on the top of the citadel to view the return of their conqueror. Helen remained in Snawdoun, believing that she was the only soul left in that vast palace. She sat musing on the extraordinary fate of Wallace, a few months ago a despised outlaw, at this moment the idol of the nation. And then turned to herself, the wooed of many a gallant heart, and now devoted to one, whom, like the sun, she must ever contemplate with admiration, while he should pass on above her sphere, unconscious of the devotion which filled her soul. The distant murmur of the populace thronging out of the streets toward the Carse, gradually subsided, and at last she was left in profound silence. He must be near, thought she, he whose smile is more precious to me than the adulation of all the world besides, now smiles upon every one. All look upon him, all hear him, but I, ah, Wallace, did Marion love thee dearer? As her devoted heart demanded this question, her tender and delicate soul shrunk within herself, and deeply blushing, she hid her face in her hands. A pause of a few minutes, and a sound as if the skies were rent, tore the air. A noise, like the distant roar of the sea, succeeded, and soon after, the shouts of an approaching multitude shook the palace to its foundations. Helen started on her feet, the tumult of voices augmented. The sound of coming squadrons thundered over the ground. At this instant every bell in the city began its peals, and the door of Helen's room suddenly opened. Lady Ruthven hurried in. "Helen," cried she, "I would not disturb you before. But as you were to be absent, I would not make one in Lady Mar's train, and I come to enjoy with you the return of our beloved regent." Helen did not speak, but her eloquent countenance amply told her aunt what were the emotions of her heart. And Lady Ruthven, taking her hand, attempted to draw her toward an oriel window which opened to a view of the High Street, but Helen, shrinking from the movement, begged to be excused. "I hear enough," said she, "my dear aunt. Sights like these overcome me, let me remain where I am." Lady Ruthven was going to remonstrate, when the loud huzzas of the people and soldiers, accompanied by acclamations of "Long live victorious Wallace, our Prince and King," struck Helen back into her seat, and Lady Ruthven, darting toward the window, cried aloud, "He comes, Helen, he comes. His bonnet off his noble brow. Oh! How princely does he look, and now he bows. Ah, they shower flowers upon him from the houses on each side of the street, how sweetly he smiles and bows to the ladies as they lean from their windows. Come, Helen, come, if you would see the perfection of majesty and modesty united in one." Helen did not move, but Lady Ruthven, stretching out her arm, in a moment had drawn her within view of Wallace. She saw him attended as a conqueror and a king, but with the eyes of a benefactor and a brother he looked on all around. The very memory of war seemed to vanish before his presence, for all there was love and gentleness. Helen drew a quick sigh, and closing her eyes, dropped against the arras. She now heard the buzz of many voices, the rolling peal of acclamations, but she distinguished nothing, her senses were in tumults, and had not Lady Ruthven seen her disorder, she would have fallen motionless to the floor. The good matron was not so forgetful of the feelings of a virtuous youthful heart, not to have discovered something of what was passing in that of her niece. From the moment in which she had suspected that Wallace had made a serious impression there, she dropped all trifling with his name. And now that she saw the distressing effects of that impression, with revulsed feelings she took the fainting Helen in her arms, and laying her on a couch, by the aid of volatiles restored her to recollection. Seeing she recovered, she made no observation on this emotion, and Helen leaned her head and wept upon the bosom of her aunt. Lady Ruthven's tears silently mingled with hers. But she said within herself, Wallace cannot be always insensible to so much excellence. As the acclaiming populace passed the palace on their way to the citadel, whither they were escorting their regent, Helen remained quiet in her leaning position. But when the noise died away into hoarse murmurs, she raised her head, and glancing on the tear-bathed face of her affectionate aunt, said, with a forced smile, "My more than mother, fear me not. I am grateful to Sir William Wallace. I venerate him as the sovereigns do their St. George, but I need not your tender pity." As she spoke, her beautiful lip quivered, but her voice was steady. "My sweetest Helen," replied Lady Ruthven, "how can I pity her for whom I hope everything?" "Hope nothing for me," returned Helen, understanding by her looks what her tongue had left unsaid, "but to see me a vestal here, and a saint in heaven." "What can my Helen mean?" replied Lady Ruthven. "Who would talk of being a vestal with such a heart in view as that of the Regent of Scotland? And that it will be yours, does not his eloquent gratitude declare?" "No, my aunt," answered Helen, casting down her eyes. "Gratitude is eloquent where love would be silent. I am not so sacrilegious as to wish that Sir William Wallace should transfer that heart to me, which the blood of Marion forever purchased. No. Should these people compel him to be their king, I will retire to some monastery, and forever devote myself to God and to prayers for my country." The holy composure which spread over the countenance and figure of Helen, as she uttered this, seemed to extend itself to the before eager mind of Lady Ruthven. She pressed her tenderly in her arms, and kissing her, gentlest of human beings, cried she, "Whatever be thy lot, it must be happy." "Whatever it be," answered Helen, "I know that there is an almighty reason for it, I shall understand it in the world to come, and I cheerfully acquiesce in this." "Oh! That the ears of Wallace could hear thee," cried Lady Ruthven. "They will, some time, my gracious aunt," answered she, with an angelic smile. "When? Where, dearest?" asked Lady Ruthven, hoping that she began to have fairer anticipations for herself. Helen answered not, but pointing to the sky, rose from her seat with an air as if she were really going to ascend to those regions which seemed best fitted to receive her pure spirit. Lady Ruthven gazed on her in speechless admiration. And without a word, or an impeding motion, felt Helen softly kiss her hand, and with another seraphic smile, glide gently from her into her closet, and close the door. Far different were the emotions which agitated the bosoms of every person present at the entry of Sir William Wallace. All but himself regarded it as the triumph of the King of Scotland. And while some of the nobles exulted in their future monarch, the major part felt the demon of envy so possess their souls, that they who, before his arrival, were ready to worship his name, now looked on the empire to which he seemed born on the hearts of the people, with a rancorous jealousy, which from that moment vowed his humiliation, or the fall of Scotland. The very tongues which in general acclaim, called loudest, "Long live our King," belonged to those who, in the secret recesses of their souls, swore to work his ruin, and to make these full-blown honors the means of his destruction. He had in vain tried to check what his moderate desires deemed the extravagant gratitude of the people. But finding his efforts only excited still louder demonstrations of their love, and knowing himself immovable in his resolution to remain a subject of the crown, he rode on composedly toward the citadel. Those ladies who had not retired from the cavalcade to hail their regent a second time from their windows, preceded him in Lady Mar's train to the hall, where she had caused a sumptuous feast to be spread to greet his arrival. 2 seats were placed under a canopy of cloth of gold, at the head of the board. The Countess stood there in all the splendor of her ideal rank, and would have seated Wallace in the royal chair on her right hand, but he drew back. "I am only a guest in this citadel," returned he, "and it would ill become me to take the place of the master of the banquet." As he spoke, he looked on Lord Mar, who, understanding the language of his eyes, which never said the thing he would not, without a word took the kingly seat, and so disappointed the countess. By this refusal she still found herself as no more than the governor of Stirling's wife, when she had hoped a compliance with her cunning arrangement would have hinted to all that she was to be the future queen of their acknowledged sovereign. They knew Wallace, saw his unshaken resolution in this apparently slight action. But others who read his design in their own ambition, translated it differently, and deemed it only an artful rejection of the appendages of royalty, to excite the impatience of the people to crown him in reality. As the ladies took their seats at the board, Edwin, who stood by the chair of his beloved lord, whispered, "Our Helen is not here." Lady Mar overheard the name of Helen, but she could not distinguish Wallace's reply. And fearing that some second assignation of more happy termination than that of the chapel might be designed, she determined that if Edwin were to be the bearer of a secret correspondence between the man she loved and the daughter she hated, to deprive them speedily of so ready an assistant. Chapter 52. Banks of the Forth. In the collected council of the following day, the Earl of Mar made his treacherous request. And Wallace, trusting his vehement oaths of fidelity, because he thought the versatile Earl had now discovered his true interest, granted him charge of the Lothians. The Lords Athol and Buchan were not backward in offering their services to the regent, and the rest of the discontented nobles, following the base example, with equal deceit bade him command their lives and fortunes. While asseverations of loyalty filled the walls of the council hall, and the lauding rejoicings of the people still sounded from without, all spoke of security and confidence to Wallace. And never, perhaps, did he think himself so absolute in the heart of Scotland as at the very moment when 3/4 of its nobility were plotting his destruction. Lord Loch Awe knew his own influence in the minds of the bravest chieftains. From the extent of his territories and his tried valour, he might well have assumed the title of his great ancestor, and been called King of Woody Morven, but he was content with a patriarch's sway over so many valiant clans. And previous to the regent's appearance in the council hall he opened his intentions to the assembled lords. Some assented with real satisfaction, the rest readily acquiesced in what they had laid so sure a plan to circumvent. Wallace soon after entered. Loch Awe rising, stood forth before him. And, in a long and persuasive speech, once more declared the wishes of the nation that he would strike the decisive blow on the pretensions of Edward, by himself accepting the crown. The Bishop of Dunkeld, with all the eloquence of learning and the most animated devotion to the interest of Scotland, seconded the petition. Mar and Bothwell enforced it. The disaffected lords thought proper to throw in their conjurations also. And every voice but that of Badenoch poured forth fervent entreaties that he, their liberator, would grant the supplication of the nation. Wallace rose, and every tongue was mute. My gratitude to Scotland increases with my life. But my answer must still be the same, I cannot be its king. At these words the venerable Loch Awe threw himself on his knees before him. In my person, cried he, see Scotland at your feet. Still bleeding with the effects of former struggles for empire, she would throw off all claims but those of virtue, and receive as her anointed sovereign, her father and deliverer. She has no more arguments to utter, these are her prayers, and thus I offer them. Kneel not to me, brave Loch Awe, cried Wallace, nor believe the might of these victories lies so thoroughly on this arm that I dare outrage its maker. Were I to comply with your wishes, I should disobey him who has hitherto made me his happy agent, and how could I guard my kingdom from his vengeance? Your rightful king yet lives. He is an alien from his country, but heaven may return him to your prayers. Meanwhile, as his representative, as your soldier and protector, I shall be blessed in wearing out my life. My ancestors were ever faithful to the blood of Alexander, and in the same fidelity I will die. The firmness with which he spoke, and the determined expression of his noble countenance, convinced Loch Awe that he was not to be shaken. And rising from his knee, he bowed in silence. March whispered to Buchan, behold the hypocrite. But we shall unmask him. He thinks to blind us to his towering ambition, by this affected moderation. He will not be called a king. Because, with our own crown certain limitations are laid on the prerogative. But he will be our regent, that he may be our dictator, and every day demand gratitude for voluntary services, which, performed as a king, could only be considered as his duty. When the council broke up, these sentiments were actively disseminated among the disaffected throng, and each gloomy recess in the woods murmured with seditious meetings. But every lip in the country at large breathed the name of Wallace, as they would have done a god's, while the land that he had blessed, bloomed on every hill and valley like a garden. Stirling now exhibited a constant carnival. Peace was in every heart, and joy its companion. As Wallace had commanded in the field, he decided in the judgment hall. And while all his behests were obeyed with a promptitude which kept the machine of state constantly moving in the most beautiful order, his bitterest enemies could not but secretly acknowledge the perfection they were determined to destroy. His munificent hand stretched itself far and near, that all who had shared the sufferings of Scotland might drink largely of her prosperity. The good abbot of Scone was invited from his hermitage. And when he heard from the ambassadors sent to him, that the brave young warrior whom he had entertained was the resistless Wallace, he no longer thought of the distant and supine Bruce, but centered every wish for his country in the authority of her deliverer. A few days brought him to Stirling, and wishing to remain near the most constant residence of his noble friend, he requested that, instead of being restored to Scone, he might be installed in the vacant monastery of Cambuskenneth. Wallace gladly acquiesced, and the venerable abbot being told that his late charge, the Lady Helen, was in the palace, went to visit her. And as he communicated his exultation and happiness, she rejoiced in the benedictions which his grateful spirit invoked on the head of her almost worshipped sovereign. Her heart gave him his title, which she believed the not-to-be-repressed affection of the people would at last force him to accept. The wives and families of the Lanark veterans were brought from Loch Awe, and again planted in their native valleys. Thus, naught in the kingdom appeared different from its most prosperous days, but the widowed heart of the dispenser of all this good. And yet, so fully did he engage himself in the creation of these benefits, that no time seemed left to him for regrets, but they haunted him like persecuting spirits, invisible to all but himself. During the performance of these things, the Countess of Mar, though apparently lost to all other pursuits than the peaceable enjoyment of her reflected dignities, was absorbed in the one great object of her passion. Eager to be rid of so dangerous a spy and adversary as she deemed Edwin to be, she was laboring day and night to effect by clandestine schemes his banishment, when an unforeseen circumstance carried him far away. Lord Ruthven, while on an embassy to the Hebrides, fell ill. As his disorder was attended with extreme danger, he sent for his wife. And Edwin, impelled by love for his father, and anxiety to suit the terrified suspense of his mother, readily left the side of his friend, to accompany her to the Isles. Lady Mar had now no scrutinizing eye to fear. Her nephew Murray was still on duty in Clydesdale. The Earl, her husband, trusted her too implicitly even to turn on her a suspicious look, and Helen, she contrived, should be as little in her presence as possible. Busy, then, as this lady was, the enemies of the regent were not less active in the prosecution of their plans. The Earl of Mar had arrived at Dunbar, and having dispatched his treasonable proposals to Edward, had received letters from that monarch by sea, accepting his services, and promising every reward that could satisfy his ambition, and the cupidity of those whom he could draw over to his cause. The wary king then told the Earl, that if he would send his wife and family to London, as hostages for his faith, he was ready to bring a mighty army to Dunbar, and, by that gate, once more enter Scotland. These negotiations backward and forward from London to Dunbar, and from Dunbar to the treacherous lords at Stirling, occupied much time. And the more, as great precaution was necessary to escape the vigilant eyes of Wallace, which seemed to be present in every part of the kingdom at once. So careful was he, in overlooking, by his well-chosen officers, civil and military, every transaction, that the slightest dereliction from the straight order of things was immediately seen and examined into. Many of these trusty magistrates having been placed in the Lothians, before March took the government, he could not now remove them without exciting suspicion. And therefore, as they remained, great circumspection was used to elude their watchfulness. From the time that Edward had again entered into terms with the Scottish chiefs, Lord March sent regular tidings to Lord Soulis of the progress of their negotiations. He knew that noblemen would gladly welcome the recall of the King of England. For ever since the revolution in favour of Scotland, he had remained obstinately shut up within his castle of Hermitage. Chagrin at having lost Helen was not the least of his mortifications. And the wounds he had received from the invisible hand which had released her, having been given with all the might of the valiant arm which directed the blow, were not even now healed, his passions kept them still inflamed. And their smart made his vengeance burn the fiercer against Wallace, who he now learned was the mysterious agent of her rescue. While treason secretly prepared to spring its mine beneath the feet of the regent, he, unsuspicious that any could be discontented where all were free and prosperous, thought of no enemy to the tranquil fulfillment of his duties but the minor persecutions of Lady March. No day escaped without bringing him letters, either to invite him to Snawdoun or to lead her to the citadel, where he resided. In every one of these epistles she declared that it was no longer the wildness of passion which impelled her to seek his society, but the moderated regard of a friend. And though perfectly aware of all that was behind these asseverations, for she had deceived him once into a belief of this pleas, and had made him feel its falseness, he found himself forced at times, out of the civility due to her sex, to comply with her invitations. Indeed, her conduct never gave him reason to hold her in any higher respect, for whenever they happened to be left alone, she made pretensions. The frequency of these scenes at last made him never go to Snawdoun unaccompanied, for she rarely allowed him to have even a glimpse of Helen, and by this precaution he avoided much of her solicitations. But, strange to say, even at the time that this conduct, by driving her to despair, might have excited her to some desperate act, her wayward heart threw the blame of his coldness upon her trammels with Lord Mar. And flattering herself that were he dead, all would happen as she wished, she panted for that hour with an impatience which often tempted her to precipitate the event. Things were in this situation when Wallace, one night, received a hasty summons from his pillow by a page of Lord Mar's, requesting him to immediately repair to his chamber. Concluding that something alarming must have happened, he threw on his brigandine and plaid, and entered the apartments of the governor. Mar met him with a countenance, the herald of a dreadful matter. "What has happened?" inquired Wallace. "Treason," answered Mar, "but from what point I cannot guess. My daughter has braved a dark and lonely walk from Snawdoun, to bring the proofs." While speaking he led the chief into the room where Helen sat, like some fairy spectre of the night. Her long hair, disordered by the winds of a nocturnal storm, mingling with the grey folds of the mantle which enveloped her. Wallace hastened forward, she now no longer flitted away, scared from his approach by the frowning glances of her stepmother. He had once attempted to express his grateful regrets for what she had suffered in her lovely person for his sake, but the Countess had then interrupted him, and Helen disappeared. Now he beheld her in a presence, where he could declare all his gratitude without subjecting its gentle object to one harsh word in consequence, and almost forgetting his errand to the governor, and the tidings he had just heard. He remembered only the manner in which she had shielded his life with her arms, and he bent his knee respectfully before her as she rose to his approach. Blushing and silent, she extended her hand to him to rise. He pressed it warmly. "Sweet Excellence," said he, "I am happy in this opportunity, however gained, to again pour out my acknowledgments to you. And though I have been denied that pleasure until now, yet the memory of your generous interest in the friend of your father, is one of the most cherished sentiments of my heart. It is my happiness, as well as my duty, Sir William Wallace," replied she, "to regard you and my country as one, and that, I hope, will excuse the, perhaps, rash action of this night." As she spoke, he rose and looked at Lord Mar for explanation. The Earl held a roll of vellum toward him. "This writing," said he, "was found this evening by my daughter. She was enjoying with my wife and other ladies a moonlight walk on the shores of the Forth behind the palace, when, having strayed at some distance from her friends, she saw this packet lying in the path before her, as if it had just been dropped. It bore no direction, she therefore opened it, and part of the contents soon told her she must conceal the whole, till she could reveal them to me. Not even to my wife did she entrust the dangerous secret, nor would she run any risk by sending it by a messenger. As soon as the family were gone to rest, she wrapped herself in her plaid and finding a passage through one of the low embrasures of Snawdoun, with a fleet step made her way to the citadel and to me. She gave me the packet. Read it, my friend, and judge if we do not owe ourselves to heaven for so critical a discovery. Wallace took the scroll, and read as follows. Our trusty fellows will bring you this, and deliver copies of the same to the rest. We shall be with you in 24 hours after it arrives. The army of our liege lord is now in the Lothians, passing through them under the appellation of succours for the regent from the Hebrides. Keep all safe, and neither himself nor any of his adherents shall have a head on their shoulders by this day week. Neither superscription, name, nor date, was to this letter, but Wallace immediately knew the handwriting to be that of Lord March. Then we must have traitors, even within these walls, exclaimed Mar, none but the most powerful chiefs would the proud Cospatrick admit into his conspiracies. And what are we to do? For by tomorrow evening the army this traitor has led into the heart of this country will be at our gates. No, cried Wallace. Thanks to God and this guardian angel. Fervently clasping Helen's hand as he spoke, we must not be intimidated by treachery. Let us be faithful to ourselves, my veteran friend, and all will go well. It matters not who the other traitors are. They must soon discover themselves, and shall find us prepared to counteract their machinations. Sound your bugles, my lord, to summon the heads of our council. At this command, Helen arose, but replaced herself in her chair on Wallace exclaiming, Stay, Lady Helen, let the sight of such virgin delicacy, braving the terrors of the night to warn betrayed Scotland. Nerve every heart with redoubled courage to breast this insidious foe. Helen did indeed feel her soul awake to all its ancient patriotic enthusiasm, and thus, with a countenance pale, but resplendent with the light of her thoughts, she sat the angel of her heroic inspiration. Wallace often turned to look on her, while her eyes, unconscious of the adoring admiration which spoke in their beams, followed his godlike figure as it moved through the room with a step that declared the undisturbed determination of his soul. The lords Bothwell, Loch Awe, and Badenoch were the first that obeyed the call. They started at sight of Helen, but Wallace in a few words related the cause of her appearance, and the portentous letter was laid before them. All were acquainted with the handwriting of Lord March, and all agreed in attributing to its real motive his late solicitude to obtain the command of the Lothians. What, cried Bothwell, but to open his castle gates to the enemy? And to repel him before he reaches ours, my brave chiefs, replied Wallace, I have summoned you. Edward will not make this attempt without tremendous powers. He knows what he risks, his men, his life, and his honor. We must therefore expect a resolution in him adequate to such an enterprise. Lose not then a moment, even tonight, this instant, and go out and bring in your followers. I will call up mine from the banks of the Clyde, and be ready to meet him ere he crosses the Carron. While he gave these orders, other nobles thronged in, and Helen, being severally thanked by them all, became so agitated, that stretching out her hand to Wallace, who was nearest to her, she softly whispered, Take me hence. He read in her blushing face, the oppression her modesty sustained in such a scene, and with her faltering steps she leaned upon his arm as he conducted her to an interior chamber. Overcome by her former fears and the emotions of the last hour, she sunk into a chair and burst into tears. Wallace stood near her, and as he looked on her, he thought, if aught on earth ever resembled the beloved of my soul, it is Helen Mar. And all the tenderness which memory gave to his almost adored wife, and all the grateful complacency with which he regarded Helen, beamed at once from his eyes. She raised her head, she felt that look, it thrilled to her soul. For a moment every former thought seemed lost in the one perception, that he then gazed on her as he had never looked on any woman since his marrying. Was she then beloved? The impression was evanescent. No, no, said she to herself. And waving her hand gently to him with her head bent down, Leave me, Sir William Wallace. Forgive me, but I am exhausted, my frame is weaker than my mind. She spoke this at intervals, and Wallace, respectfully touching the hand she extended, pressed it to his breast. "I obey you, dear Lady Helen, and when next we meet, it will, I hope, be to dispel every fear in that gentle bosom." She bowed her head without looking up, and Wallace left the room. Chapter 53. Falkirk. Before the sun rose, every brave Scot within a few hours' march of Stirling, was on the Carse, and Lord Andrew Murray and his veteran Clydesdale men were already resting on their arms in view of the city walls. The messengers of Wallace had hastened with the speed of the winds, east and west, and the noon of the day saw him at the head of 30,000 men determined to fight or to die for their country. The surrounding landscape shone in the brightness of midsummer, for it was the eve of St. Magdalene, and sky and earth bore witness to the luxuriant month of July. The heavens were clear, the waters of the Forth danced in the sunbeams, and the flower-enamelled green of the extended plain stretched its beautiful borders to the deepening woods. All nature smiled. All seemed in harmony and peace but the breast of man. He who was made lord of this paradise awoke to disturb its repose, to disfigure its loveliness. As the thronging legions poured upon the plain, the sheep which had been feeding there, fled scared to the hills. The plover and heath fowl which nestled in the brakes, rose affrighted from their infant broods, and flew in screaming multitudes far over the receding valleys. The peace of Scotland was again broken, and its flocks and herds were to share its misery. When the conspiring lords appeared on the Carse, and Mar communicated to them the lately discovered treason, they so well affected surprise at the contents of the scroll, that Wallace might not have suspected their connection with it. Had not Lord Athol declared it altogether a forgery of some wanton persons, and then added with bitterness, to gather an army on such authority is ridiculous. While he spoke, Wallace regarded him with a look which pierced him to the centre, and the blood rushing into his guilty heart, for once in his life he trembled before the eye of man. "Whoever be the degenerate Scot, to whom this writing is addressed," said Wallace, "his baseness cannot betray us further. The troops of Scotland are ready to meet the enemy, and woe to the man who that day deserts his country." "Amen!" cried Lord March. "Amen," sounded from every lip, for when the conscience embraces treason against its earthly rulers, allegiance to its heavenly king is abandoned with ease, and the words and oaths of the traitor are equally unstable. Badenoch's eye followed that of Wallace, and his suspicions fixed where the regents fell. For the honour of his blood, he forbore to accuse the Earl, but for the same reason he determined to watch his proceedings. However, the hypocrisy of Athol baffled even the penetration of his brother, and on his retiring from the ground to call forth his men for the expedition. In an affected chafe he complained to Badenoch of the stigma cast upon their house by the regent's implied charge. "But," said he shall see the honour of the Cummin, emblazoned in blood on the sands of the Forth. His towering pride heeds not where it strikes, and this comes of raising men of low estate to rule over princes." "His birth is noble if not royal," replied Badenoch, "and before this, the posterity of kings have not disdained to recover their rights by the sword of a brave subject." "True," answered Athol. "But is it customary for princes to allow that subject to sit on their throne? It is nonsense to talk of Wallace having refused a coronation. He laughs at the name, but see you not that he openly affects supreme power? That he rules the nobles of the land like a despot? His word, his nod is sufficient, go here. Go there, as if he were absolute, and there was no voice in Scotland but his own. Look at the brave Mac Callan, More, the lord of the west of Scotland from sea to sea, he stands unbonneted before this mighty Wallace with a more abject homage than ever he paid to the house of Alexander. Can you behold this, Lord Badenoch, and not find the royal blood of your descent boil in your veins? Does not every look of your wife, the sister of a king, and your own right stamped upon your soul, reproach you? He is greater by your strength. Humble him, my brother, be faithful to Scotland, but humble its proud dictator." Lord Badenoch replied to this rough exhortation with the tranquillity belonging to his nature, "I see not the least foundations for any of your charges against Sir William Wallace. He has delivered Scotland, and the people are grateful. The nation with one voice made him their regent, and he fulfills the duties of his office, but with a modesty, Lord Athol, which, I must affirm, I never saw equalled. I dissent from you in all that you have said, and I confess I did fear the blandishing arguments of the faithless Cospatrick had persuaded you to embrace his pernicious treason. You deny it, that is well. Prove your innocence at this juncture in the field against Scotland's enemies, and John of Badenoch will then see no impending cloud to darken the honour of the name of Cummin. The brothers immediately separated. And Athol, calling his cousin Buchan, arranged a new device to counteract the vigilance of the regent. One of their means was to baffle his measures by stimulating the less treasonable but yet discontented chiefs to thwart him in every motion. At the head of this last class was John Stewart, Earl of Bute. During the whole of the preceding year he had been in Norway, and the first object he met on his return to Scotland was the triumphal entry of Wallace into Stirling. Aware of the consequence Stewart's name would attach to any cause, Athol had gained his ear before he was introduced to the regent. And then so poisoned his mind against Wallace that all that was well in him he deemed ill, and ever spoke of his bravery with coldness, and of his patriotism with disgust. He believed him a hypocrite, and as such despised and abhorred him. While Athol marshalled his rebellious ranks, some to follow his broad treason in the face of day, and others to lurk behind, and delude the entrusted council left in Stirling. Wallace led forth his loyal chiefs to take their stations at the heads of their different clans. Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, with the proudest expectations for Scotland, unfurled his golden standard to the sun. The lords Loch Awe and Bothwell, with others, rode on the right of the regent. Lord Andrew Murray, with the brave Sir John Graham, and a bevy of young knights, kept the ground on his left. Wallace looked around. Edwin was far away, and he felt but half appointed when wanting his youthful sword-bearer. That faithful friend did not even know of the threatened hostility. For to have intimated to Lord Ruthven a danger he could not assist to repel, would have inflamed his disorder by anxiety, and perhaps hurried him to dissolution. As the regent moved forward with these private affections checkering his public cares, his heralds blew the trumpets of his approach, and 100 embattled clans appeared in the midst of the plain, awaiting their valiant leaders. Each chief advanced to the head of his line, and stood to hear the charge of Wallace. "Brave Scots," cried he, "treachery has admitted the enemy whom resolute patriotism had driven from our borders. Be steady in your fidelity to Scotland, and he who hath hitherto protected the just cause, will nerve your arms to lay invasion and its base coadjutors again in the dust." The cheers of anticipated victory burst from the soldiers, mingled with the clangor of their striking shields at the inspiring voice of their leader. Wallace waved his truncheon, round which the plan of his array was wrapped, to the chiefs to fall back toward their legions. And while some appeared to linger, Athol, armed cap a pie, and spurring his roan into the area before the regent, demanded, in a haughty tone, which of the chiefs now in the field is to lead the vanguard. "The regent of Scotland," replied Wallace, for once asserting the majesty of his station, "and you, Lord Athol, with the Lord Buchan, are to defend your country under the command of the brave head of your house, the princely Badenoch." "I stir not from this spot," returned Athol, fiercely striking his lance into its rest, "till I see the honour of my country established in the eye of the world by a leader worthy of her rank being placed in her vanguard." "What he says," cried Buchan, "I second." "And in the same spirit, chieftain of Ellerslie," exclaimed Lord Bute, "do I offer to Scotland myself and my people. Another must lead the van, or I retire from her standard." "Speak on," cried Wallace, more surprised than confounded by this extraordinary attack. "What these illustrious chiefs have uttered, is the voice of us all," was the general exclamation from a band of warriors who now thronged around the incendiary nobles. "Your reign is over, proud chieftain," rejoined Athol, "the Scottish ranks are no longer to be cajoled by your affected moderation. We see the tyrant in your insidious smile, we feel him in the despotism of your decrees. To be thus ridden by a man of vulgar blood, to present him as the head of our nation to the King of England, is beneath the dignity of our country, is an insult to our nobles. And therefore, in the power of her consequence, I speak, and again demand of you to yield the vanguard to one more worthy of the station. Before God and St. Magdalen, I swear, added he, holding up his sword to the heavens, I will not stir an inch this day toward the enemy unless a Cummin or a Stuart lead our army. And is this your resolution also, Lord Bute? Said Wallace, looking on Stuart. It is, was the reply. A foe like Edward ought to be met as becomes a great and independent kingdom. We go in the array of an unanimous nation to repel him. Not as a band of insurgents, headed by a general who, however brave, was yet drawn from the common ranks of the people. I therefore demand to follow a more illustrious leader to the field. The eagles have long enough followed their owl in peacock's feathers, cried Buchan, and being tired of the game, like the rest, soar upward again. Resign that baton, cried Athol, give peace to a more honorable leader. Repeated he, supposed that he had intimidated Wallace. But Wallace, raising the visor of his helmet, which he had closed on his last commands to his generals, looked on Athol with all the majesty of his truly royal soul in his eyes. Earl, said he. The voices of the 3 estates of Scotland declared me their regent, and God ratified the election by the victories with which he crowned me. If in aught I have betrayed my trust, let the powers which raised me be my accusers. For pitched battles have I fought and gained for this country. Twice I beat the representatives of King Edward on the plains of Scotland. And a few months ago I made him fly before me over the fields of Northumberland. What then has befallen me, that my arm is to be too short to meet this man? Has the oil of the Lord, with which the saint of Dunkeld anointed my brows, lost its virtue, that I should shrink before any king in Christendom? I neither tremble at the name of Edward, nor will I so disgrace my own, which never man who bore it ever degraded by swearing fealty to a foreign prince, as to abandon at such a crisis the power with which Scotland has invested me. Whoever chooses to leave the cause of their country, let them go, and so manifest themselves of noble blood. I remain, and I lead the vanguard. Scotsmen, to your duty. As he spoke with a voice of unanswerable command, several chiefs fell back into their ranks. But some made a retrograde motion toward the town. Lord Bute hardly knew what to think, so was he startled by the appeal of the accused regent, and the noble frankness with which he maintained his rights. He stood frowning as Wallace turned to him, and said, Do you, my lord, adhere to these violent men? Or am I to consider a chief who, though hostile to me, was generous in his ire, still faithful to Scotland, in spite of his prejudice against her leader? Will you fight her battles? I shall never desert them, replied Stuart, 'tis truth I seek. Therefore be it to you, Wallace, this day according to your conscience. Wallace bowed his head, and presented him the truncheon around which his line of battle was wrapped. On opening it he found that he was appointed to command the 3rd Division. Badenoch and Bothwell to the 1st and 2nd, and Wallace himself to the vanguard. When the scouts arrived, they informed the regent that the English army had advanced near to the boundary of Linlithgow, and from the rapidity of their march, must be on the Carron the same evening. On this intelligence, Wallace put his troops to their speed, and before the sun had declined far toward the west, he was within view of Falkirk. But just as he had crossed the Carron, and the Southron banners appeared in sight, Lord Athol, at the head of his rebellious colleagues, rode up to him. Stuart kept his appointed station, and Badenoch, doing the same, ashamed of his brother's disorder, called after him to keep his line. Regardless of all check, the obstinate chief galloped on, and extending his bold accomplices across the path of the regent, demanded of him, on the penalty of his life, that moment to relinquish his pretensions to the vanguard. I am not come here, replied Wallace indignantly, to betray my country. I know you, Lord Athol, and your conduct and mine will this day prove who is most worthy the confidence of Scotland. This day, cried Athol, shall see you lay down the power you have usurped. It shall see me maintain it, to your confusion, replied Wallace, and were you not surrounded by Scots of too tried a worth for me to suspect their being influenced by your rebellious example, I would this moment make you feel the arm of justice. But the foe is in sight, do your duty now, Sir Earl, and for the sake of the house to which you belong, even this intemperate conduct shall be forgotten. At this instant, Sir John Graham, hastening forward, exclaimed, The Southrons are bearing down upon us. Athol glanced at their distant host and turning on Wallace with a sarcastic smile, "My actions," cried he, "shall indeed decide the day." And striking his spurs furiously into his horse, he rejoined Lord Badenoch's legion. Edward did indeed advance in a most terrible array. Above 100,000 men swelled his numerous ranks. And with these were united all from the Lothians and Teviotdale, whom the influence of the faithless March and the vindictive Sulies could bring into the field. With this augmented host, and a determination to conquer or to die, the Southrons marched rapidly forward. Wallace had drawn himself up on the ascent of the hill of Falkirk, and advantageously planted his archers on a covering eminence flanked by the legions of Badenoch. Lord Athol, who knew the integrity of his brother, and who cared not in so great a cause, for such his ambition termed it, how he removed an adversary from Edward, and a censor from himself, gave a ridding order to one of his emissaries. Accordingly, in the moment when the trumpet of Wallace sounded the charge, and the arrows from the hill darkened the air, the virtuous Badenoch was stabbed through the back to the very heart. Athol had placed himself near, to watch his purpose. But in the instant the deed was done, he threw himself on the perpetrator, and wounding him in the same vital part, exclaimed, holding up his dagger, "Behold the weapon that has slain the assassin, hired by Sir William Wallace." Thus it is, that his ambition would rob Scotland of her native princes. Let us fly from his steel to the shield of a king and a hero. The men had seen their leader fall, they doubted not the words of his brother. And with a shout exclaiming, "Whither you lead we follow," all at once turned toward him. "Seize the traitors' artillery." At this command they mounted the hill, and the archers, little expecting an assault from their countrymen, were either instantly cut down, or hurried away prisoners by Athol and Buchan, who now, at the head of the whole division of the Cummins, galloped toward the Southrons, and with loud cries of "Long live King Edward," threw themselves en masse into their arms. The squadrons which followed Stuart, not knowing but they might be hurried into similar desertion, hesitated in the charge he had commanded them to make, and, while thus undecisive, some obeyed in broken ranks, and others lingered. The enemy advanced briskly up, surrounded the division, and on their first onset slew its leader. His faithful Brandans, 41, seeing their beloved commander trampled to the earth by an overwhelming foe, fell into confusion, and communicating their dismay to their comrades, the whole division sunk under the shock of the Southrons, as if touched by a spell. Meanwhile Bothwell and his legions were fiercely engaged with the Earl of Lincoln amid the swamps of a deep morass, but being involved by reciprocal impetuosity, equal peril engulfed them both. The firm battalion of the vanguard, alone remaining unbroken, stood before the pressing and now victorious thousands of Edward without receding a step. The archers being lost by the treachery of the Cummins, all hope lay on the strength of the spear and sword. And Wallace, standing immovable as the rock of Stirling, saw rank after rank of his dauntless infantry mowed down by the Southron arrows. While, fast as they fell, their comrades closed over them, and still presented the same impenetrable front of steady valor against the heavy charges of the enemy's horse. The King of England, indignant at this pause in his conquering onset, accompanied by his natural brother, the valiant Frere de Briagny, and a squadron of resolute knights, in fury threw themselves toward the Scottish pikesmen. Wallace descried the jewelled crest of Edward amidst the cloud of battle there, and rushing forward, hand to hand engaged the king. Edward knew his adversary, not so much by his snow-white plume as by the prowess of his arm. Twice did the heavy claymore of Wallace strike fire from the steely helmet of the monarch, but at the third stroke the glittering diadem fell in shivers to the ground, and the royal blood of Edward followed the blow. He reeled. And another stroke would have settled the freedom of Scotland forever, had not the strong arm of Frere de Briagny passed between Wallace and the king. The combat thickened, blow followed blow, blood gushed at each fall of the sword. And the hacked armor showed in every aperture a grisly wound. 100 weapons seemed directed against the breast of the Regent of Scotland, when, raising his sword with a determined stroke, it cleft the visor and vest of de Briagny, who fell lifeless to the ground. The cry that issued from the Southron troops at this sight again nerved the vengeful Edward, and ordering the signal for his reserve to advance, he renewed the attack. And assaulting Wallace, with all the fury of his heart in his eyes and arms, he tore the earth with the trampling of disappointed vengeance, when he found the invincible phalanx still stood firm. "I will reach him yet," cried he. And turning to De Valence, he commanded that the new artillery should be called into action. On this order, a blast of trumpets in the South Ron army blew. And the answering war-wolves it had summoned sent forth showers of red-hot stones into the midst of the Scottish battalions. At the same moment the English reserve, charging round the hill, attacked them in the flank, and accomplished what the fiery torrent had begun. The field was heaped with dead, the brooks which flowed down the heights ran with blood. But no confusion was there, no, not even in the mind of Wallace, though, with amazement and horror, he beheld the Salter of Annandale, the banner of Bruce, leading onward the last exterminating division. Scot now contended with Scot, brother with brother. Those valiant spirits, who had left their country 20 years before to accompany their chief to the Holy Land, now re-entered Scotland to wound her in her vital part. To wrest from her her liberties, to make her mourn in ashes, that she had been the mother of such matricides. A horrid mingling of tartans with tartans, in the direful grasp of reciprocal death. A tremendous rushing of the flaming artillery, which swept the Scottish ranks like blasting lightning, for a moment seemed to make the reason of their leader stagger. Arrows, winged with fire, flashed through the air. And sticking in men and beasts, drove them against each other in maddening pain. Twice was the horse of Wallace shot under him, and on every side were his closest friends wounded and dispersed. But his terrific horror at the scene passed away the moment of its perception, and though the South Ron and the Bruce pressed on him in overwhelming numbers, his few remaining ranks obeyed his call. And with a presence of mind and military skill that was exhaustless, he maintained the fight till darkness parted the combatants. When Edward gave command for his troops to rest till morning, Wallace, with the remnant of his faithful band slowly recrossed the Carron, that they also might repose till dawn should renew the conflict. Lonely was the sound of his bugle, as sitting on a fragment of the druidical ruins of Dunipacis, he blew its melancholy blast to summon his chiefs around him. Its penetrating voice pierced the hills, but no answering note came upon his ear. A direful conviction seized upon his heart. But they might have fled far distant. He blushed as the thought crossed him, and hopeless again, dropped the horn, which he had raised to blow a second summons. At this instant he saw a shadow darken the moonlight ruins, and Scrymgeour, who had gladly heard his commander's bugle, hastened forward. "What has been the fate of this dismal day?" asked Wallace, looking onward, as if he expected others to come up. "Where are my friends, where Graham, Badenoch and Bothwell, where all, brave Scrymgeour, that I do not know see?" He rose from his seat at sight of an advancing group. It approached near and laid the dead body of a warrior down before him. "Thus," cried one of the supporters, in stifled sounds, "has my father proved his love for Scotland." It was Murray who spoke. It was the Earl of Bothwell that lay a breathless corpse at his feet. "Grievous has been the havoc of Scot on Scot," cried the intrepid Graham, who had seconded the arm of Murray in the contest for his father's body. "Your steadiness, Sir William Wallace, would have retrieved the day but for the murderer of his country, that Bruce, for whom you refuse to be our king, thus destroys her bravest sons. Their blood be on his head," continued the young chief, extending his martial arms toward heaven. "Power of justice, hear. And let his days be troubled, and his death covered with dishonor." "My brave friend," replied Wallace, "his deeds will avenge themselves, he needs not further malediction. Let us rather bless the remains of him who is gone before us thus in glory to his heavenly rest. Ah! Better is it thus to be laid in the bed of honor, than, by surviving, witness the calamities which the double treason of this day will bring upon our martyred country. Murray, my friend," cried he to Lord Andrew, "we must not let the brave dead perish in vain. Their monument shall yet be Scotland's liberties. Fear not that we are forsaken because of these traitors. But remember our time is in the hand of the God of justice and mercy. Tears were coursing each other in mute woe down the cheeks of the affectionate son. He could not for some time answer Wallace, but he grasped his hand, and at last rapidly articulated, "Others may have fallen, but not mortally like him. Life may yet be preserved in some of our brave companions. Leave me, then, to mourn my dead alone. And seek ye them." Wallace saw that filial tenderness yearned for the moment when it might unburden its grief unchecked by observation. He arose, and making a sign to his friends, withdrew toward his men. Having sent a detachment to guard the sacred enclosure of Dunipacis, he dispatched Graham on the dangerous duty of gathering a reinforcement for the morning. Then sending Scrimgeour, with a resolute band, across the Carron, to bring in the wounded, for Edward had encamped his army about a mile south of the field of action. He took his lonely course along the northern bank toward a shallow ford near which he supposed the squadrons of Lord Loch Awe must have fought, and where he hoped to gain accounts of him from some straggling survivor of his clan. When he arrived at a point where the river is narrowest and winds its dark stream beneath impending heights, he blew the Campbell pibroch. The notes reverberated from rock to rock, but, unanswered, died away in distant echoes. Still he could not relinquish hope, and pursuing the path, emerged upon an open glade. The unobstructed rays of the moon illumined every object. Across the river, at some distance from the bank, a division of the Southron tents whitened the deep shadows of the bordering woods, and before them, on the blood-stained plain, he thought he descried a solitary warrior. Wallace stopped. The man approached the margin of the stream, and looked toward the Scottish chief. The visor of Wallace being up, discovered his heroic countenance bright in the moonbeams. And the majesty of his mien seemed to declare him to the Southron knight to be no other than the Regent of Scotland. "Who art thou?" cried the warrior, with a voice of command, that better became his lips than it was adapted to the man whom he addressed. "The enemy of England," cried the chief. "Thou art Wallace," was the immediate reply. None else dare answer the Lord of Carrick and of Annandale with such haughty boldness. "Every Scot in this land," returned Wallace, inflamed with an indignation he did not attempt to repress, would thus answer Bruce, not only in reference to England, but to himself. To that Bruce, who, not satisfied with having abandoned his people to their enemies, has stolen a base fratricide to slay his brethren in their home. To have met them on the plain of Stanmore, would have been a deed his posterity might have bewailed. But what horror, what shame will be theirs, when they know that he came to ruin his own rights, to stab his people, in the very bosom of his country. I come from gazing on the murdered body of the virtuous Earl of Bothwell. The Lords Bute and Fife, and perhaps Loch Awe, have fallen beneath the Southron sword, and your unnatural arm, and yet do you demand what Scot would dare to tell you, that he holds the Earl of Carrick and his coadjutors as his most mortal foes? Ambitious man! Dost thou flatter thyself with belief that I am to be deceived by thy pompous declamation? I know the motive of all this pretended patriotism, I am well informed of the aim of all this vaunted prowess. And I came, not to fight the battles of King Edward, but to punish the proud usurper of the rights of Bruce. I have gained my point. My brave followers slew the Lord of Bothwell. My brave followers made the hitherto invincible Sir William Wallace retreat. I came in the power of my birthright, and, as your lawful king, I command you, this hour, to lay your rebel sword at my feet. Obey, proud knight, or tomorrow puts you into Edward's hand, and, without appeal, you die the death of a traitor. Unhappy prince, cried Wallace, now suspecting that Bruce had been deceived. Is it over the necks of your most loyal subjects that you would mount your throne? How have you been mistaken? How have you strengthened the hands of your enemy, and weakened your own by this day's action? The cause is now probably lost forever. And from whom are we to date its ruin but from him to whom the nation looked as to its appointed deliverer? From him, whose once honored name will now be regarded with exaggeration. Burden not my name, rash young man, replied Bruce, with the charges belonging to your own mad ambition. Who disturbed the peace in which Scotland reposed after the Battle of Dunbar, but William Wallace? Who raised the country in arms, but William Wallace? Who stole from me my birthright, and fastened the people's love on himself, but William Wallace? Who affected to repel a crown that he might the more certainly fix it on his head, but William Wallace? And who dares now taunt me with his errors and mishaps, but the same traitor to his lawful sovereign? Shall I answer thee, Lord of Carrick, replied Wallace, with a similar appeal. Who, when the Southron tyrant preferred a false claim to the supremacy of this realm, subscribed to the falsehood? And by that action did all in his power to make a free people slaves? Who, when the brand of cruelty swept this kingdom from shore to shore, lay indolent in the usurper's court, and heard of these oppressions without a sigh? Who, horror on horror, brought an army into his own inheritance, to slay his brethren and to lay it desolate before his mortal foe? Thy heart will tell thee, Bruce, who is this man. And if honor yet remain in that iron region, thou wilt not disbelieve the asseverations of an honest Scot, who proclaims that it was to save them whom thou didst abandon, that he appeared in the armies of Scotland. It was to supply the place of thy desertion that he assumed the rule, with which a grateful people, rescued from bondage, invested him. Bold chieftain, exclaimed Bruce, is it thus you continue to brave your offended prince? But in pity to your youth, in admiration of a prowess which would have been godlike had it been exerted for your sovereign, and not used as a bait to satisfy an ambition wild as it is towering, I would expostulate with you. I would even deign to tell you that, in granting the supremacy of Edward, the royal Bruce submits not to the mere wish of a despot, but to the necessity of the times. This is not an area of so great loyalty that any sovereign may venture to contend against such an imperial arm as Edward's. And would you, a boy in years, a novice in politics, and though brave, until this day successful, would you pretend to prolong a war with the dictator of kingdoms? Can rational discrimination be united with the valor you possess and you not perceive the unequal contest between a weak state, deprived of its head and agitated by intestine commotions, and a mighty nation conducted by the ablest and most martial monarch of his age, a man who is not only determined to maintain his pretensions to Scotland, but is master of every resource either for protracting war or pushing it with vigor? If the love of your country be indeed your motive for perseverance, your obstinacy tends only to lengthen her misery. But if, as I believe is the case, you carry your views to private aggrandizement, reflect on their probable issue. Should Edward, by a miracle, withdraw his armies, and an intoxicated people elevate their minion to the throne, the lords of Scotland would reject the bold invasion and, with the noble vengeance of insulted greatness, hurl from his height the proud usurper of their rights and mine. To usurp any man's rights, and least of all, my king's, replied Wallace, never came within the range of my thoughts. Though lowly born, Lord Carrick, I am not so base as to require assumption to give me dignity. I saw my country made a garrison of Edward's, I beheld its people outraged in every relation that is dear to man. Who heard their cry? Where was Bruce? Where the nobles of Scotland, that none arose to extinguish her burning villages, to shelter the mother and the child, to rescue purity from violation, to defend the bleeding father and his son? The shrieks of despair resounded through the land and none appeared. The hand of violence fell on my own house. The wife of my bosom was stabbed to the heart by a magistrate of the usurper. I then drew the sword. I took pity on those who suffered as I had suffered. I espoused their cause, and never will I forsake it till life forsakes me. Therefore, that I became champion of Scotland, Lord of Carrick, blame not my ambition, but rather the supineness of the nobility, and chiefly yourself, you who, uniting personal merit to dignity of descent, had deserted to occupy. Had the Scots, from the time of Baliol's abdication, possessed such a leader as yourself, for what is the necessity of the times but the pusillanimity of those who ought to contend with Edward? By your valor and their union you must have surmounted every difficulty under which we struggle, and have closed the contest with success and honor. If you now start from your guilty delusion, it may not be too late to rescue Scotland from the perils which surround her. Listen then to my voice, Prince of the blood of Alexander. Forswear the tyrant who has cajoled you to this abandonment of your country, and resolve to be her deliverer. The bravest of the Scots are ready to acknowledge you their lord, to reign as your forefathers did, untrammeled by any foreign yoke. Exchange, then a base vassalage, for freedom and a throne. Awake to yourself, noble Bruce, and behold what it is I propose. Heaven itself cannot set a more glorious prize before the eyes of virtue or ambition, than to join in one object, the acquisition of royalty with the maintenance of national independence. Such is my last appeal to you. For myself, as I am well convinced that the real welfare of my country can never subsist with the sacrifice of her liberties, I am determined, as far as in me lies, to prolong, not her miseries, but her integrity, by preserving her from the contamination of slavery. But, should mysterious fate decree her fall, may that power which knows the vice and horrors which accompany a tyrant's reign, terminate the existence of a people who can no longer preserve their lives but by receiving laws from usurpation. The truth and gallantry of these sentiments struck the awakened mind of Bruce with the force of conviction. Another auditor was nigh, who also lost not a syllable, and the flame was conveyed from the breast of one hero to that of the other. Lord Carrick secretly repented of all that he had done, but being too proud to acknowledge so much, he briefly answered, Wallace, your words have made an impression on me, that may one day still more brighten the glory of your fame. Be silent respecting this conference, be faithful to the principles you have declared, and ere long you shall hear royally of Bruce. As he spoke, he turned away and was lost among the trees. Wallace stood for some minutes musing on what had passed, when, hearing a footstep behind him, he turned round, and beheld approaching him a young and graceful form, habited in a white hacqueton wrought in gold, with golden spurs on his feet, and a helmet of the same costly metal on his head, crested with white feathers. Had the scene been in Palestine, he might have mistaken him for the host's guardian angel in arms. But the moment the eyes of Wallace fell on him, the stranger hastened forward, and threw himself on one knee before him, with so noble a grace that the chief was lost in wonder what this beautiful apparition could mean. The youth, after an agitated pause, bowing his head, exclaimed, Pardon this intrusion, bravest of men. I come to offer you my heart, my life. To wash out, by your side, in the blood of the enemies of Scotland, the stigma which now dishonours the name of Bruce. And who are you, noble youth? Cried Wallace, raising him from the ground. Surely my prayers are at last answered. And I hear these sentiments from one of Alexander's race. I am indeed of his blood, replied he, and it must now be my study to prove my descent by deeds worthy of my ancestor. I am Robert Bruce, the eldest son of the Earl of Carrick and Annandale. Grieving over the slaughter that his valour had made of his own people, although, till you taught him otherwise, he believed they fought to maintain the usurpation of an ambitious subject, he walked out in melancholy. I followed at a distance. And I heard, unseen, all that has passed between you and him. He has retired to his tent, and, unknown to him, I hastened across the Carron, to avow my loyalty to virtue, to declare my determination to live for Scotland, or to die for her. And to follow the arms of Sir William Wallace, till he plants my father in the throne of his ancestors. I take you at your word, brave prince, replied the regent. And this night shall give you an opportunity to redeem to Scotland, what your father's sword has this day wrested from her. What I mean to do must be effected in the course of a few hours. That done, it will be prudent for you to return to the Carrick camp, and there take the most effectual means to persuade your father to throw himself at once into the arms of Scotland. The whole nation will then rally round their king. And as his weapon of war, I shall rejoice to fulfill the commission with which God has entrusted me. He then briefly unfolded to the eagerly listening Bruce, whose aspiring spirit, inflamed by the fervour of youth, and winged by natural courage, saw the glory alone of the enterprise, an attack which he meant to make on the camp of Edward, while his victorious troops slept in fancied security. He had sent Sir John Graham to Stirling, to call out its garrison, Kerr he had dispatched on a similar errand. And expecting that by this time some of the troops would be arrived on the southern extremity of the Carse, he threw his plaid over the prince's splendid garb to conceal him from notice. Then returning to the few who lay on the northern bank of the river, he asked one of the young Gordons to lend him his armour, saying he had use for it, and to seek another suit in the heap that had been collected from the buried dead. The brave Scot cheerfully acquiesced, and, Wallace retiring amongst the trees with his royal companion, Bruce soon covered his gay hacketon with this rough mail. And placing the Scottish bonnet on his head, put a large stone into the golden helmet, and sunk it in the waters of the Carron. Being thus completely armed like one of the youthful clansmen in the ranks, and such disguise was necessary, Wallace put the trusty claymore of his country into its prince's hand. And clasping him with a hero's warmth to his heart. "Now it is," cried he, "that William Wallace lives anew since he has seen this hour." On re-emerging from the wood, they met Sir John Graham, who had just arrived with 500 fugitives from Lord Bute's slaughtered division, whom he had rallied on the Carse. He informed his friend that the Earl of Mar was within half a mile of the Carron, with 3,000 more, and that he would soon be joined by other reinforcements to a similar amount. While Graham yet spoke, a squadron of armed men approached from the fourth side. Wallace, advancing toward them, beheld the Bishop of Dunkeld, in his sacerdotal robes, at their head, but with a corselet on his breast, and instead of his crosier he carried a drawn sword. "We come to you, champion of Scotland," cried the prelate, "with the prayers and the arms of the Church. The sword of the Levites of old smote the enemies of Israel. And in the same faith, that the God of justice will go before us this night, we come to fight for Scotland's liberties." His followers were the younger brethren of the Monastery of Cambuskenneth, and others from the neighbouring convents, altogether making a stout and well-appointed legion. "With this handful," cried Wallace, "heaven may find a David, who shall yet strike yon Goliath on the forehead." Lord Mar and Lord Lennox now came up, and Wallace, marshalling his train, found that he had nearly 10,000 men. He gave to each leader his plan of attack, and having placed Bruce with Graham in the van, before he took his station at its head, he retired to the ruins near Dunipacis, to visit the mourning solitude of Murray. He found the pious son sitting silent and motionless by the side of his dead parent. Without rousing the violence of grief by any reference to the sight before him, Wallace briefly communicated his project. Lord Andrew started to his feet. "I will share all the peril with you. I shall again grapple with the foe that has thus bereaved me. This dark mantle," cried he, turning toward the breathless corpse, and throwing his plaid over it, "will shroud thy hallowed remains till I return. I go where thou wouldst direct me." "Oh, my father," exclaimed he, in a burst of grief, "the trumpet shall sound, and thou wilt not hear. But I go to take vengeance for thy blood." So saying, he sprung from the place, and accompanying Wallace to the plain, took his station in the silent but swiftly moving army. Chapter 54. Carron Banks. The troops of King Edward lay overpowered with wine. Elated with victory, they had drunk largely, the royal pavilion setting them the example. For though Edward was temperate, yet, to flatter his recovered friends, the inordinate Buchan and Soulis, he had allowed a greater excess that night than he was accustomed to sanction. The banquet over, every knight retired to his tent. Every soldier to his pallet, and a deep sleep lay upon every man. The king himself, whose many thoughts had long kept him waking, now fell into a slumber. Guards had been placed around the camp more from military ceremony than an idea of their necessity. The strength of Wallace they believed broken. And that they should have nothing to do next morning but to chase him into Stirling, and take him there. But the spirit of the regent was not so easily subdued. He ever thought it shameful to despair while it was possible to make a stand. And now, leading his determined followers through the lower grounds of Cumbernauld, he detached half his force under Mar, to take the South Ron camp in the rear, while he should attack the front, and pierce his way to the royal pavilion. With soundless caution, the battalion of Mar wound round the banks of the Forth to reach the point of its destination, and Wallace, proceeding with as noiseless a step, gained the hill which overlooked his sleeping enemies. His front ranks, shrouded by branches they had torn from the trees in Tor Wood, now stood still. Without this precaution, had any eye looked from the South Ron line they must have been perceived. But now should 100 gaze on them, their figures were so blended with the adjoining thickets, they might easily be mistaken for a part of them. As the moon sunk in the horizon they moved gently down the hill. And scarcely drawing breath, were within a few paces of the first outpost, when one of the sentinels starting from his reclining position, suddenly exclaimed, "What sound is that?" "Only the wind amongst the trees," returned his comrade. "I see their branches waving. Let me sleep, for Wallace yet lives, and we may have hot work tomorrow." Wallace did live, and the man slept, to wake no more, for the next instant a Scottish brand was through every Southron heart on the outpost. That done, Wallace threw away his bow, leaped the narrow dyke which lay in front of the camp, and with Bruce and Graham at the head of a chosen band of brave men, cautiously proceeded onward to reach the pavilion. At the moment he should blow his bugle, the divisions he had left with Lennox and Murray, and the Lord Mar, were to press forward to the same point. Still all lay in profound repose, and guided by the lamps which burned around the royal quarters, the dauntless Scots reached the tent. Wallace had already laid his hand upon the curtain that was its entrance, when an armed man with a presented pike, demanded, "Who comes here?" The regent's answer laid the interrogator's head at his feet. But the voice had awakened the ever-watchful king. Perceiving his own danger in the fall of the sentinel, he snatched his sword, and calling aloud on his sleeping train, sprung from his couch. He was immediately surrounded by half a score of knights, who started on their feet before Wallace could reach the spot. Short, however, would have been their protection. They fell before his arm and that of Graham, and left a vacant place, for Edward had disappeared. Foreseeing from the first prowess of these midnight invaders, the fate of his guards, he had made a timely escape, by cutting a passage for himself through the canvas of his tent. Wallace perceived that his prize had eluded his grasp, but hoping to at least drive him from the field, he blew the appointed signal to Mar and Lennox. Caught one of the lamps from the monarch's table and setting fire to the adjoining drapery, rushed from its blazing volumes to meet his brave colleagues amongst the disordered lines. Graham and his followers with firebrands in their hands, threw conflagration into all parts of the camp, and with the fearful war cries of their country, seemed to assail the terrified enemy from every direction. Men half-dressed and unarmed, rushed from their tents upon the pikes of their enemies. Hundreds fell without striking a blow, and they who were stationed nearest the outposts, betook themselves to flight, scattering themselves in scared throngs over the amazed plains of Linlithgow. The king in vain sought to rally his men, to remind them of their late victory. His English alone hearkened to his call, superstition had laid her petrifying hand on all the rest. The Irish saw a terrible judgment in this scene. Believing it had fallen upon them for having taken arms against their sister people. The Welsh, as they described the warlike Bishop of Dunkeld issuing from the mists of the river, and charging his foaming steed through their flying defile, could not persuade themselves that Merlin had not arisen to chastise their obedience to the ravager of their country. Every superstition, every panic created by fear took possession of the half-intoxicated, stupid wretches, and falling in bloody and unresisting heaps all around, it was rather a slaughter than a battle. Opposition seemed everywhere abandoned, excepting on the spot still maintained by the King of England and his brave countrymen. The faithless Scots who had followed the Cummins to the field also stood there and fought with desperation. Wallace opposed the despair and valor of his adversaries with the steadiness of his men, and Graham having seized some of the war engines, discharged a shower of blazing arrows upon the Southron phalanx. The camp was now on fire in every direction. And putting all to the hazard of one decisive blow, Edward ordered his men to make at once to the point, where, by the light of the flaming tents, he could perceive the waving plumes of Wallace. With his ponderous mace held terribly in the air, the king himself bore down to the shock, and breaking through the intervening combatants assaulted the chief. The might of 10,000 souls was then in the arm of the regent of Scotland. The puissant Edward wondered at himself as he shrunk from before his strokes, as he shuddered at the heroic fierceness of a countenance which seemed more than mortal. Was it indeed the Scottish chieftain? Or some armed delegate from heaven, descended to fight the battles of the oppressed? Edward trembled, his mace was struck from his hand. But immediately a glittering falchion supplied its place, and with recovering presence of mind he renewed the combat. Meanwhile the young Bruce, who, in his humble armor, might have been passed by as an enemy for meaner swords, checking the onward speed of march, pierced him at once through the heart. Die, thou disgrace to the name of Scott, cried he. And with thy blood expunge my stains. His sword now laid all opposition at his feet. And while the tempest of death blew around, the groans of the dying, the shrieks of the wounded, and the outcries of those who were perishing in the flames, drove the king's ranks to distraction. And raised so great a fear in the minds of the Cummin clan, that, breaking from the royal line with yells of dismay, they fled in all directions after their already fugitive allies. Edward saw the Earl of Mar fall, and finding himself wounded in many places, with a backward step he received the blows of Wallace. But that determined chief, following his advantage, made a stroke at the king which threw him astounded into the arms of his followers. At that moment Lincoln raised his arm to strike his dagger into the back of Wallace. But Graham arrested the blow, and sent the young lord's motionless body to the earth. The Southron ranks closed immediately before their insensible monarch, and a contest more desperate than any which had preceded it, took place. Hosts seemed to fall on both sides. At last the Southrons, having stood their ground till Edward was carried from further danger, suddenly wheeled about and fled precipitately toward the east. Wallace pursued them on full charge. Driving them across the lowlands of Linlithgow, where he learned from some prisoners he took, that the Earl of Carrick was in the Lothians, having retreated hither on the first tidings that the Scots had attacked the English camp. Now is your time, said Wallace to Bruce, to rejoin your father. Bring him to Scotland, where a free crown awaits him. Your actions of this night must be a pledge to your country of the virtues which will support his throne. The young warrior, throwing off his rugged hauberk in a retired glen, appeared again as a prince, and embracing the regent. A messenger from myself or from my father, said he, shall meet you at Stirling. Meanwhile, farewell. And give my thanks to the young Gordon whose sword armed me for Scotland. Bruce mounted the horse Wallace had prepared, and spurring along the banks of the Almond, was soon lost amidst its luxuriant shades. Wallace still led the pursuit of Edward, and meeting those auxiliaries from the adjoining counties, which his provident orders had prepared to turn out on the first appearance of this martial chase. He poured his troops through Ettrick Forest, and drove the flying host of England far into Northumberland. There checking his triumphant squadrons, he recalled his stragglers, and returned with abated speed into his own country. Halting on the north bank of the Twee, he sent to their quarters those hands which belonged to the border castles, and then marched leisurely forward, that his brave soldiers, who had sustained the weight of the battle, might recover their exhausted strength. At Peebles he was agreeably surprised by the sight of Edwin. Though ignorant of the recommenced hostilities of Edward, Lord Ruthven became so impatient to resume his duties, that as soon as he was able to move, he had set off on his return to Perth. On arriving at Huntingtower he was told of the treachery of March, also of his fate, and that the regent had beaten the enemy on the banks of the Carron, and was pursuing him into his own dominions. Ruthven was inadequate to the exertion of following the successful troops, but Edwin, rejoicing at this new victory, would not be detained, and crossing the Forth into Mid-Lothian, had sped his eager way until the happy moment that brought him again to the side of his first and dearest friend. As they continued their route together, Edwin inquired the events of the past time, and heard them related with wonder, horror, and gratitude. Grateful for the preservation of Wallace, grateful for the rescue of his country from the menaced destruction, for some time he could only clasp his friend's hand with strong emotion to his heart. The death of his uncle Bothwell made that heart tremble within him at the thought of how much severe might have been his deprivation. At last, extricating his powers of speech from the spell of contradictory feelings which enchained them, he said, "But if my uncle Mar and our brave Graham were in the last conflict, where are they, that I do not see them share your victory?" "I hope," returned Wallace, "that we shall rejoin them in safety at Stirling. Our troops parted in the pursuit, and after having sent back the lowland chieftains, you see I have none with me now but my own particular followers." The regent's expectations that he should soon fall in with some of the chasing squadrons, were the next morning gratified. Crossing the Bathgate hills, he met the returning battalions of Lennox, with Lord Mar's, and also Sir John Graham's. Lord Lennox was thanked by Wallace for his good services, and immediately dispatched to reoccupy his station in Dumbarton. But the captains of Mar and of Graham could give no other account of their leaders, than that they saw them last fighting valiantly in the South Ron camp, and had since supposed that during the pursuit they must have joined the Regent's squadron. A cold dew fell over the limbs of Wallace at these tidings. He looked on Murray and on Edwin. The expression of the former's face told him what were his fears. But Edwin, ever sanguine, strove to encourage the hope that all might yet be well. They may not have yet returned from the pursuit, or they may be gone on to Stirling. But these comfortings were soon dispelled by the appearance of Lord Ruthven, who, having been apprised of the Regent's approach, came forth to meet him. The pleasure of seeing the Earl so far recovered as to have been able to leave Huntingtower, was checked by the first glance of his face, on which was deeply characterized some tale of grief. Edwin thought it was the recent disasters of Scotland he mourned, and with a cheering voice he exclaimed, "Courage, my father! Our Regent comes again a conqueror. Edward has once more recrossed the plains of Northumberland." "Thanks be to God for that," replied Ruthven. "But what have not these last conflicts cost the country? Lord Mar is wounded unto death, and lies in a chamber next to the yet unburied corpses of Lord Bute and the dauntless Graham." Wallace turned deadly pale, a mist passed over his eyes, and staggering, he breathlessly supported himself on the arm of Edwin. Murray looked on him, but all was still in his heart. His own beloved father had fallen. And in that stroke fate seemed to have emptied all her quiver. "Lead me to their chambers," cried Wallace, "show me where my friends lie, let me hear the last prayer for Scotland from the lips of the bravest of her veterans." Ruthven turned the head of his horse, and, as he rode along, he informed the Regent that Edwin had not left Huntingtower for the fourth half an hour when an express arrived from Falkirk. By it he learned that, as soon as the inhabitants of Stirling saw the fire of the South Ron camp, they had hastened thither to enjoy the spectacle. Some, bolder than the rest, entered its deserted confines, for the retreating squadrons were then flying over the plain, and amidst the slaughtered, near the royal tent, one of these visitors thought he distinguished groans. Whether friend or foe, he stooped to render assistance to the sufferer, and soon found it to be Lord March. The Earl begged to be carried to some shelter that he might see his wife and daughter before he died. The people drew him out from under his horse and many a mangled corpse, and, wrapping him in their plaids, conveyed him to Falkirk, where they lodged him in the convent. "A messenger was instantly dispatched to me," continued Ruthven. "And, indifferent to all personal considerations, I set out immediately. I saw my dying brother-in-law. At his request, that others might not suffer what he had endured under the pressure of the slain, the field had been sought for the wounded. Many were conveyed into the neighboring houses, while the dead were consigned to the earth. Deep have been dug the graves of mingled Scot and English on the banks of the Carron. Many of our fallen nobles, amongst whom was the princely Badenoch, have been conveyed to the cemetery of their ancestors, others are entombed in the church of Falkirk. But the bodies of Sir John Graham and my brother Bothwell," said he, in a lower tone, "I have retained till your return." "You have done right," replied the till then silent Wallace. And spurring forward, he saw not the ground he trod, till, ascending the hill of Falkirk, the venerable walls of its monastery presented themselves to his view. He threw himself off his horse and entered, preceded by Lord Ruthven. He stopped before the cell which contained the dying chief, and desired the abbot to apprise the Earl of his arrival. The sound of that voice, whose heart-consoling tones could be matched by none on earth, penetrated to the ear of his almost insensible friend. Mar started from his pillow, and Wallace through the half-open door heard him say, "Let him come in, Joanna. All my mortal hopes now hang on him." Wallace instantly stepped forward, and beheld the veteran stretched on a couch, the image of that death to which he was so rapidly approaching. He hastened toward him. And the dying man, stretching forth his arms exclaimed, "Come to me, Wallace, my son, the only hope of Scotland, the only human trust of this anxious paternal heart." Wallace threw himself on his knees beside him, and taking his hand, pressed it in speechless anguish to his lips. Every present grief was then weighing on his soul, and denied him the power of utterance. Lady Mar sat by the pillow of her husband, but she bore no marks of the sorrow which convulsed the frame of Wallace. She looked serious, but her cheek wore its freshest bloom. She spoke not, and the veteran allowed the tears of enfeebled nature to fall on the bent head of his friend. "Mourn not for me," cried he, "nor think that these are regretful drops. I die as I have wished, in the field for Scotland. Time must have soon laid my grey hair ignobly in the grave, and to enter it thus covered with honourable wounds, in glory, has long been my prayer. But, dearest, most unwearied of friends, still the tears of mortality will flow. For I leave my children fatherless in this faithless world. And my Helen. Oh, Wallace, the angel who exposed her precious self through the dangers of that midnight walk to save Scotland, her father, and his friends, is lost to us. Joanna, tell the rest," said he, gasping, "for I cannot." Wallace turned to Lady Mar with an inquiring look of such wild horror that she found her tongue cleave to the roof of her mouth, and her complexion faded into the pallidness of his. "Surely," exclaimed he, "there is not to be a wreck of all that is estimable on earth. The Lady Helen is not dead?" "No," rejoined the Earl, "but dash." He could proceed no further, and Lady Mar forced herself to speak. "She has fallen into the hands of the enemy. On my lord's being brought to this place, he sent for myself and Lady Helen. But in passing by Dunipacis, an armed squadron issued from behind the mound, and putting our attendants to flight, carried her off. I escaped hither. The reason for this attack was explained afterward by one of the sovereigns, who, having been wounded by our escort, was taken, and brought to Falkirk. He said that Lord Aymer de Valence, having been sent by his beset monarch to call Lord Carrick to his assistance, found the Bruce's camp deserted. But by accident learning that Lady Helen Mar was to be brought to Falkirk, he stationed himself behind Dunipacis, and springing out as soon as our cavalcade was in view, seized her. She obtained, the rest were allowed to escape, but as the Lord de Valence loves Helen, I cannot doubt he will have sufficient honour not to insult the fame of her family, and so will make her his wife." "God forbid!" ejaculated Mar, holding up his trembling hands, "God forbid that my blood should ever mingle with that of any one of the people who have wrought such woe to Scotland. Swear to me, valiant Wallace, by the virtues of her virgin heart, by your own immaculate honour, that you will move heaven and earth to rescue my Helen from the power of his Southron lord." "So help me heaven," answered Wallace, looking steadfastly upward. A groan burst from the lips of Lady Mar, and her head sunk on the side of the couch. "What? Who is that?" exclaimed Mar, raising his head in alarm from his pillow. "Believe it your country, Donald," replied she. "To what do you bind its only defender? Are you not throwing him into the very centre of his enemies, by making him swear to rescue Helen? Think you that de Valence will not foresee a pursuit, and take her into the heart of England? And thither must our regent follow him. Release Sir William Wallace from a vow that must destroy him." "Wallace," cried the now soul-struck Earl, "what have I done? Has a father's anxiety asked amiss? If so, pardon me. But if my daughter also must perish for Scotland, take her, O God, uncontaminated, and let us meet in heaven." "Wallace, I dare not accept your vow. But I will fulfill it," cried he. "Let thy paternal heart rest in peace. And by Jesus' help, Lady Helen shall again be in her own country, as free from Southron taint as she is from all mortal sin. De Valence dare not approach her heavenly innocence with violence. And her Scottish heart will never consent to give him a lawful claim to her precious self. Edward's legions are far beyond the borders. But wherever this Earl may be, yet I will reach him. For there is a guiding hand above, and the demands of the morning at Falkirk are now to be answered in the halls of Stirling." Lord Ruthven, followed by Edwin and Murray, entered the room. And the two nephews were holding each a hand of their dying uncle in theirs, when Lady Ruthven, who, exhausted with fatigue and anxiety, had retired an hour before, reappeared at the door of the apartment. She had been informed of the arrival of the regent and her son, and now hastened to give them a sorrowful welcome. "Ah, my lord," cried she, as Wallace pressed her matron cheek to his, this is not as your triumphs are wont to be greeted. You are still a conqueror, and yet death, dreadful death, lies all around us. And our Helen, too, shall be restored to you, by the blessed aid of heaven, returned he, what is yet left for me to do, must be done. And then he paused, and added, the time is not far distant, then, he paused, and added, the time is not far distant, Lady Ruthven, when we shall meet in the realms to which so many of our bravest and dearest have just hastened. With swimming eyes Edwin drew toward his master. My uncle would sleep, said he is exhausted, and will recall us when he wakes from rest. The eyes of the veteran were at that moment closed with heavy slumber. Lady Ruthven remained with the Countess to watch by him, and Wallace, gently withdrawing, was followed by Ruthven and the two young men out of the apartment. Lord Loch Awe, with the Bishop of Dunkeld, and other chiefs, lay in different chambers, pierced with many wounds, but none so grievous as those of Lord March. Wallace visited them all, and having gone through the numerous places in the neighborhood, then made quarters for his wounded men. At the gloom of evening he returned to Falkirk. He sent Edwin forward to inquire after the repose of his uncle. But on himself re-entering the monastery, he requested the abbot to conduct him to the apartment in which the remains of Sir John Graham were deposited. The father obeyed. Leading him along a dark passage, he opened a door, and discovered the slain hero lying on a bier. 2 monks sat at its head, with tapers in their hands. Wallace waved them to withdraw, they set down the lights and departed. He was then alone. For some time he stood with clasped hands, looking intently on the body as it lay extended before him. Graham! Graham! Cried he, at last, in a voice of unutterable grief, dost thou not rise at thy general's voice? Oh! Is this to be the tidings I am to send to the brave father who entrusted to me his son? Lost in the prime of youth, in the opening of thy renown, is it thus that all which is good is to be martyrized by the enemies of Scotland? He sunk gradually on his knees beside him. And shall I not look once more on that face, said he, which ever turned toward mine with looks of faith and love? The shroud was drawn down by his hand. He started on his feet at the sight. The changing touch of death had altered every feature, had deepened the paleness of the bloodless corpse into an ashy hue. Where is the countenance of my friend? Cried he. Where the spirit which once moved in beauty and animating light over this face? Gone, and all I see before me is a mass of molded clay. Graham! Graham! Cried he, looking upward, thou art not here. No more can I recognize my friend in this deserted habitation of thy soul. Thine own proper self, thine immortal spirit, is ascended up above, and there my fond remembrance shall ever seek thee. Again he knelt, but it was in devotion, a devotion which drew the sting from death, and opened to his view the victory of the Lord of Life over the King of Terrors. Edward, having learned from his father that Lord Mar still slept, and being told by the abbot where the regent was, followed him to the consecrated chamber. On entering, he perceived him kneeling by the body of his friend. The youth drew near. He loved the brave Graham, and he almost adored Wallace. The scene, therefore, smote upon his heart. He dropped down by the side of the regent, and, throwing his arms around his neck, in a convulsive voice exclaimed, Our friend is gone. But I yet live, and only in your smiles, my friend and brother. Wallace strained him to his breast. He was silent for some minutes, and then said, To every dispensation of God I am resigned, my Edwin. While I bow to this stroke, I acknowledge the blessing I still hold in you and Murray. But did we not feel these visitations from our Maker, they would not be decreed to us. To behold the dead is the penalty of man for sin. For it is more pain to witness and to occasion death, than for ourselves to die. It is also a lesson which God teaches his sons, and in the moment that he shows us death he convinces us of immortality. Look upon that face, Edwin. Continued he, turning his eyes on the breathless clay. His youthful auditor, awestruck, and his tears checked by the solemnity of this address, looked as he directed him. Doth not that inanimate mould of earth testify that nothing less than an immortal spirit could have lighted up its marble substance with the life and godlike actions we have seen it perform? Edwin shuddered. And Wallace, letting the shroud fall over the face, added, Never more will I look at it, for it no longer wears the characters of my friend, they are pictured on my soul. And himself, my Edwin, still effulgent in beauty and glowing with imperishable life, looks down on us from heaven. He rose as he spoke, and opening the door, the monks re-entered, and placing themselves at the head of the bier, chanted the Vesper Requiem. When it was ended, Wallace kissed the crucifix they laid on his friend's breast, and left the cell. Chapter 55. Church of Falkirk. No, I closed that night in the Monastery of Falkirk. The Earl of Mar awaked about the 12th hour, and sent to call Lord Ruthven, Sir William Wallace, and his nephews, to attend him. As they approached, the priests, who had just anointed his dying head with the sacred unction, drew back. The Countess and Lady Ruthven supported his pillow. He smiled as he heard the advancing steps of those so dear to him. I send for you, said he, to give you the blessing of a true Scot and a Christian. May all who are here in thy blessed presence, Redeemer of mankind, cried he, looking up with a supernatural brightness in his eye, die as I do, rather than survive to see Scotland enslaved. But oh! May they rather long live under that liberty, perpetuated, which Wallace has again given to his country. Peaceful will then be their last moments on earth, and full of joy their entrance into heaven. His eyes closed as the concluding word died upon his tongue. Lady Ruthven looked intently on him. She bent her face to his, but he breathed no more. And, with a feeble cry, she fell back in a swoon. The soul of the veteran earl was indeed fled. The countess was taken, shrieking, out of the apartment. But Wallace, Edwin, and Murray remained, kneeling over the body, and when they concluded, the priests throwing over it a cloud of incense, the mourners withdrew, and separated to their chambers. By daybreak, Wallace met Murray by appointment in the cloisters. The remains of his beloved father had been brought from Dunipacis to the convent, and Murray now prepared to take them to Bothwell Castle, there to be interred in the cemetery of his ancestors. Wallace, who had approved his design, entered with him into the solitary courtyard, where the war carriage stood which was to convey the deceased earl to Clydesdale. For soldiers of his clan brought the corpse of their lord from a cell, and laid him on his martial bier. His bed was the sweet heather of Falkirk, spread by the hands of his son. As Wallace laid the venerable chief's sword and helmet on his bier, he covered the whole with the flag he had torn from the standard of England in the last victory. None other shroud is worthy of thy virtues, cried he. Dying for Scotland, thus let the memorial of her glory be the witness of thine. Oh! My friend, answered Murray, looking on his chief with a smile, which beamed the fairer shining through sorrow, thy gracious spirit can divest even death of its gloom. My father yet lives in his fame. And in a better existence, too. Gently replied Wallace, else the earth's fame were an empty shroud, it could not comfort. The solemn procession, with Murray at its head, departed toward the valleys of Clydesdale, and Wallace returned to his chamber. 2 hours before noon he was summoned by the tolling of the chapel bell. The Earl of Bute and his dearer friend were to be laid in their last bed. With a spirit that did not murmur, he saw the earth closed over both graves. But at Graham's he lingered, and when the funeral stone shut even the sod that covered him from his eyes, with his sword's point he drew on the surface these memorable words. Ment monuque potens, e voli fidus achates. Conditus hic gramus, bello interfectus ab omnis, 42. While he yet leaned on the stone, which gently gave way to the registering pen of friendship, to be more deeply engraved afterward, a monk approached him, attended by a shepherd boy. At the sound of steps, Wallace looked up. This young man, said the father, brings dispatches to the Lord Regent. Wallace rose, and the youth presented his packet. Withdrawing to a little distance, he broke the seal, and read to this effect. My father and myself are in the castle of Durham, and both under an arrest. We are to remain so till our arrival in London renders it sovereign, in his own opinion, more secure. When there, you shall hear from me again. Meanwhile, be on your guard, the gold of Edward has found its way into your councils. Beware of them who, with patriotism in their mouths, are purchased to betray you and their country into the hands of the enemy. Truest, noblest, best of Scots, farewell. I must not write more explicitly. P.S. The messenger who takes this is a simple border shepherd, he knows not whence comes the packet, hence he cannot bring an answer. Wallace closed the letter, and putting gold into the shepherd's hand, left the chapel. In passing through the cloisters he met Ruthven, just returned from Stirling, whither he had gone to inform the chiefs of the council of the regent's arrival. When I summoned them to the council hall, continued Lord Ruthven, and told them you had not only defeated Edward on the Carron, but in so doing had gained a double victory, over a foreign usurper and domestic traitors. Instead of the usual open-hearted gratulations on such a communication, a low whisper murmured through the hall. And the young Badenoch, unworthy of his patriotic father, rising from his seat, gave utterance to so many invectives against you, our country's soul and arm. I should deem it treason even to repeat them. Suffice it to say, that out of 500 chiefs and chieftains who were present, not one of those parasites who used to fawn on you a week ago, and make the love of honest men seem doubtful, now breathes one word for Sir William Wallace. But this ingratitude, vile as it is, I bore with patience till Badenoch, growing in insolency, declared that late last night dispatches had arrived from the King of France to the Regent, and that he, in right of his birth, assuming to himself that dignity, had put their bearer, Sir Alexander Ramsay, under confinement, for having persisted to dispute his authority to withhold them from you. Wallace, who had listened in silence, drew a deep sigh as Ruthven concluded, and, in that profound breath, exclaimed, God must be our fortress still, must save Scotland from this gangrene in her heart. Ramsay shall be released. But I must first meet these violent men. And it must be alone, my lord, continued he, you, and our coadjutors, may wait my return at the city gates, but the sword of Edward, if need be, shall defend me against his gold. As he spoke, he laid his hand on the jewelled weapon which hung at his side, and which he had wrested from that monarch in the last conflict. Aware that this treason, aimed at him, would strike his country, unless timely warded off, he took his resolution, and requesting Ruthven not to communicate to any one what had passed, he mounted his horse, and struck into the road to Stirling. He took the plume from his crest, and closing his visor, enveloped himself in his plaid, that the people might not know him as he went along. But casting away his cloak, and unclasping his helmet at the door of the keep, he entered the council hall, openly and abruptly. By an instantaneous impulse of respect, which even the base pay to virtue, almost every man arose at his appearance. He bowed to the assembly, and walked, with a composed yet severe air, up to his station at the head of the room. Young Badenoch stood there, and as Wallace approached he fiercely grasped his sword. Proud upstart, cried he, betrayer of my father. Set a foot further toward this chair, and the chastisement of every arm in this council shall fall on you for your presumption. It is not in the arms of thousands to put me from my right, replied Wallace, calmly putting forth his hand and drawing the regent's chair toward him. Will ye bear this? Cried Badenoch, stamping with his foot, and plucking forth his sword. Is the man to exist who thus braves the assembled lords of Scotland? While speaking, he made a desperate lunge at the regent's breast. Wallace caught the blade in his hand, and wrenching it from his intemperate adversary, broke it into shivers, and cast the pieces at his feet. Then, turning resolutely toward the chiefs, who stood appalled, and looking on each other, he said, I, your duly elected regent, left you only a few days ago, to repel the enemy whom the treason of Lord March would have introduced into these very walls. Many brave chiefs followed me to that field. And more, whom I see now, loaded me as I passed with benedictions. Portentous was the day of Falkirk to Scotland. Then did the mighty fall, and the heads of council perish. But treason was the parricide. The late Lord Badenoch stood his ground like a true Scot, but Athol and Buchan deserted to Edward. While speaking, he turned toward the furious son of Badenoch, who, gnashing his teeth in impotent rage, stood listening to the inflaming whispers of MacDougall of Lorne. "Young chief," cried he, "from their treachery date the fate of your brave father, and the whole of our grievous loss of that day, but the wide destruction has been avenged. More than chief for chief have perished in the South Ron ranks, and thousands of the lowlier sort now swell the banks of Carron. Edward himself fell, wounded by my arm, and was borne by his flying squadrons over the wastes of Northumberland. Thus have I returned to you with my duties achieved in a manner worthy of your regent. What, then, means the arrest of my ambassador? What this silence when the representative of your power is insulted to your face? They mean," cried Badenoch, "that my words are the utterance of their sentiments. They mean," cried Lorne, "that the prowess of the haughty boaster, whom their intoxicated gratitude raised from the dust, shall not avail him against the indignation of a nation over which he dares to arrogate a right." "Mean they what they will," returned Wallace, "they cannot dispossess me of the rights with which assembled Scotland invested me on the plains of Stirling. And again I demand, by what authority do you and they presume to imprison my officer, and withhold from me the papers sent by the King of France to the Regent of Scotland?" "By the authority that we will maintain," replied Badenoch. "By the right of my royal blood, and by the sword of every brave Scot, who spurns at the name of Wallace." "And as a proof that we speak not more than we act," cried Lorne, making a sign to the chiefs, "you are our prisoner." Many weapons were instantly unsheathed, and their bearers, hurrying to the side of Badenoch and Lorne, attempted to lay hands on Wallace. But he, drawing the sword of Edward, with a sweep of his valiant arm that made the glittering blade seem a brand of fire, set his back against the wall, and exclaimed, "He that first makes a stroke at me shall find his death on this South Ron steel. This sword I made the puissant arm of the usurper yield to me, and this sword shall defend the Regent of Scotland against his ungrateful countrymen." The chieftains who pressed on him recoiled at these words, but their leaders, Badenoch and Lorne, waved them forward, with vehement exhortations. "Desist, young men," continued he, "provoke me not beyond my bearing. With a single blast of my bugle I could surround this building with a band of warriors, who at sight of their chief being thus assaulted, would lay this tumult in blood. Let me pass, or abide the consequence." "Through my breast, then," exclaimed Badenoch, "for, with my consent, you pass not here but on your bier. What is in the arm of a single man," cried he to the lords, "that ye cannot fall on him at once, and cut him down?" "I would not hurt a son of the virtuous Badenoch," returned Wallace, "but his life be on your hands," said he, turning to the chiefs, "if one of you point a sword to impede my passage. And wilt thou dare it, usurper of my powers and honours?" cried Badenoch. "Lorne, stand by your friend, all here who are true to the Cummin and MacDougall, hem in the tyrant." Many a traitor hand now drew forth its dagger, and the intemperate Badenoch, drunk with choler and mad ambition, snatching a sword from one of his accomplices, made another violent plunge at Wallace. But its metal flew in splinters on the guard stroke of the regent, and left Badenoch at his mercy. "Defend me, chieftains, or I am slain," cried he. But Wallace did not let his hand follow its advantage. With the dignity of conscious desert, he turned from the vanquished, and casting the enraged Lorne from him, who had thrown himself in his way, he exclaimed, "Scots, that arm will wither which dares to point its steel on me." The pressing crowd, struck in astonishment, parted before him as they could have done in the path of a thunderbolt, and unimpeded, he passed to the door. That their regent had entered the keep was soon rumoured through the city. And when he appeared from the gate he was hailed by the acclamations of the people. He found his empire again in the hearts of the lowly, they whom he had restored to their cottages, knelt to him in the streets, and called for blessings on his name. While they, oh, blasting touch of envy, whom he had restored to castles, and elevated from a state of vassalage to the power of princes, they raised against him that very power to lay him in the dust. Now it was, that when surrounded by the grateful citizens of Stirling, whom it would have been as easy for him to have inflamed to the massacre of Badenoch and his council, as to have lifted his bugle to his lips, that he blew the summons for his captains. Every man in the keep flew to arms, expecting that Wallace was returning upon them with the host he had threatened. In a few minutes the Lord Ruthven, with his brave followers, entered the inner ballium gate. Wallace smiled proudly as they drew near. "My lords," said he, "you come to witness the last act of my delegated power. Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, enter into that hall, which was once the seat of council, and tell the violent men who fill it, that for the peace of Scotland, which I value more than my life, I allow them to stand unpunished of their offence against me. But the outrage they have committed on the freedom of one of her bravest sons I will not pardon, unless he be immediately set at liberty. Let them deliver to you Sir Alexander Ramsay, and then I permit them to hear my final decision. If they refuse obedience, they are all my prisoners, and, but for my pity on their blindness, should perish by the laws." Eager to open the prison door for his friend Ramsay, and little suspecting to what he was calling the insurgents, Scrymgeour hastened to obey. Lorne and Badenoch gave him a very rough reception, uttering such rebellious defiance of the regent that the brave standard-bearer lost all patience, and denounced the immediate deaths of the whole refractory assembly. "The courtyard," cried he, "is armed with thousands of the regent's followers, his foot is on your necks, obey, or this will be a more grievous day for Scotland than even that of Falkirk, for the castle of Stirling will run with Scottish blood." At this menace Badenoch became more enraged, and Scrymgeour, seeing no chance of prevailing by argument, sent a messenger to privately tell Wallace the result. The regent immediately placed himself at the head of 20 men, and, re-entering the keep, went directly to the warder, whom he ordered, on his allegiance to the laws, to deliver Sir Alexander Ramsay into his hands. He was obeyed, and returned with his recovered chieftain to the platform. When Scrymgeour was apprised of the knight's release, he turned to Badenoch, with whom he was still contending in furious debate, and demanded, "Will you or will you not attend me to the regent? He of you all," added he, addressing the chieftains, "who in this simple duty disobeys, shall receive from him the severe doom." Badenoch and Lorne, affecting to deride this menace, replied, they would not for an empire do the usurper the homage of a moment's voluntary attention, but if any of their followers chose to view the mockery, they were at liberty. A very few, and those of the least turbulent spirits went forth. They began to fear having embarked in a desperate cause. And, by their present acquiescence, were willing to deprecate the wrath of Wallace, while thus assured of not exciting the resentment of Badenoch. When Wallace looked around him and saw the space before the keep filled with armed men and citizens, he ascended an elevated piece of ground, which rose a little to the left, and waving his hand in token that he intended to speak. A profound silence took place of the buzz of admiration, gratitude, and discontent. He then addressed the people. "Brother soldiers, friends, and, am I so to distinguish Scots, enemies?" At this word, a loud cry of, "Perish all who are the enemies of our glorious regent," penetrated to the inmost chambers of the citadel. Believing that the few of his partisans who had ventured out, were falling under the vengeance of Wallace, Badenoch, with a brandished weapon, and followed by the rest, sallied toward the door, but there he stopped. For he saw his friend standing unmolested. Wallace proceeded, and, with calm dignity, announced the hatred that was now poured upon him by a large part of that nobility who had been so eager to invest him with the high office he then held. "Though they have broken their oaths," cried he, "I have fulfilled mine. They vowed to me all lawful obedience, I swore to free Scotland or to die. Every castle in this realm is restored to its ancient lord. Every fortress is filled with a native garrison, the sea is covered with our ships, and the kingdom, one in itself, sits secure behind her well-defended bulwarks. Such have I, through the strength of the almighty arm, made Scotland. Beloved by a grateful people, I could wield half her power to the destruction of the rest, but I would not pluck one stone out of the building I have raised. Today I deliver up my commission, since its design is accomplished. I resign the regency." As he spoke, he took off his helmet, and stood uncovered before the people. "No, no," seemed the voice from every lip, "we will acknowledge no other power, we will obey no other leader." Wallace expressed his sense of their attachment, but repeating to them that he had fulfilled the end of his office, by setting them free, he explained that his retaining it was no longer necessary. "Should I remain your regent," continued he, "the country would be involved in ruinous dissensions. The majority of your nobles now find a vice in the virtue they once extolled. And seeing its power, no longer needful, seek to destroy my upholders with myself. I therefore remove the cause of contention. I quit the regency, and I bequeath your liberty to the care of your chiefs. But should it be again in danger, remember, that while life breathes in this heart, the spirit of William Wallace will be with you still." With these words he descended the mound, and mounted his horse, amidst the cries and tears of the populace. They clung to his garments as he rode along, and the women, with their children, throwing themselves on their knees in his path, implored him not to leave them to the inroads of a ravager, not to abandon them to the tyranny of their own lords, who, unrestrained by a king, or a regent like himself, would soon subvert his good laws, and reign despots over every district in the country. Wallace answered their entreaties with the language of encouragement, adding, that he was not their prince, to lawfully maintain a disputed power over the legitimate chiefs of the land. But, he said, a rightful sovereign may yet be yielded to your prayers. And to procure that blessing, daughters of Scotland, night and day invoke the giver of every good gift. When Wallace and his weeping train separated, at the foot of Falkirk Hill, he was met by his veterans of Lanark, who, having heard of what had passed in the citadel, advanced to him with one voice, to declare that they never would fight under any other commander. "Wherever you are, my faithful friends," returned he, "you shall still obey my word." When he entered the monastery, the opposition that was made to his resignation of the regency, by the Bishop of Dunkeld, Lord Loch Awe, and others, was so vehement, so persuasive, that had not Wallace been steadily principled not to involve his country in domestic war, he must have yielded to the affectionate eloquence of their pleading. But showing to them the public danger attendant on his provoking the wild ambition of the Cummins, and their multitudinous adherents, his arguments, which the sober judgment of his friends saw conclusive, at last ended the debate. He then rose, saying, "I have yet to perform my vow to our lamented March. I shall seek his daughter, and then, my brave companions, ye shall hear of me, and, I trust, see me again." Chapter 56. The Monastery. It being Lady Ruthven's wish that the remains of her brother should be entombed with his ancestors, preparations were made for the mournful cavalcade to set forth toward Braemar Castle. The Countess, hoping that Wallace might be induced to accompany them, did not long object to this proposal, which Lady Ruthven had enforced with tears. Had any one seen the tow, and been called upon to judge, by their deportment, of the relationship in which each lady stood to the deceased, he must have decided that the sister was the widow. At the moment of her husband's death, Lady Mar had felt a shock. She had long looked for this event. As to the seal of her happiness, it was the sight of mortality that appalled her. The man she doted on, nay, even herself, must one day lie as the object now before her, dead, insensible to all earthly joys, or pains, but awake, perhaps, fearfully awake, to the judgments of another world. This conviction caused her shrieks, when she saw Lord Mar expire. Every obstacle between her and Wallace she now believed removed. Her husband was dead, Helen was carried away by a man devotedly enamored of her, and most probably was at that time his wife. The spectres of conscience passed from her eyes, she no longer thought of death and judgment. And, under a pretense that her feelings could not bear the sight of her husband's bier, she determined to seclude herself in her own chamber, till the freshness of Wallace's grief for his friend should have passed away. But when she heard, from the indignant Edwin, of the rebellious conduct of the young Lord Badenoch, and that the regent had abdicated, her consternation superseded all caution. "I will soon humble that proud boy," exclaimed she, "and let him know, that in opposing the elevation of Sir William Wallace, he treads down his own interest." "You are beloved by the regent, Edwin," cried she, interrupting herself, and clasping his hand with earnestness. "Teach his enthusiastic heart the true interests of his country. I am the first woman of the house of Cummin, and is not that family the most powerful 43 in the kingdom? By the adherence of one branch to Edward, the Battle of Falkirk was lost. By the rebellion of another, the Regent of Scotland is obliged to relinquish that dignity. It is in my power to move the whole race at my will. And if Wallace would mingle his blood with theirs, would espouse me, an overture which the love I bear my country impels me to make, every nerve would then be strained to promote the elevation of their nearest kinswoman. Wallace would reign in Scotland, and the whole land lie at peace. Edwin eyed her with astonishment while she spoke. All her late conduct to his cousin Helen, to his uncle, and to Wallace, was now explained. And he saw in her flushed cheek, that it was not the patriot who desired this match, but the enamoured woman. "You do not answer," said she. "Have you any apprehension that Sir William Wallace would reject the hand which would give him a crown? Which would dispense happiness to many thousand people?" "No," replied he. "I believe that, much as he is devoted to the memory of her, whom alone he can ever love, could he purchase true happiness to Scotland by the sacrifice, he would espouse any virtuous woman who could bring him so blessed a dowry. But in your case, my honoured aunt, I can see no probability of such a consequence. In the first place, I know, that now the virtuous Earl of Badenoch is no more, he neither respects nor fears the Cummins. And that he would scorn to purchase a crown or even the people's happiness, by baseness in himself. To rise by their means, who, you have seen, will at any time immolate all that is sacred to man to their own caprice, or fancied interests, would be unworthy of him. Therefore, I am sure, if you wish to marry Sir William Wallace, you must not urge the use he may make of the Cummins as an argument. He need not stoop to cajole the men he may command. Did he not drive the one half of their clan, with the English host to boot, to seek any shelter from his vengeance? And for them in the citadel, had he chosen to give the word, they would now be all numbered with the dust. Aunt. He has a divine master, whose example he follows, though in deep humility. He lays down his power, it is not taken from him. Earthly crowns are dross to him who looks for a heavenly one. Therefore, honoured lady, believe it no longer necessary to wound your delicacy, by offering him a hand, which cannot produce the good you meditate. The complexion of the Countess varied 1,000 times during this answer. Her reason assented to many parts of it, but the passion she could not acknowledge to her nephew, urged her to persist. "You may be right, Edwin," she replied, "but still, as there is nothing very repugnant in me, the project is surely worth trying. At any rate, even setting the Cummins aside, a marriage with the daughter of Straffan, by allying your noble friend to every illustrious house in the kingdom, would make his interest theirs, and all must unite in retaining to him the regency. Scotland will be wrecked should he leave the helm. And, sweet Edwin, though your young heart is yet unacquainted with the strange inconsistencies of the tenderest passion, I must whisper you that your friend will never be happy till he again live in the bosom of domestic affection." "Ah! But where is he to find it?" cried Edwin. "What will ever restore his Marion to his arms?" "I," cried she, "I will be more than ever Marion was to him." She knew not, oh! She could not, the boundless love that fills my heart for him. Edwin's blushes at this wild declaration told her how far she had betrayed herself. She attempted to palliate what she could no longer conceal, and, covering her face with her hand, exclaimed, "You, who love Sir William Wallace, cannot be surprised that all who adore human excellence should participate in that sentiment. How could I see him, the benefactor of my family, the blessing to all Scotland, and not love him?" "True," replied Edwin, "but not as a wife would love her husband. You were married. And was it possible you could feel thus when my uncle lived? So strong a passion cannot have grown in your breast since he died, for surely, love should not enter a widow's heart at the side of an unburied husband." "Edwin," replied she, "you, who never felt the throbs of this tyrant, judge with a severity you will one day regret. When you love, and struggle with a passion that drinks your very life, you will pity Joanna of Mar, and forgive her." "I pity you now, aunt," replied he, "but you bewilder me. I cannot understand the possibility of a virtuous married woman suffering any passion of this kind to get such domination over her as to cause her one guilty sigh. For guilty must every wish be that militates against the duty of her marriage vow. Surely, love comes not in a whirlwind, to seize the soul at once, but grows by degrees, according to the development of the virtues of the object, and the freedom we give ourselves in their contemplation, and, if it be virtue that you love in Sir William Wallace, had you not virtue in your noble husband? The Countess perceived by the remarks of Edwin that he was deeper read in the human heart than she had suspected, that he was neither ignorant of the feelings of the passion, nor of what ought to be its source. And therefore, with a deep blush, she replied, "Think for a moment before you condemn me. I acknowledge every good quality that your uncle possessed, but oh! Edwin, he had frailties that you know not of, frailties that reduced me to be, what the world never saw, the most unhappy of women." Edwin turned pale at this charge against his uncle. And, while he forbore to draw aside the veil which covered the sacred dead, little did he think that the artful woman meant a frailty to which she had equally shared, and the consequences of which dangerous vanity had constrained her to become his wife. She proceeded. "I married your uncle when I was a girl, and knew not that I had a heart. I saw Wallace, his virtues stole me from myself, and I found, in short, Edwin, your uncle became of too advanced an age to sympathize with my younger heart. How could I, then, defend myself against the more congenial soul of your friend? He was reserved during Mar's life, but he did not repulse me with unkindness. I therefore hope. And do you, my Edwin, gently influence him in my favor, and I will forever bless you." "Aunt," answered he, looking at her attentively, "can you, without displeasure, hear me speak a few, perhaps ungrateful, truths?" "Say what you will," said she, trembling, "only be my advocate with the noblest of human beings, and I can take naught amiss." "Lady Mar," resumed he, "I answer you with unqualified sincerity, because I love you, and venerate the memory of my uncle, whose frailties, whatever they might be, were visible to you alone. I answer you with sincerity, because I would spare you much future pain, and Sir William Wallace a task that would pierce him to the soul. You confess that he already knows you love him, that he has received such demonstrations with coldness. Recollect what it is you love him for, and then judge if he could do otherwise. Could he approve affections which a wife transferred to him from her husband, and that husband his friend?" "Ah! But he is now dead," interrupted she. "That obstacle is removed." "But the other, which you raised yourself," replied Edwin, "while a wife, you showed to Sir William Wallace that you could not only indulge yourself in wishes hostile to your nuptial faith, but divulge them to him. Ah! My aunt, what could you look for as the consequence of this? My uncle yet lived when you did this. And that act, were you youthful as Hebe, and more tender than ever was fabled the Queen of Love, I am sure, the virtue of Wallace would never pardon. He never could pledge his faith to one whose passions had so far silenced her sense of duty, and did he even love you, he would not, for the empire of the world, repose his honor in such keeping. Edwin. Sirrayed she, at last summoning power to speak, for during the latter part of this address she had sat gasping from unutterable disappointment and rage, are you not afraid to breathe all this to me? I have given you my confidence, and do you abuse it? Do you stab me, when I ask you to heal? No, my dear aunt, replied he, I speak the truth to you, ungrateful as it is, to prevent you hearing it in perhaps a more painful form from Wallace himself. Oh, no! Cried she, with contemptuous haughtiness, he is a man, and he knows how to pardon the excesses of love. Look around you, foolish boy, and see how many of our proudest lords have united their fates with women who not only loved them while their husbands lived, but left their homes and children to join their lovers. And what is there in me, a princess of the crowns of Scotland and of Norway, a woman who has had the nobles of both kingdoms at her feet, and frowned upon them all, that I should now be contemned? Is the ingrate for whom alone I ever felt a wish of love, is he to despise me for my passion? You mistake, Edwin, you know not the heart of man. Not of the common race of men, perhaps, replied he, but certainly that of Sir William Wallace. Purity and he are too sincerely one for personal vanity to blind his eyes to the deformity of the passion you describe. And mean as I am when compared with him, I must aver that, were a married woman to love me, and seek to excuse her frailty, I should see alone her contempt of the principles which are the only impregnable bulwarks of innocence. And shrink from her as I would from pollution. Then you declare yourself my enemy, Edwin? No, replied he, I speak to you as a son. But if you are determined to avow to Sir William Wallace what you have revealed to me, I shall not even observe on what has passed, but leave you, unhappy lady, to the pangs I would have spared you. He rose. Lady Mar wrung her hands in a paroxysm of conviction that what he said was true. Then, Edwin, I must despair. He looked at her with pity. Could you abhor the dereliction that your soul has thus made from duty, and leave him, whom your unwidowed wishes now pursue, to seek you, then I should say that you might be happy. For penitence appeases God, and shall it not find grace with man? Blessed Edwin, cried she, falling on his neck, and kissing him, whisper but my penitence to Wallace, teach him to think I hate myself. Oh, make me that in his eyes which you would wish, and I will adore you on my knees. The door opened at this moment, and Lord Ruthven entered. The tears she was profusely shedding on the bosom of his son, he attributed to some conversation she might be holding respecting her deceased lord, and taking her hand. He told her he came to propose her immediate removal from the scene of so many horrors. My dear sister, said he, I will attend you as far as Perth. After that, Edwin shall be your guard to Braemar, and my Janet will stay with you there till time has softened your griefs. Lady Mar looked at him. And where will be Sir William Wallace? Here, answered Ruthven. Some considerations, consequent to his receiving the French dispatches, will hold him some time longer south of the Forth. Lady Mar shook her head doubtfully, and reminded him that the chiefs in the citadel had withheld the dispatches. Lord Ruthven then informed her that, unknown to Wallace, Lord Loch Awe had summoned the most powerful of his friends then near Stirling, and attended by them, was carried on a littler into the citadel. It entered the council hall, and from that bed of honourable wounds, he threatened the assembly with instant vengeance from his troops without, unless they would immediately swear fealty to Wallace. And compel Badenoch to give up the French dispatches. Violent tumults were the consequence. But Loch Awe's litter being guarded by a double rank of armed chieftains, and the keep being hemmed round by his men prepared to put to the sword every Scot hostile to the proposition of their lord, the insurgents at last complied. And forced Badenoch to relinquish the royal packet. This effected, Loch Awe and his train returned to the monastery. Wallace refused to resume the dignity he had resigned, the reinvestment of which had been extorted from the lords in the citadel. No, said he to Loch Awe. It is indeed time that I should sink into shades where I cannot be found, since I am become a word of contention amongst my countrymen. He was not to be shaken, continued Ruthven. But seeing matter in the French dispatches that ought to be answered without delay, he yet remains a few days at Falkirk. Then we will await him here, cried the countess. That cannot be, answered Ruthven, it would be against ecclesiastical law to detain the sacred dead so long from the grave. Wallace will doubtless visit Braemar, therefore I advise that tomorrow you leave Falkirk. Edwin seconded this counsel. And fearing to make further opposition, she silently acquiesced. But her spirit was not so quiescent. At night when she went to her cell, her ever-wakeful fancy aroused 1,000 images of alarm. She remembered the vow that Wallace had made to seek Helen. He had already given up the regency, an office which might have detained him from such a pursuit. And might not a passion softer than indignation against the ungrateful chieftains have dictated this act? Should he love Helen, what is there not to fear, cried she, and should he meet her, I am undone. Racked by jealousy, and goaded by contradicting expectations, she rose from her bed and paced the room in wild disorder. One moment she strained her mind to recollect every gracious look or word from him, and then her imagination glowed with anticipated delight. Again she thought of his address to Helen, of his vow in her favour, and she was driven to despair. All Edwin's kind admonitions were forgotten, passion alone was awake, and forgetful of her rank and sex, and of her situation, she determined to see Wallace, and appeal to his heart for the last time. She knew that he slept in an apartment at the other end of the monastery. And that she might pass thither unobserved, she glided into an opposite cell belonging to a sick monk, and stealing away his cloak, threw it over her, and hurried along the cloisters. The chapel doors were open. In passing, she saw the bier of her lord awaiting the hour of its removal, surrounded by priests, singing anthems for the repose of his soul. No tender recollections, no remorse, knocked at the heart of Lady Mar as she sped along. Abandoned all to thoughts of Wallace, she felt not that she had a soul, she acknowledged not that she had a hope, but what centered in the smiles of the man she was hastening to seek. His door was fastened with a latch. She gently opened it, and found herself in his chamber. She trembled, she scarcely breathed, she looked around, she approached his bed, but he was not there. Disappointment palsied her heart, and she sunk upon a chair. "Am I betrayed?" said she to herself. "Has that youthful hypocrite warned him hence?" And then again she thought, "But how should Edwin guess that I should venture here? Oh, no, my cruel stars alone are against me." She now determined to await his return, and nearly 3 hours she had passed there, enduring all the torments of guilt and misery, but he appeared not. At last, hearing the matin bell, she started up, fearful that her maids might discover her absence. Compelled by some regard to reputation, with an unwilling mind she left the shrine of her idolatry, and once more crossed the cloisters. While again drawing toward the chapel, she saw Wallace himself issue from the door, supporting on his bosom the fainting head of Lady Ruthven. Edwin followed them. Lady Mar pulled the monk's cowl over her face and withdrew behind a pillar. "Ah!" thought she, "absenting myself from my duty, I fled from thee." She listened with breathless attention to what might be said. Lord Ruthven met them at that instant. "This night's watching by the bier of her brother," said Wallace, "has worn out your gentle lady. We strove to support her through these sad vigils, but at last she sunk." What Ruthven said in reply, when he took his wife in his arms, the Countess could not hear, but Wallace answered, "I have not seen her." "I left her late in the evening drowned in tears," replied Ruthven, in a more elevated tone. "I therefore suppose that in secret she offers those prayers for her deceased husband, which my tender Janet pours over his grave." "Such tears," replied Wallace, "are heaven's own balm. I know they purify the heart whence they flow." "Yes, and the prayers we breathe for those we love, unite our souls the closer to theirs. Look up, dear Lady Ruthven," said he, as she began to revive, "look up and hear how you may, while still on earth, retain the society of your beloved brother. Seek his spirit at the footstool of God. 'Tis thus I live, sister of my most venerated friend. My soul is ever on the wing of heaven, whether in the solitary hour, in joy, or in sorrow, for there my treasure lives." "Wallace! Wallace!" cried Lady Ruthven, looking on his animated countenance with wondering rapture, "and art thou a man of earth and of the sword? Oh! Rather say, an angel, lent us here a little while to teach us to live and to die." A glowing blush passed over the pale but benign cheek of Wallace. "I am a soldier of him who was, indeed, brought into the world to show us, by his life and death, how to be virtuous and happy. Know me, by my life, to be his follower. And David himself were not a more glorious title." Lady Mar, while she contemplated the matchless form before her, exclaimed to herself, "Why is it animated by as faultless a soul? Oh, Wallace! Wert thou less excellent, I might hope. But hell is in my heart, and heaven in thine." She tore her eyes from a view which blasted while it charmed her, and rushed from the cloisters. Chapter 57. Durham. The sun rose as the funeral procession of the Earl of Mar moved from before the gates of the monastery at Falkirk. Lord Ruthven and Edwin mounted their horses. The maids of the two ladies led them forth toward the litters which were to convey them so long a journey. Lady Ruthven came first, and Wallace placed her tenderly in her carriage. The Countess next appeared, clad in the deep weeds of widowhood. Her child followed in the arms of its nurse. At the sight of the innocent babe, whom he had so often seen pressed to the fond bosom of the father it was now following to his grace, tears rushed into the eyes of Wallace. Lady Mar hid the tumult of her feelings on the shoulder of her maid. He advanced to her respectfully, and handing her to her vehicle, urged her to cherish life for the sake of her child. She threw herself with increased agitation on her pillow, and Wallace, deeming the presence of her babe the surest comforter, laid it tenderly by her side. At that moment, before he had relinquished it, she bent her face upon his hands, and bathing them with tears, faintly murmured, "Oh, Wallace, remember me." Lord Ruthven rode up to bid adieu to his friend, and the litters moved on. Wallace promised that both he and Edwin should hear of him in the course of a few days, and affectionately grasping the hand of the latter, bade him farewell. Hear of him they should, but not see him. For it was his determination to set off that night for Durham, where, he was informed, Edward now lay, and, joined by his young queen, meant to sojourn till his wounds were healed. Believing that his presence in Scotland could no longer be serviceable, and would engender continual intestine divisions, Wallace did not hesitate in fixing his course. His first object was to fulfill his vow to Lord March. He thought it probable, that Helen might have been carried to the English court, and that in seeking her, he might also attempt an interview with young Bruce. Hoping to learn how far he had succeeded in persuading his father to leave the vassalage of Edward, and once more dare resuming the spectre of his ancestors. To effect his plan without hindrance, on the disappearance of the funeral cavalcade, Wallace retired to his apartment to address a letter to Lord Ruthven. In this epistle he told the chief that he was going on an expedition which he hoped would prove beneficial to his country, but it was an enterprise of rashness, he would not make any one his companion. He therefore begged Lord Ruthven to teach his friends to consider with candour a flight they might otherwise deem unkind. All the brother was in his letter to Edwin, conjuring him to prove his affection for his friend by quietly abiding at home till they should meet again in Scotland. He wrote to Andrew Murray, now Lord Bothwell, addressing him as the first of his compatriots who had struck a blow for Scotland. And, as his dear friend and brother soldier, he confided to his care the valiant troop which had followed him from Lanark. "Tell them," said he, "that in obeying you they still serve with me, they perform their duty to Scotland at home, I abroad. Our aim is the same, and we shall meet again at the consummation of our labours." These letters he enclosed in one to Scrymgeour, with orders to dispatch 2 of them according to their directions. But that to Murray, Scrymgeour was himself to deliver at the head of the Lanark veterans. At the approach of twilight Wallace quitted the monastery, leaving his packet with the porter, to present to Scrymgeour when he should arrive at his usual hour. As the chief meant to assume a border minstrel's garb, that he might travel the country unrecognized as its once adored regent, he took his way toward a large hollow oak in Tor Wood, where he had deposited his means of disguise. When arrived there he disarmed himself of all but his sword, dirk, and breastplate. He covered his tartan gambeson with a minstrel's cassock, and staining his bright complexion with the juice of a nut, concealed his brighter locks beneath a close bonnet. Being thus equipped, he threw his harp over his shoulder. And having first, in that solitude, where no eye beheld, no ear heard but that of God, invoked a blessing on his enterprise, with a buoyant spirit, rejoicing in the power in whose light he moved, he went forth. And under the sweet serenity of a summer night pursued his way along the broom-clad hills of Muiravenside. All lay in profound rest, not a human creature crossed his path till the carol of the lark summoned the husbandman to his toil, and spread the thymy hills and daisied pastures with herds and flocks. As the lowing of cattle descending to the water, and the bleating of sheep, hailing the morning beam, came on the breeze, mingled with the joyous voices of their herdsmen. Calling to each other from afar, as all met the ear of Wallace, his conscious heart could not but whisper, "I have been the happy instrument to effect this. I have restored every man to his paternal fields. I have filled all these honest breasts with gladness." He stopped at a little moss-covered cabin on the burnside, beneath Craig Castle in Mid-Lothian, and was hospitably entertained by its simple inhabitants. Wallace repaid their kindness with a few ballads, which he sung accompanied by his harp. As he gave the last notes of King Arthur's Death in Glory, the worthy cotter raised his head from the spade on which he leaned, and asked whether he could not sing the glory of Scotland. "Our renowned Wallace," said he, "is worth King Arthur and all the stranger knights of his round table, for he not only conquers for us in war, but establishes us in happy peace. Who like him, of all our great captains, ever took such care of the poor as to give them, not only the bread which sustains temporal, but that which supports eternal life? Sing us then his praises, minstrel, and tarry with us days instead of hours." The wife, and the children who clung around their melodious visitant, joined in this request. Wallace rose with a saddened smile, and replied, "I cannot do what you require, but I can yield you an opportunity to oblige Sir William Wallace. Will you take a letter from him, of which I am the bearer, to Lord Dundaff at Berwick? I have been seeking, what I have now found, a faithful Scot, with whom I could confide this trust. It is to reveal to a father's heart the death of a son, for whom Scotland must mourn to her latest generations." The honest shepherd respectfully accepted this mission. And his wife, loading her guest's scrip with her choicest fruits and cakes, accompanied him, followed by the children, to the bottom of the hill. In this manner, sitting at the board of the lowly, and sleeping beneath the thatched roof, did Wallace pursue his way through Tweedale and Ettrick Forest, till he reached the Cheviots. From every lip he heard his own praises, heard them with redoubled satisfaction, for he could have no suspicion of their sincerity, as they were uttered without expectation of their ever reaching the regent's ear. It was the Sabbath day when he mounted the Cheviots. He stood on one of their summits, and leaning on his harp, contemplated the fertile dales he left behind. The gay villagers, in their best attires, were thronging to their churches. While the aged, too infirm for the walk, were sitting in the sun at their cottage doors, adoring the almighty benefactor in his sublimer temple of the universe. All spoke of security and happiness. Thus I leave thee, beloved Scotland. And on revisiting these hills, may I still behold thy sons and daughters rejoicing in the heaven-bestowed peace of their land. Having descended into Northumberland, his well-replenished scrip was his provider. And when it was exhausted, he purchased food from the peasantry. He would not accept the hospitality of a country he had so lately trodden as an enemy. Here he heard his name mentioned with terror as well as admiration. While many related circumstances of misery to which the ravaging of their lands had reduced them, all concurred in praising the moderation with which the Scottish leader treated his conquests. Late in the evening, he arrived on the banks of the river that surrounds the episcopal city of Durham. He crossed Framlinggate Bridge. His Mistral garb prevented his being stopped by the guard at the gate. But as he entered its porch, a horse that was going through started at his abrupt appearance. Its rider suddenly exclaimed, "Fool, thou dost not see Sir William Wallace." Then turning to the disguised knight, "Harper," cried he, "you frighten my steed, draw back till I pass." Not displeased to find the terror him so great amongst the enemies of Scotland, that they even addressed their animals as sharers in the dread, Wallace stood out of the way, and saw the speaker to be a young Southron knight, who with difficulty kept his seat on the restive horse. Rearing and plunging, it would have thrown its rider, had not Wallace put forth his hand and seized the bridle. By his assistance, the animal was soothed. And the young lord, thanking him for his service, told him that, as a reward, he would introduce him to play before the Queen, who that day held a feast at the bishop's palace. Wallace thought it probable he might see or hear of Lady Helen in this assembly, or find access to Bruce, and he gladly accepted the offer. The knight, who was Sir Piers Gaveston, ordering him to follow, turned his horse toward the city, and conducted Wallace through the gates of the citadel, to the palace within its walls. On entering the banqueting hall, he was placed by the knight in the musicians' gallery, there to await his summons to Her Majesty. This entertainment being spread, and the room full of guests, the Queen was led in by the haughty Bishop of the See, the King being too ill of his wounds to allow his joining so large a company. The beauty of the lovely sister of Philip le Bel seemed to fill the gaze and hearts of all bystanders, and none appeared to remember that Edward was absent. Wallace hardly glanced on her youthful charms. His eyes roamed from side to side in quest of a fairer, a dearer object, the captive daughter of his dead friend. She was not there, neither was de Valence, but Buchan, Athol, and Soulis, were near the royal Margaret. In all the pomp of feudal grandeur. In vain waved the trophied banners over their heads, they sat sullen and revengeful, for the defeat on the Carron had obscured the treacherous victory of Falkirk. And instead of having presented Edward to his young queen as the conqueror of Scotland, she had found him, and them fugitives in the castle of Durham. Immediately on the royal band ceasing to play, Gaveston pressed toward the queen, and told her he had presumed to introduce a travelling minstrel into the gallery. Hoping that she would order him to perform for her amusement, as he could sing legends from the descent of the Romans to the victories of her royal Edward. With all her age's eagerness in quest of novelties, she commanded him to be brought to her. Gaveston having presented him, Wallace bowed with the respect due to her sex and dignity, and to the esteem in which he held the character of her royal brother. Margaret desired him to place his harp before her, and begin to sing. As he knelt on one knee, and struck its sounding chords, she stopped him by the inquiry, of whence he came. From the north country, was his reply. Were you ever in Scotland? Asked she. Many times. The young lords crowded round to hear this dialogue between majesty and lowliness. She smiled, and turned toward them. Do not accuse me of disloyalty, but I have a curiosity to ask another question. Nothing your majesty wishes to know, said Bishop Beck, can be amiss. Then tell me, cried she, for you wandering minstrels see all great people, good or bad, else how could you make songs about them? Did you ever see Sir William Wallace in your travels? Often, madam. Pray tell me what he is like. You probably will be unprejudiced, and that is what I can hardly expect in this case from any of these brave lords. Wishing to avoid further questioning on this subject, Wallace replied. I have never seen him so distinctly as to be enabled to prove any right to your majesty's opinion of my judgment. Cannot you sing me some ballad about him? Inquired she, laughing, and if you are a little poetical in your praise, I can excuse you, for my royal brother thinks this bold Scot would have shone brightly in a fairer cause. My songs are dedicated to glory set in the grave, returned Wallace, therefore Sir William Wallace's faults or virtues will not be sung by me. Then he is a very young man, I suppose. For you are not old, and yet you speak of not surviving him. I was in hopes, cried she, addressing Beck, that my lord the king would have brought this Wallace to have supped with me here, but for once rebellion overcame its master. Beck made some reply which Wallace did not hear, and the queen again turning to him resumed. Minstrel, we French ladies are very fond of a good mean. And I shall be a little reconciled to your northern realms if you tell me that Sir William Wallace is anything like as handsome as some of the gay knights by whom you see me surrounded. Wallace smiled, and replied. The comeliness of Sir William Wallace lies in a strong arm and a feeling heart. And if these be charms in the eyes of female goodness, he may hope to be not quite an object of abhorrence to the sister of Philip le Bel. The minstrel bowed as he spoke, and the young queen laughing again, said. I wish not to come within the influence of either. But sing me some Scottish legend, and I will promise wherever I see the knight to treat him with all courtesy due to valor. Wallace again struck the chords of his harp. And with a voice whose full and melodious tones rolled round the vast dome of the hall, he sung the triumphs of Buther. 40 For the queen fixed her eyes upon him. And when he ended, she turned and whispered Gaveston. If the voice of this man had been Wallace's trumpet, I should not now wonder at the discomfiture of England. He almost tempted me from my allegiance, as the warlike animation of his notes seemed to charge the flying sovereigns. Speaking, she rose, and presenting a jewelled ring to the minstrel, left the apartment. The lords crowded out after her, and the musicians coming down from the gallery, seated themselves with much rude jollity to regale on the remnants of the feast. Wallace, who had discovered the senachie of Brue by the escutcheon of Annandale suspended at his neck, gladly saw him approach. He came to invite the stranger minstrel to partake of their fare. Wallace did not appear to decline it, and as the court bard seemed rather devoted to the pleasures of wine, he found it not difficult to draw from him what he wanted to know. He learned that young Bruce was still in the castle under arrest, and, added the Senachie, I shall feel no little mortification in being obliged, in the course of half an hour, to relinquish these festivities for the gloomy duties of his apartment. This was precisely the point to which Wallace had wished to lead him, and pleading disrelish of wine, he offered to supply his place in the Earl's chamber. The half-intoxicated bard accepted the proposition with eagerness. And as the shades of night had long closed in, he conducted his illustrious substitute to the large round tower of the castle, informing him as they went along that he must continue playing in a recess adjoining Bruce's room till the last vesper bell from the abbey in the neighbourhood should give the signal for his laying aside the harp. At that time the Earl would be fallen asleep, and he might then lie down on a pallet he would find in the recess. All this Wallace promised punctually to obey. And being conducted by the Senachie up a spiral staircase, was left in the little anteroom. The chief drew the cowl of his minstrel cloak over his face and set his harp before him in order to play. He could see through its strings that a group of knights were in earnest conversation at the further end of the apartment, but they spoke so low he could not distinguish what was said. One of the party turned round, and the light of a suspended lamp discovered him to be the brave Earl Gloucester, whom Wallace had taken, and released at Berwick. The same ray showed another to be Percy, Earl of Northumberland. Wallace found the strangeness of his situation. He, the conqueror of Edward, to have been singing as a mendicant in his halls, and having given laws to the two great men before him, he now sat in their view unobserved and unfeared. Their figures concealed that of Bruce, but at last when all rose together, he heard Gloucester say, in rather an elevated voice, "Keep up your spirits. This envy of your base countrymen must recoil upon themselves. It cannot be long before King Edward discovers the motives of their accusations, and his noble nature will acquit you accordingly." "My acquittal," replied Bruce, in a firm tone, "cannot restore what Edward's injustice has rifled from me. I abide by the test of my own actions, and by it will open the door of my freedom. Your king may depend on it," added he, with a sarcastic smile, "that I am not a man to be influenced against the right. Where I owe duty I will pay it to the uttermost farthing." Not apprehending the true meaning of this speech, Percy immediately answered, "I believe you, and so must all that world. For did you not give brave proofs of it that fearful night on the Carron, in bearing arms against the triumphant Wallace?" "I did indeed give proofs of it," returned Bruce, "which I hope the world will one day know, by bearing arms against the usurper of my country's rights. And in defiance of injustice and of treason, before men and angels I swear," cried he, "to perform my duty to the end, to retrieve, to honor the insulted, the degraded name of Bruce." The two earls fell back before the vehement action which accompanied this burst from the soul of Bruce. And Wallace caught a glimpse of his youthful form, which stood preeminent in patriotic virtue between the Southron lords. His fine countenance glowed, and his brave spirit seemed to emanate in light from every part of his body. "My prince and brother," exclaimed Wallace to himself, ready to rush forward and throw himself at his feet, or into his arms. Gloucester, as little as Northumberland, comprehending Bruce's ambiguous declaration, replied, "Let not your heart, my brave friend, burn too hotly against the king for this arrest. He will be the more urgent to obliterate by kindness this injustice when he understands the aims of the Commons. I have myself felt his misplaced wrath, and who now is more favoured by Edward than Ralph de Monthermer? My case will be yours. Good night, Bruce. May propitious dreams repeat the augury of your true friends." Percy shook hands with the young earl, and the two English lords left the room. Wallace could now take a more leisurely survey of Bruce. He no longer wore gay embroidered hacqueton, his tunic was black velvet, and all the rest of his garments accorded with the same mourning hue. Soon after the lords had quitted him, the buoyant elasticity of his figure, which before seemed ready to rise from the earth, so was his soul elevated by his sublime resolves, gave way to melancholy retrospections. And he threw himself into a chair with his hands clasped upon his knee and his eyes fixed in musing gaze upon the floor. It was now that Wallace touched the strings of his harp. The death of Kathleen wailed from the sounding notes, but Bruce heard as though he heard them not. They soothed his mood without his perceiving what it was that calmed, yet deepened, the saddening thoughts which possessed him. His posture remained the same, and sigh after sigh gave the only response to the strains of the bard. Wallace grew impatient for the chimes of that vesper bell which, by assuring Bruce's attendants that he was going to rest, would secure from interruption the conference he meditated. 2 servants entered. Bruce, scarcely looking up, bade them withdraw. He should not need their attendance, he did not know when he should go to bed, and he desired to be no further disturbed. The men obeyed. And Wallace, changing the melancholy strain of his harp, struck the chords to the proud triumph he had played in the hall. Not one note of either ballad had he yet sung to Bruce. But when he came to the passage in the latter appropriated to these lines: "Arise, glory of Alban, from thy cloud, and shine upon thy own," he could not forbear giving the words voice. Bruce started from his seat. He looked toward the minstrel, he walked the room in great disorder. The pealing sounds of the harp, and his own mental confusion, prevented his distinguishing that it was not the voice of his senachie. The words alone he heard. And they seemed a call which his heart panted to obey. The hand of Wallace paused upon the instrument. He looked around to see that observation was indeed at a distance. Not that he dreaded harm to himself, for his magnanimous mind, courageous from infancy, by a natural instinct had never known personal fear. But anxious not to precipitate Bruce into useless danger, he first satisfied himself that all was safe, and then, as the young earl sat in a paroxysm of racking reflections, for they brought self-blame, or rather a blame on his father, which pierced him to the heart, Wallace slowly advanced from the recess. The agitated Bruce, accidentally raising his head, beheld a man in a minstrel's garb, much too tall to be his senachie, approaching him with a caution which he thought portended treachery. He sprung to his feet, and caught his sword from the table. But, in that moment, Wallace threw off his cowl. Bruce stood gazing on him, stiffened with astonishment. Wallace, in a low voice, exclaimed, "My prince! Do you not know me?" Bruce, without speaking, threw his arms about his neck. He was silent, as he hung on him, but his tears flowed. He had much to say, but excess of emotion rendered it unutterable. As Wallace returned the fond embrace of friendship, he gently said, "How is it that I not only see you a close prisoner, but in these weeds?" Bruce at last forced himself to articulate, "I have known misery, in all its forms, since we parted. But I have not power to name even my grief of griefs, while trembling at the peril to which you have exposed yourself by seeking me. The vanquisher of Edward, the man who snatched Scotland from his grasp, were he known to be within these walls, would be a prize for which the boiling revenge of the tyrant would give half his kingdom. Think, then, my friend, how I shudder at this daring. I am surrounded by spies, and should you be discovered, Robert Bruce will then have the curses of his country added to the judgments which already have fallen on his head." As he spoke, they sat down together, and he continued, "Before I answer your questions, tell me what immediate cause could bring you to seek the alien Bruce in prison, and by what stratagem you came in this disguise into my apartment. Tell me the last, that I may judge, by the means, of your present safety." Wallace briefly related the events which had sent him from Scotland, his re-encounter with Piers Gaveston, and his arrangement with the senachie. To the first part of the narrative, Bruce listened with indignation. "I knew," exclaimed he, "from the boastings of Athol and Buchan, that they had left in Scotland some dregs of our own refractory spirits. But I could not have guessed that envy had so obliterated gratitude in the hearts of my countrymen. The wolves have now driven the shepherd from the fold," cried he, "and the flock will soon be devoured. Fatal was the hour for Scotland, and your friend, when you yielded to the voice of faction, and relinquished the power which would have finally given peace to the nation." Wallace recapitulated his reasons for having refrained from forcing the obedience of the young Lord Badenoch and his adherents, for abdicating a dignity he could no longer maintain without shedding the blood of the misguided men who opposed him. Bruce acknowledged the wisdom of this conduct, but could not restrain his animadversions on the characters of the Cummins. He told Wallace that he had met the 2 sons of the late Lord Badenoch in Guienne. That James, who now pretended such resentment of his father's death, had ever been a rebellious son. John, who yet remained in France, appeared of a less violent temper. But, added the prince, I have been taught by one who will never counsel me more, that all the Cummins, male and female, would be ready at any time to sacrifice earth and heaven to their ambition. It is to Buchan and Athol that I owe my prolonged confinement, and to them I may date the premature death of my father. The start of Wallace declared his shock at this information. How, exclaimed he, the Earl of Carrick dead? Fell assassins of their country. The swelling emotions of his soul would not allow him to proceed, and Bruce resumed, It is for him I wear these sable garments, poor emblems of the mournings of my soul, mournings, not so much for his loss, and that is grievous as ever son bore. But because he lived not to let the world know what he really was. He lived not to bring into light his long obscured honor. There, Wallace, is the bitterness of this cup to me. But can you not sweeten it, my dear prince, cried Wallace, by retrieving all that he was cut off from redeeming? To open the way to you I come. And I will enter where you point, returned Bruce, but heavy is my woe that, knowing the same spirit was in my father's bosom, he should be torn from the opportunity to make it manifest. Oh, Wallace! That he should be made to lie down in a dishonored grave. Had he lived, my friend, he would have brightened that name which rumor has sullied, and I should have doubly gloried in wearing the name he had rendered so worthy of being coupled with the kingly title. Noble was he in soul. But he fell amidst a race of men whose art was equal to their venality, and he became their dupe. Betrayed by friendship, he sunk into the snare, for he had no dishonor in his own breast to warn him of what might be the villainy of others. He believed the cajoling speeches of Edward, who, on the first offence of Balliol, had promised to place my father on the throne. Month after month passed away, and the engagement was unperformed. The disturbance on the continent seemed to his confiding nature a sufficient excuse for these various delays, and he waited in quiet expectation till your name, my friend, rose glorious in Scotland. My father and myself were then in Guienne. Edward persuaded him that you affected the crown, and he returned with that deceiver to draw his sword against his people and their ambitious idol, for so he believed you to be, and grievous has been the expiation of that fatal hour. Your conference with him on the banks of the Carron opened his eyes, he saw what his credulity had made Scotland suffer, what a wreck he had made of his own fame, and from that moment he resolved to follow another course. But the habit of trusting the affection of Edward inclined him rather to remonstrate on his rights than immediately to take up arms against him. Yet, resolved not to strike a second blow on his people, when you assailed the South Ron camp he withdrew his few remaining followers, who had survived the hard-fought day of Falkirk, into a remote defile. On quitting you, I came up with him in mid-equals Lothian, and never having missed me from the camp, he concluded that I had appeared thus late from having kept in the rear of the division. Bruce now proceeded to narrate to Wallace the particulars of his father's meeting with the king at Durham. Instead of that monarch receiving the Earl of Carrick with his wonted familiar welcome, he turned coldly from him when he approached, and suffered him to take his usual seat at the royal table without deigning him the slightest notice. Young Bruce was absent from the banquet, having determined never to mingle again in social communion with the man whom he now regarded as the usurper of his father's rights. The absence of the filial eye which had once looked the insolent Buchan into his inherent insignificance, now emboldened the audacity of this enemy of the house of Carrick. And, supported by Athol on the one side, and Soulis on the other, the base voluptuary seized a pause in the conversation, that he might draw the attention of all present to the disgrace of the chief, and said, with affected carelessness, "My lord of Carrick, today you dine with clean hands. The last time I saw you at meat, they were garnished with your own blood." The earl turned on him a look which asked him to explain. Lord Buchan laughed, and continued, "When we last met at table, was it not in his Majesty's tent after the victory at Falkirk? You were then read from the slaughter of those bastardized people to whom I understand you now give the fond appellation of sons. Having recognized the relationship, it was not probable we should again see your hands in their former brave livery. And their present pallid hue convinces more than myself, of the truth of our information. And me, cried Edward, rising on the couch to which his wounds confined him, that I have discovered a traitor. You fled, Lord Carrick, at the first attack which the Scots made on my camp, and you drew thousands after you. I know you too well to believe that cowardice impelled the motion. It was treachery, accursed treachery to your friend and king. And you shall feel the weight of his resentment. To this hour, kind Edward, replied the Earl, starting from his chair, I have been more faithful to you than to my country or my God. I heard, saw, and believed, only what you determined. And I became your slave, your vile, oppressed slave. The victim of your artifice. How often have you pledged yourself that you fought in Scotland only for my advantage? I gave my faith and my power to you. And how often have you promised, after the next successful battle, to restore me to the crown of my ancestors? I still believed you, and I still engaged all who yet acknowledged the influence of Bruce, to support your name in Scotland. Was not such the reiterated promise by which you allured me to the field of Falkirk? And when I had covered myself, as Lord Buchan too truly says, with the blood of my children. When I asked my friend for the crown I had served for, what was his answer? Have I naught to do but to win kingdoms to make gifts of? Thus, then, did a king, a friend, break his often repeated word. What wonder, then, that I should feel the indignation of a prince and a friend, and leave the false, alas, the perjured, to defenders whom he seemed more highly to approve? But of treachery, what have I shown? Rather confidence, King Edward. And the confidence that was awakened in the fields of Palestine brought me hither today to remonstrate with you on my rights, when by throwing myself into the arms of my people, I might have demanded them at the head of a victorious army. Edward, who had prepared by the Cummins to discredit all that Carrick might say in his defence, turned with a look of contempt toward him, and said, You have persuaded to act like a madman. And as maniacs both yourself and your son shall be guarded till I have leisure to consider any rational evidence you may in future offer in your vindication. And is this the manner, King Edward, that you treat your friend, once your preserver? The vassal, replied Edward, who presumes upon the condescension of his prince, and acts as if he were really his equal, ought to meet the punishment due to such arrogance. You saved my life on the walls of Acre. But you owed that duty to the son of your liege lord. In the fervour of youth I inconsiderately rewarded you with my friendship, and the return is treason. As he concluded he turned from Lord Carrick. And the marshals immediately seizing the Earl, took him to the keep of the castle. 45. His son, who had been sought in the Carrick quarters, and laid under an arrest, met his father in the guard chamber. Carrick could not speak. But motioning to be conducted to the place appointed for his prison, the men with equal silence led him through a range of apartments which occupied the middle story, and stopping in the furthest, left him there with his son. Bruce was not surprised at his own arrest, but at that of his father, he stood in speechless astonishment until the guards withdrew. Then, seeing Lord Carrick with a changing countenance throw himself on the bed, for it was in his sleeping room they had left him, he exclaimed, What is the meaning of this, my father? Has any charge against me brought suspicion on you? No, Robert, no, replied the Earl, it is I who have brought you into this prison, and into disgrace, disgrace with all the world, for having tacitly surrendered my inheritance to the invader of my country. Honest men abhor, villains treat me with contumely, and he for whom I incurred all this, because I would not, when my eyes were open to my sin, again imbrue my hands in the blood of my country, now thrusts me from him. You are implicated in my crime, and for not joining the sovereigns to repel the Scots from the royal camp, we are both prisoners. Then, replied Bruce, he shall feel that you have a son who has virtue to be what he suspects. And from this hour I proclaim eternal enmity to the betrayer of my father, to the ingrate who embraced you to destroy. The indignation of the youthful prince wrought him to so vehement a declaration of resolute and immediate hostility, that Lord Carrick was obliged to give his transports way. But when he saw that his denunciations were exhausted, though not the determined purpose of his soul, for he trod the room with a step which seemed to shake its foundations, with the power of his mighty mind, Carrick gazed on him with pride. Yet grief, and sighing heavily called him to approach him. "Come to me, my Robert," said he, "hear and abide by the last injunctions of your father, for from this bed I may never rise more. A too late sense of the injuries my sanction has doubled on the people I was born to protect, and the ingratitude of him for whom I have offended my God and wronged my country, have broken my heart. I shall die, Robert, but you will avenge me." "May God so prosper me," cried Bruce, raising his arms to heaven. Carrick resumed. "Attend to me, my dear and brave son, and do not mistake the nature of my last wish. Do not allow the perhaps too forcible word I have used, to hurry you into any personal revenge on Edward. Let him live to feel and to regret the outrages he has committed on the peace and honor of his too faithful friend. Pierce him on the side of his ambition, there he is vulnerable, and there you will heal while you wound. This would be my revenge, dear Robert, that you should one day have his life in your power, and in memory of what I now say, spare it. When I am gone, think not of private resentment. Let your aim be the recovery of the kingdom, which Edward rifled from your fathers. Join the virtuous and triumphant Wallace. Tell him of my remorse, of my fate, and be guided wholly by his counsels. To ensure the success of this enterprise, my son, a success to which I look as to the only means of redeeming the name I have lost, and of inspiring my separated spirit with courage to meet the freeborn souls of my ancestors, urge not your own destruction by any premature disclosure of your resolutions. For my sake and for your country's, suppress your resentment, threaten not the King of England, provoke not the unworthy Scottish lords who have gained his ear, but bury all in your own bosom till you can join Wallace. Then, by his arm, and your own, seat yourself firmly on the throne of your fathers. That moment will sufficiently avenge me on Edward, and in that moment, Robert. Or at least as soon as circumstances can allow, let the English ground which will then hold my body, give up its dead. Remove me to a Scottish grave, and, standing over my ashes, proclaim to them who might have been my people, that for every evil I suffered to fall on Scotland, I have since felt answering pangs, and that dying, I beg their forgiveness. And bequeath them my best blessing, my virtuous son, to reign in my stead." These injunctions to assert his own honor and that of his father, were readily sworn to by Bruce, but he could not so easily be made to quell the imperious indignation which was precipitating him to an immediate and loud revenge. The dying earl trembled before the overwhelming passion of his son's wrath and grief. Treated with outrage and contumely, he saw his father stricken to the earth before him, and he could not bear to hear any temporizing with his murderers. But all this tempest of the soul the wisdom-inspired arguments of the earl at last becalmed, but could not subdue. He convinced his son's reason by showing him that caution would ensure the blow, and that his aim could only be effected by remaining silent till he could publish his father's honor, evidenced by his own heroism. "Do this," added Carrick, "and I shall live fair in the memories of men. But be violent, threaten Edward from these walls, menace the wretches who have trodden on the grey hairs of their prince, and your voice will be heard no more. This ground will drink your blood, and blindly judging infamy will forever after point to our obscure graves." Such persuasives at last prevailed with Bruce, and next day, writing the hasty lines which Wallace received at Falkirk, he entrusted them to his senachie, who conveyed them to Scotland by means of the shepherd youth. Shortly after the dispatch of this letter, the presage of Lord Carrick was verified, he was seized in the night with spasms, and died in the arms of his son. When Bruce related these particulars, his grief and indignation became so violent, that Wallace was obliged to enforce the dying injunctions of the father he thus vehemently deplored, to moderate the delirium of his soul. "Ah!" exclaimed the young earl, "I have indeed needed some friend to save me from myself, some one to reconcile me to the Robert Bruce who had so long slept in the fatal delusions which poisoned his father and laid him low. Oh! Wallace! At times I am mad. I know not whether this forbearance be not cowardice. I doubt whether my father meant what he spoke, that he did not yet seek to preserve the life of his son at the expense of his honor, and I have been ready to precipitate myself on the steel of Edward, so that he should but meet the point of mine." Bruce then added, that in his more rational meditations, he had resolved to attempt an escape in the course of a few days. He understood that a deputation of English barons, seeking a ratification of their charter, were soon to arrive in Durham. The bustle attendant on their business would, he hoped, draw attention from him, and afford him the opportunity he sought. In that case, continued he, I should have made directly to Stirling, and had not Providence conducted you to me, I might have unconsciously thrown myself into the midst of enemies. James Cummin is too ambitious to have allowed my life to pass unattempted. Whilst he was yet speaking, the door of the chamber burst open, and Bruce's 2 attendants rushed into the room with looks aghast. Bruce and Wallace started on their feet and laid their hands on their swords. But instead of anything hostile appearing behind the servants, the inebriated figure of the Senachie staggered forward. The men, hardly awake, stood staring and trembling, and looking from the Senachie to Wallace. At last one, extricating his terror-struck tongue, and falling on his knees, exclaimed, Blessed is he. Andrew! Here is the Senachie and his wraith. Bruce perceived the mistake of his servants, and explaining to them that a travelling minstrel had obliged the Senachie by performing his duty, he bade them retire to rest, and think no more of their alarm. The intoxicated bard threw himself without ceremony on his pallet in the recess, and the servants, though convinced, still shaking with superstitious fright, entreated permission to bring their heather beds into their lord's chamber. To deny them was impossible, and all further converse with Wallace that night being put an end to, a couch was laid for him in an interior apartment, and with a grateful pressure of the hands, in which their hearts silently embraced, the chiefs separated to repose. Chapter 58. The Bishop's Palace. The second matin bell sounded from the abbey before the eyes of Wallace opened from the deep sleep which had sealed them. A bath refreshed him from every toil, then renewing the stain on his face and hands with the juice of a nut which he carried about him, and once more covering his martial figure and golden hair with the minstrel's cassock and cowl, he rejoined his friend. Bruce had previously affected to consider the Senachie as still disordered by his last night's excess, and ordering him from his presence for at least a day, commanded that the travelling minstrel should be summoned to supply his place. The table was spread when Wallace entered, and several servants were in attendance. Bruce hastily rose and would have embraced him, so did his comforted heart spring to meet his friend. But before these people it would have been more than imprudent, and hailing him with only one of his love-beaming looks, he made a sign to him to take his place at a board near his own. To prevent suspicion in the attendants, some of whom might be spies of Edward's, during the repast he discoursed with Wallace on subjects relative to northern literature, repeating many passages apposite to his own heroic sentiments from Ossian and other Scottish bards. The meal finished, Wallace, to maintain his assumed character while the servants were removing the table, was tuning his harp when the Earl of Gloucester entered the room. The Earl told Bruce the king had required the attendance of the border minstrel, and that after searching over the castle, the royal seneschal had at last discovered he was in the keep with him. On this being intimated to Gloucester, he chose rather to come himself to demand the harper from his friend, than to subject him to the insolence of the royal servants. The king desired to hear the triumph, with which the minstrel had so much pleased the queen. Bruce turned pale at this message, and was opening his mouth to utter a denial, when Wallace, who read in his countenance what he was going to say, and aware of the consequences, immediately spoke. If my Lord Bruce will grant permission, I should wish to comply with the King of England's request. Minstrel, replied Bruce, casting on him a powerful expression of what was passing in his mind, you know not, perhaps that the King of England is at enmity with me, and cannot mean well to any one who has been my guest, or servant. The Earl of Gloucester will excuse your attendance in the presence. Not for my life or the minstrel's, replied the Earl, the king would suspect some mystery, and this innocent man might fall into peril. But as it is, his majesty merely wishes to hear him play and sing, and I pledge myself he shall return in safety. Further opposition would only have courted danger, and with as good a grace as he could assume, Bruce gave his consent. A page who followed Gloucester took up the harp, and with a glance at his friend, which spoke the fearless mind with which he ventured into the power of his enemy, Wallace accompanied Gloucester out of the room. The Earl moved swiftly forward, and leading him through a double line of guards, the folding doors of the royal apartment were thrown open by 2 knights in waiting, and Wallace found himself in the royal presence. Perforated with wounds which the chief's own hand had given him, the king lay upon a couch overhung with a crimson velvet canopy, with long golden fringes which swept the floor. His crown stood on a cushion at his head, and his queen, the blooming Margaret of France, sat full of smiles at his feet. The young Countess of Gloucester occupied a seat by her side. The Countess, who from indisposition had not been at court the preceding day, fixed her eyes on the minstrel as he advanced into the middle of the room, where the page, by Gloucester's orders, planted the harp. She observed the manner of his obeisance to the king and queen, and to herself, and the queen whispering her with a smile, said, while he was taking his station at the harp, "Have your British troubadours usually such an air as that? Am I right, or am I wrong?" "Quite right," replied the Countess in as low a voice. "I suppose he has sung of kings and heroes till he cannot help assuming their step and demeanor." "But how did he come by those eyes?" answered the Queen. "If singing of Reuther's beamy gaze have so richly endowed his own, by getting him to teach me his art, I may warble myself into a complexion as fair as any northern beauty." "But then his must not be the subject of your song," whispered the Countess with a laugh, "for methinks it is rather of the Ethiop hue." During this short dialogue, which was heard by none but the 2 ladies, Edward was speaking with Gloucester, and Wallace leaned upon his harp. "That is enough," said the king to his son-in-law, "now let me hear him play." The earl gave the word, and Wallace, striking the chords with the master hand of genius, called forth such strains and uttered such tones from his full and richly modulated voice, that the king listened with wonder. And the queen and countess scarcely allowed themselves to breathe. He sung the parting of Reuther and his bride, and their souls seemed to pant upon his notes. He changed his measure, and their bosoms heaved with the enthusiasm which spoke from his lips and hand, for he urged the hero to battle, he described the conflict, he mourned the slain, he sung the glorious triumph. As the last sweep of the harp rolled its lofty diapason on the ear of the king, the monarch deigned to pronounce him unequalled in his art. Excess of delight so agitated the more delicate frames of the ladies, that while they poured their encomiums on the minstrel, they wiped the glistening tears from their cheeks. The queen approached him, laid her hand upon the harp, and touching the strings with a light finger, said with a sweet smile, "You must remain with the king's musicians, and teach me how to charm as you do." Wallace replied to this innocent speech with a smile sweet as her own, and bowed. The countess drew near. Though not much older than the youthful queen, she had been married twice, and being therefore more acquainted with the proprieties of life, her compliments were uttered in a form more befitting her rank. And the supposed quality of the man to whom the queen continued to pour forth her less considerate praises. Edward desired Gloucester to bring the minstrel closer to him. Wallace approached the royal couch. Edward looked at him from head to foot before he spoke. Wallace bore his eagle gaze with an undisturbed countenance. He neither withdrew his eye from the king, nor did he allow a conqueror's fire to emit from its glance. "Who are you?" at length demanded Edward, who, surprised at the noble mien and unabashed carriage of the minstrel, conceived some suspicions of his quality. Wallace saw what was passing in the king's mind, and determining by a frank reply to uproot his doubts, mildly but fearlessly answered. "A Scot." "Indeed," said the king, satisfied that no incendiary would dare thus to proclaim himself. "And how durst you, being of that outlawed nation, venture into my court? Feared you not to fall a sacrifice to my indignation against the mad leader of your rebellious countrymen?" "I fear nothing on earth," replied Wallace. "This garb is privileged, none who respect that sacred law dare commit violence on a minstrel, and against them who regard no law but that of their own wills, I have this weapon to defend me." As Wallace spoke he pointed to a dirk stuck in his girdle. "You are a bold man, and an honest man, I believe," replied the king, "and as my queen desires it, I order your enrollment in my travelling train of musicians. You may leave the presence." "Then follow me to my apartment," cried the queen. "Countess, you will accompany me, to see me take my first lesson." A page took up the harp. And Wallace, bowing his head to the king, was conducted by Gloucester to the anteroom of the Queen's apartments. The Earl there told him, that when dismissed by the Queen, a page he would leave would show him the way back to Lord Carrick. The royal Margaret herself opened the door, so eager was she to admit her teacher, and placing herself at the harp, she attempted a passage of The Triumph, which had particularly struck her, but she played wrong. Wallace was asked to set her right, he obeyed. She was quick, he clear in his explanations, and in less than half an hour he made her execute the whole movement in a manner that delighted her. "Why, minstrel," cried she, looking up in his face, "either your harp is enchanted, or you are a magician. I have studied 3 long years to play the lute, and could never bring forth any tone that did not make me ready to stop my own ears. And now, Countess," cried she, again touching a few chords, "did you ever hear anything so enchanting?" "I suppose," returned the Countess, "all your former instructors have been novices, and this Scot alone knows the art to which they pretended." "Do you hear what the Countess says?" exclaimed the Queen, affecting to whisper to him, "she will not allow of any spiritual agency in my wonderfully awakened talent. If you can contradict her, do. For I want very much to believe in fairies, magicians, and all the enchanting world." Wallace, with a respectful smile, answered, "I know of no spirit that has interposed in your Majesty's favour but that of your own genius. And it is more efficient than the agency of all fairyland." The Queen looked at him very gravely, and said, "If you really think there are no such things as fairies and enchantments, for so your words would imply, then everybody in your country must have genius, for they seem to be excellent in everything. Your warriors are so peerlessly brave, all, excepting these Scottish lords who are such favourites with the king. I wonder what he can see in their uncouth faces, or find in their rough and delicate conversation to admire. If it had not been for their besetting my gracious Edward, I am sure he never would have suspected ill of the noble Bruce." "Queen Margaret," cried the Countess of Gloucester, giving her a look of respectful reprehension. "Had not the minstrel better retire?" The Queen blushed, and recollected that she was giving too free a vent to her sentiments, but she could not suffer Wallace to withdraw. "I have yet to ask you," resumed she, "the warriors of Scotland being so resistless, and their minstrels so perfect in their art, whether all the ladies can be so beautiful as the Lady Helen Mar?" The eagerness with which Wallace grasped at any tidings of her who was so prime an object of his enterprise at once disturbed the composure of his air, and had the penetrating eyes of the Countess been then directed toward him, she might have drawn some dangerous conclusions from the start he gave at the mention of her name, and from the heightened colour which, in spite of his exertions to suppress all evident emotion, maintained its station on his cheek. "But, perhaps you have never seen her," added the Queen. Wallace replied, neither denying nor affirming her question, "I have heard many praise her beauty, but more her virtues." "Well, I am sorry," continued her Majesty, "since you sing so sweetly of female charms, that you have not seen this wonder of Scottish ladies. You have now little chance of that good fortune, for Earl de Valence has taken her abroad, intending to marry her amidst all the state with which my lord has invested him." "Is it to Guienne he has taken her?" inquired Wallace. "Yes," replied the Queen, rather pleased than offended at the minstrel's ignorance of court ceremony in thus familiarly presuming to put a question to her. She continued to answer, "While so near Scotland he could not win her to forget her native country and her father's danger, who it seems was dying when de Valence carried her away. And, to prevent bloodshed between the Earl and Soulis, who is also madly in love with her, my ever-gracious Edward gave the English lord a high post in Guienne, and thither they are gone." Before Wallace could reply to some remark which the Queen laughingly added to her information, the Countess thought it proper to give her gay mother-in-law a more decisive reminder of decorum, and, rising, she whispered something which covered the youthful Margaret in blushes. Her Majesty rose directly, and pushing away the harp, hurriedly said, "You may leave the room," and turning her back to Wallace, walked away through an opposite door. Chapter 59. The Round Tower. Wallace was yet recounting the particulars of his royal visit to Bruce, who had anxiously watched his return, when one of the Queen's attendants appeared. And presenting him with a silk handkerchief curiously coiled up, said, that he brought it from her Majesty, who supposed it must be his, as she found it in the room where he had been playing the harp. Wallace was going to say that it did not belong to him, when Bruce gave him a look which directed him to take the handkerchief. He obeyed, without a word, and the boy withdrew. Bruce smiled. "There is more in that handkerchief than silk, my friend. Queens send not these embassies on trifling errands." While Bruce spoke, Wallace unwrapped it. "I told you so," cried the prince, with a frank archness playing over his before pensive features, and pointing to a slip of emblazoned vellum, which became unfolded. "Shall I look aside while you peruse it?" "Look on it, my dear prince," replied Wallace. "For in trifles, as well as in things of moment, I would hold no reserves with you." The vellum was then opened, and these words presented themselves. "Presume not on condescension. This injunction may be necessary, for the noble lady who was present at our interview tells me the men of this island are very presuming. Redeem the character of your countrymen, and transgress not on a courtesy that only means to say, I did not leave you this morning so abruptly out of unkindness. I write this, because having the Countess ever with me, I shall not even dare to whisper it in her presence. Be always faithful, and respectful, minstrel, and you shall ever find an indulgent mistress. A page will call you when your attendance is desired." Wallace and Bruce looked on each other. Bruce first spoke. "Had you vanity, my friend, this letter, from so lovely and innocent a creature, might be a gratification. But in your case, the sentiment it breathes is full of danger. She knows not the secret power that impelled her to write this, but we do, and I fear it will point an attention to you which may produce effects ruinous to our projects." "Then," answered Wallace, "our alternative is to escape it by getting away this very night. And, as you persevere in your resolution not to enter Scotland unaccompanied by me, and will share my attempt to rescue Lady Helen Mar, we must direct our course immediately to the continent." "Yes, instantly, and securely, too, under the disguise of priests," returned Bruce. "I have in my possession the wardrobe of the confessor who followed my father's fortunes, and who, on his death, retired into the abbey which contains his remains. It was then settled between the friends, that when it became dark they should dress themselves in the confessor's robes, and by means of the Queen's signet, which she had given to Wallace at the banquet, pass the guard as priests who had entered by some other gate, and were returned from shriving Her Majesty. Once without the city, they could make a swift progress southward to the nearest seaport, and there safely embark for France, for they were well aware that the moment they were missed suspicion would direct pursuit toward the Scottish border. In these arrangements, and planning their future movements relative to the rescue of Lady Helen, they passed several hours, and were only interrupted by the arrival of a lute from the Queen for her minstrel to tune. Wallace obeyed. And returning it by the page who brought it, congratulated himself that it was not accompanied by any new summons. Then continuing his discourse with Bruce on the past, present, and to come, their souls grew more closely entwined as they more intimately recognized their kindred natures. And time moved on, unmarked, till the shadows of evening deepened into night. "Now is our hour," cried Bruce, starting on his feet. "Go you into that room, and array yourself in the confessor's robes, while I call my servants to dispense with their usual nightly attendance." With determination and hope, Wallace gladly obeyed. In that very same instant the Earl of Gloucester suddenly entered, and, looking round the room with a disturbed countenance, abruptly said, "Where is the minstrel?" "Why?" answered Bruce, with an alarm which he vainly tried to prevent appearing on his face. Gloucester advanced close to him. "Is any one within hearing?" "No one." "Then," replied the Earl, "his life is in danger. He is suspected to be not what he seems, and I am sorry to add, to stand in favor with the Queen, of a nature to incur his mortal punishment." Bruce was so confounded with this stoppage of all their plans, and at the imminent peril of Wallace, that he could not speak. Gloucester proceeded. "My dear Bruce, from the circumstance of his being with you, I cannot but suppose that you know more than you think proper to disclose. Whoever he may be, whether he came from France or really from Scotland, as he says, his life is now forfeited. And that, by attempting to screen him, you may not seem to share his imputed guilt, I come to warn you of this discovery. A double guard is set around the keep, so no visible means are left for his escape. Then what will become of him, exclaimed Bruce, forgetting all caution in dismay for his friend. Am I to see the bravest of men, the saviour of my country, butchered before my eyes by a tyrant? I may die, Gloucester, in his defence, but I will never surrender him to his enemy. Gloucester stood aghast at this disclosure. He came to accuse the friend of Bruce, that Bruce might be prepared to clear himself of connivance with so treasonable a crime. But now that he found this friend to be Wallace, the preserver of his own life, the restorer of his honour at Berwick, he immediately resolved to give him freedom. Bruce, cried he, when I recollect the figure and deportment of this minstrel, I am surprised that, in despite of his disguise, I did not recognize the invincible regent of Scotland. But now I know him, he shall find that generosity is not confined to his own breast. Give me your word that you will not stimulate suspicion by remonstrating with Edward against your own arrest till the court leaves Durham, and I will instantly find a way to conduct your friend in safety from the castle. I pledge you my word of honour, cried Bruce, release but him, and, if you demand it of me, I would die in chains. He saved me at Berwick, replied Gloucester, and I am anxious to repay the debt. If he be near, explain what has happened in as few words as possible, for we must not delay a moment. I left a council with the enraged king, settling what horrible death was to be his punishment. When he is safe, answered Bruce, I will attest his innocence to you, meanwhile, rely on my faith, that you are giving liberty to a guiltless man. Bruce hastened to Wallace, who had just completed his disguise. He briefly related what had passed, and received for answer, that he would not leave his prince to the revenge of the tyrant. But Bruce, urging that the escape of the one could alone secure that of the other, implored him not to persist in refusing his offered safety, but to make direct for Normandy. I will join you at Rouen. And thence we can proceed to Guienne, added he. The hour the court leaves Durham is that of my escape, and when free, what shall divide me from you and our enterprise? Wallace had hardly assented, when a tumultuous noise broke the silence of the courtyard. The great iron doors of the keep were thrown back on their hinges, and the clangor of arms, with many voices, resounded in the hall. Thinking all was lost, with a cry of despair, Bruce drew his sword, and threw himself before his friend. At that instant Gloucester entered the room. They are quicker than I thought, cried he, but follow me. Bruce, remain where you are, sheath your sword, be bold, deny you know anything of the minstrel, and all will be well. As he spoke, the feet of them who were come to seize Wallace already sounded in the adjoining apartment. Gloucester grasped the Scottish hero by the hand, turned into a short gallery, and, plucking the broad shaft of a cedar pilaster from under its capital, let himself and his companion into a passage within the wall of the building. The ponderous beam closed after them into its former situation, and the silent pair descended, by a long flight of stone steps, to a square dungeon without any visible outlet. But the Earl found one, by raising a flat stone marked by an elevated cross, and again they penetrated lower into the bosom of the earth by a gradually declining path till they stopped on a subterranean level ground. This vaulted passage, said Gloucester, reaches, in a direct line, to Finchlay Abbey. 46 A particular circumstance constrained my uncle, the then abbot of that monastery, to discover it to me, 10 years ago. He told me, that to none but the bishops of Durham and the abbots of Finchlay was the secret of its existence revealed. Since my coming hither this time, which was to escort the young queen, not to bear arms against Scotland, I one day took it into my head to revisit this recess. And, happily for the gratitude I owe to you, I found all as I had left it in my uncle's lifetime. But, for the sake of my honour with Edward, whose wrath would fall upon me in most fearful shapes should he ever know that I delivered his vanquisher out of his hands, I must enjoin you to secrecy. Though the enemy of my king's ambition, you are the friend of mankind. You are my benefactor, noble Wallace, and I should deserve the rack, could I suffer one hair of your head to fall with violence to the ground. With answering frankness, Wallace declared his sense of the Earl's generosity, and earnestly commended the young Bruce to his watchful friendship. The brave impetuosity of his mind, continued he, at times may overthrow his prudence, and leave him exposed to dangers which a little virtuous caution might avoid. Dissimulation is a baseness I should shudder at seeing him practice. But when the flood of indignation swells his bosom, then tell him, that I conjure him, on the life of his dearest wishes, to be silent. The storm which threatens must blow over, and the power which guides through perils those who trust in it, will ordain that we shall meet again. Gloucester replied, What you say I will repeat to Bruce. I am too sensible that my royal father-in-law has trampled on his rights, and should I ever see him restored to the throne of his ancestors, I could not but acknowledge the hand of heaven in the event. Far would it have been for me to have bound him to remain a prisoner during Edward's sojourn at Durham, had I not been certain that your escape and his together would now give birth to a plausible argument in the minds of my enemies. And, grounding their suspicions on my acknowledged attachment to Bruce, the king might have been persuaded to believe me unfaithful to his interests. The result would be my disgrace, and a broken heart to her who has raised me by her generous love from the humbler ranks of nobility to that of a prince, and her husband. Gloucester then informed Wallace that about 2 hours before he came to alarm Bruce for his safety on this occasion, he was summoned by Edward to attend him immediately. When he obeyed, he found Sully standing by the royal couch, and his majesty talking with vehemence. At sight of Gloucester he beckoned him to advance, and striking his hand fiercely on a letter he held, he exclaimed, Here, my son, behold the record of your father's shame, of a king of England dishonoured by a slave. As he spoke he dashed it from him. Sully answered, smiling, Not a slave, my lord and king. Can you not see, through the ill-adapted disguise, the figure and mien of nobility? He is some foreign lover of your bride, come. Enough. Interrupted the king, I know I am dishonoured, but the villain shall die. Read the letter, Gloucester, and say what tortures shall stamp my vengeance. Gloucester opened the vellum, and read, in the queen's hand. Gentle minstrel. My lady countess tells me I must not see you again. Were you old or ugly, as most bards are, I might, she says, but being young, it is not for a queen to smile upon one of your calling. She bade me remember, that when I smiled, you smiled too. And that you asked me questions unbecoming your degree. Pray do not do this any more, though I see no harm in it, alas. I used to smile as I liked when I was in France. Oh, if it were not for those I love best, who are now in England, I wish I were there again. And you would go with me, gentle minstrel, would you not? And you would teach me to sing so sweetly. I would then never talk with you, but would always speak in song, how pretty that would be. And then we should be from under the eyes of this harsh countess. My ladies in France would let you come in and stay as long with me as I pleased. But as I cannot go back again, I will make myself happy here in spite of the countess, who rules me more as if she were my stepmother than I hers, but then to be sure she is a few years older. I will see you this evening, and your sweet harp shall sing all my heartaches to sleep. My French lady of honour will conduct you secretly to my apartments. I am sure you are too honest even to guess at what the countess thinks you might fancy when I smile on you. But, gentle minstrel, presume not, and you shall ever find an indulgent mistress in M. P.S. At the last vespers tonight, my page shall come for you. Gloucester knew the queen's handwriting, and not being able to contradict that this letter was hers, he inquired how it came into his majesty's hands. I found it, replied Sully, in crossing the courtyard. It lay on the ground, where, doubtless, it had been accidentally dropped by the queen's messenger. Gloucester, wishing to extenuate for the queen's sake, whose youth and inexperience he pitied, affirmed that, from the simplicity with which the note was written, from her innocent references to the minstrel's profession, he could not suppose that she addressed him in any other character. If he be only a base itinerant harper, replied the king, the deeper is my disgrace, for, if a passion of another king than music be not portrayed in every word of this artful letter, I never read a woman's heart. The king continued to comment on the fatal scroll with the lynx eye of jealousy, loading her name with every opprobrium. Gloucester inwardly thanked heaven that none other than Soulis and himself were present to hear Edward fasten such foul dishonour on his queen. The generous Earl could not find other arguments to assuage the mountain ire of her husband. She might be innocent of actual guilt, or indeed of being aware of more than a queen's usual interest in a poor wandering minstrel was, as the king said, in every line. Gloucester remaining silent, Edward believed him convinced of the queen's crime. And being too wrathful to think of caution, he sent for the bishop and others of his lords, and when they entered, vented to them also his injury and indignation. Many were not inclined to be of the same opinion with their sovereign. Some thought with Gloucester, others deemed the letter altogether a forgery, and a few adopted the severer inferences of her husband. But all united, even those determined to spare the queen, in recommending an immediate apprehension and private execution of the minstrel. "It is not fit," cried Soulis, "that a man who has ever been suspected of invading our monarch's honour, should live another hour." This sanguinary sentence was acceded to, and with as little remorse by the whole assembly as if they had merely condemned a tree to the axe. Such is the carelessness with which the generality of arbitrary assemblies decide on the fate of a fellow mortal. Earl Percy, who gave his vote for the death of the minstrel more from this culpable inconsideration than that thirst of blood which stimulated the voices of Soulis and the Cummins, proposed, as he believed the queen innocent, that honour should be examined relative to the circumstances mentioned in the letter. The king immediately ordered their attendance. The royal Jane of Acre appeared at the first summons, and spoke with an air of truth and freedom from alarm which convinced every candid ear of the innocence of the queen. Her testimony was, that she believed the minstrel to be other than he seemed. But she was certain, from the conversations which the queen had held with her after the bishop's feast, that it was at this very feast she had first seen him, and that she was ignorant of his real rank. On being questioned by the bishop, the countess acknowledged that her majesty had praised his figure as well as his singing, yet not more, added she, than she afterward did to the king when she awakened his curiosity to send for him. Her highness continued to reply to the interrogatories put to her, by saying, that it was in the king's presence she herself first saw the minstrel, and then she thought his demeanour much above his situation. But, when he accompanied the queen and herself into her majesty's apartments, she had then an opportunity to observe him narrowly, as the queen engaged him in conversation. And by his answers, questions, and easy, yet respectful deportment, she became convinced he was not what he appeared. "And why, Jane," asked the king, "did you not impart these suspicions to your husband or to me?" "Because," replied she, "remembering that my interference on a certain public occasion brought my late husband, Clare, under your majesty's displeasure. On my marriage with Monthermer, I made a solemn vow before my confessor never to offend in the like manner. And besides, the countenance of this stranger was so ingenious, and his sentiments so natural and honourable, I could not suspect he came on any disloyal errand." "Lady," observed one of the elder lords, "if you thought so well of the queen and of this man, why did you caution her against his smiles, and deem it necessary to persuade her not to see him again?" The countess blushed at this question, but replied, "Because I saw the minstrel was a gentleman. He possessed a noble figure, and a handsome face in spite of his Egyptian skin. Like most young gentlemen, he might be conscious of these advantages, and attribute the artless approbation, the innocent smiles of my gracious queen, to a source more flattering to his vanity. I have known many lords, not far from your majesty, make similar mistakes on as little grounds," added she, looking disdainfully towards some of the younger nobles, "and, therefore, to prevent such insolence, I desired his final dismission." "Thank you, my dear Jane," replied the king, "you almost persuade me of Margaret's innocence." "Believe it, sire," cried she with animation. "Whatever romantic thoughtlessness her youth and inexperience may have led her into, I pledge my life on her purity." "First, let us hear what that French woman has to say to the assignation," exclaimed Soulis, whose polluted heart could not suppose the existence of true purity, and whose cruel disposition exulted in torturing in death. "Question her, and then her majesty may have full acquittal." Again the brow of Edward was overcast. The fiends of jealousy once more tugged at his heart. And ordering the Countess of Gloucester to withdraw, he commanded the Baroness de Pontoise to be brought into his presence. When she saw the king's threatening looks, and beheld the fearful expression which shot from every surrounding countenance, she shrunk with terror. Long backnied in secret gallantries, the same inward whisper which had proclaimed to Soulis that the queen was guilty, induced her to believe that she had been the confidante of an illicit passion. And therefore, though she knew nothing really bad of her unhappy mistress, yet, fancying that she did, she stood before the royal tribunal with the air and aspect of a culprit. "Repeat to me," demanded the king, "or answer it with your head, all that you know of Queen Margaret's intimacy with the man who calls himself a minstrel." At these words, which were delivered in a tone that seemed the sentence of death, the French woman fell on her knees, and in a burst of terror exclaimed, "Sire, I will reveal all if your majesty will grant me pardon for having too faithfully served my mistress." "Speak! Speak!" cried the king, with desperate impatience. "I swear to pardon you, even if you have joined in a conspiracy against my life, but speak the truth, and all the truth, that judgment, without mercy, may fall on the guilty heads." "Then I obey," answered the Baroness. "Foul betrayer," half exclaimed Gloucester, turning disappointed away. "Oh! What it is to be vile, and to trust the vile! But virtue will not be auxiliary to vice, and so wickedness falls by its own agents." The Baroness, raised from her kneeling position by Soulis, began. "The only time I ever heard of, or saw this man, to my knowledge, was when he was brought to play before my lady at the bishop's banquet. I did not much observe him, being engaged in conversation at the other end of the room, so I cannot say, whether I might not have seen him in France, for many noble lords adored the Princess Margaret, though she appeared to frown upon them all. But I must confess, when I attended Her Majesty's disrobing after the feast, she put to me so many questions about what I thought of the minstrel who had sung so divinely, that I began to think her admiration too great to have been awakened by a mere song. And then she asked me, if a king could have a nobler air than he had, and she laughed, and said she would send your majesty to school to learn of him." "Damnable traitress," exclaimed the king. The Baroness paused, and retreated before the sudden fury which flashed from his eyes. "Go on," cried he, "hide neither word nor circumstance, that my vengeance may lose nothing of its aim." She proceeded. "Her Majesty then talked of his beautiful eyes, so blue, she said, so tender, yet proud in their looks, and only a minstrel. De Pontoise, added she, can you explain that? I being rather, perhaps, too well learned in the idle tales of our troubadours, heedlessly answered, perhaps he is some king in disguise, just come to look at your majesty's charms, and go away again." She laughed much at this conceit. Said he must be one of Pharaoh's race then, and that had he not such white teeth, his complexion would be intolerable. Being pleased to see her majesty in such spirits, and thinking no ill, I sportively answered, I read once of a certain Spanish lover, who went to the court of Tunis to carry off the king's daughter. And he had so black a face, that none suspected him to be other than the Moorish prince of Granada, when lo! One day in a pleasure party on the sea, he fell overboard, and came up with the fairest face in the world, and presently acknowledged himself to be the Christian king of Castile. The queen laughed at this story, but not answering me, went to bed. Next morning, when I entered her chamber, she received me with even more gaiety, and putting aside my coiffure, said, let me see if I can find the devil's mark here. What do you mean? I asked, does your majesty take me for a witch? Exactly so, she replied, for a little sprite told me last night that all you told me was true. And then she began to tell me with many smiles, that she had dreamed the minstrel was the very Prince of Portugal, whom, unseen, she had refused for the King of England, and that he gave her a harp set with jewels. She then went to your majesty, and I saw no more of her till she sent for me late in the evening. She seemed very angry. You are faithful, said she to me, and you know me. De Pontoise. You know me too proud to degrade myself, and too high-minded to submit to tyranny. The Countess of Gloucester, with persuasions too like commands, will not allow me to see the minstrel any more. She then declared her determination that she would see him, that she would feign herself sick, and he should come and sing to her when she was alone, and that she was sure he was too modest to presume on her condescension. I said something to dissuade her, but she overruled me, and, shame to myself, I consented to assist her. She embraced me, and gave me a letter to convey to him, which I did, by slipping it beneath the ornaments of the handle of her lute, which I sent as an excuse for the minstrel to tune. It was to acquaint him with her intentions, and this night he was to have visited her apartment. During this recital the king sat with compressed lips listening, but with a countenance proclaiming the collecting tempest within, changing to livid paleness or portentous fire, at almost every sentence. On mentioning the letter, he clinched his hand, as if then he grasped the thunderbolt. The lords immediately apprehended that this was the letter which Soulis found. "And is this all you know of the affair?" inquired Percy, seeing that she made a pause. "And enough, too," cried Soulis, "to blast the most vaunted chastity in Christendom." "Take the woman hence," cried the king, in a burst of wrath, that gave his voice a preternatural force, which yet resounded from the vaulted roof, while he added, "Never let me see her traitor face again." The Baroness withdrew in terror. And Edward, calling Sir Piers Gaveston, commanded him to place himself at the head of a double guard, and go in person to bring the object of his officious introduction to meet the punishment due to his crime. "For," cried the king, "be he prince or peasant, I will see him hanged before my eyes, and then return his wanton paramour, branded with infamy, to her disgraced family." Soulis now suggested that, as the delinquent was to be found with Bruce, most likely that young nobleman was privy to his designs. "We shall see to him hereafter," replied the king, "meanwhile, look that I am obeyed." The moment this order passed the king's lips, Gloucester, now not doubting the queen's guilt, hastened to warn Bruce of what had occurred, that he might separate himself from the crime of a man who appeared to have been under his protection. But when he found that the accused was no other than the universally feared, universally beloved, and generous Wallace, all other considerations were lost in the desire of delivering him from the impending danger. He knew the means, and he did not hesitate to employ them. During the recital of this narrative, Gloucester narrowly observed the auditor, and the ingenuous bursts of his indignation, and the horror he evinced at the crime he was suspected of having committed. The Earl, while more fully convinced of his innocence, easily conceived how the Queen's sentiments for him might have gone no further than a childish admiration, very pardonable in a guileless creature hardly more than 16. "See," cried Wallace, "the power which lies with the describer of actions. The chaste mind of your Countess saw nothing in the conduct of the Queen but thoughtless simplicity. The contaminated heart of the Baroness de Pontoise descried passion in every word, wantonness in every movement, and, judging of her mistress by herself, she has wrought this mighty ruin. How, then, does it behove virtue to admit the virtuous only to her intimacy? Association with the vicious makes her to be seen in their colors. Impress your king with this self-evident conclusion. And were it not for endangering the safety of Bruce, the hope of my country, I myself would return and stake my life on proving the innocence of the Queen of England. But if a letter, with my word of honor, could convince the king—" "I accept the offer," interrupted Gloucester. "I am too warmly the friend of Bruce, too truly grateful to you, to betray either into danger. But from Sunderland, whither I recommend you to go, and there embark for France, write the declaration you mention, and enclose it to me. I can contrive that the king shall have your letter without suspecting by what channel. And then, I trust, all will be well." During this discourse, they passed on through the vaulted passage, till, arriving at a wooden crucifix which marked the boundary of the domain of Durham, Gloucester stopped. "I must not go further. Should I prolong my stay from the castle during the search for you, suspicion may be awakened. You must therefore proceed alone. Go straight forward, and at the extremity of the vault you will find a flag stone, surmounted like the one by which we descended. Raise it, and it will let you into the cemetery of the Abbey of Finchlay. One end of that burying place is always open to the east. Thence you will emerge to the open world, and may it in future, noble Wallace, ever treat you according to your unequalled merits. Farewell." The Earl turned to retrace his steps, and Wallace pursued his way through the rayless darkness toward the Finchlay extremity of the vault. Chapter 60. Gallic Seas. Wallace, having issued from his subterranean journey, made direct to Sunderland, where he arrived about sunrise. A vessel belonging to France, which, since the marriage of Margaret with Edward, had been in amity with England as well as Scotland, rode there, waiting a favourable wind. Wallace secured a passage in her, and, going on board, wrote his promised letter to Edward. It ran thus. This testament is to assure Edward, King of England, upon the word of a knight, that Queen Margaret, his wife, is in every respect guiltless of the crimes alleged against her by the Lord Soulis, and sworn to by the Baroness de Pontoise. I came to the court of Durham on an errand connected with my country, and that I might be unknown, I assumed the disguise of a minstrel. By accident I encountered Sir Piers Gaveston, and, ignorant that I was other than I seemed, he introduced me at the royal banquet. It was there I first saw Her Majesty. And I never had that honour but 3 times. And the third and last in her apartments, to which your Majesty's self saw me withdraw. The Countess of Gloucester was present the whole time, and to her Highness I appeal. The Queen saw in me only a minstrel. On my art alone as a musician was her favour bestowed. And by expressing it with an ingenuous warmth which none other than an innocent heart would have dared to display, she has thus exposed herself to the animadversions of libertinism, and to the false representations of a terror-struck. Because worthless, friend, I have escaped the snare which the Queen's enemies laid for me. And for her sake, for the sake of truth, and your own peace, King Edward, I declare before the Searcher of all hearts, and before the world, in whose esteem I hope to live and die, that your wife is innocent. And should I ever meet the man, who, after this declaration, dares to unite her name with mine in a tale of infamy, by the power of truth, I swear that I will make him write a recantation with his blood. Pure as a virgin's chastity is, and shall ever be, the honour of William Wallace. This letter was enclosed in one to the Earl of Gloucester, and having dispatched his packet to Durham, the Scottish chief gladly saw a brisk wind blow up from the northwest. The ship weighed anchor, cleared the harbour, and, under a fair sky, swiftly cut the waves toward the Gallic shores. But ere she reached them, the warlike star of Wallace directed to his little bark the terrific sails of the Red Reaver, a formidable pirate who then infested the Gallic seas, swept their commerce, and insulted their navy. He attacked the French vessel, but it carried a greater than Caesar in his fortunes. Wallace and his destiny were there, and the enemy struck to the Scottish chief. The Red Reaver, so surnamed because of his red sails and sanguinary deeds, was killed in the action, but his younger brother, Thomas de Longueville, was found alive within the captive ship, and a yet greater prize. Prince Louis, of France, who having been out the day before on a sailing party, had been descried, and seized as an invaluable booty by the Red Reaver. Adverse winds for some time prevented Wallace from reaching port with his capture. But on the 4th day after the victory, he cast anchor in the harbour of Havre. The indisposition of the prince from a wound he had received in his own conflict with the Reaver, made it necessary to apprise King Philip of the accident. In answer to Wallace's dispatches on this subject, the grateful monarch added to the proffers of personal friendship, which had been the substance of his Majesty's embassy to Scotland, a pressing invitation that the Scottish chief would accompany the prince to Paris, and there receive a public mark of royal gratitude, which, with due honour, should record this service done to France to future ages. Meanwhile Philip sent the chief a suit of armour, with a request that he would wear it in remembrance of France and his own heroism. But nothing could tempt Wallace to turn aside from his duty. Impatient to pursue his journey toward the spot where he hoped to meet Bruce, he wrote a respectful excuse to the king. But arraying himself in the monarch's martial present, to assure his Majesty by the evidence of his son that his royal wish had been so far obeyed, he went to the prince to bid him farewell. Louis was preparing for their departure, all three together, with young de Longueville, whose pardon Wallace had obtained from the king on account of the youth's abhorrence of the service which his brother had compelled him to adopt. And the 2 young men, from different feelings, expressed their disappointment when they found that their benefactor was going to leave them. Wallace gave his Highness a packet for the king, containing a brief statement of his vow to Lord Mar, and a promise, that when he had fulfilled it, Philip should see him at Paris. The royal cavalcade then separated from the deliverer of its prince. And Wallace, mounting a richly barbed Arabian, which had accompanied his splendid armor, took the road to Rouen. Meanwhile, events not less momentous took place at Durham. The instant Wallace had followed the Earl of Gloucester from the apartment in the castle, it was entered by Sir Piers Gaveston. He demanded the minstrel. Bruce replied, he knew not where he was. Gaveston, eager to convince the king that he was no accomplice with the suspected person, put the question a second time, and in a tone which he meant should intimidate the Scottish prince, where is the minstrel? I know not, replied Bruce. And will you dare to tell me, Earl, asked his interrogator, that within this quarter of an hour he has not been in this tower, nay, in this very room? The guards in your antechamber have told me that he was. And can Lord Carrick stoop to utter a falsehood to screen an wandering beggar? While he was speaking, Bruce stood eyeing him with increasing scorn. Gaveston paused. You expect me to answer you, said the prince. Out of respect to myself I will, for such is the unsullied honor of Robert Bruce, that even the air shall not be tainted with slander against his truth, without being repurified by its confutation. Gaveston, you have known me 5 years. 2 of them we passed together in the justs of Flanders, and yet you believe me capable of falsehood. Know then, unworthy of the esteem I have bestowed on you, that neither to save mean or great, would I deviate from the strict line of truth. The man you seek may have been in this tower, in this room, as you present are, and as little am I bound to know where he now is, as whither you go when you relieve me from an inquisition which I hold myself accountable to no man to answer. 'Tis well, cried Gaveston, and I am to carry this haughty message to the king. If you deliver it as a message, answered Bruce, you will prove that they who are ready to suspect falsehood, find its utterance easy. My reply is to you. When King Edward speaks to me, I shall find the answer that is due to him. These attempts to provoke me into a private quarrel, cried Gaveston, will not succeed. I am not to be so foiled in my duty. I must seek the man through your apartments. By whose authority? Demanded Bruce. By my own, as the loyal subject of my outraged monarch. He bade me bring the traitor before him, and thus I obey. While speaking, Gaveston beckoned to his attendants to follow him to the door whence Wallace had disappeared. Bruce threw himself before it. I must forget the duty I owe to myself, before I allow you, or any other man, to invade my privacy. I have already given you the answer that becomes Robert Bruce, and in respect to your knighthood, instead of compelling I request you to withdraw. Gaveston hesitated. But he knew the determined character of his opponent, and therefore, with no very good grace, muttering that he should hear of it from a more powerful quarter, he left the room. And certainly his threats were not in this instance vain. For prompt was the arrival of a marshal and his officers to force Bruce before the king. Robert Bruce, Earl of Cleveland, Carrick and Annandale, I come to summon you into the presence of your liege lord, Edward of England. The Earl of Cleveland obeys, replied Bruce, and, with a fearless step, he walked out before the marshal. When he entered the presence chamber, Sir Piers Gaveston stood beside the royal couch, as if prepared to be his accuser. The king sat supported by pillows, paler with the mortifications of jealousy and baffled authority than from the effects of his wounds. Robert Bruce, cried he, the moment his eyes fell on him. But the sight of his mourning habit made a stroke upon his heart that sent out evidence of remorse in large globules on his forehead. He paused, wiped his face with his handkerchief, and resumed, Are you not afraid, presumptuous young man, thus to provoke your sovereign? Are you not afraid that I shall make that audacious head answer for the man whom you thus dare to screen from my just revenge? Bruce felt all the injuries he had suffered from this proud king rush at once upon his memory. And, without changing his position or lowering the lofty expression of his looks, he firmly answered, The judgment of a just king I cannot fear, the sentence of an unjust one I despise. This to his majesty's face, exclaimed Soulis. Insolence, rebellion, chastisement, even death, were the words which murmured round the room at the honest reply. Edward had too much good sense to echo any one of them. But turning to Bruce, with a sensation of shame he would gladly have repressed, he said that, in consideration of his youth, he would pardon him what had passed, and reinstate him in all the late Earl of Carrick's honours, if he would immediately declare where he had hidden the offending minstrel. "I have not hidden him," cried Bruce, "nor do I know where he is, but had that been confided to me, as I know him to be an innocent man, no power on earth should have wrenched him from me." "Self-sufficient boy!" exclaimed Earl Buchan, with a laugh of contempt, "do you flatter yourself that he would trust such a novice as you are with secrets of this nature?" Bruce turned on him an eye of fire. "Buchan," replied he, "I will answer you on other ground. Meanwhile, remember that the secrets of good men are open to every virtuous heart, those of the wicked they would be glad to conceal from themselves." "Robert Bruce," cried the king, "before I came this northern journey I ever found you one of the most devoted of my servants, the gentlest youth in my court, and how do I see you at this moment? Braving my nobles to my face. How is it that until now this spirit never broke forth?" "Because," answered the prince, "until now I have never seen the virtuous friend whom you call upon me to betray." "Then you confess," cried the king, "that he was an instigator to rebellion?" "I avow," answered Bruce, "that I never knew what true loyalty was till he taught it me, I never knew the nature of real chastity till he explained it to me. Nor comprehended what virtue might be till he allowed me to see in himself incorruptible fidelity, bravery undaunted, and a purity of heart not to be contaminated. And this is the man on whom these lords would fasten a charge of treason and adultery. But out of the filthy depths of their own breast arise the streams from which they would black his fairness." "Your vindication," cried the king, "confirms his guilt. You admit that he is not a minstrel in reality. Wherefore, then, did he steal an ambuscade into my palace, but to betray either my honor or my life, perhaps both? His errand here was to see me." "Rash boy," cried Edward, "then you acknowledge yourself a premeditated conspirator against me?" Soulis now whispered in the king's ear, but so low that Bruce did not hear him. "Penetrate further, my liege. This may be only a false confession to shield the queen's character. She who has once betrayed her duty, finds it easy to reward such handsome advocates." The scarlet of inextinguishable wrath now burned on the face of Edward. "I will confront them," returned he, "surprise them into betraying each other." By his immediate orders the queen was brought in. She leaned on the Countess of Gloucester. "Jane," cried the king, "leave that woman, let her impudence sustain her." "Rather her innocence, my lord," said the countess, bowing, and hesitating to go. "Leave her to that," returned the incensed husband, "and she would grovel on the earth like her own base passions. But stand before me she shall, and without other support than the devils within her." "For pity," cried the queen, extending her clasped hands toward Edward, and bursting into tears, "have mercy on me, for I am innocent." "Prove it then," cried the king, "by agreeing with this confidant of your minstrel, and at once tell me by what name you addressed him when you allured him to my court. Is he French, Spanish, or English?" "By the Virgin's holy purity, I swear," cried the queen, sinking on her knees, "that I never allured him to this court, I never beheld him till I saw him at the bishop's banquet, and for his name, I know it not." "Oh, vilest of the vile," cried the king, fiercely grasping his couch. "And didst thou become a wanton at a glance? From my sight this moment, or I shall blast thee." The queen dropped senseless into the arms of the Earl of Gloucester, who at that moment entered from seeing Wallace through the cavern. At sight of him, Bruce knew that his friend was safe, and fearless for himself when the cause of outraged innocence was at stake, he suddenly exclaimed, "By one word, King Edward, I will confirm the blamelessness of this injured queen. Listen to me, not as a monarch and an enemy, but with the unbiased judgment of man with man, and then ask your own brave heart if it would be possible for Sir William Wallace to be a seducer." Every mouth was dumb at the enunciation of that name. None dared open a lip in accusation. And the king himself, thunderstruck alike with the boldness of the conqueror venturing within the grasp of his revenge and at the daringness of Bruce in thus declaring his connection with him. For a few minutes he knew not what to answer. Only he had received conviction of his wife's innocence. He was too well acquainted with the history and uniform conduct of Wallace to doubt his honor in this transaction. And though a transient fancy of the Queen's might have had existence, yet he had now no suspicion of her actions. "Bruce," said he, "your honesty has saved the Queen of England. Though Wallace is my enemy, I know him to be of an integrity which neither man nor woman can shake. And therefore," added he, turning to the lords, "I declare before all who have heard me so fiercely arraign my injured wife, that I believe her innocent of every offence against me. And whoever, after this, mentions one word of what has passed in these investigations, or even whispers that they have been held, shall be punished as guilty of high treason." Bruce was then ordered to be reconducted to the Round Tower. And the rest of the lords withdrawing by command, the king was left with Gloucester, his daughter Jane, and the now reviving queen to make his peace with her, even on his knees. Bruce was more closely immured than ever. Not even his senachie was allowed to approach him, and double guards were kept constantly around his prison. On the 4th day of his seclusion an extra row of iron bars was put across his windows. He asked the captain of the party the reason for this new rivet on his captivity, but he received no answer. His own recollection, however, solved the doubt. For he could not but see that his own declaration respecting his friendship with Wallace had increased the alarm of Edward respecting their political views. One of the warders, on having the same inquiry put to him which Bruce had addressed to his superior, in a rough tone replied, "He had best not ask questions, lest he should hear that his Majesty had determined to keep him under Bishop Beck's padlock for life." Bruce was not to be deprived of hope by a single evidence, and smiling, said, "There are more ways of getting out of a tyrant's prison, than by the doors and windows." "Why, you would not eat through the walls?" cried the man. "Certainly," replied Bruce, "if I have no other way, and through the guards too." "We'll see to that," answered the man. "And feel it too, my sturdy jailer," returned the prince, "so look to yourself." Bruce threw himself recklessly into a chair as he spoke. While the man, eyeing him askance, and remembering how strangely the minstrel had disappeared, began to think that some people born in Scotland inherited from nature a necromantic power of executing whatever they determined. Though careless in his manner of treating the warder's information, Bruce thought of it with anxiety. And lost in reflections, checkered with hope and doubt of his ever effecting an escape, he remained immovable on the spot where the man had left him, till another sentinel brought in a lamp. He set it down in silence, and withdrew. Bruce then heard the bolts on the outside of his chamber pushed into their guards. "There they go," said he to himself, "and those are to be the morning and evening sounds to which I am to listen all my days." At least Edward would have it so. Such is the gratitude he shows to the man who restored to him his wife, who restored to him the consciousness of possessing that honor unsullied which is so dear to every married man. Well, Edward, kindness might bind generous minds even to forget their rights, but thanks to you, neither in my own person, nor for any of my name, do I owe you aught, but to behold me King of Scotland. And please God, that you shall, if the prayers of faith may burst these double-steeled gates, and set me free. While invocations to the power in which he confided, and resolutions respecting the consequences of his hope for liberty, by turns occupied his mind, he heard the tread of a foot in the adjoining passage. He listened breathless. For no living creature, he thought, could be in that quarter of the building, as he had suffered none to enter it since Wallace had disappeared by that way. He half rose from his couch, as the door at which he had seen him last gently opened. He started up, and Gloucester, with a lantern in his hand, stood before him. The Earl put his finger on his lip, and taking Bruce by the hand, led him, as he had done Wallace, down into the vault which leads to Finchlay Abbey. When safe in that subterraneous cloister, the Earl replied to the impatient gratitude of Bruce, who saw that the generous Gloucester meant he should follow the steps of his friend, by giving him a succinct account of his motives for changing his first determination. And now giving him liberty. He had not visited Bruce since the escape of Wallace, that he might not excite any new suspicion in Edward, and the tower being fast locked at every usual avenue, he had now entered it from the Finchlay side. He then proceeded to inform Bruce, that after his magnanimous forgetfulness of his own safety to ensure that of the Queen had produced a reconciliation between her and her husband, Buchan, Soulis, and Athol, with 1 or 2 English lords. Joined the next day to persuade the king that Bruce's avowal respecting Wallace had been merely an invention of his own to screen some baser friend and royal mistress. They succeeded in reawakening doubts in Edward, who, sending for Gloucester, said to him, "Unless I could hear from Wallace's own lips, and in my case the thing is impossible, that he has been here, and that my wife is guiltless of this foul stain, I must ever remain in horrible suspense. These base Scots, ever fertile in maddening suggestions, have made me even more suspect that Bruce had other reasons for his apparently generous risk of himself, than a love of justice." While these ideas floated in the mind of Edward, Bruce had been more closely immured. And Gloucester, having received the promised letter from Wallace, determined to lay it before the king. Accordingly, one morning the Earl, gliding unobserved into the presence chamber before Edward was brought in, laid the letter under his Majesty's cushion. As Gloucester expected, the moment the king saw the superscription, he knew the hand. And hastily breaking the seal, read the letter twice over to himself without speaking a word. But the clouds which had hung on his countenance all passed away. And with a smile reaching the packet to Gloucester, he commanded him to read aloud that silencer of all doubts respecting the honour of Margaret of France and England. Gloucester obeyed. And the astonished nobles, looking on each other, one and all assented to the credit that ought to be given to Wallace's word, and deeply regretted having ever joined in a suspicion against her Majesty. Thus, then, all appeared amicably settled. But the embers of discord still glowed. The 3 Scottish lords, afraid lest Bruce might be again taken into favour, laboured to show that his friendship with Wallace pointed to his throwing off the English yoke, and independently assuming the Scottish crown. Edward required no arguments to convince him of the probability of this, and he readily complied with Bishop Beck's request to allow him to hold the royal youth his prisoner. But when the Cummins won this victory over Bruce, they gained nothing for themselves. During the king's vain inquiries respecting the manner in which Wallace's letter had been conveyed to the apartment, they had ventured to throw hints of Bruce having been the agent, by some secret means, and that however innocent the Queen might be, he certainly evinced, by such solicitude for her exculpation, a more than usual interest in her person. These latter innuendos the king crushed in the first whisper. "I have done enough with Robert Bruce," said he. "He is condemned a prisoner for life, and a mere suspicion shall never provoke me to give sentence for his death." Irritated by this reply, and the contemptuous glance with which it was accompanied, the vindictive triumvirate turned from the king to the court. And having failed in accomplishing the destruction of Bruce and his more renowned friend, they determined at least to make a wreck of their moral fame. The guilt of Wallace and the Queen, and the participation of Bruce, was now whispered through every circle, and credited in proportion to the evil disposition of the hearers. Once of his pages at last brought to the ears of the kings the stories which these lords so basely circulated. And sending for them, he gave them so severe a reprimand, that, retiring from his presence with stifled wrath, they agreed to accept the invitation of young Lord Badenoch, return to their country, and support him in the regency. Next morning Edward was informed they had secretly left Durham. And fearing that Bruce might also make his escape, a consultation was held between the king and Beck of so threatening a complexion, that Gloucester no longer hesitated to run all risks, but immediately to give the Scottish prince his liberty. Having led him to safety through the vaulted passage, they parted in the cemetery of Finchlay, Gloucester, to walk back to Durham by the banks of the Wear. And Bruce, to mount the horse the good Earl had left tied to a tree, to convey him to Hartlepool. There he embarked for Normandy. When he arrived at Caen, he made no delay, but taking a rapid course across the country toward Rouen, on the second evening of his travelling, having pursued his route without sleep, he felt himself so overcome with fatigue, that, in the midst of a vast and dreary plain, he found it necessary to stop for rest at the first habitation he might find. It happened to be the abode of one of those poor, but pious matrons, who, attaching themselves to some neighboring order of charity, live alone in desert places for the purpose of succoring distressed travelers. Here Bruce found the widow's cruse, and a pallet to repose his weary limbs. Chapter 61. Normandy. Wallace, having separated from the Prince Royal of France, pursued his solitary way toward the capital of Normandy, till night overtook him ere he was aware. Clouds so obscured the sky, that not a star was visible. And his horse, terrified at the impenetrable darkness, and the difficulties of the path, which lay over a barren and stony moor, suddenly stopped. This aroused Wallace from a long fit of musing to look around him. But on which side lay the road to Rouen, he could form no guess. To pass the night in so exposed a spot might be dangerous, and spurring the animal, he determined to push onward. He had ridden nearly another hour, when the dead silence of the scene was broken by the roll of distant thunder. Then forked lightning shooting from the horizon showed a line of country unmarked by any vestige of human habitation. Still he proceeded. The storm approached, till, breaking in peals over his head, it discharged such sheets of livid fire at his feet that the horse reared, and plunging amidst the blaze, flashed the light of his rider's armor on the eyes of a troop of horsemen, who also stood under the tempest, gazing with affright at the scene. Wallace, by the same transitory illumination, saw the travellers, as they seemed to start back at his appearance, and, mistaking their apprehension, he called to them, that his well-managed, though terrified steed, would do theirs no harm. One of them advanced and respectfully inquired of him the way to Rouen. Wallace replied that he was a stranger in this part of the country, and was also seeking that city. While he was yet speaking the thunder became more tremendous, and the lightning rolled in volumes along the ground, the horses of the troop became restive, and one of them threw its rider. Cries of lamentation, mingling with the groans of the fallen person, excited the compassion of Wallace. He rode toward the spot from when the latter proceeded, and asked the nearest bystander, for several had alighted, whether the unfortunate man was much hurt. The answer returned was full of alarm for the sufferer, and anxiety to obtain some place of shelter, for rain began to fall. In a few minutes it increased to torrents, and the lightning ceasing, deepened the horrors of the scene by preventing the likelihood of discovering any human abode. The men gathered round their fallen companion bewailing the prospect of his perishing under these inclemencies, but Wallace cheered them by saying he would seek a shelter for their friend, and blow his bugle when he had found one. With the word he turned his horse, and as he galloped along, called aloud on any Christian man who might live near, to open his doors to a dying traveller. After riding about in all directions, he saw a glimmering light for a moment, and then all was darkness, but again he called aloud for charity. And a shrill female voice answered, "I am a lone woman, with already one poor traveller in my house. But, for the Virgin's sake, I will open my door to you, whatever you may be." The good woman relight her lamp which the rain had extinguished. And, on her unlatching the door, Wallace briefly related what had happened, entreating her permission to bring the unfortunate person into the cottage. She readily consented. And giving him a lantern to guide his way, he blew his bugle, which was instantly answered by so glad and loud a shout that it assured him his companions could not be far distant, and that he must have made many a useless circuit before he had stopped at this charitable door. The men directed him through the darkness by their voices, for the lantern threw its beams but a very little way, and, arriving at their side, by his assistance the bruised traveller was brought to the cottage. It was a poor hovel. But the good woman had spread a clean wooden coverlet over her own bed, in the inner chamber, and thither Wallace carried the invalid. He seemed in great pain, but his kind conductor answered their hostess' inquiries respecting him, with a belief that no bones were broken. "But yet," cried she, "sad may be the effects of internal bruises on so emaciated a frame. I will venture to disturb my other guest, who sleeps in the loft, and bring down a decoction that I keep there. It is made from simple herbs, and I am sure will be of service." The old woman having shown to the attendants where they might put their horses under shelter of a shed which projected from the cottage, ascended a few steps to the chamber above. Meanwhile, the Scottish chief, assisted by one of the men, disengaged the sufferer from his wet garments, and covered him with the blankets of the bed. Recovered to recollection by the comparative comfort of his bodily feelings, the stranger opened his eyes. He fixed them on Wallace, then looked around, and turned to Wallace again. "Generous knight!" cried he, "I have nothing but thanks to offer for this kindness. You seem to be of the highest rank, and yet have succored one who the world abjures." The knight returned a courteous answer, and the invalid, in a paroxysm of emotion, added, "Can it be possible that a prince of France has dared to act contrary to his peers?" Wallace, not apprehending what had given rise to this question, supposed the stranger's wits were disordered, and looked with that inquiry toward the attendant. Just at that moment a step, more active than that of their aged hostess, sounded above, and an exclamation of surprise followed it, in a voice that startled Wallace. He turned hastily round, and a young man sprung from the cottage stairs into the apartment. Joy danced in every feature, and the ejaculation, "Wallace!" "Bruce!" burst at once from the hearts of the two friends as they rushed into each other's arms. All else present was lost to them in the delight of meeting after so perilous a separation, a delight not confined for its object to their individual selves. Each saw in the other the hope of Scotland. And when they embraced, it was not merely with the ardor of friendship, but with that of patriotism, rejoicing in the preservation of its chief dependents. While the chiefs spoke freely in their native tongue, before a people who could not be supposed to understand them, the aged stranger on the bed reiterated his moans. Wallace, in a few words, telling Bruce the manner of his re-encounter with the sick man, and his belief that he was disordered in his mind, drew toward the bed, and offered him some of the decoction which the woman now brought. The invalid drank it, and gazed earnestly, first on Wallace and then on Bruce. "Pierre, withdraw," cried he to his personal attendant. The man obeyed. "Sit down by me, noble friends," said he to the Scottish chiefs, and read a lesson, which I pray ye lay to your hearts. Bruce glanced a look at Wallace that declared he was of his opinion. Wallace drew a stool, while his friend seated himself on the bed. The old woman, perceiving something extraordinary in the countenance of the bruised stranger, thought he was going to reveal some secret heavy on his mind, and also withdrew. "You think my intellects are injured," returned he, turning to Wallace, "because I addressed you as one of the house of Philip. Those jeweled lilies round your helmet led me into the error. I never before saw them granted to other than a prince of the blood. But think not, brave man, I respect you less, since I have discovered that you are not of the race of Philip, that you are other than a prince. Look on me, at this emaciated form, and behold the reverses of all earthly grandeur. This palsied hand once held a scepter, these hollow temples were once bound with a crown. He that used to be followed as the source of honor, as the fountain of prosperity, with suppliants at his feet, and flatterers at his side, would now be left to solitude were it not for these few faithful servants, who, in spite of all changes, have preserved their allegiance to the end. Look on me, chiefs, and behold him who was the King of Scots." At this declaration, both Wallace and Bruce, struck with surprise and compassion at meeting their ancient enemy reduced to such abject misery, with one impulse bowed their heads to him with an air of reverence. The action penetrated the heart of Balliol. For when at the meeting and mutual exclamation of the two friends, he recognized in whose presence he lay, he fearfully remembered that, by his base submissions, turning the scale of judgment in his favor, he had defrauded the grandsire of the very Bruce now before him of a fair decision on his rights to the crown. And when he looked on Wallace, who had preserved him from the effects of his accident, and brought him to a shelter from the raging terrors of the night, his conscience doubly smote him. For, from the hour of his elevation to that of his downfall, he had ever persecuted the family of Wallace, and, at the hour which was the crisis of her fate, had denied them the right of drawing their swords in defence of Scotland. He, her king, had resigned her into the hands of an usurper, but Wallace, the injured Wallace, had arisen, like a star of light on the deep darkness of her captivity, and Scotland was once more free. In the tempest, the exiled monarch had started at the blaze of the unknown knight's jeweled panoply. At the declaration of his name he shrunk before the brightness of his glory. And, falling back on the bed, he groaned aloud. To these young men, so strangely brought before him, and both of whom he had wronged, he determined immediately to reveal himself. And see whether they were equally resentful of injuries as those he had served had proved ungrateful for benefits received. He spoke, and when, instead of seeing the pair rise in indignation on his pronouncing his name, they bowed their heads and sat in respectful silence, his desolate heart expanded at once to admit the long-estranged emotion, and he burst into tears. He caught the hand of Bruce, who sat nearest to him, and, stretching out the other to Wallace, exclaimed, "I have not deserved this goodness from either of you. Perhaps you two are the only men now living whom I ever greatly injured. And you, excepting my 4 poor attendants, are, perhaps, the only men living who would compassionate my misfortunes. These are lessons, King," returned Wallace, with reverence, "to fit you for a better crown. And never in my eyes did the descendant of Alexander seem so worthy of his blood." The grateful monarch pressed his hand. Bruce continued to gaze on him with 1,000 awful thoughts occupying his mind. Balliol read in his expressive countenance the reflections which chained his tongue. "Behold, how low is laid the proud rival of your grandfather," exclaimed he, turning to Bruce. "I compassed a throne I could not fill. I mistook the robes, the homage, for the kingly dignity. I bartered the liberties of my country for a crown I knew not how to wear, and the insidious trafficker not only reclaimed it, but repaid me with a prison. There I expiated my crime against the upright Bruce. Not one of all the Scottish lords who crowded Edward's court came to beguile a moment of sorrow from their captive monarch. Lonely I lived, for the tyrant even deprived me of the comfort of seeing my fellow prisoner, Lord Douglas, he whom attachment to my true interests had betrayed to an English prison. I never saw him after the day of his being put into the Tower until that of his death." Wallace interrupted the afflicted Balliol with an exclamation of surprise. "Yes," added he, "I myself closed his eyes. At that awful hour he had petitioned to see me, and the boon was granted. I went to him, and then, with his dying breath, he spoke truths to me, which were indeed messengers from heaven. They taught me what I was, and what I might be. He died. Edward was then in Flanders, and you, brave Wallace, being triumphant in Scotland, and laying such a stress in your negotiations for the return of Douglas, the Southron cabinet agreed to conceal his death, and, by making his name an instrument to excite your hopes and fears, turn your anxiety for him to their own advantage." A deep scarlet kindled over the face of Bruce. "With what a race have I been so long connected? What mean subterfuges, what dastardly deceits, for the leaders of a great nation to adopt? Oh, King!" exclaimed he, turning to Balliol, "if you have errors to atone for, what then must be the penalty of my sin, for holding so long with an enemy as vile as he is ambitious? Scotland! Scotland! I must weep tears of blood for this." He rose in agitation. Balliol followed him with his eyes. "Amiable Bruce! You too severely arraign a fault that was venial in you. Your father gave himself to Edward, and his son accompanied the tribute." Bruce vehemently answered, "If King Edward ever said that, he uttered a falsehood. My father loved him, confided in him, and the ingrate betrayed him. His fidelity was no gift of himself, in acknowledgment of inferiority. It was the pledge of a friendship exchanged on equal terms on the fields of Palestine. And well did King Edward know that he had no right over either my father or me, for in the moment he doubted our attachment, he was aware of having forfeited it. He knew he had no legal claim on us, and forgetting every law, human and divine, he made us prisoners. But my father found liberty in the grave, and I am ready to take a sure revenge in," he would have added, "Scotland," but he forbore to give the last blow to the unhappy Balliol, by showing him that his kingdom had indeed passed from him. And that the man was before him who might be destined to wield his scepter. Bruce paused, and sat down in generous confusion. "Hesitate not," said Balliol, "to say where you will take your revenge. I know that the brave Wallace has laid open the way. Had I possessed such a leader of my troops I should not now be a mendicant in this hovel, I should not be a creature to be pitied and despised. Wear him, Bruce, wear him in your heart's core. He gives the throne he might have filled. Make not that a subject of praise, cried Wallace, which if I had left undone, would have stamped me a traitor. I have only performed my duty. And may the holy anointer of the hearts of kings guide Bruce to his kingdom, and keep him there in peace and honor. Balliol rose in his bed at these words. Bruce, said he, approach me near. He obeyed. The feeble monarch turned to Wallace. You have supported what was my kingdom through its last struggles for liberty, put forth your hand and support its exiled sovereign in his last legal act. Wallace raised the king, so as to enable him to assume a kneeling posture. Dizzy with the exertion, for a moment he rested on the shoulder of the chief, and then looking up, he met the eyes of Bruce gazing on him with compassionate interest. The unhappy monarch stretched out his arms to heaven. May God pardon the injuries which my fatal ambition did to you and yours, the miseries I brought upon my country, and let your reign redeem my errors. May the spirit of wisdom bless you, my son. His hands were now laid, with pious fervor, on the head of Bruce, who sunk on his knees before him. Whatever rights I had to the crown of Scotland, by the worthlessness of my reign they are forfeited. And I resign all unto you, even to the participation of the mere title of king. It has been as the ghost of my former self, as an accusing spirit to me, but, I trust, an angel of light to you, it will conduct your people into all happiness. Exhausted by his feelings, he sunk back into the arms of Wallace. Bruce, rising from his knees, poured a little of the herb balsam into the king's mouth, and he revived. As Wallace laid him back on his pillows, he gazed wistfully at him, and grasping his hand, said in a low voice, How did I throw a blessing from me? But in those days, when I rejected your services at Dunbar, I knew not the almighty arm which brought the boy of Ellerslie to save his country. I scorned the patriot flame that spoke your mission, and the mercy of heaven departed from me. 47. Memory was now busy with the thoughts of Bruce. He remembered his father's weak, if not criminal devotion at that time to the interests of Edward, he remembered his heart-wrung death. And looking at the desolate old age of another of Edward's victims, his brave soul melted to pity and regret, and he retired into a distant part of the room, to shed, unobserved, the tears he could not restrain. Wallace soon after saw the eyes of the exhausted king close in sleep, and cautious of awakening him, he did not stir, but leaning against the thick oaken frame of the bed, was soon lost in as deep a repose. After some time of complete stillness, for the old dame and the attendants were at rest in the outer chamber, Bruce, whose low sighs were echoed by the wind alone, which swept in gusts by the little casement, looked toward the abdicated monarch's couch. He slept profoundly, yet frequently started, as if disturbed by troubled dreams. Wallace moved not on his hard pillow, and the serenity of perfect peace rested upon all his features. How tranquil is the sleep of the virtuous! Thought Bruce, as he contemplated the difference between his state and that of Balliol. There lies an accusing conscience, here rests one of the most faultless of created beings. It is the sleep of innocence. Come, ye slanderers, continued he, mentally calling on those he had left at Edward's court, and tell me if an adulterer could look thus when he sleeps. Is there one trace of irregular passion about that placid mouth? Does one of those heavenly composed features bear testimony to emotions which leave marks even when subdued? No, virtue has set up her throne in that breast, and well may kings come to bow to it. Chapter 62. The Widow's Cell. The entrance of the old woman, about an hour after sunrise, awakened Wallace, but Balliol continued to sleep. On the chief's opening his eyes, Bruce with a smile, stretched out his hand to him. Wallace rose. And whispering the widow to abide by her guest till they should return, the twain went forth to enjoy the mutual confidence of friendship. A wood opened its umbrageous arms at a little distance. And thither, over the dew-bespangled grass, they bent their way. The birds sung from tree to tree. And Wallace, seating himself under an overhanging beech, which canopied a narrow winding of the river Seine, listened with mingled pain and satisfaction, to the communications which Bruce had to impart relative to the recent scenes at Durham. So rapid had been the events, observed the Scottish prince, when he concluded his narrative, that all appears to me a troubled vision. And blessed, indeed, was the awaking of last night, when your voice, sounding from the room below that in which I slept, called me to embrace my best friend, as became the son of my ancestors, free, and ready to renew the brightness of their name. The discourse next turned to their future plans. Wallace, narrating his adventure with the Red Reaver, proposed that the favour he should ask in return, the King of France being earnest to bestow on him some especial mark of gratitude, should be his interference with Edward to grant the Scots a peaceable retention of their rights. In that case, my prince, said he, you will take possession of your kingdom with the olive branch in your hand. Bruce smiled, but shook his head. And what then will Robert Bruce be? A king to be sure, but a king without a name. Who won me my kingdom? Who accomplished this peace? Was it not William Wallace? Can I then consent to mount the throne of my ancestors, so poor, so inconsiderable a creature? I am not jealous of your fame, Wallace, I glory in it. For you are more to me than the light to my eyes, but I would prove my right to the crown by deeds worthy of a sovereign. Till I have shown myself in the field against Scotland's enemies, I cannot consent to be restored to my inheritance, even by you. And is it in war alone, returned Wallace, that you can show deeds worthy of a sovereign? Think a moment, my honoured prince, and then scorn your objection. Look on the annals of history, nay, on the daily occurrences of the world, and see how many are brave and complete generals, how few wise legislators. How few such efficient rulers as to procure obedience to the laws, and so give happiness to their people. This is the commission of a king, to be the representative on earth of the Father who is in heaven. Here is exercise for courage, for enterprise, for fortitude, for every virtue which elevates the character of a man. This is the godlike jurisdiction of a sovereign. To go to the field, to lead his people to scenes of carnage, is often a duty in kings. But it is one of those necessities, which, more than the trifling circumstances of sustaining nature by sleep and food, reminds the conqueror of the degraded state of mortality. 48 The one shows the weakness of the body, the other, the corruption of the soul. For, how far must man have fallen beneath his former heavenly nature before he can delight in the destruction of his fellow-men? Lament not, then, brave and virtuous prince, that I have kept your hands from the stains of blood. Show yourself beyond the vulgar apprehension of what is fame. And, conscious of the powers with which the Creator has endowed you, assume your throne with the dignity that is their due. Whether it be to the cabinet or to the field that he calls you to act, obey. And rely on it, a name greater than that of the hero of Macedon will await Robert, King of Scots. You almost persuade me, returned Bruce, but let us see Philip, and then I will decide. As morning was now advanced, the friends turned toward the cottage, intending to see Balliol safe, and then proceed together to Guienne to the rescue of Lady Helen. That accomplished, they would visit Paris and hear its monarch's determination. On entering the humble mansion they found Balliol awake, and anxiously inquiring of the widow what was become of the two knights. At sight of them he stretched out his hands to both, and said he should be able to travel in a few hours. Wallace proposed sending to Rouen for a litter to carry him the more easily thither. No, cried Balliol with a frown, Rouen shall never see me again within its walls. It was coming from thence that I lost my way last night. And though my poor servants would gladly have returned with me sooner than see me perish in the storm, yet rather would I have been found dead on the road, a reproach to the kings who have betrayed me, than have taken an hour's shelter in that inhospitable city. While the friends took the simple breakfast prepared for them by the widow, Balliol related, that in consequence of the interference of Philip le Bel with Edward, he had been released from the Tower of London and sent to France. But under an oath never to leave that country. Philip gave the exiled king the castle of Galliard for a residence, where for some time he enjoyed the shadow of royalty, having still a sort of court composed of his own noble followers, some of whom were now with him, and the barons of the neighbourhood. Philip allowed him guards and a splendid table. But on the peace being signed between France and England, in order that Edward might give up his ally the Earl of Flanders to his offended liege lord, the French monarch consented to relinquish the cause of Balliol. And though he should continue to grant him a shelter in his dominions, he removed from him all the appendages of a king. Accordingly, continued Balliol, the guard was taken from my gates, my establishment reduced to that of a private nobleman, and no longer having it in my power to gratify the avidity or to flatter the ambition of those who came about me, I was soon left nearly alone. All but the poor old lieges whom you see, and who had been faithful to me through every change of my life, instantly deserted the forlorn Balliol. In vain I remonstrated with Philip. Either my letters never reached him, or he disdained to answer the man whose claims he had abandoned. Things were in this state when, the other day, an English lord found it convenient to bring his suit to my castle. I received him with hospitality, but soon found that what I gave in courtesy he seized as a right. In the true spirit of his master Edward he treated me more like the keeper of an hostel than a generous host. And on my attempting to plead with him for a Scottish lady whom his turbulent passions have forced from her country and reduced to a pitiable state of illness, he derided my arguments, sarcastically telling me that had I taken care of my kingdom, the door would not have been left open for him to steal its fairest prize. Wallace interrupted him. Heaven grant you may be speaking of Lord de Valence and Lady Helen March. I am, replied Balliol. They are now at Galliard, and as her illness seems a lingering one, de Valence declared to me his intentions of continuing there. He seized upon the best apartments, and carried himself with so much haughtiness that, provoked beyond endurance, I ordered my horse and, accompanied by my honest courtiers, rode to Rouen to obtain redress from the governor. But the unworthy Frenchman advised me to go back, and by flattering de Valence try to regain the favour of Edward. I retired in indignation, determined to assert my own rights in my own castle, but the storm overtook me, and being forsaken by false friends, I am saved by generous enemies. Wallace explained his errand respecting Lady Helen, and anxiously inquired of Balliol whether he meant to return to Galliard. Immediately, replied he. Go with me, and if the lady consents, which I do not doubt, for she scorns his prayers for her hand, and passes night and day in tears, I engage to assist in her escape. Balliol then advised they should not all return to the castle together, the sight of 2 nights of their appearance accompanying his host being likely to alarm de Valence. The quietest way, continued the deposed king, is the surest. Follow me at a short distance, and toward the shadows of evening, knock at the gates and request a night's entertainment. I will grant it, and then your happy destiny, ever fortunate Wallace, must do the rest. This scheme being approved, a litter of hurdles was formed for the invalid monarch, and the old woman's pallet spread upon it. I will return it to you, my good widow, said Balliol, and with proofs of my gratitude. The 2 friends assisted the king to rise. When he set his food on the floor, he felt so surprisingly better that though he could ride the journey. Wallace overruled this wish, and with Bruce supported his emaciated figure toward the door. The widow stood to see her guests depart. As Balliol mounted the litter, he slid a piece of gold into her hand. Wallace saw not what the king had given and gave a purse as his reward. Bruce had naught to bestow. He had left Durham with little, and that little was expended. My good widow, said he, I am poor in everything but gratitude. In lieu of gold you must accept my prayers. May they, sweet youth, replied she, return on your own head, giving you bread from the barren land and water out of sterile rock. And have you no blessing for me, mother? Asked Wallace, turning round and regarding her with an impressive look. Some spirit you wist not of, speaks in your words. Then it must be a good spirit, answered she, for all around me betokens gladness. The scripture saith, be kind to the wayfaring man, for many have so entertained angels unawares. Yesterday at this time I was the poorest of all the daughters of charity. Last night I opened my doors in the storm, you enter and give me riches. He follows and endows me with his prayers. Am I not then greatly favored by him who dispenseth to all who trust in him? His mercy and your goodness shall not be hidden. For from this day forth I will light a fire each night in a part of my house whence it may be seen on every side from a great distance. Like you, princely knight, whose gold will make it burn, it shall shine afar, and give light and comfort to all who approach it. And when you look on it, said Wallace, tell your beads for me. I am a son of war, and it may blaze when my vital spark is expiring. The widow paused, gazed on him steadily, and then burst into tears. Is it possible, cried she, that beautiful face may be laid in dust, that youthful form lay cold in clay, and these aged limbs survive to light a beacon to your memory, and it shall arise. It shall burn like a holy flame, an incense to heaven for the soul of him who has succored the feeble, and made the widow's heart to sing for joy. Wallace pressed the old woman's withered hand, Bruce did the same. She saw them mount their horses, and when they disappeared from her eyes, she returned into her cottage and wept. Chapter 63. Chateau Galliard. When Balliol arrived within a few miles of Chateau Galliard, he pointed to a wooded part of the forest, and told the friends, that under its groves they had best shelter themselves till the sun set. Soon after which he should expect them at the castle. Long indeed seemed the interval. It usually happens that in contemplating a project, while the period of its execution appears distant, we think on it with composure. But when the time of action is near, when we only wait the approach of an auxiliary, or the lapse of an hour, every passing moment seems an age, and the impatient soul is ready to break every bound, to grasp the completion of its enterprise. So Wallace now felt as he had never done before, for in all his warlike exploits each achievement had immediately followed the moment of resolve. But here he was delayed, to grow in ardor as he contemplated an essay in which every generous principle of man was summoned into action. He was going to rescue a helpless woman from the hands of a man of violence. She was also the daughter of his first ally in the great struggle for Scotland, and who had fallen in the cause. Glad was he then to see the sun sink behind the distant hills. At that moment he and his friend closed their visors, mounted their horses, and set off at full speed toward the chateau. When they came in view of the antique towers of Galliard, they slackened their pace, and leisurely advanced to the gates. The bugle of Wallace demanded admittance, a courteous assent was brought by the warder, the gates unfolded, the friends entered, and in the next instant they were conducted into a room where Balliol sat. De Valence was walking to and fro in a great chafe. He started at sight of the princely armor of Wallace, for he, as Balliol had done, now conceived, from the lily diadem, that the stranger must be of the royal house of France. And composing his turbulent spirit, he bowed respectfully to the supposed prince. Wallace returned the salutation, and Balliol rising, accosted him with a dignified welcome. He saw the mistake of De Valence, and perceived how greatly it might facilitate the execution of their project. On his host's return to the chateau, De Valence had received him with more than his former insolence, for the governor of Rouen had sent him information of the despised monarch's discontent. And when the despotic lord heard a bugle at the gate, and learned that it was answered by the admission of 2 travelling knights, he flew to Balliol in displeasure, commanding him to recall his granted leave. At the moment of his wrath, Wallace entered, and covered him with confusion. Struck at seeing a French prince in one of the persons he was going to treat with such indignity, he shrunk into himself, and bowed before him with all the cowering meanness of a base and haughty soul. Wallace, feeling his real preeminence, bent his head in acknowledgment, with a majesty which convinced the earl that he was not mistaken. Balliol welcomed his guest in a manner not to dispel the illusion. "Happy am I," cried he, "that the hospitality which John Balliol intended to show to a mere traveller, confers on him the distinction of serving one of a race whose favour confers protection, and its friendship honour." Wallace returned a gracious reply to this speech, and turning to Bruce, said, "This knight is my friend. And though from peculiar circumstances neither of us chooses to disclose his name during our journey, yet, whatever they may be, I trust you will confide in the word of one whom you have honoured by the address you have now made. And believe that his friend is not unworthy the hospitalities of him who was once King of Scots." De Valence now approached, and announcing who he was, assured the knights in the name of the King of England, whom he was going to represent in Guienne, of every respect from himself, assistance from his retinue, to bring them properly on their way. I return you the thanks due to your courtesy, replied Wallace, and shall certainly remain tonight a burden on King Balliol, but in the morning we must depart as we came, having a vow to perform, which excludes the service of attendants. A splendid supper was served, at the board of which de Valence sat, as well as Balliol. From the moment that the strangers entered, the English Earl never withdrew. So cautious was he to prevent Balliol informing his illustrious guests of the captivity of Lady Helen March. Wallace ate nothing. He sat with his visor still closed, and almost in profound silence, never speaking but when spoken to, and then only answering in as few words as possible. De Valence supposed that this taciturnity was connected with his vow, and did not further remark it. But Bruce, who had furnished himself with a complete suit of black armor, appeared, though equally invisible under his visor, infinitely more accessible. The humbler fashion of his martial accoutrement did not announce the prince. But his carriage was so noble, his conversation bespoke so accomplished a mind, and brave a spirit, that de Valence did not doubt that both men before him were of the royal family. He had never seen Charles de Valois. And believing that he now saw him in Wallace, he directed all that discourse to Bruce, which he meant should reach the ear of de Valois, and from him pass to that of the King of France. Bruce guessed what was passing in his mind, and, with as much amusement as design, led forward the Earl's mistake, but rather by allowing him to deceive himself, than by any actual means on his side to increase the deception. De Valence threw out hints respecting a frontier town in Guienne, which, he said, he thought his royal master could be persuaded to yield to the French monarch, as naturally belonging to Gascony. But then the affair must be properly represented, he added. And had he motive enough to investigate some parchments in his possession, he believed he could place the affair in a true light, and convince Edward of the superior claims of the French king. Then casting out hints of the claim he had, by right of his ancestors, to the seigneury of Valence in Dauphiny, he gave them to understand, that if Philip would invest him with the revenues of Valence on the Rhone, he would engage that the other town in question should be delivered to France. Notwithstanding Balliol's resolution to keep awake and assist his friends in their enterprise, he was so overcome by fatigue that he fell asleep soon after supper. And so gave de Valence full opportunity to unveil his widely grasping mind to the Scottish chiefs. Wallace now saw that the execution of his project must depend wholly upon himself. And how to inform Helen that he was in the castle, and of his plan to get her out of it, hardly occupied him more than what to devise to detain de Valence in the banqueting room, while he went forth to prosecute his design. As these thoughts absorbed him, by an unconscious movement he turned toward the English Earl. De Valence paused, and looked at him, supposing he was going to speak. But finding him still silent, the Earl addressed him, though with some hesitation, feeling an inexplicable awe of directly saying to him what he had so easily uttered to his more approachable companion. "I seek not, illustrious stranger," said he, "to inquire the name you have already intimated must be concealed. But I have sufficient faith in that brilliant circlet around your brows, to be convinced, as none other than the royal hand of Philip could bestow it, that it distinguishes a man of the first honor. You now know my sentiments, Prince. And for the advantage of both kings, I confide them to your services." Wallace rose. "Whether I am prince or vassal," replied he, "my services shall ever be given in the cause of justice. And of that, Earl de Valence, you will be convinced when next you hear of me. My friend," cried he, turning to Bruce, "you will remain with our host, I go to perform the vigils of my vow." Bruce understood him. It was not merely with their host he was to remain, but to detain de Valence, and, opening at once the versatile powers of his abundant mind, his vivacity charmed the Earl. While the magnificence of his views and policy corroborated to de Valence the idea that he was conversing with one whose birth had placed him beyond even the temptations of those ambitions which were at that moment subjecting his auditor's soul to every species of flattery, meanness, and, in fact, disloyalty. Bruce, in his turn, listened with much apparent interest to all de Valence's dreams of aggrandizement, and recollecting his reputation for a love of wine, he replenished the Earl's goblet so often, that the fumes made him forget all reserve. And after pouring forth the whole history of his attachments to Helen, and his resolution to subdue her abhorrence by love and grandeur, he gradually lowered his key, and at last fell fast asleep. Meanwhile Wallace wrapped himself in Baliol's blue cloak, which lay in the anteroom, and enveloping even his helmet in the friendly mantle, he moved swiftly along the gallery toward the chamber of Helen. To be prepared for obstacles, he had obtained from Balliol a particular description of the situation of every apartment leading to it. It was now within an hour of midnight. He passed through several large vacant rooms, and at last arrived at the important door. It opened into a small chamber, in which two female attendants lay asleep. He gently raised the latch, and, with caution taking the lamp which burned on the table, glided softly through the curtains which filled the cedar arch that led into the apartment of Helen. He approached the bed, covering the light with his hand, while he observed her. She was in a profound sleep, but pale as the sheet which enveloped her, her countenance seemed troubled, her brows frequently knit themselves, and she started as she dreamed, as if in apprehension. Once he heard her lips faintly murmur, "Save me, my father." "On you alone," there she stopped. His heart bled at this appeal. "Thy father's friend comes to save thee," he would have cried, but he checked the exclamation. His hand dropped at the same instant from before the lamp, and the blaze striking full on her eyes, waked her. She looked up, and she believed her dream realized, De Valence leaning over the bed, and herself wholly in his power. A shriek of horror as bursting from her lips, when Wallace hastily raised his visor. At the moment when despair was in her orphan heart, and her whole soul turned with abhorrence from the supposed De Valence, she met the eyes of the dearest to her on earth, those of indeed her father's friend. Stretching forth her arms, for an instant she seemed flying to the protection of him to whose honor she had been bequeathed. But falling back again on her bed, the glad surprise of seeing him, who in her estimation was her only earthly security now that her father was no more, shook her with such emotion, that Wallace feared to see her delicate frame sink into some deadly swoon. Alarmed for her life, or the accomplishment of her deliverance, he threw himself on his knees beside her, and softly whispered, "Be composed, for the love of heaven and your own safety. Be collected and firm, and you shall fly this place with me tonight." Hardly conscious of the action, Helen grasped the hand that held hers, and would have replied, but her voice failing, she fainted on his arm. Wallace now saw no alternative but to remove her hence, even in this insensible state. And, raising her gently in his arms, enveloped in the silk coverlet, with cautious steps he bore her through the curtained entrance, and past the sleeping damsels into the anterooms. To meet any of De Valence's men while in this situation would betray L.L. To avoid this, he hastened through the illuminated passages, and turning into the apartment appointed for himself, laid the now reviving Helen upon a couch. "Water," said she, "and I shall soon be myself again." He gave her some, and at the same time laying a page's suit of clothes, which Balliol had provided, beside her, "Dress yourself in these, Lady Helen," said he. "I shall withdraw meanwhile into the passage, but your safety depends on expedition." Before she could answer he had disappeared. Helen instantly threw herself on her knees to thank a higher power for this commencement of her deliverance, and to beseech his blessing on its consummation. She rose strengthened, and, obeying Wallace, the moment she was equipped, she laid her hand upon the latch, but the watchful ear of her friend heard her, and he immediately opened the door. The lamps of the gallery shone full upon the light grace of her figure, as shrinking with blushing modesty, and yet eager to be with her preserver, she stood hesitating before him. He threw his cloak over her, and putting her arm through his, in the unobscured blaze of his princely armor, he descended to the lower hall of the castle. One man only was there. Wallace ordered him to open the great door. "It is a fine night," said he, "and I shall ride some miles before I sleep." The man asked if he were to saddle the horses. He was answered in the affirmative, and the gate being immediately unbarred, Wallace led his precious charge into the freedom of the open air. As soon as she saw the outside of those towers, which she had entered as the worst of all prisoners, her heart so overflowed with gratitude to her deliverer, that sinking by his side upon her knees, she could only grasp his hand and bathe it with the pure tears of rescued innocence. Her manner penetrated his soul, and he raised her in his arms. But she, dreading that she had perhaps done too much, convulsively articulated, "My father, his blessing was a rich endowment, Lady Helen," returned Wallace, "and you shall ever find me deserving of it." Her head leaned on his breast. But how different was the lambent flame which seemed to emanate from either heart, as they now beat against each other, from the destructive fire which shot from the burning veins of Lady Mar. When she would have polluted with her unchaste lips this shrine of a beloved wife, this bosom consecrated to her sacred image. Wallace had shrunk from her, as from the touch of some hideous contagion, but with Lady Helen it was soul meeting soul, it was innocence resting on the bosom of virtue. No thought that saints would not have approved was there, no emotion which angels might not have shared, glowed in their grateful bosoms, she, grateful to him, both grateful to God. The man brought the horses from the stable. He knew that two strangers had arrived at the castle, and not noticing Helen's stature, supposed they were both before him. He had been informed by the servants, that the taller of the two was the Count de Valois, and he now held the stirrup for him to mount. But Wallace placed Helen on Bruce's horse, and then vaulting on his own, put a piece of gold into the attendant's hand. "You will return, noble prince?" inquired the man. "Why should you doubt it?" answered Wallace. "Because," replied the servant, "I wish the brother of the King of France to know the foul deeds which are doing in his dominions." "By whom?" asked Wallace, surprised at this address. "By the Earl de Valence, prince," answered he. "He has now in this castle a beautiful lady, whom he brought from a foreign land, and treats in a manner unbecoming a knight or a man." "And what would you have me do?" said Wallace, willing to judge whether this applicant were honest in his appeal. "Come in the power of your royal brother," answered he, "and demand the Lady Helen Mar of Lord de Valence." Helen, who had listened with trepidation to this dialogue, drew nearer Wallace, and whispered in an agitated voice, "Ah! Let us hasten away." The man was close enough to hear her. "Ha!" cried he, in a burst of doubtful joy, "is it so? Is she here? Say so, noble knight, and Joppa Grimsby will serve ye both forever." "Grimsby," cried Helen, recollecting his voice the moment he had declared his name, "what? The honest English soldier? I and my preserver will indeed value so trusty a follower." The name of Grimsby was too familiar to the memory of Wallace, too closely associated with his most cherished meditations, for him not to recognize it with melancholy pleasure. He had never seen Grimsby, but he knew him well worthy of his confidence, and ordered him, if he really desired to follow Lady Helen, to bring 2 more horses from the stables. When they were brought, Wallace made the joyful signal concerted with Bruce and Balliol, to sound the Scottish price as soon as he and his fair charge were out of the castle. The happy tidings met the ear of the prince while anxiously watching the sleeping of de Valence, for fear he should awake and, leaving the room, interrupt Wallace in his enterprise. What, then, was his transport when the first note of the horn burst upon the silence around him. He sprung on his feet. The impetuosity of the action roused Balliol, who had been lying all the while sound asleep in his chair. Bruce made a sign to him to be silent, and pressing his hand with energy, forgot the former Balliol in the present, and, for a moment bending his knee, kissed the hand he held, then, rising, disappeared in an instant. He flew through the open gates. Wallace perceiving him, rode out from under the shadow of the trees. The bright light of the moon shone on his sparkling crest, that was sufficient for Bruce, and Wallace, falling back again into the shade, was joined the next moment by his friend. Who this friend was for whom her deliverer had told Helen he waited, she did not ask, for she dreaded, while so near danger, to breathe a word, but she guessed that it must either be Murray or Edwin. De Valence had barbarously told her that not only her father was no more, but that her uncles, the Lords Bothwell and Ruthven, had both been killed in the last battle. Hence, with a saddened joy, one of her 2 bereaved cousins she now prepared to see, and every filial recollection pressing on her heart, her tears flowed silently and in abundance. As Bruce approached, his black mantle so wrapped him she could not distinguish his figure. Wallace stretched forth his hand to him in silence. He grasped it with the warm but mute congratulation of friendship, and throwing himself on his horse, triumphantly exclaimed, "Now for Paris." Helen recognized none she knew in that voice. And drawing close to the white courser of Wallace, with something like disappointment mingling with her happier thoughts, she made her horse keep pace with the fleetness of her companions. Chapter 64. Forest of Vincennes. Avoiding the frequented track to Paris, Wallace, to whom Grimsby was now a valuable auxiliary, he being well acquainted with the country, took a sequestered path by the banks of the Marne, and entered the forest of Vincennes just as the moon set. Having ridden far, and without cessation, the old soldier proposed their alighting, to allow the lady an opportunity of reposing a while under the trees. Helen was indeed nearly exhausted, though the idea of her happy flight, by inspiring her with a strength which surprised even herself, for a long time had kept her insensible to fatigue. While her friends pressed on with a speed which allowed no more conversation than occasional inquiries of how she bore the journey. The swiftness of the motion and the rapidity of the events which had brought her from the most frightful of situations into one the dearest to her secret and hardly breathed wishes, so bewildered her faculties, that Hse almost feared she was only enjoying one of those dreams which since her captivity had often mocked her with the image of Wallace and her release. And every moment she dreaded to awake and find herself still a prisoner to De Valence. "I want no rest," replied she to the observation of Grimsby, "I could feel none till we are beyond the possibility of being overtaken by my enemy." "You are as safe in this wood, lady," returned the soldier, "as you can be in any place betwixt Galliard and Paris. It is many miles from the Chateau, and lies in so remote a direction, that were the Earl to pursue us, I am sure he would never choose this path." "And did he even come up with us, dear Lady Helen," said Wallace, "could you fear, when with your father's friend?" "It is for my father's friend I fear," gently answered she, "I can have no dread for myself while under such protection." A very little more persuaded Helen, and Grimsby having spread his cloak on the grass, Wallace lifted her from her horse. As soon as she put her foot to the ground her head grew giddy, and she must have fallen but for the supporting arm of her watchful friend. He carried her to the couch prepared by the good soldier, and laid her on it. Grimsby had been more provident than they could have expected, for after saddling the second pair of horses, he had returned into the hall for his cloak, and taking an undrawn flask of wine from the seneschal's supper table, put it into his vest. This he now produced, and Wallace made Helen drink some of it. The cordial soon revived her, and sinking on her pillow of leaves, she soon found the repose her wearied frame demanded and induced. For fear of disturbing her not a word was spoken. Wallace watched at her head, and Bruce sat at her feet, while Grimsby remained with the horses, as a kind of outpost. Sweet was her sleep, for the thoughts with which she sunk into slumber occupied her dreams. Still she was riding by the side of Wallace, listening to his voice, cheering her through the lengthening way. But some wild animal in its nightly prowl crossing before the horses, they began to snort and plunge, and though the no less terrified alarmer fled far away, it was with difficulty the voice and management of Grimsby could quiet them. The noise suddenly awoke Helen, and her scattered faculties not immediately recollecting themselves, she felt an instant impression that all had indeed been a dream, and starting in affright, she exclaimed, "Where am I? Wallace, where art thou?" "Here," cried he, pressing her hand with fraternal tenderness, "I am here, you are safe with your friend and brother." Her heart beat with a terror which this assurance could hardly subdue. At last she said in an agitated voice, "Forgive me if my senses are a little strayed. I have suffered so much, and this release seems so miraculous, that at moments I hardly believe it real. I wish daylight were come that I might be convinced." When she had uttered these words, she suddenly stopped, and then added, "But I am very weak to talk thus, I believe my late terrors have disordered my head." "What you feel, lady, is only natural," observed Bruce. "I experienced the same when I first regained my liberty, and found myself on the road to join Sir William Wallace. Dear, indeed, is liberty, but dearer is the friend whose virtues make our recovered freedom sure. Who speaks to me? Said Helen, in a low voice to Wallace, and raising her head from that now supporting arm, on which she felt she did but too much delight to lean. One, answered Wallace, in the same tone, who is not to be publicly known until occasion demands it. One who, I trust in God, will one day seal the happiness of Scotland, Robert Bruce. That name which, when in her idea it belonged to Wallace, used to raise such emotions in her breast, she now heard with an indifference that surprised her. But who could be more to Scotland than Wallace had been? All that was in the power of patriot or of king to do for his country, he had done, and what then was Bruce in her estimation? One who, basking in pleasures while his country suffered, allowed a brave subject to breast, to overthrow every danger, before he put himself forward. And now he appeared to assume a throne, which, though his right by birth, he had most justly forfeited, by neglecting the duties indispensable in the heir of so great and oppressed a kingdom. These would have been her thoughts of him. But Wallace called this Bruce his friend. And the few words she had heard him speak, being full of gratitude to her deliverer, that engaged her esteem. The answer, however, which she made to the reply of Wallace was spontaneous, and it struck upon the heart of Bruce. How long, said she, have you promised Scotland that it should see that day? Long, to my grief, Lady Helen, rejoined Bruce. I would say to my shame, had I ever intentionally erred toward my country, but ignorance of her state, and of the depth of Edward's treachery, was my crime. I only required to be shown the right path to pursue it, and Sir William Wallace came to point the way. My soul, lady, is not unworthy the destiny to which he calls me. Had there been light, she would have seen the flush of conscious virtue that overspread his fine countenance while he spoke, but the words were sufficient to impress her with that respect he deserved, and which her answer showed. My father taught me to consider the Bruce the rightful heirs of Scotland, and now that I see the day which he so often wished to hail, I cannot but regard it as the termination of Scotland's woes. Oh! Had it been before? Perhaps, here she paused, for tears stopped her utterance. You think, rejoined Bruce, that much bloodshed might have been spared. But, dear lady, poison not the comfort of your life by that belief. No man exists who could have effected so much for Scotland in so short a time, and with so little loss, as our Wallace has done. Who, like him, makes mercy the companion of war, and compels even his enemies to emulate the clemency he shows. Fewer have been slain on the Scottish side during the whole of his struggle with Edward, than were lost by Balliol on the fatal day of Dunbar. Then, no quarter was given, and too many of the wounded were left to perish on the field. But with Wallace, life was granted to all who asked, the wounded enemy and the friend were alike succored by him. This conduct provoked the jealousy of the Southron generals, not to be surpassed in generosity, and thus comparatively few have been lost. But if in that number some of our noblest chiefs, we must be resigned to yield to God what is his own. We must be grateful, daughter of the gallant Mar, for the manner in which they were taken. They fell in the arms of true glory, like parents defending their offspring. While others, my grandfather and father, perished with broken hearts, in unavailing lamentations that they could not share the fate of those who died for Scotland. But you, dear Bruce, returned Wallace, will live for her. Will teach those whose hearts have bled in her cause, to find a balm for every wound in her prosperity. Helen smiled through her tears at those words. They spoke the heavenly consolation which had descended on her mourning spirit. If Scotland be to rest under the happy reign of Robert Bruce, then envy cannot again assail Sir William Wallace, and my father has not shed his blood in vain. His beautified spirit, with those of my uncles Bothwell and Ruthven, will rejoice in such a peace, and I shall enjoy it to felicity, in so sacred a participation. Surprised at her associating the name of Lord Ruthven with those who had fallen, Wallace interrupted her with the assurance of her uncle's safety. The Scottish chiefs easily understood that de Valence had given her the opposite intelligence, to impress her with an idea that she was friendless, and so precipitate her into the determination of becoming his wife. But she did not repeat to her brave auditors all the arguments he had used to shake her impregnable heart, impregnable, because a principle kept guard there, which neither flattery nor ambition could dispossess. He had told her that the very day in which she would give him her hand, King Edward would send him viceroy into Scotland, where she should reign with all the power and magnificence of a queen. He was handsome, accomplished, and adored her. But Helen could not love him whom she could not esteem, for she knew he was libertine, base and cruel. That he loved her affected her not, she could only be sensible to an affection placed on worthy foundations. And he who trampled on all virtues in his own actions, could not desire them when seen in her. He therefore must love her for the fairness of her form alone, and to place any value on such affection was to grasp the wind. Personal flatteries having made no impression on Helen, ambitious projects were attempted with equal failure. Had de Valence been lord of the Eastern and Western empires, could he have made her the envy and admiration of a congregated world, all would have been in vain. She had seen and known the virtues of Sir William Wallace. And from that hour, all that was excellent in man, and all that was desirable on earth, seemed to her to be in him summed up. On the barren heath, said she to herself, in some desert island, with only thee and thy virtues, how happy could be Helen Mar. How great! For, to share thy heart, thy noble, glorious heart, would be a bliss, a seal of honor from heaven, with which no terrestrial elevation could compare. Then would she sigh. Capable of appreciating and loving above all earthly things the matchless virtues of Sir William Wallace. On the very evening of the night in question in which he had so unexpectedly appeared to release her, her thoughts had been engaged in this train. Yes, cried she to herself, even in loving thy perfections there is such enjoyment. That I would rather be as I am, what others might call the hopeless Helen, than the loving and beloved of any other man on earth. In thee I love virtue, and the imperishable sentiment will bless me in the world to come. With these thoughts she had fallen asleep. She dreamed that she called on her father, on Wallace to save her, and on opening her eyes, she had found him indeed near. Every word which this almost adored friend now said to comfort her with regard to her own immediate losses, to assure her of the peace of Scotland, should heaven bless the return of Bruce, took root in her soul. And sprung up into resignation and happiness. She listened to the plans of Wallace and of Bruce to effect their great enterprise, and the hours of the night passed to her not only in repose, but in enjoyment. Wallace, though pleased with the interest she took in even the minutest details of their design, became fearful of overt asking her weakened frame. He whispered Bruce to gradually drop the conversation. And, as it died away, slumber again stole over her eyelids. The dawn had spread far over the sky while she yet slept. Wallace sat contemplating her, and the now sleeping Bruce, who had also imperceptibly sunk to rest. Various and anxious were his meditations. He had hardly seen 27 years, yet so had he been tried in the vicissitudes of life, that he felt as if he had lived a century. And instead of looking on the lovely Helen as on one whose charms might claim a lover's wishes in his breast, he regarded her with sentiments more like parental tenderness. That, indeed, seemed the affection which now reigned in his bosom. He felt as a father toward Scotland. For every son and daughter of that harassed country, he was ready to lay down his life. Edwin he cherished in his heart as he would have done the dearest of his own offspring. It was as a parent to whom a beloved and prodigal son had returned, that he looked on Bruce. But Helen, of all Scotland's daughters, she was the most precious in his eyes. Set love aside, and no object without the touch of that all-pervading passion could he regard with more endearing tenderness than he did Helen March. The shades of night vanished before the bright uprise of the King of Day, and with them her slumbers. She stirred, she awoke. The lark was then soaring with shrill cadence over her head. Its notes pierced the ear of Bruce, and he started on his feet. "You have allowed me to sleep, Wallace." "And why not?" replied he. "Here it was safe for all to have slept. Yet had there been danger, I was at my post to have called you." He gently smiled as he spoke. "Whence, my friend," cried Bruce, with a respondent beam on his countenance, "did you draw the ethereal essence that animates your frame? You toil for us, watch for us, and yet you never seem fatigued, never discomposed. How is this? What does it mean?" "That the soul is immortal," answered Wallace. "That it has a godlike power given to it by the giver of all good, even while on earth, to subdue the wants of this mortal frame. The circumstances in which heaven has cast me, have disciplined my circumstances in which heaven has cast me, have disciplined my body to obey my mind in all things. And, therefore, when the motives for exertion are strong within me, it is long, very long, before I feel hunger, thirst, or drowsiness. Indeed, while thus occupied, I have often thought it possible for the activity of the soul so to wear the body, that some day she might find it suddenly fall away from about her spiritual substance, and leave her unencumbered, without having felt the touch of death. And yet, that Alicia-like change," continued Wallace, following up on his own thought, "could not be till heaven sees the appointed time. Man does not live by bread alone, neither by sleep, nor any species of refreshment. His Spirit alone, who created all things, can give us a rest, while we keep the strictest vigils. His power can sustain the wasting frame, even in a barren wilderness." "True," replied Helen, looking timidly up, "but, because heaven is so gracious as sometimes to work miracles in our favor, surely we are not authorized to neglect the natural means of obtaining the same end?" "Certainly not," returned Wallace. "It is not for man to tempt God at any time. Sufficient for us it is to abide by his all-wise dispensations. When we are in circumstances that allow the usual means of life, it is demanded of us to use them. But when we are brought into situations where watching, fasting, and uncommon toils are not to be avoided, then it is an essential part of our obedience to perform our duties to the end, without any regard to the wants which may impede our way. It is in such an hour, when the soul of man, resolved to obey, looks down on human nature and looks up to God, that he receives both the manna and the ever-living waters of heaven. By this faith and perseverance, the uplifted hands of Moses prevailed over Amalek in Rephidim, and by the same did the lengthened race of the sun-like Joshua to a double victory in Gibeon. The morning vapors having dispersed from the opposite plain, and Helen being refreshed by her long repose, Wallace seated her on horseback, and they recommenced their journey. The helmets of both chiefs were now open. Grimsby looked at one and the other, the countenances of both assured him that he should find a protector in either. He drew toward Helen. She noticed his manner, and observing to Wallace that she believed the soldier wished to speak with her, checked her horse. At this action, Grimsby presumed to ride up, and bowing respectfully, said, that before he followed her to Paris, it would be right for the Count de Valois to know whom he had taken into his train, one, madam, who has been degraded by King Edward. Degraded, added he, but not debased, that last disgrace depends on myself, and I should shrink from your protection rather than court it, were I indeed vile. You have too well proved your integrity, Grimsby, replied Helen, to doubt it now. But what has the Count de Valois to do with your being under my protection? It is not to him we go, but to the French king. And is not that knight with the diadem, inquired Grimsby, the Count de Valois? The servants at Chateau Galliard told me he was so. Surprised at this, Helen said the knight should answer for himself, and quickening the step of her horse, followed by Grimsby, rejoined his side. When she informed Wallace of what had passed, he called the soldier to approach. Grimsby, said he, you have claims upon me which should ensure you my protection were I even insensible to the honourable principles you have just declared to Lady Helen. But, I repeat, I am already your friend. You have only to speak, and all in my power to serve you shall be done. Then, sir, returned he, as mine is rather a melancholy story, and parts of it have already drawn tears from Lady Helen, if you will honour me with your attention apart from her, I would relate how I fell into disgrace with my sovereign. Wallace fell a little back with Grimsby, and while Bruce and Helen rode briskly forward, he, at a slower pace, prepared to listen to the recapitulation of scenes in which he was only too deeply interested. The soldier began by narrating the fatal events at Ellerslie, which had compelled him to leave the army in Scotland. He related that after quitting the priory of St. Fillan, he reached Guienne, and there served under the Earl of Lincoln, until the marriage of Edward with King Philip's sister gave the English monarch quiet possession of that province. Grimsby then marched with the rest of the troops to join their sovereign in Flanders. There he was recognized, and brought to judgment by one of Heselrig's captains. One who had been a particular favorite with the tyrant from their similarity of disposition, and to whom he had told the mutiny and desertion, as he called it, of Grimsby. But on the presentation of the Earl of Lincoln, his punishment was mitigated from death to the infliction of a certain number of lashes. This sentence, which the honest officer regarded as worse than the loss of life, was executed. On stripping him at the halberts, Lady Helen's gift, the diamond clasp, was found hanging round his neck. This was seized as a proof of some new crime. His general now gave him up. And so inconsistent were his judges, that while they allowed this treason, for so they stigmatized his manly resentment of Heselrig's cruelty, to prejudice them in this second charge, they would not believe what was so probable. That this very jewel had been given to him by a friend of Sir William Wallace in reward for his behavior on that occasion. He appealed to Edward, but he appealed in vain, and on the following day he was adjudged to be broken on the wheel for the supposed robbery. Every heart was callous to his sufferings, but that of the wife of his jailer, who, fancying him like a brother of hers, who had been killed 10 years before in Italy, at the dead of the night she opened his prison doors. He fled into Normandy. And, without a home, outlawed, branded as a traitor and a thief, he was wandering half desperate one stormy night on the banks of the Marne, when a cry of distress attracted his attention. It issued from the suite of De Valence, on his way to Guienne. Scared at the tempest, the female attendants of Lady Helen had abandoned themselves to shrieks of despair. But she, insensible to anything but grief, lay in perfect stillness in the litter that conveyed her. As Grimsby approached the travellers, De Valence demanded his assistance to conduct them to a place of shelter. Chateau Galliard was the nearest residence fit to receive the Earl and his train. Thither the soldier led them, and heard from the servants that the lady in the vehicle was their lord's wife, and a lunatic. Grimsby remained in the chateau, because he had nowhere else to go, and by accidental speeches from the lady's attendants soon found that she was not married to the Earl, and was not only perfectly sane, but often most cruelly treated. Her name he had never learned until the last evening, when, carrying some wine into the banqueting room, he heard De Valence mention it to the other stranger knight. He then retired full of horror, resolving to essay her rescue himself. But the unexpected sight of the two knights in the hall determined him to reveal the case to them. "This," added Grimsby, "is my story. And whoever you are, noble lord, if you think me not unworthy your protection, grant it, and you shall find me faithful unto death." "I owe you that, and more," replied the chief. "I am that Wallace on whose account you fled your country. And if you be willing to share the fortunes of one who may live and die in camps, I pledge you that my best destiny shall be yours." Could Grimsby in his joyful surprise have thrown himself at the feet of Wallace, he would have done so. But taking hold of the end of his scarf, he pressed it enthusiastically to his lips, and exclaimed, "Bravest of the brave, this is beyond my prayers, to meet here the triumphant Lord of Scotland. I fell innocently into disgrace, ah! How am I now exalted unto honor? My country would have deprived me of life, I am therefore dead to it, and live only to gratitude and you." "Then," replied Wallace, "as the first proof of the confidence I repose in you, know that the young chief who is riding forward with Lady Helen is Robert Bruce, the Prince of Scotland. Our next enterprise is to place him upon the throne of his ancestors. Meanwhile, till we license you to do otherwise, keep our names a secret, and call us by those we may hereafter think fit to assume." Grimsby, once more reinstated in the station he deserved, that of trust and respect, no longer hung his head in abject despondency, but looking erect as one born again from disgrace, he became the active, cheerful, and faithful servant of Wallace. During Wallace's conversation with the soldier, Helen was listening with delight to the encomiums which Bruce passed upon his friend and champion. As his eloquent tongue described the merits of Wallace, and expressed an ardent gratitude for his having so gloriously supplied his place to Scotland, Helen turned her eyes upon the prince. Before she had scarcely remarked that he was more than young and handsome, but now, while she contemplated the noble confidence which breathed in every feature, she said to herself, "This man is worthy to be the friend of Wallace. His soul is a mirror to reflect all the brightness of Wallace's, like as with the sun's rays, to kindle with heaven's fire all on whom it turns." Bruce remarked the unusual animation of her eyes as she looked at him. "You feel all I say of Wallace," said he. And it was not a charge at which she need blush. It was addressed to that perception of exalted worth which regards neither sex nor age. Helen did not misapprehend him. The amiable frankness of his manner seemed to open to him her heart. Wallace she adored almost as a god, Bruce she could love as a brother. It requires not time nor proof to make virtuous hearts coalesce. There is a language without sounds, a recognition, independent of the visual organ, which acknowledges the kindred of congenial souls almost in the moment they meet. The virtuous mind knoweth its brother in the dark. This was said by the man whose soul sympathized in every noble purpose with that of Wallace. While Helen, impelled by the same principle, and blushing with an emotion untainted by any sensation of shame, replied, "I am too grateful to heaven for having allowed me to witness the goodness. To share the esteem of such a being, a man whose like I have never seen." "He is one of the few, Lady Helen," replied Bruce, "who is worthy of so august a title, and he brightly shows the image in which he was made, so humble, so dignified, so great, so lowly, so supereminent in all accomplishments of mind and body. Wise, brave, and invincible, yet forbearing, gentle, and unassuming, formed to be beloved, yet without a touch of vanity, loving all who approach him, without the least alloy of passion. Ah! Lady Helen, he is a model after which I will fashion my life, for he has written the character of the Son of God in his heart, and it shall be my study to transcribe the blessed copy into mine." Tears of gratitude glittered in the eye, and on the smile of Helen. To answer Bruce she found to be impossible, but that her smile and look were appreciated by him, his own told her. And stretching out his hand to her, as she put hers into his, he said, "We are united in his heart, my sweet friend." At this moment Wallace joined them. He saw the action, and the animation on each countenance, and looked at Bruce with a glance of inquiry, but Bruce perceived nothing of a lover's jealousy in the look. It carried the wish of a friend to share what had impressed them with such happy traits. "We have been talking of you," returned the prince, "and if to be beloved is a source of joy, you must be peculiarly blessed. The affections of Lady Helen and myself have met, and made your heart the altar on which we have pledged our fraternal love." Wallace regarded each with a look of tenderness. "It is my joy to love you both like a brother, but Lady Helen must consider me as even more than that to her. I am her father's representative, I am the voice of grateful Scotland, thanking her for the preservation her generous exertions yielded. And to you, my prince, I am your friend, your subject, all that is devoted and true." Thus enjoying the dear communion of hearts, the interchange of mind, and mingling soul with soul, did these three friends journey toward the gates of Paris. Every hour seemed an age of blessedness to Helen, so gratefully did she enjoy each passing moment of a happiness that seemed to speak of paradise. Nature never before appeared so beautiful in her eyes, the sky was more serene, the birds sung with sweeter notes, the landscape shone in brighter charms, the fragrances of the flowers bathed her senses in the softest balm. And the very air as it breathed around her, seemed fraught with life and joy. But Wallace animated the scene, and while she fancied that she inhaled his breath in every respiration, she moved as if on enchanted ground. Oh! She could have lingered there forever. And hardly did she know what it was to draw any but sighs of bliss till she saw the towers of Paris embattling the horizon. They reminded her that she was now going to be occasionally divided from him. That when entered within those walls, it would no longer be decorous for her to pass days and nights in listening to his voice, in losing all of woman's love in the beautified affection of an angel. This passion of the soul, if such it may be called, which has its rise in virtue and its aim the same, would be most unjustly degraded were it classed with what the herd generally entitle love. The love which men stigmatize, deride, and yet encourage, is a fancy, an infatuation, awakened by personal attraction, by, the lover knows not what, sometimes by gratified vanity, sometimes by idleness, and often by the most debasing propensities of human nature. Earthly it is, and unto earth it shall return. But love, true heaven-born love, that pure affection which unites congenial spirits here, and with which the Creator will hereafter connect in one blessed fraternity the whole kindred of mankind, has but one cause, the universal unchangeableness and immortality, a something so excellent that the simple wish to partake its essence in the union of affection, to facilitate and to share its attainment of true and lasting happiness, invigorates our virtue and inspires our souls. These are the aims and joys of real love. It has nothing selfish, in every desire it soars above this earth, and anticipates, as the ultimatum of its joy, the moment when it shall meet its partner before the throne of God. Such was the sentiment of Helen toward Wallace. So unlike what she had seen in others of the universal passion, she would hardly have acknowledged to herself that what she felt was love, had not the anticipation of even an hour's separation from him, whispered the secret to her heart. Chapter 65. Paris. When they were arrived within a short distance from Paris, Wallace wrote a few lines to King Philip, informing him who were the companions of his journey, and that he would rest near the Abbey of St. Genevieve until he should receive His Majesty's greetings to Bruce, also the Queen's granted protection for the daughter of the Earl of Mar. Grimsby was the bearer of this letter. He soon returned with an escort of honor, accompanied by Prince Louis himself. At sight of Wallace he flew into his arms, and after embracing him again and again with all the unchecked ardor of youthful gratitude, he presented to him a packet from the king. It expressed the satisfaction of Philip at the near prospect of his seeing the man whom he had so long admired, and whose valor had wrought him such service as the preservation of his son. He then added that he had other matters to thank him for when they should meet, and subjects to discuss which would be much elucidated by the presence of Bruce. According to your request, continued he, the name of neither shall be made public at my court. My own family only know who are to be my illustrious guests. The Queen is impatient to bid them welcome, and no less eager to greet the Lady Helen Mar with her friendship and protection. A beautiful palfrey, superbly caparisoned, and tossing its fair neck amid the pride of its gorgeous chamfrain, was led forward by a page. Two ladies, also, bearing rich apparel for Helen, appeared in the train. When their errand was made known to Wallace, he communicated it to Helen. Her delicacy indeed wished to lay aside her page's apparel before she was presented to the Queen, but she had been so happy while she wore it. Days have passed with me in these garments, said she to herself, which may never occur again. The laddies were conducted to her. They delivered a gracious message from their royal mistress, and opened the caskets. Helen sighed. She could urge nothing in opposition to their embassy, and reluctantly assented to the change they were to make in her appearance. She stood mute while they disarrayed her of her humble guise, and clothed her in the robes of France. During their attendance, in the adulatory strains of the court, they broke out in encomiums on the graces of her person. But to all this she turned an inattentive ear, her mind was absorbed in what she had enjoyed, in the splendid penance she might now undergo. One of the women was throwing the page's clothes carelessly into a bag, when Helen perceiving her, with ill-concealed eagerness, cried, "Take care of that suit, it is more precious to me than gold or jewels." "Indeed," answered the attendant, more respectfully folding it, "it does not seem a very rich silk." "Probably not," returned Helen, "but it is valuable to me, and wherever I lodge, I will thank you to put it into my apartment." A mirror was now presented that she might see herself. She started at the load of jewels with which they had adorned her, and while tears filled her eyes, she mildly said, "I am a mourner, and these ornaments must not be worn by me." The ladies obeyed her wish to have them taken off, and with thoughts divided between her father and her father's friend, she was conducted toward the palfrey. Wallace approached her, and Bruce flew forward, with his usual haste, to assist her. But it was no longer the beautiful little page that met his view, the confidential and frank glance of a youthful brother, it was a lovely woman arrayed in all the charms of female apparel, trembling and blushing. As she again appeared as a woman before the eyes of the man she loved. Wallace sighed as he touched her hand, for there was something in her air which seemed to say, I am not what I was a few minutes ago. It was the aspect of the world's austerity, the decorum of rank and situation, but not of the heart, that had never been absent from the conduct of Helen. Had she been in the wilds of Africa, with no other companion than Wallace, still would those chaste reserves which lived in her soul have been there the guardian of her actions, for modesty was as much the attribute of her person as magnanimity the character of her mind. Her more distant air at this time was the effect of reflections while in the abbey where he had lodged her. She saw that the frank intercourse between them was to be interrupted by the forms of a court, and her manner insensibly assumed the demeanour she was so soon to wear. Bruce looked at her with delighted wonder. He had before admired her as beautiful, he now gazed on her as transcendently so. He checked himself in his swift step, he paused to look on her and Wallace, and contemplating them with sentiments of unmingled admiration, this exclamation unconsciously escaped him. How lovely! He could not but wish to see two such perfectly amiable and perfectly beautiful beings united as closely by the bonds of the altar as he believed they were in heart. And he longed for the hour when he might endow them with those proofs of his fraternal love which should class them with the first of Scottish princes. But how, thought he, can I ever sufficiently reward thee, Wallace, for what thou hast done for me and mine? Thy services are beyond all price, thy soul is above even empires. Then how can I show thee all that is in my heart for thee? While he thus apostrophized his friend, Wallace and Helen advanced toward him. Bruce held out his hand to her with a cordial smile. Lady Helen, we are still to be the same. Robes of no kind must ever separate the affections born in our pilgrimage. She put her hand into his with a glow of delight. While Sir William Wallace allows me to call him brother, answered she, that will ever be a sanction to our friendship. But courts are formal places, and I now go to one. And I will soon remove you to another, replied he, where, he hesitated, looked at Wallace and then resumed, where every wish of my sister Helen's heart shall be gratified, or I be no king. Helen blushed deeply and hastened toward the palfrey. Wallace placed her on the embroidered saddle, and Prince Louis preceding the cavalcade, it moved on. As Bruce vaulted into his seat he said something to his friend of the perfectly feminine beauty of Helen. But her soul is fairer, returned Wallace. The Prince of Scotland, with a gay but tender smile, softly whispered. Fair, doubly fair to you. Wallace drew a deep sigh. I never knew but one woman who resembled her, and she did indeed excel all of created mold. From infancy to manhood I read every thought of her angelic heart, I became the purer by the study, and I loved my model with an idolatrous adoration. There was my error. But those sympathies, those hours are past. My heart will never throb as it has throbbed, never rejoice as it has rejoiced, for she who lived but for me, who doubled all my joys, is gone. Oh, my prince, though blessed with friendship, there are times when I feel that I am solitary. Bruce looked at him with some surprise. Solitary, Wallace. Can you ever be solitary, and near Helen of Mar? Perhaps more so then than at any other time. For her beauties, her excellences, remind me of what were once mine, and recall every regret. Oh, Bruce! Thou canst not comprehend my loss. To mingle thought with thought, and soul with soul, for years. And then, after blending our very beings, and feeling as if indeed made one, to be separated, and by a stroke of violence. This was a trial of the spirit which, but for heaven's mercy, would have crushed me. I live, but still my heart will mourn her I have lost, and mourn that my rebellious nature will not be more resigned to the judgments of its God. And is love so constant, so tenacious? Exclaimed Bruce. Is it to consume your youth, Wallace? Is it to wed such a heart as yours to the tomb? Ah! Am I not to hope that the throne of my children may be upheld by a race of thine? Wallace shook his head, but with a placid firmness replied. Your throne and your children's, if they follow your example, will be upheld by heaven. But should they pervert themselves, a host of mortal supports would not be sufficient to stay their downfall. In discourse like this, the youthful Prince of Scotland caught a clearer view of the inmost thoughts of his friend than he had been able to discern before. For war, or Bruce's own interests, having particularly engaged them in all their former conversations, Wallace had never been induced to glance at the private circumstances of his history. While Bruce sighed in tender pity for the captivated heart of Helen, he the more deeply revered, more intensely loved, his suffering and heroic friend. A few hours brought the royal escort to the Louvre. And through a train of nobles, Helen was led by Prince Louis into the regal saloon. The Scottish chiefs followed. The Queen and the Count Devereux received Bruce and Helen, while de Valois conducted Wallace to the king, who had retired for the purpose of this conference to his closet. At sight of the armor which he had sent to the preserver of his son, Philip instantly recognized the Scottish hero, and rising from his seat, hastened forward and clasped him in his arms. Wonder not, august chief, exclaimed he, at the weakness exhibited in these eyes. It is the tribute of nature to a virtue which loads even kings with benefits. You have saved my son's life, you have preserved from taint the honor of my sister. Philip then proceeded to inform his auditor that he had heard from a confessor of Queen Margaret's, just arrived from England, all that had lately happened at Edward's court, and of Wallace's letter, to clear the innocence of that injured princess. She is perfectly reinstated in the king's confidence, added Philip, but I can never pardon the infamy with which he would have overwhelmed her, nay, it has already dishonored her, for the blasting effects of slander no time nor labor can erase. I yield to the prayers of my too gentle sister, not to openly resent this wrong, but in private he shall feel a brother's indignation. I do not declare war against him, but ask what you will, bravest of men, and were it to place the crown of Scotland on your head, demand it of me, and by my concealed agency it shall be effected. The reply of Wallace was simple. He claimed no merit in the justice he had done the Queen of England, neither in his rescue of Prince Louis, but as a proof of King Philip's friendship, he gladly embraced his offered services with regard to Scotland. Not, added he, to send troops into that country against England. Scotland is now free of its South Ron invaders, all I require is that you will use your royal influence with Edward to allow it to remain so. Pledge your faith, most gracious monarch, with my master the royally descended Bruce, who is now in your palace. He will soon assume the crown that is his right. And with such an ally as France to hold the ambition of Edward in check, we may certainly hope that the bloody feuds between Scotland and England may at last be laid to rest. Wallace explained to Philip the dispositions of the Scots, the nature of Bruce's claims, and the transcendent virtues of his youthful character. The monarch took fire at the speaker's enthusiasm, and, giving him his hand, exclaimed, Wallace, I know not what manner of man you are. You seem born to dictate to kings, while you put aside as things of no moment the crowns offered to yourself. You are young and, marveling, I would say without ambition, did I not know that your deeds and your virtues have set you above all earthly titles. But to convince me that you do not disdain the gratitude we pay, at least accept a name in my country. And know, that the armor you wear, the coronet around your helmet, invest you with the rank of a Prince of France, and the title of Count of Gascony. To have refused this mark of the monarch's esteem would have been an act of churlish pride foreign from the character of Wallace. He graciously accepted the offered distinction, and bowing his head, allowed the king to throw the brilliant collar of Gascony over his neck. This act was performed by Philip with all the emotions of disinterested esteem. But when he had proposed it to his brother Devereux, as the only way he could devise of rewarding Wallace for the preservation of his son, and the honor of their sister, he was obliged to urge in support of his wish. The desire he had to take the first opportunity of being revenged on Edward by the reseizure of Guienne. To have Sir William Wallace Lord of Gascony would then be of the greatest advantage, as no doubt could be entertained of his arms soon restoring the sister province to the French monarchy. In such a case, Philip promised to bestow Guyenne on his brother Devereux. To attach this new count to France was now all the wish of Philip, and he closed the conference with every expression of friendship which man could deliver to man. Wallace lost not the opportunity of pleading for the abdicated King of Scots. And Philip, eager as well to evince his resentment to Edward as to oblige Wallace, promised to send immediate orders to Normandy that de Valence should leave Chateau Galliard, and Balliol be attended with his former state. The king then led his guest into the royal saloon, where they found the queen seated between Bruce and Helen. At sight of the Scottish chief her majesty rose. Philip led him up to her. And Wallace, bending his knee, put the fair hand extended to his lips. "Welcome," said she, "bravest of knights, receive a mother's thanks." Tears of gratitude stood in her eyes. She clasped the hand of her son in his together, and added, "Louis, wherever our Count of Gascony advises you to pledge this hand, give it." "Then it will follow mine," cried the king, putting his into that of Bruce. "You are Wallace's acknowledged sovereign, young prince, and you shall ever find brothers in me and my son. Sweet lady," added he, turning to the glowing Helen, "thanks to your charms for having drawn this friend of mankind to bless our shores." The court knew Wallace merely as Count of Gascony. And, to preserve an equal concealment, Bruce assumed the name of the young de Longueville, whom Prince Louis had, in fact, allowed to leave him on the road to Paris to retire to Chartres, there to pass a year of mourning within its penitential monastery. Only two persons ever came to the Louvre who could recognize Bruce to be other than he seemed, and they were, John Comyn, the elder twin brother of the present regent of Scotland, and James Lord Douglas. The former had remained in France, out of dislike to his brother's proceedings, and as Bruce knew him in Guyenne, and believed him to be a blunt, well-meaning young man, he saw no danger in trusting him. The brave son of William Douglas was altogether of a nobler mettle, and both Wallace and his prince rejoiced at the prospect of receiving him to their friendship. Philip opened the affair to the two lords. And having declared his designs in favour of Bruce, conducted them into Queen's room, and pointing where he stood, "There," cried he, "is the King of Scotland." Douglas and Comyn would have bent their knees to their young monarch, but Bruce hastily caught their hands, and prevented them. "My friends," said he, "regard me as your fellow soldier only, till you see me on the throne of my fathers. Till then, that is our prince," added he, looking on Wallace, "he is my leader, my counselor, my example. And, if you love me, he must be yours." Douglas and Comyn turned toward Wallace at these words. Royalty did indeed sit on his brow, but with a tempered majesty which spoke only in love and honor. From the resplendent countenance of Bruce it smiled and threatened, for the blaze of his impassioned nature was not yet subdued. The Queen looked from one to the other. The divinely composed air of Wallace seemed to her the celestial port of some heaven-descended being, lent awhile to earth to guide the steps of the Prince of Scotland. She had read, in Homer's song, of the deity of wisdom assuming the form of Mentor to protect the son of Ulysses, and had it not been for the youth of the Scottish chief, she would have said, "Here is the realization of the tale." Helen had eyes for none but Wallace. Nobles, princes, kings, were all involved in one uninteresting mass to her when he was present. Yet she smiled on Douglas when she heard him express his gratitude to the champion of Scotland for the services he had done a country for which his own father had died. Comyn, when he paid his respects to Wallace, told him that he did so with double pleasure, since he had two unquestionable evidences of his unequalled merit, the confidence of his father, the Lord Badenoch, and the hatred of his brother, the present usurper of that title. The king soon after led his guests to the council room, where a secret cabinet was to be held, to settle the future bonds between the two kingdoms. And Helen, looking long after the departing figure of Wallace, with a pensive step followed the Queen to her apartment. Chapter 66. The Louvre. These preliminaries of lasting friendship being arranged, and sworn to by Philip, Wallace dispatched a messenger to Scotland, to Lord Ruthven, at Huntingtower, informing him of the present happy dispositions with regard to Scotland. He made particular inquiries respecting the state of the public mind, and declared his intention not to introduce Bruce amongst the cabals of his chieftains until he knew exactly how they were all disposed. Some weeks passed before a reply to this letter arrived. During the time, the health of Helen, which had been much impaired by the sufferings inflicted on her by De Valence, gradually recovered, and her beauty became as much the admiration of the French nobles as her meek dignity was of their respect. A new scene of royalty presented itself in this gay court to Wallace, for all was pageant and chivalric gallantry. But it had no other effect on him than that of exciting those benevolent affections which rejoiced in the innocent gaieties of his fellow beings. His gravity was not that of a cynic. Though hilarity never awakened his mind to buoyant mirth, yet he loved to see it in others, and smiled when others laughed. With a natural superiority, which looked over these court pastimes to objects of greater moment, Bruce merely endured them. But it was with an urbanity congenial with his friends, and while the princes of France were treading the giddy mazes of the dance, or tilting at each other in the mimic war of the tournament, the Prince of Scotland, who excelled in all these exercises, left the field of gallantry undisputed, and moved an uninterested spectator in the splendid scene, talking with Wallace or with Helen on events which yet lay in fate, and whose theatre would be the field of his native land. So accustomed had the friends now been to share their thoughts with Lady Helen, that they imparted to her their plans, and listened with pleasure to her timid yet judicious remarks. Her soul was inspired with the same zeal for Scotland which animated their own breasts. Like Bruce's it was ardent, but, like Wallace's, it was tempered with a moderation which, giving her foresight, freed her opinion from the hazard of rashness. What he possessed by the suggestions of genius, or had acquired by experience, she learned from love. It taught her to be careful for the safety of Wallace. And while she saw that his life must often be put in peril for Scotland, her watchful spirit, with an eagle's ken, perceived and gave warning where his exposure might incur danger without adequate advantage. The winds of this season of the year being violent and often adverse, Wallace's messenger did not arrive at his destined port in Scotland till the middle of November, and the January of 1299 had commenced before his returning bark entered the mouth of the Seine. Wallace was alone, with Grimsby, opening the door, announced Sir Edwin Ruthven. In a moment the friends were locked in each other's arms. Edwin, straining Wallace to his heart, reproached him in affectionate terms for having left him behind. But while he spoke, joy shone through the tears which hung on his eyelids, and with the smiles of fraternal love, again and again he kissed his friend's hand, and pressed it to his bosom. Wallace answered his glad emotions with similar demonstrations of affection, and when the agitations of their meeting were subdued, he learned from Edwin that he had left the messenger at some distance on the road. So impatient was he to embrace his friend again, and to congratulate his dear cousin on her escape. Edwin answered the anxious inquiries of Wallace respecting his country, by informing him that Badenoch, having arrogated to himself the supreme power in Scotland, had determined to take every advantage of the last victory gained over King Edward. In this resolution he was supported by the Lords Athol, Buchan, and Soulis, who were returned, full of indignation from the court of Durham. Edward removed to London. And Badenoch, soon hearing that he was preparing other armies for the subjugation of Scotland, sent ambassadors to the Vatican to solicit the Pope's interference. Flattered by this appeal, Boniface wrote a letter to Edward, exhorting him to refrain from further oppressing a country over which he had no lawful power. Edward's answer was full of artifice and falsehood, every good principle, and declaring his determination to consolidate Great Britain into one kingdom, or to make the northern part one universal grave. 49 Wallace sighed as he listened. "Ah! My dear Edwin," said he, "how just is the observation, that the almost total neglect of truth and justice, which the generality of statesmen discover in their transactions with each other, is as unaccountable to reason as it is dishonorable and ruinous. It is one source of the misery of the human race, a misery in which millions are involved, without any compensation. For it seldom happens that this dishonesty contributes ultimately even to the interests of the princes who thus basely sacrifice their integrity to their ambition. But proceed, my friend." The speedy consequence of this correspondence, Edwin continued, was a renewal of hostilities against Scotland. Badenoch took Sir Simon Fraser as his colleague in military duty, and a stout resistance for a little while was made on the borders. But Berwick soon became the prey of Lord Percy, and the brave Lord Dundaff was killed defending the citadel. Many other places fell, and battles were fought, in which the English were everywhere victorious. For, added Edwin, none of your generals would draw a sword under the command of Badenoch, and, alarmed at these disasters, the Bishop of Dunkeld is gone to Rome, to entreat the Pope to order your return. The Southrons are advancing into Scotland in every direction. They have landed again on the eastern coast, they have possessed themselves of all the border counties. And without your heaven-anointed arm to avert the blow, our country must be irretrievably lost. Edwin had brought letters from Ruthven and the young Earl of Bothwell, which none particularly narrated these ruinous events, to enforce every argument to Wallace for his return. They gave it as their opinion, however, that he must revisit Scotland under an assumed name. Did he come openly, the jealousy of the Scottish lords would be reawakened, and the worst of them might put a finishing stroke to their country by taking him off by assassination or poison. Ruthven and Bothwell, therefore, entreated that, as it was his wisdom as well as his valour their country required, he would hasten to Scotland, and condescend to serve her unrecognized till Bruce should be established on the throne. While Edwin was conducted to the apartments of Lady Helen, Wallace took these letters to his prince. On Bruce being informed of the circumstances in which his country lay, and of the wishes of its most virtuous chiefs for his accession to the crown, he assented to the prudence of their advice with regard to Wallace. But, added he, our fortunes must be in every respect, as far as we can mould them, the same. While you are to serve Scotland under a cloud, so will I. At the moment Bruce is proclaimed King of Scotland, Wallace shall be declared its bravest friend. We will go together, as brothers, if you will, continued he. I am already considered by the French nobility as Thomas de Longueville. You may personate the Red Reaver, Scotland does not yet know that he was slain. And the reputation of his valour and a certain nobleness in his wild warfare having placed him, in the estimation of our shores, rather in the light of one of their own island sea kings than in that of his real character, a gallant, though fierce pirate, the aid of his name would bring no evil odour to our joint appearance. But were you to wear the title you bear here, a quarrel might ensue between Philip and Edward, which I perceive the former is not willing should occur openly. Edward must deem it a breach of their amity did his brother-in-law permit a French prince to appear in arms against him in Scotland. But the Reaver being considered in England as outlawed by France, no surprise can be excited that he and his brother should fight against Philip's ally. We will, then, assume their characters. And I shall have the satisfaction of serving for Scotland before I claim her as my own. When we again drive Edward over the borders, on that day we will throw off our visors, and Sir William Wallace shall place the crown on my head. Wallace could not but approve the dignity of mind which these sentiments displayed. In the same situation they would have been his own. And he sought not, from any motive of policy, to dissuade Bruce from a delicacy of conduct which drew him closer to his heart. Sympathy of tastes is a pleasant attraction, but congeniality of principles is the cement of souls. This Wallace felt in his newborn friendship with Bruce. And though his regard for him had none of that fostering tenderness with which he loved to contemplate the blooming virtues of the youthful Edwin, yet it breathed every endearment arising from a perfect equality in heart and mind. It was the true fraternal tie, and while he talked with him on the fulfillment of their enterprise, he inwardly thanked heaven for blessing him so abundantly. He had found a son in Edwin, a brother, and a tender sister in the noble Bruce and lovely Helen. Bruce received Edwin with a welcome which convinced the before anxious youth that he met a friend, rather than a rival, in the heart of Wallace. And every preliminary being settled by the three friends respecting their immediate return to Scotland, they repaired to Philip, to inform him of Lord Ruthven's dispatches and their consequent resolutions. The king liked all they said, accepting their request to be permitted to take an early leave of his court. He urged them to wait the return of a second ambassador he had sent to England. Immediately on Wallace's arrival, Philip had dispatched a request to the English king, that he would grant the Scots the peace which was their right. Not receiving any answer, he sent another messenger with a more categorical demand. The persevered hostilities of Edward against Scotland explained the delay. But the king yet hoped for a favourable reply, and made such entreaties to Bruce and his friend to remain in Paris till it should arrive, that they at last granted a reluctant consent. At the end of a week, the ambassador returned with a conciliatory letter to Philip, but, affirming Edward's right to Scotland, declared his determination never to lay down his arms till he had again brought the whole realm under his sceptre. Wallace and his royal friend now saw no reason for lingering in France, and having visited the young de Longueville at Chartres, they apprised him of their intention to still further borrow his name. "We will not disgrace it," cried Bruce. "I promise to return it to you, a theme for your country's minstrels." When the friends rose to depart, the brave and youthful penitent grasped their hands. "You go, valiant Scots, to cover with a double glory, in the field of honour, a name which my unhappy brother Guy died deep in his own country's blood. The tears I weep before this cross for his and my transgressions have obtained me mercy, and your design is an earnest to me from him who hung on this sacred tree, that my brother also is forgiven." At an early hour next day, Wallace and Bruce took leave of the French king. The queen kissed Helen affectionately, and whispered, while she tied a jewelled collar round her neck, that when she returned, she hoped to add to it the coronet of Gascony. Helen's only reply was a sigh, and her eyes turned unconsciously on Wallace. He was clad in a plain suit of black armour, with a red plume in his helmet, the ensign of the Reaver, whose name he had assumed. All of his former habit that he now wore about him, was the sword which he had taken from Edward. At the moment Helen looked toward Wallace, Prince Louis was placing a cross-hilted dagger in his girdle. "My deliverer," said he, "wear this for the sake of the descendant of St. Louis. It accompanied that holy king through all his wars in Palestine. It twice saved him from the assassin's steel, and I pray heaven it may prove as faithful to you." 50. Soon after this, Douglas and Cummin entered, to pay their parting respects to the king, and that over, Wallace taking Helen by the hand, led her forth, followed by Bruce and his friends. At Havre, they embarked for the Frith of Tay. And a favourable gate driving them through the Straits of Calais, they launched out into the wide ocean. Chapter 67. Scotland. The 8th morning from the day in which the Red Reaver's ship was relaunched from the Norman harbour, Wallace, now the representative of that once formidable pirate, bearing the white flag of good faith, entered between the castled shores of the Frith of Tay, and cast anchor under the towers of Dundee. When Bruce leaped upon the beach, he turned to Wallace and said with exultation, though in a low voice, "Scotland now receives her king. This earth shall cover me, or support my throne." "It shall support your throne, and bless it too," replied Wallace. "You are come in the power of justice, and that is the power of God. I know him in whom I bid you confide. For he has been my shield and sword, and never yet have I turned my back upon my enemies. Trust, my dear prince, where I have trusted, and while virtue is your incense, you need not doubt the issue of your prayers." Had Wallace seen the face of Bruce at that moment, but the visor concealed it, he would have beheld an answer in his eloquent eyes which required not words to explain. He grasped the hand of Wallace with fervour, and briefly replied, "Your trust shall be my trust." The chiefs did not stay longer at Dundee than was requisite to furnish them with horses to convey them to Perth, where Ruthven still bore sway. When they arrived, he was at Huntingtower, and thither they went. The meeting was fraught with many mingled feelings. Helen had not seen her uncle since the death of her father. And, as soon as the first gratulations were over, she retired to an apartment to weep alone. On Cummin's being presented to Lord Ruthven, the Earl told him he must now salute him as Lord Badenoch, his brother having been killed a few days before in a skirmish on the skirts of Ettrick Forest. Ruthven then turned to welcome the entrance of Bruce, who, raising his visor, received from the loyal chief the homage due to his sovereign dignity. Wallace and the prince soon engaged him in a discourse immediately connected with the design of their return, and learned that Scotland did indeed require the royal arm, and the counsel of its best and lately almost banished friend. Much of the eastern part of the country was again in possession of Edward's generals. They had seized on every castle in the lowlands, none having been considered too insignificant to escape their hands. Nor could the quiet of reposing age elude the general devastation, and after a dauntless defence of his castle, the veteran knight of Thirlestane had fallen, and with him his only son. On hearing this disaster, the sage of Ercildown, having meanwhile protected Lady Isabella Mar at Learmont, conveyed her northward, but falling sick at Roslyn, he had stopped there. And the messenger he dispatched to Huntingtower with these calamitous tidings, who happened to be that brave young Gordon whose borrowed breastplate had been that of Bruce's, in his first battle for Scotland, bore also information that besides several parties of the enemy which were hovering on the heights near Roslyn, an immense army was approaching from Northumberland. Ercildown said he understood Sir Simon Fraser was hastening forward with a small body to attempt cutting off these advanced squadrons. But, he added, while the contentions continued between Atholl and Soulis for the vacant regency, no man could have hope of any steady stand against England. At this communication, Cummin bluntly proposed himself as the terminator of this dispute. If the regency were allowed to my brother as head of the house of Cummin, that dignity now rests with me. Give the word, my sovereign, said he, addressing Bruce, and none there shall dare oppose my rights. Ruthven approved this proposal. And Wallace, deeming it not only the best way of silencing the pretensions of those old disturbers of the public tranquillity, but a happy opportunity of putting the chief magistracy into the hands of a confidant of their design, seconded the advice of Ruthven. Thus John Cummin, Lord Badenoch, was invested with the regency, and immediately dispatched to the army, to assume it as if in right of his being the next heir to the throne in default of the Bruce. Wallace sent Lord Douglas privately into Clydesdale, to inform Earl Bothwell of his arrival, and to request his instant presence with the Lanark division and his own troops on the banks of the Esk. Ruthven ascended the Grampians, to call out the numerous clans of Perthshire, and Wallace, with his prince, prepared themselves for meeting the auxiliaries before the towers of Roslyn. Meanwhile, as Huntingtower would be an insecure asylum for Helen, when it must be left to domestics alone, Wallace proposed to Edwin that he should escort his cousin to Braemar, and place her under the care of his mother and the widowed countess. Thither, continued he, we will send Lady Isabella also, should heaven bless our arms at Roslyn. Edwin acquiesced, as he was to return with all speed to join his friend on the southern bank of the Forth. And Helen, aware that scenes of blood were no scenes for her, while her heart was wrung to agony at the thought of relinquishing Wallace to new dangers, yielded a reluctant assent, not merely to go, but to take that look of him which might be the last. The sight of her uncle, and the objects around, had so recalled the image of her father, that ever since her arrival a foreboding sadness had hung over her spirits. She remembered that a few months ago she had seen that beloved parent go out to battle, whence he never returned. Should the same doom await her with regard to Wallace? The idea shook her frame with an agitation that sunk her, in spite of herself, on the bosom of this trust of friends, when Edwin approached to lead her to her horse. Her emotions penetrated the heart against which she leaned. My gentle sister, said Wallace, do not despair of our final success, of the safety of all whom you regard. Ah! Wallace, faltered she, in a voice rendered hardly audible by tears, but did I not lose my father? Sweet Helen, returned he, tenderly grasping her trembling hand, you lost him, but he gained by the exchange. And should the peace of Scotland be purchased by the lives of your friends, if Bruce survives, you must still think your prayers blessed. Were I to fall, my sister, my sorrows would be over, and from the region of universal blessedness I should enjoy the sight of Scotland's happiness. Were we all to enter those regions at one time, faintly replied Helen, there would be comfort in such thoughts, but as it is, here she paused, tears stopped her utterance. A few years is a short separation, returned Wallace, when we are hereafter to be united to all eternity. This is my consolation, when I think of Marion, when memory dwells with the friends lost in these dreadful conflicts. And whatever may be the fate of those who now survive, call to remembrance my words, dear Helen, and the God who was my instructor will send you comfort. Then farewell, my friend, my brother. cried she, forcibly tearing herself away, and throwing herself into the arms of Edwin, leave me now, and the angel of the just will bring you in glory, here or hereafter, to your sister Helen. Wallace fervently kissed the hand she again extended to him, and, with an emotion which he had thought he would never feel again from mortal woman, left the apartment. Chapter 68. Roslyn. The day after the departure of Helen, Bruce became impatient to take the field, and, to indulge this laudable eagerness, Wallace set forth with him to meet the returning steps of Ruthven and his gathered legions. Having passed along the borders of Invermay, the friends descended toward the precipitous banks of the Erne, at the foot of the Grampians. In these green labyrinths they wound their way, till Bruce, who had never before been in such mountain wilds, expressed a fear that Wallace had mistaken the track, for this seemed far from any human footstep. Wallace replied, with a smile, "The path is familiar to me as the garden of Huntingtower." The day, which had been cloudy, suddenly turned to wind and rain, which certainly spread an air of desolation over the scene, very dreary to an eye accustomed to the fertile plains and azure skies of the south. The whole of the road was rough, dangerous, and dreadful. The steep and black rocks, towering above their heads, seemed to threaten the precipitation of their impending masses into the path below. But Wallace had told Bruce they were in the right track, and he gaily breasted both the storm and the perils of the road. They ascended a mountain, whose enormous piles of granite, torn by many a winter tempest, projected their barren summits from a surface of moorland, on which lay a deep incrustation of snow. The blast now blew a tempest, and the rain and sleet beat so hard, that Bruce, laughing, declared he believed the witches of his country were in league with Edward, and, hid in shrouds of mist, were all assembled here to drive their lawful prince into the roaring cataracts beneath. Thus enveloped in a sea of vapors, with torrents of water pouring down the sides of their armor, did the friends descend the western brow of this part of the Grampians until they approached Loch Awe. They had hardly arrived there before the rain ceased, and the clouds, rolling away from the sides of the mountains, discovered the vast and precipitous Ben Vorlich. Its base was covered with huge masses of cliffs, scattered in fragments, like the wreck of some rocky world, and spread abroad in wide and horrid desolation. The mountain itself, the highest in this chain of the Grampians, was in every part marked by deep and black ravines, made by the rushing waters in the time of floods. But where its blue head mingled with the clouds, a stream of brightness issued that seemed to promise the dispersion of its vapors, and consequently a more secure path for Wallace, to lead his friend over its perilous heights. 51. This appearance did not deceive. The whole mantle of clouds, with which the tops of all the mountains had been obscured, rolled away toward the west, and discovered to the eye of Wallace that this line of light which he had discerned through the mist was the host of Ruthven descending Ben Vorlich in defile. From the nature of the path, they were obliged to move in a winding direction, and as the sun now shone full upon their arms, and their lengthened lines gradually extended from the summit of the mountain to its base, no sight could contain more of the sublime, none of truer grandeur to the enraptured mind of Bruce. He forgot his horror of the wastes he had passed over in the joy of beholding so noble an army of his countrymen thus approaching to place him upon the throne of his ancestors. "Wallace," cried he, "these brave hearts deserve a more cheerful home. My sceptre must turn this Scotia Desrata into Scotia Felix, and so shall I reward the service they this day bring me." "They are happy in these wilds," returned Wallace, "their flocks browse the hills, their herds the valleys. The soil yields sufficient to support its sons, and their luxuries are, a minstrel's song in the lip of their brides. Their ambition is satisfied with following their chief to the field. And their honor lies in serving their God and maintaining the freedom of their country. Beware, then, my dear prince, of changing the simple habits of those virtuous mountaineers. Introduce the luxurious cultivation of France into these tracts, you will infect them with artificial wants, and, with every want, you put a link to a chain which will fasten them to bondage whenever a tyrant chooses to grasp it. Leave them then their rocks as you find them, and you will ever have a hardy race, ready to perish in their defense, or to meet death for the royal guardian of their liberties." Lord Ruthven no sooner reached the banks of Loch Awe, than he espied the prince and Wallace. He joined them. Then marshalling his men in a wide tract of land at the head of that vast body of water, placed himself with the two supposed de Longuevilles in the van, and in this array marched through the valleys of Strathmore and Strathallan, into Stirlingshire. The young Earl of Fife held the government of the castle and town of Stirling, and as he had been a zealous supporter of the rebellious Lord Badenoch, Bruce negatived Ruthven's proposal to send in a messenger for the Earl's division of the troops. "No, my lord," said he, "like my friend Wallace, I will have no divided spirits near me, all must be earnest in my cause, or entirely out of the contest. I am content with the brave men around me." After rapid marchings and short haltings, they arrived safe at Linlithgow, where Wallace proposed staying a night to refresh the troops, who were now joined by Sir Alexander Ramsay, at the head of 1,000 of his clan. While the men took rest, the chiefs waked to think for them. And Wallace, with Bruce and Ruthven, and the brave Ramsay, to whom Wallace had revealed himself, but still kept Bruce unknown, were in deep consultation when Grimsby entered to inform his master that a young knight desired to speak with Sir Guy de Longueville. "His name?" demanded Wallace. "He refused to tell it," replied Grimsby, "and wears his beaver shut." Wallace looked around with a glance that inquired whether the stranger should be admitted. "Certainly," said Bruce, "but first put on your mask." Wallace closed his visor, and the moment after Grimsby re-entered, with a knight of elegant mien, habited in a suit of green armor, linked with gold. He wore a close helmet, from which streamed a long feather, of the same hue. Wallace rose at his entrance. The stranger advanced to him. "You are he whom I seek. I am a Scot, and a man of few words. Accept my services, allow me to attend you in this war, and I will serve you faithfully." Wallace replied, "And who is the brave knight to whom Sir Guy de Longueville must owe so great an obligation?" "My name," answered the stranger, "shall not be revealed till he who now wears that of the Reaver proclaims his own in the day of victory. I know you, sir, but your secret is as safe with me as in your own breast. Place me to fight by your side, and I am yours forever." Wallace was surprised, but not confounded by this speech. "I have only one question to ask you, noble stranger," replied he, "before I confide a cause dearer to me than life in your integrity. How did you become master of a secret, which I believed out of the power of treachery to betray?" "No one betrayed your secret to me. I came by my information in an honorable manner, but the means I shall not reveal till I see the time to declare my name, and that, perhaps, may be in the moment when the assumed brother of yon young Frenchman," added the stranger, turning to Bruce, and lowering his voice, "again appears publicly in Scotland, as Sir William Wallace." "I am satisfied," replied he, well pleased that whoever this knight might be, Bruce yet remained undiscovered. "I grant your request. Yon brave youth, whose name I share, forgives me the success of my sword. I slew the Red Reaver, and therefore would restore a brother to Thomas de Longueville, in myself. He fights on my right hand, you shall be stationed at my left. On the side next your heart." Exclaimed the stranger, "Let that ever be my post, there to guard the bulwark of Scotland, the life of the bravest of men." This enthusiasm did not surprise any present, it was the usual language of all who approached Sir William Wallace. And Bruce, particularly pleased with the heartfelt energy with which it was uttered, forgot his disguise in the amiable fervour of approbation, and half arose to welcome him to his cause. But a look from Wallace, who on being known had uncovered his face, arrested his intention, and the prince sat down again, thankful for so timely a check on his precipitancy. In passing the Pentland Hills, into Mid Lothian, the chiefs were met by Edwin, who had crossed from the north by the Frith of Forth. And having heard no tidings of the Scottish army in the neighbourhood of Edinburgh, he had turned to meet it on the most probably road. Wallace introduced him to the Knight of the Green Plume, for that was the appellation by which the stranger desired to be known, and then made inquiries how Lady Helen had borne the fatigues of her journey to Braemar. "Pretty well there," replied he, "but much better back again." He then explained that on his arrival with her, neither Lady Mar nor his mother would consent to remain so far from the spot where Wallace was to contend again for the safety of their country. Helen did not say anything in opposition to their wishes, and at last Edwin yielded to the entreaties and tears of his mother and aunt, to bring them to where they might, at least, not long endure the misery of suspense. Having consented, without an hour's delay, he set forth with the ladies, to retrace his steps to Huntingtower, and there he left them, under a guard of 300 men, whom he brought from Braemar for that purpose. Bruce, whose real name had not been revealed to the other ladies of Ruthven's family, in a lowered tone, asked Edwin some questions relative to the spirits in which Helen had parted with him. In losing her, added he, my friend and I feel but as part of what we were. Her presence seemed to ameliorate the fierceness of our war councils, and ever reminded me of the angelic guard by whom heaven points our way. I left her with looks like the angel you speak of, answered Edwin, but she bade me farewell upon the platform of the eastern tower of the castle. When I gave her the parting embrace, she raised herself from my breast, and stretching her arms to heave, with her pure soul in her eyes, she exclaimed, Bless him, gracious God, bless him, and his noble commander. May they ever, with the prince they love, be thine especial care. I knelt by her as she uttered this, and touching the hem of her garments as some holy thing, hurried from the spot. Her prayers, cried Bruce, will fight for us. They are arms well befitting the virgins of Scotland to use against its foes. And without such unction, rejoined Wallace, looking to that heaven she had invoked, the warrior may draw his steel in vain. On Edwin's introduction, the stranger knight engaged himself in conversation with Ramsay. But Lord Ruthven interrupted the discourse, by asking Ramsay some questions relative to the military positions on the banks of the Esk. Sir Alexander, being the grandson of the Lord of Roslyn, and having passed his youth in its neighbourhood, was well qualified to answer these questions. In such discourses, the Scottish leaders marched along, till, passing before the lofty ridge of the Corstorphine hills, they were met by groups of flying peasantry. At sight of the Scottish banners they stopped, and informed their armed countrymen, that the new regent, John of Badenoch, having rashly attacked the Southron army in its vantage ground, near Borthwick Castle, had suffered defeat, and was in full and disordered retreat toward Edinburgh, while the country people fled on all sides before the victors. These reporters magnified the number of the enemy to an incredible amount. Wallace was at no loss in comprehending how much to believe in this panic. But determining, whether great or small the power of his adversary, to intercept him at Roslyn, he sent to Cummin and to Fraser, the two commanders in the beaten and dispersed armies, to rendezvous on the banks of the Esk. The brave troops which he led, though ignorant of their real leader, obeyed his direction under an idea they were Lord Ruthven's, who was their ostensible general, and steadily pursued their march. Every village and solitary cot seemed recently deserted, and through an awful solitude they took their rapid way, till the towers of Roslyn Castle hailed them as a beacon from amidst the wooded heights of the northern Esk. There, cried Ramsay, pointing to the embattled rock, stands the fortress of my forefathers. It must this day be made famous by the actions performed before its walls. Wallace, whose knowledge of this part of the country was not quite so familiar as that of Ramsay, learned sufficient from him to decide at once which would be the most favorable position for a small and resolute band to assume against a large and conquering army. And, accordingly disposing his troops, which did not amount to more than 8,000 men, he dispatched 1,000, under the command of Ramsay, to occupy the numerous caves in the southern banks of the Esk, where they were to issue in various divisions, and with shouts, on the first appearance of advantage either on his side or on the enemy's. Ruthven, meanwhile, went for a few minutes into the castle to embrace his niece, and to assure the venerable Lord of Roslyn that assistance approached his beleaguered walls. Edwin, who, with Grimsby, had volunteered the dangerous service of reconnoitring the enemy, returned within an hour, bringing in a straggler from the English camp. His life was promised him on condition of his revealing the strength of the advancing army. The terrified wretch did not hesitate. And from him they learned that it was commanded by Sir John Segrave and Ralph Confrey, who, deeming the country subdued by the two last battles gained over the Black and Red Cummins, 52 were preparing for a general plundering. And, to sweep the land at once, Segrave had divided his army into 3 divisions, to scatter themselves over the country, and everywhere gather in the spoil. To be assured of this being the truth, while Grimsby remained to guard the prisoner, Edwin went alone into the track he was told the Southrons would take, and from a height he discerned about 10,000 of them winding along the valley. With this confirmation of the man's account, he brought him to the Scottish lines. And Wallace, who well knew how to reap advantage from the errors of his enemies, being joined by Fraser and the discomfited regent, made the concerted signal to Ruthven. That nobleman immediately pointed out to his men the waving colours of the Southron host, as it approached beneath the overhanging woods of Hawthorndean. He exhorted them, by their fathers, wives, and children, to breast the enemy at this spot. To grapple with him till he fell. Scotland, cried he, is lost or won, this day. You are freemen or slaves, your families are your own, or the property of tyrants. Fight stoutly, and God will yield you an invisible support. The Scots answered their general by a shout, and calling on him to lead them forward, Ruthven placed himself, with the regent and Fraser, in the van, and led the charge. Little expecting an assault from an adversary they had so lately driven off the field, the Southrons were taken by surprise. But they fought well, and resolutely stood their ground till Wallace and Bruce, who commanded the flanking divisions, closed in upon them with an impetuosity that drove Confrey's division into the river. Then the ambuscade of Ramsay poured from his caves, the earth seemed teeming with mailed warriors, and the Southrons, seeing the surrounding heights and the deep defile filled with the same terrific appearances, fled with precipitation toward their second division, which lay a few miles southward. Thither the conquering squadrons of the Scots followed them. The fugitives, leaping the trenches of the encampment, called out to their comrades, "Arm! Arm! Hell is in league against us." Segrave was soon at the head of his legions, and a battle more desperate than the first blazed over the field. The flying troops of the slain Confrey, rallying around the standard of their general-in-chief, fought with the spirit of revenge, and, being now a body of nearly 20,000 men, against 8,000 Scots, the conflict became tremendous. In several points the Southrons gained so greatly the advantage that Wallace and Bruce threw themselves successively into those parts where the enemy most prevailed, and by exhortations, example and prowess they 1,000 times turned the fate of the day, appearing as they shot from rank to rank to be two comets of fire sent before the Scottish troops to consume all who opposed them. Segrave was taken, and 40 English knights besides. The green borders of the Esk were dyed red with Southron blood, and the enemy on all sides were calling for quarter, when, of a sudden, the cry of "Havoc in St. George" issued from the adjoining hill. At the same moment, a posse of country people, who, for the sake of plunder, had stolen into the height, seeing the advancing troops of a third division of the enemy, like guilty cowards rushed down amongst their brave defenders, echoing the war cry of England, and exclaiming, "We are lost, a host, reaching to the horizon, is upon us." Terror struck to many a Scottish heart. The Southrons who were just about giving up their arms, leaped upon their feet. The fight recommenced with redoubled fury. Sir Robert Neville, at the head of the new reinforcement, charged into the centre of the Scottish legions. Bruce and Edwin threw themselves into the breach which this impetuous onset had made in that part of their line, and fighting man to man, would have taken Neville, had not a follower of that nobleman, wielding a ponderous mace, struck Bruce so terrible a blow, as to fracture his helmet, and cast him from his horse to the ground. The fall of so active a leader excited as much dismay in the surrounding Scots as it encouraged the reviving spirits of the enemy. Edwin exerted himself to preserve his prince from being trampled on. And while he fought for that purpose, and afterward sent his senseless body off the field, under charge of young Gordon, who had been chosen by the disguised Bruce as his especial aid, to Roslyn Castle, Neville rescued Segrave and his knights. Lord Ruthven now contended with a feeble arm. Fatigued with the two preceding conflicts, covered with wounds, and perceiving indeed a host pouring upon them on all sides, for the whole of Segrave's original army of 30,000 men, excepting those who had fallen in the preceding engagements, were now restored to the assault, the Scots, in despair, gave ground, some threw away their arms, to fly the faster. And by thus exposing themselves, panic-struck, to the swords of their enemies, redoubled the confusion. Indeed, so great was the havoc, that the day must have ended in the universal destruction of every Scot on the field, had not Wallace felt the crisis, and that as Guy de Longueville he shed his blood in vain. In vain his terrified countrymen saw him rush into the thickest of the carnage, in vain he called to them, by all that was sacred to man, to stand to the last. He was a foreigner, and they had no confidence in his exhortations. Death was before them, and they turned to fly. The fate of his country was hung on an instant. The last rays of the setting sun shone full on the rocky promontory of the hill which projected over the field of combat. He took his resolution. And spurring his steed up the steep ascent, stood on the summit, where he could be seen by the whole army. Then taking off his helmet, he waved it in the air with a shout, and having drawn all eyes upon him, suddenly exclaimed, "Scots! You have this day vanquished the sovereigns twice. If you be men, remember Cambuskenneth, and follow William Wallace to a third victory." The cry which issued from the amazed troops was that of a people who beheld the angel of their deliverance. Wallace was the charge word of every heart. The hero's courage seemed instantaneously diffused through every breast. And, with braced arms and determined spirits, forming at once into the phalanx his thundering voice dictated, the sovereigns again felt the weight of the Scottish steel. And a battle ensued, which made the bright Esk run purple to the sea, and covered the pastoral glades of Hawthorndean with the bodies of its invaders. Sir John Segrave and Neville were both taken. And ere night closed in upon the carnage, Wallace granted quarter to those who sued for it, and, receiving their arms, left them to repose in their before depopulated camp. Chapter 69. Roslyn Castle. Wallace, having planted an adequate force in charge of the prisoners, went to the two Southron commanders to pay them the courtesy he thought due to their bravery and rank. Before he retired with his victorious followers toward Roslyn Castle, he entered their tent alone. At sight of the warrior who had given them so signal a defeat, the generals rose. Neville, who had received a slight wound in one of his arms, stretched out the other to Wallace. "Sir William Wallace," said he, "that you were obliged to declare a name so deservedly renowned, before the troops I led, could be made to relinquish one step of their hard-earned advantage, was an acknowledgment in their favor almost equivalent to a victory." Sir John Segrave, who stood leaning on his sword with a disturbed countenance, interrupted him. "The fate of this day cannot be attributed to any earthly name or hand. I believe my sovereign will allow the zeal with which I have served him. And yet 30,000 as brave men as ever crossed the marshes, have fallen before a handful of Scots. 3 victories, won over Edward's troops in one day, are not events of a commonplace nature. God alone has been our vanquisher." "I acknowledge it," cried Wallace, "and that he is on the side of justice. Let the return of St. Matthias' Day ever remind your countrymen." When Segrave gave the victory to the Lord of Hosts, he did it more from jealousy of what might be Edward's opinion of his conduct, when compared with Neville's, than from any intention to imply that the cause of Scotland was justly heaven defended. Such are the impious inconsistencies of unprincipled men. He frowned at the reply of Wallace, and turned gloomily away. Neville returned a respectful answer, and their conqueror soon after left them. Edwin, with the Knight of the Green Plume, who had indeed approved his valor by many a brave deed performed at his commander's side, awaited Wallace's return from his prisoner's tent. Ruthven came up with Wallace before he joined them, and told him that Bruce was safe under the care of the sage of Ercildown, and that the regent, who had been wounded in the beginning of the day, was also in Roslyn Castle. Wallace then called Edwin to him, giving him orders that all of the survivors who had suffered in these 3 desperate battles, should be collected from amongst the slain, and carried into the neighboring castles of Hawthorndean, Brunston, and Dalkeith. The rest of the soldiers were commanded to take their refreshment still under arms. These duties performed, Wallace turned with the eagerness of friendship and loyalty to see how Bruce fared. The moon shone brightly as his party rode forward. Wallace ascended the steep acclivity on which Roslyn Castle stands. In crossing the drawbridge which divides its rocky peninsula from the mainland, he looked around and sighed. The scene reminded him of Ellerslie. A deep shadow lay on the woods beneath, and the pensile branches of the now leafless trees bending to meet the flood, seemed mourning the deaths which now polluted its stream. The water lay in profound repose at the base of these beautiful craigs, as if peace longed to become an inhabitant of so lovely a scene. At the gate of the castle its aged master, the Lord Sinclair, met Wallace, to bid him welcome. "Blessed be the saint of this day," exclaimed he, "for thus bringing our best defender, even as by a miracle, to snatch us as a brand from the fire. My gates, like my heart, open to receive the true regent of Scotland." "I have only done a Scotchman's duty, venerable Sinclair," replied Wallace, "and must not arrogate a title which Scotland has transferred to other hands." "Not Scotland, but rebellion," replied the old chief. "It was rebellion against the just gratitude of the nation that invested the Black Cummin with the regency, and only some similar infatuation has bestowed the same title on his brother. What did he not lose till you, Scotland's true champion, have reappeared to rescue her again from bondage?" "The present Lord Badenoch is an honest and a brave man," replied Wallace. "And as I obey the power which gave him his authority, I am ready, by fidelity to him, to serve Scotland with as vigorous a zeal as ever. So, noble Sinclair, when our rulers cast not trammels on our virtue, we must obey them as the vicegerents of heaven." Wallace then asked to be conducted to his wounded friend, Sir Thomas de Longueville, for Sinclair was ignorant of the real rank of his guest. Eager to oblige him, his noble host immediately led the way through a gallery, and opening the door of an apartment, discovered to him Bruce, lying on a couch. And a venerable figure, whose silver beard and sweeping robes, announced him to be the sage of Ercildown, was bathing the wounded chief's temples with balsams. A young creature, beautiful as a ministering seraph, also hung over the prostrate chief. She held a golden casket in her hand, out of which the sage drew the unctions he applied. At the sound of Wallace's voice, who spoke in a suppressed tone to Ruthven while entering the chamber, the wounded prince started on his arm to greet his friend, but he as instantly fell back. Wallace hastened forward. When Bruce recovered from the swoon into which the suddenness of his attempt to rise had thrown him, he felt a hand grasping his, he guessed to whom it belonged, and gently pressed it, smiled. A moment afterward he opened his eyes, and in a low voice, articulated from his wounded lips, "My dear Wallace, you are victorious?" "Completely so, my prince and king," returned he, in the same tone, "all is now plain before you. Speak but the word, and render Scotland happy." "Not yet, oh, not yet," whispered he. "My more than brother, allow Bruce to be himself again before he is known in the land of his fathers. This cruel wound in my head must heal first, and then I may again share your dangers and your glory. Oh, Wallace, not a Southron must taint our native lands when my name is proclaimed in Scotland." 53. Wallace saw that his prince was not in a state to bear argument, and as all had retired far from the couch when he approached it, in gratitude for this propriety, for it had left him and his friend free to converse unobserved, he turned toward the other inmates of the chamber. The sage advanced to him, and recognizing in Wallace's now manly form the fine youth he had seen with Sir Ronald Crawford at the claiming of the crown, he saluted him with a paternal affection, tempering the sublime feelings with which even he approached the resistless champion of his country, and then beckoning the beautiful girl who had so compassionately hung over the couch of Bruce, she drew near the sage. He took her hand. "Sir William Wallace," said he, "this sweet child is the youngest daughter of the brave Mar, who died in the field of glory on the Carron. Her grandfather, the stalwart knight of Thirlestane, fell a few weeks ago, defending his castle, and I am almost all that is left to her, though she has, or had a sister, of whom we can learn no tidings." Isabella, for it was she, covered her face to conceal her emotions. "Dear lady," said Wallace, "these venerable heroes were both known to and beloved by me. And now that heaven has resumed them to itself, as the last act of friendship that I, perhaps, may be fated to pay to their offspring, I shall convey you to that sister whose matchless heart yearns to receive so dear a consolation." To disengage Isabella's thoughts from the afflicting remembrances, now bathing her fair cheeks with tears, Snawdoun put a cup, of the mingled juice of herbs, into her hand, and commissioned her to give it to their invalid. Wallace now learned that his friend's wound was not only in the head, accompanied by a severe concussion, but that it must be many days before he could remove him from his bed without danger. Anxious to release him from even the scarcely breathed whispers of his martial companions, who stood at some distance from his couch, Wallace immediately proposed leaving him to rest, and beckoning the chiefs, they followed him out of the apartment. On the following morning he was aroused at daybreak by the abrupt entrance of Andrew Lord Bothwell into his tent. The well-known sounds of his voice made Wallace start from his pillow, and extend his arms to receive him. "Murray! My brave, invaluable Murray," cried he, "thou art welcome once more to the side of thy brother in arms. Thee and thine must ever be first in my heart." The young Lord Bothwell returned his warm embrace in silent eloquence. But sitting down by Wallace's couch, he grasped his hand, and pressing it to his breast, said, "I feel a happiness here which I have never known since the day of Falkirk. You quitted us, Wallace, and all good seemed gone with you, or buried in my father's grave. But you return. You bring conquest and peace with you, you restore our Helen to her family, you bless us with yourself. And shall you not see again the gay Andrew Murray? It must be so, my friend, melancholy is not my climate, and I shall now live in your beams." "Dear Murray," returned Wallace, "this generous enthusiasm can only be equalled by my joy in all that makes you and Scotland happy." He then proceeded to confide to him all that related to Bruce, and to describe the minutiae of those plans for his establishment, which had only been hinted in his letters from France. Bothwell entered with ardor into these designs, and regretted that the difficulty he found in persuading the veterans of Lanark to follow him to any field where they did not expect to find their beloved Wallace, had deprived him of the participation of the late danger and new glory of his friend. "To compensate for that privation," replied Wallace, "while our prince is disabled from pursuing victory in his own person, we must not allow our present advantages to lose their expected effects. You shall accompany me through the lowlands, where we must recover the places which the ill fortune of James Cummin has lost." Murray gladly embraced this opportunity of again sharing the field with Wallace, and the chiefs joined Bruce. Bothwell was presented to his young sovereign, and Douglas entering, the discourse turned on their different posts of duty. Wallace suggested to his royal friend, that as his restoration to health could not be so speedy as the cause required, it would be necessary not to await that event, but begin the recovery of the border counties before Edward could reinforce their garrisons. Bruce sighed, but with a generous glow suffusing his pale face, said, "Go, my friend. Bless Scotland which way you will, and let my ready acquiescence convince future ages, that I love my country beyond my own fame. For her sake I relinquish to you the whole glory of delivering her out of the hands of the tyrant who has so long usurped my rights. Men may say when they hear this, that I do not merit the crown you will put upon my head. That I have lain on a couch while you fought for me, but I will bear all obloquy rather than deserve its slightest charge, by withholding you an hour from the great work of Scotland's peace. It is not for the breath of men, my dear prince," returned Wallace, "that either you or I act. It is sufficient for us that we effect their good, and whether the agent be one or the other, the end is the same. Our deeds and intentions have one great judge, and he will award the only true glory." Such were the principles which filled the hearts of these two friends, worthy of each other, and alike honourable to the country that gave them birth. Gordon had won their confidence, and watched by his prince's pillow. Though the wounded John Cummin remained possessed of the title of regent, Wallace was virtually endowed with the authority. Whatever he suggested was acted upon as by a decree, all eyes looked to him as to the cynosure by which every order of men in Scotland were to shape their course. The jealousies which had driven him from his former supreme seat, seemed to have died with their prime instigator, the late regent. And no chief of any consequence, excepting Soulis and Athol, who had retired in disgust to their castles, breathed a word of opposition to the general gratitude. Wallace having dictated his terms and sent his prisoners to England, commenced the march that was to clear the lowlands of the foe. His own valiant band, headed by Scrymgeour and Lockhart of Lee, 54 rushed toward his standard, with a zeal that rendered each individual a host in himself. The fame of his new victories, seconded by the enthusiasm of the people and the determination of the troops, soon made him master of all the lately lost fortresses. Hardly 4 weeks were consumed in these conquests, and not a rood of land remained south of the Tay in the possession of England, excepting Berwick. Before that often disputed stronghold, Wallace drew up his forces to commence a regular siege. The governor, intimidated by the powerful works which he saw the Scottish chief forming against the town, dispatched a messenger to Edward with the tidings. Not only praying for succours, but to inform him that if he continued to refuse the peace for which the Scots fought, he would find it necessary to begin the conquest of the kingdom anew. Chapter 70. Berwick. While Wallace, accompanied by his brave friends, was thus carrying all before him from the Grampian to the Cheviot hills, Bruce was rapidly recovering. His eager wishes seemed to heal his wounds, and on the 10th day after the departure of Wallace, he left the couch which had been beguiled of its irksomeness by the smiling attentions of the tender Isabella. The ensuing Sabbath beheld him still more restored, and having imparted his intentions to the Lords Ruthven and Douglas, who were both with him, the next morning he joyfully buckled on his armour. Isabella, when she saw him thus clad, started, and the roses left her cheek. "I am armed to be your guide to Huntingtower," said he, with a look that showed her he read her thoughts. He then called for pen and ink, to write to Wallace. The reassured Isabella, rejoicing in the glad beams of his brightening eyes, held the standish. As he dipped his pen, he looked at her with a grateful tenderness that thrilled her soul, and made her bend her blushing face to hide emotions which whispered bliss in every beat of her happy heart. Thus, with a spirit wrapped in felicity, for victory hailed him from without, and love seemed to woo him to the dearest transports within, he wrote the following letter to Wallace. "I am now well, my best friend. This day I attend my lovely nurse, with her venerable guardian, to Huntingtower. Eastward of Perth, almost every castle of consequence is yet filled by the sovereigns, whom the folly of James Cummin allowed to reoccupy the places whence you had so lately driven them. I go to root them out. To emulate in the north, what you are now doing in the south. You shall see me again when the banks of the Spey are as free as you have made the Forth. In all this I am yet Thomas de Longueville. Isabella, the sweet soother of my hours, knows me as no other, for would she not despise the unfamed Bruce? To deserve and win her love as de Longueville, and to marry her as King of Scotland, is the fond hope of your friend and brother, Robert, God speed me, and I shall send you dispatches of my proceedings." Wallace had just made a successful attack upon the outworks of Berwick, when this letter was put into his hand. He was surrounded by his chieftains. And having read it, he informed them that Sir Thomas de Longueville was going to the Spey to rid its castles of the enemy. "The hopes of his enterprising spirit," continued Wallace, "are so seconded by his determination, I doubt not that what he promises, God and the justice of our cause will perform. And we may soon expect to hear Scotland has no enemies in her highlands." But in this hope Wallace was disappointed. Day after day passed, and no tidings from the north. He became anxious. Bothwell and Edwin too began to share his uneasiness. Continued successes against Berwick had assured them a speedy surrender, when unexpected succours being thrown in by sea, the confidence of the garrison became re-excited, and the ramparts appeared doubly manned. Wallace saw that the only alternative was to surprise and take possession of the ships, and turn the siege into a blockade. Still trusting that Bruce would be prosperous in the Highlands, he calculated on full leisure to await the fall of Berwick on this plan, and so much blood might be spared. Intent and execution were twin-born in the breast of Wallace. By a masterly stroke he effected his design on the shipping. And having closed the Southrons within their walls, he dispatched Lord Bothwell to Huntingtower, to learn the state of military operations there, and above all to bring back tidings of the prince's health. On the evening of the very day in which Murray left Berwick, a desperate sully was made by the garrison, but they were beaten back with such effect, that Wallace gained possession of one of their most commanding towers. The contest did not end till night, and after passing a brief while in the council tent listening to the suggestions of his friends relative to the use that might be made of the new acquisition, he retired to his own quarters at a late hour. At these momentous periods he never seemed to need sleep, and sitting at his table setting the dispositions for the succeeding day, he marked not the time till the flame of his exhausted lamp expired in the socket. He replenished it and had again resumed his military labors, when the curtain which covered the door of his tent was drawn aside, and an armed man entered. Wallace looked up, and seeing that it was the Knight of the Green Plume, asked if anything had occurred from the town. "Nothing," replied the knight, in an agitated voice, and seating himself beside Wallace. "Any evil tidings from Perthshire?" demanded Wallace, who now hardly doubted that ill news had arrived of Bruce. "None," was the knight's reply. "But I am come to fulfill my promise to you, to unite myself forever heart and soul to your destiny, or you behold me this night for the last time." Surprised at this address, and the emotion which shook the frame of the unknown warrior, Wallace answered him with expressions of esteem, and added, "If it depend on me to unite so brave a man to my friendship forever, only speak the word. Declare your name, and I am ready to seal the compact." "My name," declared the knight, "will indeed put these protestations to the proof. I have fought by your side, Sir William Wallace. I would have died at any moment to have spared that breast a wound, and yet I dread to raise my visor to show you who I am. A look will make me live or blast me." "Your language confounds me, noble knight," replied Wallace. "I know of no man living, save the base violators of Lady Helen Mar's liberty, who need tremble before my eyes. It is not possible that either of these men is before me. And whoever you are, whatever you may have been, brave chief, your deeds have proved you worthy of a soldier's friendship, and I pledge you mine." The knight was silent. He took Wallace's hand, he grasped it. The arms that held it did indeed tremble. Wallace again spoke. "What is the meaning of this?" "I have a power to benefit, but none to injure." "To benefit and to injure," cried the knight, in a transport of emotion, "you have my life in your hands." "Oh! Grant it, as you value your own happiness and honor. Look on me and say whether I am to live or die." As the warrior spoke, he cast himself impetuously on his knees, and threw open his visor. Wallace saw a fine but flushed face. It was much overshadowed by the helmet. "My friend," said he, attempting to raise him by the hand which clasped his, "your words are mysteries to me. And so little right can I have to the power you ascribe to me, that although it seems to me as if I had seen your features before, yet—" "You forget me," cried the knight, starting on his feet, and throwing off his helmet to the ground. "Again look on this face and stab me at once by a second declaration that I am remembered no more." The countenance of Wallace now showed that he too well remembered it. He was pale and aghast. "Lady Mar," cried he, "not expecting to see you under a warrior's casque, you will pardon me, that when so apparelled I should not immediately recognize the widow of my friend." She gasped for articulation. "And it is thus," cried she, "you answer the sacrifices I have made for you? For you I have committed an outrage on my nature, I have put on me this abhorrent steel, I have braved the dangers of many a hard-fought day, and all to guard your life. To convince you of a love unexampled in woman. And thus you recognize her who has risked honor and life for you, with coldness and reproach." "With neither, Lady Mar," returned he, "I am grateful for the generous motives of your conduct. But for the sake of the fair fame you confess you have endangered, in respect to the memory of him whose name you bear, I cannot but wish that so hazardous an instance of interest in me had been left undone." "If that is all," returned she, drawing toward him, "it is in your power to ward from me every stigma. Who will dare to cast one reflection on my fair fame when you bear testimony to my purity? Who will asperse the name of Mar when you displace it with that of Wallace? Make me yours, dearest of men," cried she, clasping his hands, "and you will receive one to your heart who never knew how to love before, who will be to you what your heart who never knew how to love before. Who will be to you what woman never yet was, and who will endow you with territories nearly equal to those of the King of Scotland. My father is no more, and now, as Countess of Strathern and Princess of the Orkneys, I have it in my power to earn, and Princess of the Orkneys, I have it in my power to bring a sovereignty to your head, and the fondest of wives to your bosom." As she vehemently spoke, and clung to Wallace, as if she had already a right to seek comfort within his arms, her tears and violent agitation so disconcerted him that for a few moments he could not find a reply. This short endurance of her passion aroused her almost drooping hopes, and intoxicated with so rapturous an illusion, she threw off the little restraint in which the awe of Wallace's coldness had confined her, and flinging herself on his breast, poured forth all her love and fond ambitions for him. In vain he attempted to interrupt her, to raise her with gentleness from her indecorous situation. She had no perception but the idea which had now taken possession of her heart, and whispering to him softly, said, "Be but my husband, Wallace, and all rights shall perish before my love and your aggrandizement. In these arms ye shall bless the day you first saw Joanna of Strathern." The prowess of the Knight of the Green Plume, the respect he owed to the widow of the Earl of Mar, the tenderness he ever felt for all of womankind, were all forgotten in the disgusting blandishments of this disgrace to her sex. She wooed to be his wife, but not with the chaste appeal of the widow of Malin. "Let me find favour in thy sight, for thou hast comforted me. Spread thy garment over me, and let me be thy wife," said the fair Moabitess, who in a strange land cast herself at the feet of her deceased husband's friend. She was answered, "I will do all that thou requirest, for thou art a virtuous woman." But neither the actions nor the words of Lady Mar bore witness that she deserved this appellation. They were the dictates of a passion impure as it was intemperate. Blinded by its fumes, she forgot the nature of the heart she sought to pervert to sympathy with hers. She saw not that every look and movement on her part filled Wallace with aversion, and not until he forcibly broke from her did she doubt the success of her fond caresses. "Lady Mar," said he, "I must repeat that I am not ungrateful for the proofs of regard you have bestowed on me, but such excess of attachment is lavished upon a man that is a bankrupt in love. I am cold as monumental marble to every touch of that passion to which I was once but too entirely devoted. Bereaved of the object, I am punished. Thus is my heart doomed to solitude on earth for having made an idol of the angel that was sent to cheer my path to heaven." Wallace said even more than this. He remonstrated with her on the shipwreck she was making of her own happiness, in adhering thus tenaciously to a man who could only regard her with the general sentiment of esteem. He urged her beauty and yet youthful years, and how many would be eager to win her love, and to marry her with honor. While he continued to speak to her with the tender consideration of a brother, she, who knew no gradations in the affections of the heart, doubted his words, and believed that a latent fire glowed in his breast which her art might yet blow into a flame. She threw herself upon her knees, she wept, she implored his pity, she wound her arms around his, and bathed his hands with her tears, but still he continued to urge her, by every argument of female delicacy, to relinquish her ill-directed love, to return to her domains before her absence could be generally known. She looked up to read his countenance. A friend's anxiety, nay, authority, was there, but no glow of passion, all was calm and determined. Her beauty, then, had been shown to a man without eyes, her tender eloquence poured on an ear that was deaf, her blandishments lavished on a block of marble. In a paroxysm of despair she dashed the hand she held far from her, and standing proudly on her feet, "Hear me, thou man of stone," cried she, "and answer me on your life and honor, for both depend on your reply. Is Joanna of Strathern to be your wife?" "Cease to urge me, unhappy lady," returned Wallace, "you already know the decision of this ever-widowed heart." Lady Mar looked steadfastly at him. "Then receive my last determination." And drawing near him with a desperate and portentous countenance, as if she meant to whisper in his ear, she suddenly plucked St. Louis' dagger from his girdle and struck it into his breast. He caught the hand which grasped the hilt. Her eyes glared with the fury of a maniac, and, with a horrid laugh, she exclaimed, "I have slain thee, insolent triumpher in my love and agonies. Thou shalt not now deride me in the arms of thy minion." For, I know that it is not for the dead Marion you have trampled on my heart but for the living Helen." As she spoke, he moved her hold from the dagger, and drew the weapon from the wound. A torrent of blood flowed over his vest, and stained the hand that grasped hers. She turned of a deadly paleness, but a demoniac joy still gleamed in her eyes. "Lady Mar," cried he, while he thrust the thickness of his scarf into the wound, "I pardon this outrage. Go in peace, I shall never breathe to man nor woman the occurrences of this night. Only remember, that with regard to Lady Helen, my wishes are as pure as her own innocence." "So they may be now, vainly boasting, immaculate Wallace," answered she, with bitter derision, "men are saints when their passions are satisfied. Think not to impose on her who knows how this Vestal Helen followed you in page's attire, and without one stigma being cast upon her maiden delicacy. I am not to learn the days and nights she passed alone with you in the woods of Normandy. Did you not follow her to France? Did you not tear her from the arms of Lord Aymer de Valence? And now, relinquishing her yourself, you leave a dishonored bride to cheat the vows of some honester man. Wallace, I know you, and as I have been fool enough to love you beyond all woman's love, I swear by the powers of heaven and hell to make you feel the weight of woman's hatred." Her denunciation had no effect on Wallace. But her slander against her unoffending daughter-in-law agitated him with an indignation that almost dispossessed him of himself. In hurried and vehement words, he denied all that she had alleged against Helen, and appealed to the whole court of France to witness her spotless innocence. Lady Mar exulted in this emotion, though every sentence, by the interest it displayed in its object, seemed to establish the truth of a suspicion which she at first only uttered from the vague workings of her revenge. Triumphing in the belief that he had found another as frail as herself, and yet maddened that another should have been preferred before her, her jealous pride blazed into redoubled flame. "Swear," cried she, "till I see the blood of that false heart forced to my feet, and still I shall believe the base daughter of Mar a wanton. I go, not to proclaim her dishonor to the world, but to deprive her of her lover. To yield the rebel Wallace into the hands of justice. When on the scaffold, proud exulter in those by me now detested beauties, remember that it was Joanna Stratton who laid thy matchless head upon the block. Who consigned those limbs, of heaven's own statuary, to decorate the spires of Scotland. Remember that my curse pursues you, here and hereafter." A livid fire seemed to dart from her scornful eyes, her countenance was torn as by some internal fiend, and, with the last malediction thundering from her tongue, she darted from his sight. Chapter 71. The Camp. Next morning Wallace was recalled from the confusion into which his nocturnal visitor had thrown his mind by the entrance of Kerr, who came, as usual, with the reports of the night. In the course of the communication he mentioned, that about 3 hours before sunrise, the Knight of the Green Plume had left the camp with his dispatches for Stirling. Wallace was scarcely surprised at this ready falsehood of Lady Mar's, and, not intending to betray her, he merely said, "Long ere he appears again I hope we shall have good tidings from our friend in the north." But day succeeded day, and notwithstanding Bothwell's embassy, no accounts arrived. The Countess had left an emissary in the Scottish camp, who did as she had done before, intercepted all messengers from Perthshire. Indeed, from the first of her flight to Wallace to the hour of her quitting him, she had never halted in her purpose from any regard to honour. Previous to her stealing from Hunting Tower, she had bribed the seneschal to say that on the morning of her disappearance, he had met a knight, near St. Concal's Well, coming to the castle, who told him that the Countess of Mar was gone on a secret mission to Norway, and she therefore had commanded him, by that night, to enjoin her sister-in-law, for the sake of the cause most dear to them all, not to acquaint Lord Ruthven, or any of their friends, with her departure, till she should return with happy news for Scotland. The man added, that after declaring this, the knight rode hastily away. But this precaution, which did indeed impose on the innocent credulity of her husband's sister and his daughter, failed to satisfy the Countess herself. Fearful that Helen might communicate her flight to Wallace, and so excite his suspicion of her not being far from him. From the moment of her joining him at Linlithgow she intercepted every letter from Hunting Tower, and when Bruce went to that castle, she continued the practice with double vigilance. Being jealous of what might be said of Helen by this Sir Thomas de Longueville, in whom the master of her fate seemed so unreservedly to confide. To this end, even after she left the camp, all packets from Perthshire were conveyed to her by the spy she had stationed near Wallace, while all which were sent from him to Huntingtower were stopped by the treacherous seneschal, and thrown into the flames. No letters, however, ever came from Helen. A few bore Lord Ruthven's superscription, and all the rest were addressed by Sir Thomas de Longueville to Wallace. She broke the seals of this correspondence, but she looked in vain on their contents. Bruce and his friend, as well as Ruthven, wrote in a cipher, and only one passage, which the former had by chance written in the common character, could she ever make out. It ran thus: I have just returned to Huntingtower, after the capture of Kinfounds. Lady Helen sits by me on one side, Isabella on the other. Isabella smiles on me, like the spirit of happiness. Helen's look is not less gracious, for I tell her I am writing to Sir William Wallace. She smiles, but it is with such a smile as that with which a saint would relinquish to heaven the dearest object of its love. Helen, said I, what shall I say from you to our friend? That I pray for him. That you think of him. That I pray for him, repeated she, more emphatically, that is the way I always think of my preserver. Her manner checked me, my dear Wallace, but I would give worlds that you could bring your heart to make this sweet Vestal smile as I do her sister. Lady Mar crushed the registered wish in her hand. And though she was never able to decipher a word or more of Bruce's numerous letters, many of which, could she have read them, contained complaints of that silence she had so cruelly occasioned, she took and destroyed them all. She had ever shunned the penetrating eyes of young Lord Bothwell, and to have him on the spot when she should discover herself to Wallace, she thought would only invite discomfiture. Affecting to share the general anxiety respecting the failure of communications from the north, she it was who suggested the propriety of sending someone of peculiar trust to make inquiries. By covert insinuations, she easily induced Kerr to propose Bothwell to Wallace, and, on the very night that her machinations had prevailed, to dispatch him on this embassy. Impatient, yet doubting and agitated, she went to declare herself to the man for whom she had thus sunk herself in shame and falsehood. Though Wallace heard the denunciation with which she left his presence, yet he did not conceive it was more than the evanescent rage of disappointed passion. And, anticipating persecutions rather from her love than her revenge, he was relieved, and not alarmed, by the intelligence that the Knight of the Green Plume had really taken his departure. More delicate of Lady Mar's honour than she was of her own, when he met Edwin at the works, he silently acquiesced in his belief also, that their late companion was gone with dispatches to the regent, who was now removed to Stirling. After frequent sallies from the garrison, in which the sovereigns were always beaten back with great loss, the lines of circumvallation were at last finished, and Wallace hourly anticipated the surrender of the enemy. Reduced for want of provisions, and seeing all succours cut off by the seizure of the fleet, the inhabitants, detesting their new rulers, collected in bands, and lying in wait for the soldiers of the garrison, murdered them secretly, and in great numbers. But here the evil did not end. For by the punishments which the governor thought proper to inflict by lots on the guilty, or the guiltless, he not being able to discover who were actually the assassins, the distress of the town was augmented to a horrible degree. Such a state of things could not be long maintained. Aware that should he continue in the fortress, his troops must assuredly perish either by insurrection within, or from the enemy without, the South Ron commander determined no longer to wait the appearance of a relief which might never arrive. And to stop the internal confusion, he sent a flag of truce to Wallace, accepting and signing his offered terms of capitulation. By this deed, he engaged to open the gates at sunset, but begged the interval between noon and that hour, to allow him time to settle the animosity between his men and the people before he should surrender his brave followers entirely into the hands of the Scots. Having dispatched his assent to this request of the governors, Wallace retired to his own tent. That he had effected his purpose without the carnage which must have ensued had he again stormed the place, gratified his humanity. And congratulating himself on such a termination of the siege, he turned with more than usual cheerfulness toward a herald, who brought him a packet from the north. The man withdrew, and Wallace broke the seal. But what was his astonishment to find it a citation for himself to repair immediately to Stirling, to answer, it said, certain charges brought against him, by an authority too illustrious to be set aside without examination. He had hardly read this extraordinary mandate when Sir Simon Fraser, his second in command, entered, and, with consternation in his looks, put an open letter into his hand. It ran as follows. Sir Simon Fraser, allegations of treason against the liberties of Scotland having been preferred against Sir William Wallace, until he clears himself of these charges to the Thanes of Scotland here assembled, you, Sir Simon Fraser, are directed to assume, in his stead, the command of the forces which form the blockade of Berwick, and, as the first act of your duty, you are ordered to send the accused towards Stirling under a strong guard. Within an hour after you receive this dispatch. Signed. John Cummin, Earl of Badenoch, Lord Regent of Scotland. Stirling Castle. Wallace returned the letter to Fraser with an undisturbed countenance. I have received a similar order from the Regent, said he. And though I cannot guess the source whence these accusations spring, I fear not to meet them, and shall require no guard to speed me forward to the scene of my defence. I am ready to go, my friend, and happy to resign the brave garrison, that has just surrendered, to your honour and lenity. Fraser answered that he should be emulous to follow his example in all things, and to abide by his agreements with the South Ron governor. He then retired to prepare the army for the departure of their commander, and, much against his feelings, to call out the escort that was to attend the calumniated chief Stirling. When the marshal of the army read to the officers and men the orders of the regent, a speechless consternation seized on one part of the troops, and as violent an indignation agitated the other to tumult. The veterans, who had followed the chief of Ellerslie from the first hour of his appearing as a patriot in arms, could not brook this aspersion upon their leader's honour. And had it not been for the vehement exhortations of the no less incensed, though more moderate, Scrymgeour and Lockhart, they would have risen in instant revolt. Though persuaded to sheath their half-drawn swords, they could not be withheld from immediately quitting the field, and marching directly to Wallace's tent. He was conversing with Edwin when they arrived. And, in some measure, he had broken the shock to him of so dishonouring a charge on his friend, by his being the first to communicate it. While Edwin strove to guess who could be the inventor of so dire a falsehood against the truest of Scots, he awakened an alarm in Wallace for Bruce, which could not be excited for himself. By suggesting that perhaps some intimation had been given to the most ambitious of the Thanes, respecting the arrival of their rightful prince. And yet, returned Wallace, I cannot altogether suppose that. For even their desires of self-aggrandizement could not torture my share in Bruce's restoration to his country into anything like treason. Our friend's rights are too undisputed for that. And all I should dread, by a premature discovery of his being in Scotland, would be secret machinations against his life. There are men in this land who might attempt it. And it is our duty, my dear Edwin, to suffer death upon the rack, rather than betray our knowledge of him. But, added he, with a smile, we need not disturb ourselves with such thoughts, the regent is in our prince's confidence. And did this accusation relate to him, he would not, on such a plea, have arraigned me as a traitor. Edwin again revolved in his mind the nature of the charge and who the villain could be who had made it. And, at last suddenly recollecting the Knight of the Green Plume, he asked if it were not possible that he, a stranger who had so sedulously kept himself from being known, might be the traitor. I must confess to you, continued Edwin, that this knight, who ever appeared to dislike your closest friends, seems to me the most probable instigator of this mischief. And is, perhaps, the author of the strange failure of communication between you and Bruce. Accounts have not arrived, ever since Bothwell went, and that is more than natural. Though brave in his deeds, this unknown way prove only the more subtle spy and agent of our enemies. Wallace changed colour at these suggestions, but merely replied. A few hours will decide your suspicion, for I shall lose no time in confronting my accuser. I go with you, said Edwin. Never while I live, will I consent to lose sight of you again. It was at this moment that the tumultuous approach of the Lanark veterans was heard from without. The whole band rushed into the tent. And Stephen Ireland, who was foremost, raising his voice above the rest, exclaimed. They are the traitors, my lord, who accuse you. It is determined, by our corrupted thanes, that Scotland shall be sacrificed, and you are to be made the first victim. Think they, then, that we will obey such parricides? Lead us on, thou only worthy of the name of regent, and we will hurl these usurpers from their thrones. This demand was reiterated by every man present, was echoed by hundreds who surrounded the tent. The Bothwell men and Ramsay's followers joined the men of Lanark, and the mutiny against the orders of the regent became general. Wallace walked out into the open field, and mounting his horse, rode forth amongst them. At sight of him the air resounded with acclamations, unceasingly proclaiming him their only leader, but, stretching out his arm to them, in token of silence, they became profoundly still. My friends and brother soldiers, cried he, as you value the honor of William Wallace, as you have hitherto done this moment yield him implicit obedience. Forever, shouted the Bothwell men. We never will obey any other. Rejoined his faithful Lanark followers, and, with an increased uproar, they demanded to be led to Stirling. His extended hand again stilled the storm, and he resumed. You shall go with me to Stirling, but as my friends only, never as the enemies of the Regent of Scotland. I am charged with treason, it is his duty to try me by the laws of my country. It is mine to submit to the Inquisition. I fear it not, and I invite you to accompany me. Not to brand me with infamy, by passing between my now darkened honor and the light of justice, not to avenge an iniquitous sentence denounced on a guiltless man, but to witness my acquittal. And in that my triumph over them, who, through my breast would strike at what is greater than I. At this mild persuasive every upraised sword dropped before him, and Wallace, turning his horse into the path which led towards Stirling, his men, with a silent determination to share the fate of their master, fell into regular marching order. And followed him. Edwin rode by his side, equally wondering at the unaffected composure with which he sustained such a weight of insult, and at the men who could be so unjust as to lay it upon him. At the west of the camp, the detachment appointed to guard Wallace in his arrest came up with him. It was with difficulty that Fraser could find an officer who would command it. And he who did at last consent, appeared before his prisoner with downcast eyes, seeming rather the culprit than the guard. Wallace, observing his confusion, said a few gracious words to him. And the officer, more overcome by this than he could have been with reproaches, burst into tears and retired into the rear of his men. Chapter 72. Stirling Castle. Wallace entered on the Carse of Stirling, that scene of his many victories, and beheld its northern horizon white with tents. Officers appointed for the purpose had apprised the thanes of Wallace having left Berwick. And knowing by the same means all his movements, an armed cavalcade met him near the Carron, to hold his followers in awe, and to conduct him without opposition to Stirling. In case it should be insufficient to quail their spirit, or to intimidate him who had never yet been made to fear by mortal man, the regent had summoned all the vassals of the various seigniories of Cummin, and planted them in battle array before the walls of Stirling. But whether they were friends or foes was equally indifferent to Wallace, for, strong in integrity, he went serenely forward to his trial. And, though inwardly marvelling at such a panoply of war, being called out to induce him to comply with so simple an act of obedience to the laws, he met the heralds of the regent with as much ease as if they had been coming to congratulate him on the capitulation of Berwick, the ratification of which he brought in his hand. By his order his faithful followers, who took a pride in obeying with the most scrupulous exactness the injunctions of their now deposed commander, encamped under Sir Alexander Scrymgeour to the northwest of the castle, near Ballochgeich. It was then night. In the morning, at an early hour, Wallace was summoned before the council in the citadel. On his re-entrance into that room which he had left, the dictator of the kingdom, when every knee bent and every head bowed to his supreme mandate, he found not one who even greeted his appearance with the commonest ceremony of courtesy. Badenoch, the regent, sat upon the throne, with evident symptoms of being yet an invalid. The lords Athol and Buchan, and the numerous chiefs of the clans of Cummin, were seated on his right. On his left were arranged the Earls of Fife and Lorne, Lord Soulis, and every Scottish baron of power who at any time bad shown himself hostile to Wallace. Others, who were of easy faith to a tale of malice, sat with them. And the rest of the assembly was filled up with men of better families than personal fame, and whose names swelled a list without adding any true importance to the side on which they appeared. A few, and those a very few, who still respected Wallace, were present. Not because they were sent for, great care having been taken not to summon his friends, but in consequence of a rumour of the charge having reached them, and these were, the Lords Lennox and Loch Awe, with Kirkpatrick. And 2 or 3 chieftains from the western Highlands. None of them had arrived till within a few minutes of the council being opened, and Wallace was entering at one door as they appeared at the other. At sight of him a low whisper buzzed through the hail, and a marshal took the plumed bonnet from his hand, which, out of respect to the nobility of Scotland, he had raised from his head at his entrance. A herald meanwhile proclaimed, in a loud voice, Sir William Wallace. You are charged with treason. And, by an ordinance of Fergus I, you must stand covered before the representative of the Majesty of Scotland until that loyalty be proved, which would again restore you to a seat amongst her faithful barons. Wallace, with the same equanimity as that with which he would have mounted the regal chair, bowed his head to Marshal in token of acquiescence. But Edwin, whose indignation was reawakened at this exclusion of his friend from the privilege of his birth, said something so warm to the Marshal that Wallace, in a low voice, was obliged to check his vehemence by a declaration, that, however obsolete the custom, and revived in his case only, it was his determination to submit himself in every respect to whatever was exacted of him by the laws of his country. On Loch Awe and Lennox observing him stand thus before the bonnet and seated chiefs, a stretch of magisterial prerogative which had not been exercised on a Scottish knight for many a century, they took off their caps and bowing to Wallace, refused to occupy their places on the benches while the defender of Scotland stood. Kirkpatrick drew eagerly toward him, and throwing down his casque and sword at his feet, cried in a loud voice, Lie there till the only true man in all this land commands me to take ye up in his defence. He alone had courage to look the sovereigns in the face, and to drive their king over the borders, while his present accusers skulked in their chains. Wallace regarded this ebullition from the heart of the honest veteran with a look that was eloquent to all. He would have animatedly praised such an instance of fearless gratitude expressed to another, and when it was directed to himself, his ingenuous soul showed approbation in every feature of his beaming countenance. Is it thus, presumptuous knight of Ellerslie, cried Soulis, that by your looks you dare encourage contumely to the Lord Regent and his peers? Wallace did not deign him an answer, but turning calmly toward the throne, representative of my king, said he, in duty to the power whose authority you wear, I have obeyed your summons, and I here await the appearance of the accuser who has had the hardihood to brand the name of William Wallace with disloyalty to prince or people. The regent was embarrassed. He did not suffer his eyes to meet those of Wallace, but looked down in manifest confusion during this address, and then, without reply, turned to Lord Athol, and called on him to open the charge. Athol required not a second summons. He rose immediately, and, in a bold and positive manner, accused Wallace of having been won over by Philip of France to sell those rights of supremacy to him which, with a feigned patriotism, his sword had wrested from the grasp of England. For this treachery, Philip was to endow him with the sovereignty of Scotland, and, as a pledge of the compact, he had invested him with the principality of Gascony in France. This is the groundwork of his treason, continued Athol. But the superstructure is to be cemented with our blood. I have seen a list, in his own handwriting, of those chiefs whose lives are to pave his way to the throne. At this point of the charge Edwin sprung forward. But Wallace, perceiving the intent of his movement, caught him by the arm, and, by a look, reminded him of his recently repeated engagement to keep silent. Produce the list, cried Lord Lennox. No evidence that does not bring proof to our eyes ought to have any weight with us against the man who had bled in every vein for Scotland. It shall be brought to your eyes, returned Athol. That, and other damning proofs, shall convince this credulous country of its abused confidence. I see these damning proofs now, cried Kirkpatrick, who had frowningly listened to Athol. The abusers of my country's confidence betray themselves at this moment by their eagerness to impeach her friends, and I pray heaven, that before they mislead others into so black a conspiracy, the lie in their throats may choke its inventors. We all know, cried Athol, turning on Kirkpatrick, to whom you belong. You were brought with this shameless grant to mangle the body of the slain Cressingham. A deed which brought a stigma on the Scottish name never to be erased by the disgrace of its perpetrators. For this savage triumph did you sell yourself to Sir William Wallace. And a bloody champion you are, always ready for your secretly murderous master. Hear you this, and bear it, cried Kirkpatrick and Edwin in one breath, and grasping their daggers, Edwin's flashed in his hand. Seize them, cried Athol. My life is threatened by his myrmidons. Marshals instantly approached. But Wallace, who had hitherto stood in silent dignity, turned to them with that tone of justice which had ever commanded from his lips, and bade them forbear. Touch these knights at your peril, marshals, said he. No man in this chamber is above the laws, and they protect every Scot who resents unjust aspersions upon his own character, or irrelevant and prejudicing attacks on that of an arraigned friend. It is before the majesty of the laws that I now stand. But were injury to usurp its place, not all the lords in Scotland should detain me a moment in a scene so unworthy of my country. The marshals retreated, for they had been accustomed to regard with implicit deference the opinion of Sir William Wallace on the laws. And though he now stood in the light of their violator, yet memory bore testimony that he had always read them aright, and, to this hour, had ever appeared to make them the guide of his actions. Athol saw that none in the assembly had courage to enforce this act of violence, and blazing with fury, he poured his whole wrath upon Wallace. Imperious, arrogant traitor, cried he, this presumption only deepens our impression of your guilt. Demean yourself with more reverence to this august court, or expect to be sentenced on the proof which such insolence amply gives. We require no other to proclaim your domineering spirit, and at once to condemn you as the premeditated tyrant of land. Lord Athol, replied Wallace, what is just I would say in the face of all the courts in Christendom. It is not in the power of man to make me silent when I see the laws of country outraged and my countrymen oppressed. Though I may submit my own cheek to the blow, I will not permit theirs to share the stroke. I have answered you, Earl, to this point and am ready to hear you to the end. Athol resumed. I am not your only accuser, proudly confident man. You shall see one whose truth cannot be doubted, and whose first glance will bow that haughty spirit, and cover that bold front with the livery of shame. My lord, cried he, turning to the regent, I shall bring a most illustrious witness before you. One who will prove on oath that it was the intention of this arch-hypocrite, this angler for women's hearts, this perverter of men's understandings, before another moon to bury deep in blood the very people whom he now insidiously affects to protect. But to open your and the nation's eyes at once, to overwhelm him with his fate, I now call forth the evidence. The marshals opened a door in the side of the hall, and led a lady forward, habited in regal splendor, and covered from head to foot with a veil of so transparent a texture that her costly apparel and majestic contour were distinctly seen through it. She was conducted to a chair on an elevated platform a few paces from where Wallace stood. On her being seated the regent rose, and in a tremulous voice addressed her. Joanna, Countess of Strathern and Mar, Princess of the Orkneys, we adjure thee by thy princely dignity, and in the name of the King of Kings, to bear a just witness to the truth or falsehood, of the charges of treason and conspiracy now brought against Sir William Wallace. The name of his accuser made Wallace start. And the sight of her unblushing face, for she threw aside her veil the moment she was addressed, overspread his cheek with a tinge of that shame for her which she was now too hardened in determined crime to feel herself. Edwin gazed at her in speechless horror, while she, casting a glance at Wallace, in which the full purpose of her soul was declared, turned with a softened though majestic air, to the regent, and spoke. "My lord," said she, "you see before you a woman who never knew what it was to feel a self-reproachful pang till an evil hour brought her to receive an obligation from that insidious treacherous man. But as my first passion has ever been the love of my country, I will prove it to this good assembly by making a confession of what was once my heart's weakness, and by that candor, I trust they will fully honor the rest of my narrative." A clamor of approbation resounded through the hall. Lennox and Loch Awe looked on each other with amazement. Kirkpatrick, recollecting the scenes at Dumbarton, exclaimed, "Jezebel!" But the ejaculation was lost in the general burst of applause. And the Countess, opening a folded paper which she held in her hand, in a calm, collected voice, but with a flushing cheek, resumed. "I shall read my further deposition. I have written it, that my memory might not err, and that my country may be unquestionably satisfied of the accuracy of every syllable I utter." She paused an instant, drew a quick breath, and proceeded reading from the paper, thus, but as occasion occurred for particularly pointing its contents, she turned her tutored eye upon the object, to look a signet on her mischief. "I am not to tell you, my lord, that Sir William Wallace twice released the late Earl of Mar and myself from Southron captivity. Our deliverer was what you see him, fraught with attractions, which he too successfully directed against the peace of a young woman married to a man of paternal years. While to all the rest of the world, he seemed to consecrate himself to the memory of his ill-fated wife, to me alone he unveiled his straying heart. I revered my nuptial vow too sincerely to listen to him with the complacency he wished. But, I blush to own, that his tears, his agonies of love, his manly graces, and the virtues I believed he possessed, for well he knows to feign, cooperating with my gratitude, at last wrought such a change in my breast that, I became wretched. No guilty wish was there, but an admiration of him, a pity which undermined my health, and left me miserable. I forbade him to approach me. I tried to wrest him from my memory. And nearly had succeeded, when I was informed by my late husband's nephew, the youth who now stands beside Sir William Wallace, that he was returned under an assumed name from France. Then I feared that all my inward struggles were to recommence. I had once conquered myself, for abhorring the estrangement of my thoughts from my wedded lord, when he died I only yearned to appease my conscience, and in penance for my involuntary crime, I refused Sir William Wallace my hand. His return to Scotland filled me with tumults, which only they who would sacrifice all they prize to a sense of duty, can know. Edwin Ruthven left me at Huntingtower. And, that very evening, while walking alone in the garden, I was surprised by the sudden approach of an armed man. He threw a scarf over my head, to prevent my screams, but I fainted with terror. He then took me from the garden by the way he had entered, and placing me on a horse before him, carried me whither I know not, but on my recovery I found myself in a chamber, with a woman standing beside me, and the same warrior. His visor was so closed that I could not see his face. On my expressing alarm at my situation, he addressed me in French, telling me he had provided a man to carry an excuse to Huntingtower, to prevent pursuit. And then he put a letter into my hand, which, he said, he brought from Sir William Wallace. Anxious to know the purpose of this act, and believing that a man who had sworn to me devoted love could not premeditate a more serious outrage, I broke the seal and, nearly as I can recollect, read to this effect. That his passion was so imperious, he had determined to make me his in spite of those sentiments of female delicacy which, while they tortured him, rendered me dearer in his eyes. He told me, that as he had often read in my blushes the sympathy which my too severe virtue made me conceal, he would now wrest me from my cheerless widowhood, and having nothing in reality to reproach myself with, compel me to be happy. His friend, the only confidant of his love, had brought me to a spot whence I could not fly. There I should remain, till he, Wallace, could leave the army for a few days, and throwing himself on my compassion and tenderness, he received as the most faithful of lovers, the fondest of husbands. This letter, continued the Countess, was followed by many others, and suffice it to say, that the latent affection in my heart and his subduing love, were too powerful in his cause. How his letters were conveyed I know not. But they were duly presented to me by the woman who attended me. At last the knight who had brought me to the place, and who wore green armor, and a green plume, reappeared. "Prodigious villain," broke from the lips of Edwin. The countess turned her eye on him for a moment and then resumed, "He was the warrior who had borne me from Hunting Tower, and from that hour until the period I now speak of, I had never seen him. He put another packet into my hand, desiring me to peruse it with attention, and returned Sir William Wallace a verbal answer by him. Yes, was all he required. I retired to open it. And what was my horror, when I read a perfect development of the treasons for which he is now brought to account. By some mistake of my character, he had conceived me to be ambitious. And knowing himself to be the master of my heart, he fancied himself lord of my conscience also. He wrote, that until he saw me, he had no other end in his exertions for Scotland than her rescue from a foreign yoke. But, added he, from the moment in which I first beheld my adored Joanna, I aspired to place a crown on her brow. B then told me, that he did not deem the time of its presentation to him on the Carse of Stirling a safe juncture for its acceptance, neither was he tempted to run the risk of maintaining an unsteady throne when I was not free to partake it. But since the death of Lord Mar, every wish, every hope was reawakened, and then he determined to become a king. Philip of France had made secret articles with him to that end. He was to hold Scotland of him. While to make the surrender of his country's independence sure to Philip, and its sceptre to himself and his posterity, he attempted to persuade me there would be no crime in destroying the chiefs whose names he enrolled in this list. The Pope, he added, would absolve me from a transgression dictated by connubial duty, and, on our bridal day, he proposed the deed should be done. He would invite all the lords to a feast, and poison, or dagger, should lay them at his feet. So impious a proposal restored me to myself. My love at once turned to the most decided abhorrence. And hastening to the knight of the green plume, I told him to carry my resolution to his master, that I would never see him more till I should appear as his accuser before the tribunal of his country. The knight tried to dissuade me from my purpose, but in vain, and at last, becoming alarmed at the punishment which might overtake himself as the agent of such treason, he confessed to me that the scene of his first appearance at Linlithgow was devised by Wallace, who, unknown to all others, had brought him from France to assist him in the scheme he durst not confide to Scotland's friends. If I would guarantee his life, he offered to take me from the place where I was then confined, and convey me safe to Stirling. All else that he asked was, that I would allow him to be the bearer of the casket which contained Sir William Wallace's letters, and suffer my eyes to be blindfolded during the first part of our journey. This I consented to. But the murderous list I had undesignedly put into my bosom. My bead was again wrapped in a thick veil, and we set out. It was very dark, and we travelled long and swiftly till we came to a wood. There was neither moon nor stars to point out any habitation. But being overcome with fatigue, my conductor persuaded me to dismount and take rest. I slept beneath the trees. In the morning, when I awoke, I in vain looked round for the knight and called him, he was gone, and I saw him no more. I then explored my way to Stirling, to warn my country of its danger, to unmask to the world the direst hypocrite that ever prostituted the name of virtue. The countess ceased. And 100 voices broke out at once, pouring invectives on the traitorous ambition of Sir William Wallace, and invoking the regent to pass some signal condemnation on so monstrous a crime. In vain Kirkpatrick thundered forth his indignant soul. He was unheard in the tumult, but going up to the countess, he accused her to her face of falsehood, and charged her with a design from some really treasonable motive to destroy the only sure hope of her country. "And will you not speak?" cried Edwin in agony of spirit, grasping Wallace's arm. "Will you not speak before these ungrateful men shall dare to brand your ever-honored name with infamy? Make yourself be heard, my noblest friend. Confute that wicked woman, who too surely has proved what I suspected, that this self-concealing knight came to be a traitor." "I will speak, my Edwin," returned Wallace, "at the proper moment, but not in this tumult of my enemies. Rely on it, your friend will submit to no unjust decree. "Where is this knight of the green plume?" cried Lennox, almost startled in his opinion of Wallace by the consistency of the Countess' narrative. "No mark of dishonour shall be passed on Sir William Wallace without the strictest scrutiny. Let the mysterious stranger be found, and confronted with Lady Stratton." Notwithstanding the Earl's insisting on impartial justice, she perceived the doubt in his countenance, and eager to maintain her advantage, replied, "The knight, I fear, has fled beyond our search. But that I may not want a witness to corroborate the love I once bore this arch-hypocrite, and, consequently, the sacrifice I make to loyalty in thus unveiling him to the world, I call upon you, Lord Lennox, to say whether you did not observe at Dumbarton Castle the state of my too grateful heart." Lennox, who well remembered her conduct in the citadel of that fortress, hesitated to answer, aware that his reply might substantiate a guilt which he now feared would be but too strongly manifest. Every ear hung on his answer. Wallace saw what was passing in his mind, and determined to all men to show what was in their hearts toward the Earl, and said, "Do not hesitate, my lord, speak all that you know or think of me. Could the deeds of my life be written on yon blue vault," added he, pointing to the heavens, "and my breast be laid open for men to scan, I should be content, for then Scotland would know me as my Creator knows me. And the evidence which now makes even friendship doubt, would meet the reception due to calumny." Lord Lennox felt the last remark, and stung with remorse for having for a moment credited anything against the frank spirit which gave him this permission, he replied, "To Lady Stratton's questions I must answer. That at Dumbarton I did perceive her preference to Sir William Wallace. But I never saw anything in him to warrant the idea that it was reciprocal. And yet, were it even so, that bears nothing to the point of the Countess' accusation. And, notwithstanding her princely rank, and the deference all would pay to the widow of Lord Mar, as true Scots, we cannot relinquish to a single witness our faith in a man who has so eminently served his country." "No," cried Loch Awe. "If the knight of the green plume be above ground, he shall be brought before this tribunal. He alone can be the traitor. And to destroy us by exciting suspicions against our best defender, he has wrought with his own false pen this device to deceive the patriotic widow of the Earl of Mar." "No, no," interrupted she. "I read the whole in his own, to me too well known, handwriting, and this list of the chiefs, condemned by you, indeed, traitor to die, shall fully evince his guilt. Even your name, too generous Earl, is in the horrid catalogue." While she spoke, she rose eagerly, to hand to him the scroll. "Let me now speak, or stab me to the heart," hastily whispered Edwin to his friend. Wallace did not withhold him, for he guessed what would be the remark of his ardent soul. "Hear that woman," cried the vehement youth to the regent, "and say whether she now speaks the language of one who had ever loved the virtues of Sir William Wallace. Were she innocent of malice toward the deliverer of Scotland, would she not have rejoiced in Loch Awe's suggestion, that the Green Knight is the traitor? Or, if that scroll she has now given into the regent's hand be too nicely forged for her to detect its not being indeed the handwriting of the noblest of men, would she not have shown some sorrow at the guilt of one she professes once to have loved? Of one who saved herself, her husband, and her child from perishing. But here her malice has overstepped her art. And after having promoted the success of her tale by so mingling insignificant truths with falsehoods of capital import, that in acknowledging the one we seem to grant the other, she falls into her own snare. Even a beardless boy can now discern that, however vile the Green Knight may be, she shares his wickedness." While Edwin spoke, Lady Statharn's countenance underwent 1,000 changes. Twice she attempted to rise and interrupt him, but Sir Roger Kirkpatrick having fixed his eyes on her with a menacing determination to prevent her, she found herself obliged to remain quiescent. Full of a newly excited fear that Wallace had confided to her nephew the last scene in his tent, she started up as he seemed to pause, and with assumed mildness, again addressing the regent, said, that before this apparently ingenuous defence could mislead impartial minds, she thought it just to inform the council of the infatuated attachment of Edwin Ruthven to the accused. For she had ample cause to assert that the boy was so bewitched by his commander, who had flattered his youthful vanity by loading him with distinctions only due to approved valor in manhood, that he was ready at any time to sacrifice every consideration of truth, reason, and duty, to please Sir William Wallace. Such may be in a boy, observed Lord Loch Awe, interrupting her, but as I know no occasion in which it is possible for Sir William Wallace to falsify the truth, I call upon him, in justice to himself and to his country, to reply to 3 questions. Wallace bowed to the venerable Earl, and he proceeded, Sir William Wallace, are you guilty of the charge brought against you, of a design to mount the throne of Scotland by means of the King of France? Wallace replied, I never designed to mount the throne of Scotland, either by my own means or by any other man's. Loch Awe proceeded, was this scroll, containing the names of certain Scottish chiefs noted down for assassination, written by you, or under your connivance? I never saw the scroll, nor heard of the scroll, until this hour. And harder than death is the pang at my heart when a Scottish chief finds it necessary to ask me such a question regarding a people, to save even the least of whom he has often seen me risk my life. Another question, replied Loch Awe, and then, bravest of men, if your country acquits you not in thought and deed, Campbell of Loch Awe sits no more amongst its judges. What is your knowledge of the Knight of the Green Plume, that, in preference to any Scottish friend, you should entrust him with your wishes respecting the Countess of Strafford? Wallace's answer was brief, I never had any wishes respecting the wife or the widow of my friend the Earl of Mar that I did not impart to every chief in the camp, and those wishes went no further than for her safety. As to love, that is a passion I shall know no more, and Lady Strafford alone can say what is the end she aims at, by attributing feelings to me with regard to her which I never conceived, and words which I never uttered. Like this passion, with which she says she inspired me, added he, turning his eyes steadfastly on her face, was the Knight of the Green Plume. You are all acquainted with the manner of his introduction to me at Linlithgow. By the account that he then gave of himself, you all know as much of him as I did, till on the night that he left me at Berwick, and then I found him, like this story of Lady Strafford, all a fable. What is his proper title? Name him, on your knighthood, exclaimed Buchan, for he shall yet be dragged forth to support the veracity of my illustrious kinswoman, and to fully unmask his insidious accomplice. Your kinswoman, Earl Buchan, replied Wallace, can best answer your question. Lord Athol approached the regent, and whispered something in his ear. This unworthy representative of the generous Bruce, immediately rose from his seat. Sir William Wallace, said he, you have replied to the questions of Lord Loch Awe, but where are your witnesses to prove that what you have spoken is the truth? Wallace was struck with surprise at this address from a man who, whatever might be demanded of him in the fulfillment of his office, he believed could not be otherwise than his friend, because, from the confidence reposed in him both by Bruce and himself, he must be fully aware of the impossibility of these allegations being true. But Wallace's astonishment was only for a moment. He now saw with an eye that pierced through the souls of the whole assembly, and, with collected firmness, he replied, my witnesses are in the bosom of every Scotsman. I cannot find them in mine, interrupted Athol. Nor in mine, was echoed from various parts of the hall. Invalidate the facts brought against you by legal evidence, not a mere rhetorical appeal, Sir William Wallace, added the regent, else the sentence of the law must be passed on so tacit an acknowledgment of guilt. Acknowledgment of guilt! Cried Wallace, with a flush of godlike indignation suffusing his noble brow. If any one of the chiefs who have just spoken knew the beat of an honest heart, they would not have declared that they heard no voice proclaim the integrity of William Wallace. Let them look out on yon Carse, where they saw me refuse that crown, offered by themselves, which my accuser alleges I would yet obtain by their blood. Let them remember the banks of the Clyde, where I rejected the Scottish throne offered me by Edward. Let these facts bear witness for me. And, if they be insufficient, look on Scotland, now, for the 3rd time, rescued by my arm from the grasp of a usurper, that scroll locks the door of the kingdom upon her enemies. As he spoke he threw the capitulation of Berwick on the table. It struck a pause into the minds of the lords. They gazed with pallid countenances, and without a word, on the parchment where it lay, while he proceeded, if my actions that you see, do not convince you of my integrity, than believe the unsupported evidence of words, the tale of a woman, whose mystery, were it not for the memory of the honourable man whose name she once bore, I would publicly unravel. Believe her. And leave Wallace not of his country to remember, but that he has served it, and that it is unjust. Noblest of Scots, cried Loch Awe, coming toward him, did your accuser come in the shape of an angel of light, still we believe your life in preference to her testimony, for God himself speaks on your side. My servants, he declares, shall be known by their fruits. And have not yours been peace to Scotland and goodwill to men? They are the serpent folds of his hypocrisy, cried Athol, alarmed at the awestruck looks of the assembly. They are the baits by which he cheats fools, re-echoed Soulis. They are snares, which shall catch us no more, was now the general acclamation. And in proportion to the transitory respect which had made them bow, but for a moment, to virtue, they now vociferated their centre both of Wallace and this his last achievement. Inflamed with rage at the manifest determination to misjudge his commander, and maddened at the contumely with which their envy affected to treat him, Kirkpatrick threw off all restraint. And with the bitterness of his reproaches still more incensed the jealousy of the nobles and augmented the tumult. Lennox, vainly attempting to make himself heard, drew toward Wallace, hoping, by that movement to at least show on whose side he thought justice lay. At this moment, while the uproar raged with redoubled clamour, the one party denouncing the Cummins as the source of this conspiracy against the life of Wallace, the other demanding that sentence should instantly be passed upon him as a traitor, the door burst open and Bothwell, covered with dust, and followed by a throng of armed knights, rushed into the centre of the hall. "Who is it ye arraign?" cried the young chief, looking indignantly around him. "Is it not your deliverer you would destroy?" The Romans could not accuse the guilty Manlius in sight of the capital he had preserved, but you, worse than heathens, bring your benefactor to the scene of his victories, and there condemn him for serving you too well. Has he not plucked you this third time out of the furnace that would have consumed you? And yet in this hour, you would sacrifice him to the disappointed passions of a woman. Falsest of thy sex! Cried he, turning to the Countess, who shrunk before the penetrating eyes of Andrew Murray, do I not know thee? Have I not read thine unfeminine, thy vindictive heart? You would destroy the man you could not seduce. Wallace, cried he, speak. Would not this woman have persuaded you to disgrace the name of Mar? When my uncle died, did she not urge you to intrigue for that crown which she knew you had so loyally declined? My errand here, answered Wallace, is to defend myself, not to accuse others. I have shown that I am innocent, and my judges will not look on the proofs. They obey not the laws in their judgment, and whatever may be the decree, I shall not acknowledge its authority. As he spoke he turned away, and walked with a firm step out of the hall. His disappearance gave the signal for a tumult more threatening to the welfare of the state, than if the armies of Edward had been in the midst of them. It was brother against brother, friend against friend. The Lords Lennox, Bothwell, and Loch Awe were vehement against the unfairness with which Sir William Wallace had been treated. Kirkpatrick declared that no arguments could be used with men so devoid of reason, and words of reproach and reviling passing on all sides, swords were fiercely drawn. The Countess of Strathern, seeing herself neglected by even her friends in the strife, and fearful that the party of Wallace might at last gain the ascendancy, and that herself, then without her traitor corslet on her breast, might meet their hasty vengeance, rose abruptly, and giving her hand to a herald, hurried out of the assembly. Chapter 73. Ballochgeich. The marshals with difficulty interrupted the mortal attack which the enemies and friends of Wallace made on each other. Several of the Cummins were maimed, Lord Athol himself was severely wounded by Kirkpatrick, but the treacherous regent gladly saw that none on his side were hurt unto death. With horrid menaces the two parties separated, the one to the regent's apartments, the other to the camp of Wallace. Lord Bothwell found him encircled by his veterans, in whose breasts he was trying to allay the storm raging there against the injustice of the regent and the ingratitude of the Scottish lords. At sight of the young and ardent Bothwell, their clamour to be led instantly to revenge the indignity offered to their general redoubled, and Murray, not less incensed, turning to them exclaimed. Yes, my friends, keep quiet for a few hours. And then, what honor commands we will do. At this assurance they retired to their quarters, and Bothwell turned with Wallace into his tent. Before you utter a word concerning the present scenes, cried Wallace, tell me how is the hope of Scotland? The only earthly stiller of these horrid tumults. Alas, replied Bothwell. After regaining, by a valour worthy of his destiny, every fortress north of the Forth, his last and greatest achievement was making himself master of Scone. But in storming its walls a fragment of stone falling heavily, terribly rent the muscles of his breast, and now, woe to Scotland, he lies at Huntingtower reduced to infant weakness. All this you would have known had you received his letters. But villainy must have been widely at work, for none of yours have reached his hands. This intelligence respecting Bruce was a more mortal blow to Wallace than all he had just sustained in his own person. He remained silent, but his mind was thronged with thoughts. Was Scotland to be indeed lost? Was all that he had suffered and achieved to have been done in vain? And should he be fated to behold her again made a sacrifice to the jealous rivalry of her selfish and contending nobles? Bothwell continued to speak of the prince, and added, that it was with reluctance he had left him, even to share the anticipated success at Berwick. But Bruce, impatient to learn the issue of the siege, as still no letters arrived from that quarter, had dispatched him back to the borders. At Dunfermline he was stricken with horror by the information that treason had been alleged against Wallace, and turning his steps westward, he flew to give that support to his friend's innocence which the malignity of his enemies might render needful. The moment I heard how you were beset, continued Bothwell, I dispatched a messenger to Lord Ruthven, warning him not to alarm Bruce with such tidings, but to send hither all the spare forces in Perthshire, to maintain you in your rights. No force, my dear Bothwell, must be used so hold me in a power which now would only keep alive a spirit of discord in my country. If I dare apply the words of my divine master, I would say, I came not to bring a sword but peace to the people of Scotland. Then, if they are weary of me, let me go. Bruce will recover, they will rally round his standard, and all be well. Oh, Wallace! Wallace, cried Bothwell, the scene I have this day witnessed is enough to make a traitor of me. I could forswear my insensible country, I could immolate its ungrateful chieftains on those very lands which your generous arm restored to these worthless men. He threw himself into a seat, and leaned his burning forehead against his hand. Cousin, you declare my sentiments, rejoined Edwin, my soul can never again associate with these sons of envy. I cannot recognize a countryman in any one of them. And, should Sir William Wallace quit a land so unworthy of his virtues, where he goes I will go, his asylum shall be my country, and Edwin Ruthven will forget that he ever was a Scot. Never, cried Wallace, turning on him one of those looks which struck conviction into the heart. Is man more just than God? Though 1,000 of your countrymen offend you by their crimes, yet while there remains one honest Scot, for his sake and his posterity it is your duty to be a patriot. A nation is one great family, and every individual in it is as much bound to promote the general good as a brother or a father to maintain the welfare of his nearest kindred. And if the transgression of one son be no arouse for the omission of another, in like manner, the ruin these turbulent lords would bring upon Scotland is no excuse for your desertion of your interest. I would not leave the helm of my country did she not thrust me from it, but though cast by her into the waves, would you not blush for your friend should he wish her other than a peaceful haven? Edwin spoke not, but putting the hand of Wallace to his lips, left the tent. Oh, cried Bothwell, looking after him, that the breast of woman had but half that boy's tenderness. And yet all of that dangerous sex are not like this hyena-hearted Lady Stratton. Tell me, try friend, did she not, when she disappeared so strangely from Huntingtower, fly to you? I now suspect, from certain remembrances, that she and the Green Knight are one aid the same person. Acknowledge it, and I will unmask her at once to the court she has deceived. She has deceived no one, replied Wallace. Before she spoke, the members of that court were determined to brand me with guilt, and her charge merely supplied the place of others which they would have devised against me. Whatever she may be, my dear Bothwell, for the sake of whose name she once bore, let us not expose her to open shame. Her love or her hatred are alike indifferent to me now, for I neither of them do I owe that innate malice of my countrymen which has only made her calumny the occasion of manifesting their resolution to make me infamous. But that, my friend, is beyond her compass. I have done my duty to Scotland, and that conviction must live in every honest heart, and with dishonest too, for did they not fear my integrity, they would not have thought it necessary to deprive me of power. Heaven shield our prince! I dread that Badenoch's next shaft may be at him. No, cried Bothwell, all is levelled at his best friend. In a low voice, I taxed the regent with disloyalty for permitting this outrage on you, and his basely envious answer was, Wallace's removal is Bruce's security, who will acknowledge him when they know that this man is his dictator. Wallace sighed at this reply, which only confirmed him in his resolution, and he told Bothwell that he saw no alternative, if he wished to still the agitations of his country, and preserve its prince from premature discovery. But to indeed remove the subject of all these contentions from their sight. Attempt it not, exclaimed Bothwell, propose but a step toward that end, and you will determine me to avenge my country, at the peril of my own life, on all in that accursed assembly who have menaced yours. In short, the young earl's denunciations were so earnest against the lords in Stirling, that Wallace, thinking it dangerous to exasperate him further, consented to remain in his camp till the arrival of Ruthven should bring him the advantage of his counsel. The issue showed that Bothwell was not mistaken. The majority of the Scottish nobles envied Wallace his glory, and hated him for that virtue which drew the eyes of the people to compare him with their selfish courses. The regent, hoping to become the first in Bruce's favour, was not less urgent to ruin the man who so deservedly stood the highest in that prince's esteem. He had therefore entered warmly into the project of Lady Stratton. But when, during a select conference between them, previous to her open charge of Wallace, she named Sir Thomas de Longueville as one of his foreign emissaries, Cummin observed, "If you would have your accusation succeed, do not mention that knight at all. He is my friend. He is now ill near Perth, and must know nothing of this affair till it be over. Should he live, he will nobly thank you for your forbearance. Should he die, I will repay you as becomes your nearest kinsman." All were thus united in one determined effort to hurl Wallace from his station in the state. But when they believed that done, they quarrelled amongst themselves in deciding who was to fill the great military office, which his prowess had now rendered a post rather of honour than of danger. In the midst of these feuds Sir Simon Fraser abruptly appeared in the council hall. His countenance proclaimed his tidings. Lennox and Loch Awe, who had duly attended, in hopes of bringing over some of the more pliable chiefs to embrace the cause of justice, listened with something like exultation to his suddenly disastrous information. When the English governor at Berwick learned the removal of Wallace from his command and the consequent consternation of the Scottish troops, instead of surrendering at sunset as was expected, he sallied out at the head of the whole garrison, and attacking the Scots by surprise, gave them a total defeat. Every outpost around the town was retaken by the Southrons, the army of Fraser was cut to pieces or put to flight, and himself now arriving at Stirling, smarting with many a wound but more under his dishonour. To show to the regent of Scotland the evil of having superseded the only man whom the enemy feared. The council stood in silence, staring on each other. And, to add to their dismay, Fraser had hardly completed his narration, before a messenger from Tiviotdale arrived to inform the regent that King Edward was himself within a few miles of the Cheviots, and, from the recovered position of Berwick, must have even now poured his thousands over those hills upon the plains beneath. While all the citadel was indecision, tumult, and alarm, Lennox hastened to Wallace's camp with the news. Lord Ruthven and the Perthshire chiefs were already there. They had arrived early in the morning, but with unpromising tidings of Bruce. The state of his wound had induced a constant delirium. But still Wallace clung to the hope that his country was not doomed to perish, that its prince's recovery was only protracted. In the midst of this anxiety, Lennox entered, and relating what he had just heard, turned the whole current of the auditor's ideas. Wallace started from his seat. His hand mechanically caught up his sword, which lay upon the table. Lennox gazed at him with animated veneration. "There is not a man in the citadel," cried he, "who does not appear at his wit's end, and incapable of facing this often beaten foe. Will you, Wallace, again condescend to save a country that has treated you so ungratefully?" "I would die in its trenches," cried the chief, with a generous forgiveness of all his injuries suffusing his magnanimous heart. Lord Loch Awe soon after appeared, and corroborating the testimony of Lennox added, that on the regent sending word to the troops on the south of Stirling, that in consequence of the treason of Sir William Wallace the supreme command was taken from him, and they must immediately march out under the orders of Sir Simon Fraser, to face a new incursion of the enemy, they began to murmur among themselves, saying that since Wallace was found to be a traitor, they knew not whom to trust. But certainly it should not be a beaten general. With these whisperings, they slid away from their standards, and when Loch Awe left them they were dispersed on all sides, like an already discomfited army. Chapter 74. Arthur's Seat. For a day or two the paralyzed terrors of the people, and the tumults in the citadel, seemed portentous of immediate ruin. A large detachment from the royal army had entered Scotland by the marine gate of Berwick, and, headed by de Warenne, was advancing rapidly toward Edinburgh. Not a soldier belonging to the regent remained on the Carse. And the distant chiefs to whom he sent for aid refused it, alleging that the discovery of Wallace's patriotism having been a delusion, had made them suspect all men. And, now locking themselves within their own castles, each true Scot would there securely view a struggle in which they could feel no personal interest. Seeing the danger of the realm, and hearing from the Lords Ruthven and Bothwell that their troops would follow no other leader than Sir William Wallace, and hopeless of any prompt decision from amongst the contusion of the council, Badenoch yielded a stern assent to the only apparent means of saving his sinking country. He turned ashy pale, while his silence granted to Lord Loch Awe the necessity of imploring Sir William Wallace to again stretch out his arm in their behalf. With this embassy the venerable chief had returned exultingly to Ballochgeich. And the so lately branded Wallace, branded as the intended betrayer of Scotland, was solicited by his very accusers to assume the trust of their sole defence. "Such is the triumph of virtue," whispered Edwin to his friend, as he vaulted on his horse. A luminous smile from Wallace acknowledged that he felt the tribute and, looking up to heaven ere he placed his helmet on his head, he said, "Thence comes my power. And the satisfaction it brings, whether attended by man's applause or his blame, he cannot take from me. I now, perhaps for the last time, arm this head for Scotland. May the God in whom I trust again crown it with victory, and forever after bind the brows of our rightful sovereign with peace." While Wallace pursued his march, the regent was quite at a stand, confounded at the turn which events had taken, and hardly knowing whether to make another essay to collect forces for the support of their former leader, or to follow the refractory counsels of his lords, and await in inactivity the issue of the expected battle. He knew not how to act, but a letter from Lady Stratton decided him. Though partly triumphant in her charges, yet the accusations of Bothwell had disconcerted her, and though the restoration of Wallace to his undisputed authority in the state seemed to her next to impossible, still she resolved to take another step, to confirm her influence over the discontented of her country, and most likely to ensure the vengeance she panted to bring upon her victim's head. To this end, on the very evening that she retreated in terror from the council hall, she set forward to the borders, and, easily passing thence to the English camp, then pitched at Alnwick, was soon admitted to the castle, where de Warenne lodged. She was too well taught in the school of vanity not to have remarked the admiration with which that earl had regarded her while he was a prisoner in Stirling. And, hoping that he might not be able to withstand the persuasion of her charms, she opened her mission with no less art than effect. De Warenne was made to believe, that on the strength of a passion Wallace had conceived for her, and which she treated with disdain, he had repented of his former refusal of the crown of Scotland. And, misled by a hope that she would not repeat her rejection of his hand could it present her a sceptre, he was now attempting to compass that dignity by the most complicated intrigues. She then related how, at her instigation, the regent had deposed him from his military command, and she ended with saying, that impelled by loyalty to Edward, whom her better reason now recognized as the lawful sovereign of her country, she had come to exhort that monarch to renew his invasion of the kingdom. Intoxicated with her beauty, and enraptured, by a manner which seemed to tell him that a softer sentiment than usual had made her select him as the ambassador to the king, de Warenne greedily drank in all her words. And ere he allowed this, to him, romantic conference to break up, he had thrown himself at her feet, and implored her, by every impassioned argument, to grant him the privilege of presenting her to Edward as his intended bride. De Warenne was in the meridian of life. And being fraught with a power at court beyond most of his peers, she determined to accept his hand and wield its high influence to the destruction of Wallace, even should she be compelled in the act to precipitate her country in his fall. De Warenne drew from her a half-reluctant consent. And, while he poured forth the transports of a happy lover, he was not so much enamoured of the fine person of Lady Stratton as to be altogether insensible to the advantages which his alliance with her would give to Edward in his Scottish pretensions. And as it would consequently increase his own importance with that monarch, he lost no time in communicating the circumstances to him. Edward suspected something in this sudden attachment of the Countess, which, should it transpire, might cool the ardour of his officer for uniting so useful an agent to his cause. Therefore, having highly approved de Warenne's conduct in affair, to hasten the nuptials, he proposed being present at their solemnization that very evening. The solemn vows which Lady Stratton then pledged at the altar to be pronounced by her with no holy awe of the marriage contract, but rather as those alone by which she swore to complete her revenge on Wallace, and, by depriving him of life, prevent the climax to her misery, of seeing him, what she believed he intended to become, the husband of Helen March. The day after she became de Warenne's wife, she accompanied him by sea to Berwick. And from that place she dispatched messengers to the regent, and to other nobles, her kinsmen, fraught with promises, which Edward, in the event of success had solemnly pledged himself to ratify. Her ambassador arrived at Stirling the day succeeding that in which Wallace and his troops had marched from Ballochgeich. The letters brought were eagerly opened by Badenoch and his chieftains, and they found their contents to this effect. She announced to them her marriage with the Lord Warden, who was returned into Scotland with every power for the final subjugation of the country. And therefore she besought the regent and his council, not to raise a hostile arm against him if they would not merely escape the indignation of a great king, but ensure his favour. She cast out hints to Badenoch, as if Edward meant to reward his acquiescence with the crown of Scotland. And with similar baits, proportioned to the views of all her other kinsmen, she smoothed their anger against that monarch's former insults, persuading them to at least remain inactive during the last struggle of their country. Meanwhile Wallace, taking his course along the banks of the Forth, when the night drew near, encamped his little army at the base of the craigs, east of Edinburgh Castle. His march having been long and rapid, the men were much fatigued, and hardly were laid upon their heather beds before they fell asleep. Wallace had learned from his scouts that the main body of the Southrons had approached within a few miles of Dalkeith. Thither he hoped to go next morning, and there, he trusted, strike the conclusive blow for Scotland, by the destruction of a division which he understood comprised the flower of the English army. With these expectations he gladly saw his troops lying in that repose which would rebrace their strength for the combat, and, as the hours of night stole on while his possessed mind waked for all around, he was pleased to see his ever-watchful Edwin sink down in a profound sleep. It was Wallace's custom, once at least in the night, to go himself the rounds of his posts, to see that all was safe. The air was serene and he walked out on this duty. He passed from line to line, from station to station, and all was in order. One post alone remained to be visited, and that was a point of observation on the craigs near Arthur's Seat. As he proceeded along a lonely defile between the rocks which overhang the ascent of the mountain, he was startled by the indistinct sight of a figure amongst the rolling vapours of the night, seated on a towering cliff directly in the way he was to go. The broad light of the moon, breaking from behind the clouds, shone full upon the spot, and discovered a majestic form in grey robes, leaning on a harp. While his face, mournfully gazing upward, was rendered venerable by a long white beard that mingled with the floating mist. Wallace paused, and stopping some distance from this extraordinary apparition, looked on it in silence. The strings of the harp seemed softly touched, but it was only the sighing of a transitory breeze passing over them. The vibration ceased, but, in the next moment the hand of the master indeed struck the chords, and with so full and melancholy a sound that Wallace for a few minutes was riveted to the ground. Then moving forward with a breathless caution, not to disturb the nocturnal bard, he gently approached. He was, however, descried. The venerable figure clasped his hands, and in a voice of mournful solemnity exclaimed, "Art thou come, doomed of heaven, to hear thy sad coronach?" Wallace started at this salutation. The bard, with the same emotion, continued. "No choral hymns hallow thy bleeding corpse, wolves howl thy requiem, eagles scream over thy desolate grave. Fly, chieftain, fly." "What, venerable father of the harp," cried Wallace, interrupting the awful pause, "thus addresses one whom he must mistake for some other warrior?" "Can the spirit of inspiration mistake its object?" demanded the bard. "Can he whose eyes have been opened be blind to Sir William Wallace, to the blood which clogs his mounting footsteps?" "And what or who am I to understand art thou?" replied Wallace. "Who is the saint whose holy charity would anticipate the obsequies of a man who yet may be destined to a long pilgrimage?" "Who I am," resumed the bard, "will be stoned to thee when thou hast passed yon starry firmament. But the galaxy streams with blood, the bugle of death is alone heard, and thy lacerated breast heaves in vain against the hoofs of opposing squadrons. They charge, Scotland falls. Look not on me, champion of thy country. Sold by thine enemies, betrayed by thy friends. It was not the seer of Saint Anton who gave thee these wounds, that heart's blood was not drawn by me, a woman's hand in mail, 10,000 armed warriors strike the mortal steel, he sinks, he falls. Red is the blood of Esk. Thy vital stream hath dyed it. Fly, bravest of the brave, and live. Stay, and perish." With a shriek of horror, and throwing his aged arms extended toward the heavens, while his grey beard mingled in the rising blast, the seer rushed from sight. Wallace saw the misty rocks alone, and was left in awful solitude. For a few minutes he stood in profound silence. His very soul seemed deprived of power to answer so terrible a denunciation, with even a questioning thought. He had heard the destruction of Scotland declared, and himself sentenced to perish if he did not escape the general ruin by flying from her side. This terrible decree of fate, so disastrously corroborated by the extremity of Bruce, and the divisions in the kingdom, had been sounded in his ear, had been pronounced by one of those sages of his country, on whom the spirit of prophecy. It was believed, yet descended, with all the horrors of a woe-denouncing prophet. Could he then doubt its truth? He did not doubt, he believed the midnight voice he had heard. But recovering from the first shock of such a doom, and remembering that it still left the choice to himself, between dishonored life or glorious death, he resolved to show his respect to the oracle by manifesting a persevering obedience to the eternal voice which gave those agents utterance, and while he bowed to the warning, he vowed to be the last who should fall from the side of his devoted country. "If devoted," cried he, "then our fates shall be the same. My fall from thee shall be into my grave. Scotland may have struck the breast that shielded her, yet, Father of mercies, forgive her blindness, and grant me still permission a little longer to oppose my heart between her and this fearful doom."